From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 722 to chapter 740. The demons of the void kept attacking the barrier. Not long ago, a large number of demons of the void had fallen here, but they still couldn't make them feel afraid. Because the demons of the void had a strict hierarchy. The Demon Emperor. And the supreme existence of the demons of the void. So, no demons of the void could resist the orders of the Demon Emperor. But the barrier was stable. Most of the weak small worlds had opened their entrances and merged perfectly with the world. No matter how the demons of the void attacked, they couldn't break the barrier. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly burst out. Ningyu suddenly opened his eyes from his closed-door cultivation. A ray of light shot out from his eyes, illuminating the dark chamber. But very quickly, the radiance was restrained. The secret room became dark again. I'm finally at that step. Ningbo could clearly feel the surging power in his body. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, more than 3 years had passed. And it had been 3 years since the power of the stars illuminated the vast thousand worlds. For 3 years, there were endless powerhouses in the human race. Although no new true immortals had been born, diviners had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The diviners, who used to be considered the top powerhouses, were now only the backbone. As for Ningbo himself, after absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate, his cultivation base rose to the peak of the divine martial realm. And then higher. He broke through to the diviner level. At this moment, he was finally qualified to comprehend the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. Now, the diviner level is only the foundation. Breaking through to the diviner level is the path of cultivation. Only a true immortal is qualified to move toward the peak. The power of the stars has illuminated the world for 3 years, and the eastern continent's territory is growing faster and faster. I'm afraid the war is not far away. Ningbo's expression was serious. The joy of breaking through to the peak of the divine martial realm had completely disappeared. If he had just entered the origin sect, a peak divine martial realm powerhouse would have been able to lift heavy weights with ease. But now, the divine martial realm could only be considered the foundation. If he wanted to survive the war, even a diviner wouldn't have full confidence. Only by breaking through to the true immortal level. Perhaps only then could he truly control his own destiny. He calmed himself down. Ningbo calmed down and began to comprehend the divine chapter of the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This cultivation technique, it was the most complete incantation that Qin Shujian had deduced with the help of his life force. It was completely different from the origin returning ancestral canon that originally existed in the origin sect. It was also because of this. In terms of profoundness, the origin returning ancestral canon was not something that other cultivation techniques could compare to. 3 days. Ningbo began to attempt to open his stellar acupoints. The vast true essence in his body rushed toward a certain spot in his body. That valiant power. The impact caused his physical body to tremble incessantly, almost causing his body to explode. Regarding this, Ningbo endured the excruciating pain and continued to attack the acupoints in his body. Half a day later, in the end, he gave up on the idea of forcefully opening his acupoints. Sure enough, it's just as Master said. Opening the star acupoint requires a huge consumption. Even with my current true essence, I can't open an acupoint on my own. In that case, we can only think of other ways. Ningbo's heart sank a little. The cultivation of the spirit chapter was more troublesome than he had expected. The consumption of opening the star acupoints was not ordinary. Even with the true essence that he currently possessed, there was no way to open the first acupoint. Not only did he not open it, he almost suffered a backlash. If the first acupoint was already so difficult, the difficulty of opening the other acupoints would undoubtedly be even greater. Only by opening 72 star acupoints can I break through to the first level of the heaven being. With my current progress, if I blindly cultivate, it's a problem whether I have the chance to break through within 10 years. He stood up. Ningbo retreated from the door of the secret room and walked outside. He cultivated in seclusion for 3 years. He broke through to the peak of the divine martial realm. The subsequent realms could no longer be solved by cultivation, so he could only go out to train. Or else, it was very difficult to break through to the heaven being realm, and with his current peak of the divine martial realm, Ningbo was confident that he would not be defeated by an ordinary heaven being. In that case, his chances of gaining experience were greater. In the heavenly court, the power of the stars was getting stronger day by day. The power of the 365 stars was almost without any interruption, constantly gathering from the void outside the realm towards the heavenly court. In the end, the gods of the heavenly court poured the power of the stars onto the great wide world. The power of the stars was rich. It made the gods of the heavenly court find an opportunity to break through. The emperors who were originally at the 10th level of the heaven being realm and the nirvana realm had all broken through to the true immortal realm in 3 years. In 3 years, all the powerhouses who left their names on the investiture of the gods had all entered the ranks of the true immortals. In the palace that belonged to the war god of the Western Pole, Xianxia's body trembled slightly. When he opened his eyes, the entire war god palace was shaking. There was a vast power of rules that erupted. But soon, this power quieted down. I'm at the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. Xiao Qingfeng took a deep breath, and there was a look of surprise on his face. Breaking through to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. It was several times faster than he had expected. Originally, Xiao Qingfeng thought it would take at least 10 years for him to break through to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. But now, in just 3 years, he had broken through from the 1st level of the true immortal realm to the 2nd level of the true immortal realm. The biggest reason was that it was because of the rich power of the stars in the heavenly court that Xiao Qingfeng was able to break through. The path of the physical sanctification. Among them, tempering the physical body was the main factor. For ordinary true immortals, after transforming into an immortal body, the physical body had almost reached its limit. Even if it could continue to improve in the future, the extent and effect of the improvement would not be too great. That was because the true immortals of the great wide world. The real way to fight the enemy was never the power of the physical body, but the power of the rules. But the physical sanctification was different. A physical sanctification cultivator walked the path of the rules, but also the path of the physical body. The two were a perfect combination. A powerhouse who cultivated with this as the goal was naturally much more powerful than a true immortal who walked the traditional path. But that was also the case. If a physical sanctification cultivator wanted to advance by a small realm, the time needed was several times more than a true immortal who walked the traditional path. Because they did not only need to comprehend the rules. Moreover, while comprehending the rules, they also needed to temper their physique to a suitable level. If it had been in the past, even if Xiao Qingfeng had the foundation of his previous life, it would definitely take a long time to break through to the 2nd level of immortal. Right now, in the end, it was because of the power of the stars that he broke through to the 2nd level of immortal in 3 years. In front of him, the skybreaking halberd and Nameless were both soaked in the power of the stars. Even though ancestral armaments were capable of increasing their strength by killing powerful cultivators, they were not capable of doing so. But at the same time, they could also absorb the power of heaven and earth and slowly improve their cultivation. But most of the time, Zhu Bing would not do that. Because to improve himself, it meant that he had to go through a tribulation. Tribulation. For Zhu Bing, it was the biggest tribulation. In addition, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was strong, it had little effect on Zhu Bing. Under various reasons, Zhu Bing almost did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. But it was different now. The power of the stars was of a higher level than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A great battle was imminent. If he did not increase his strength, even an ancestral armament might fall. After all, Zhu Bing was not really immortal. There were still powerful existences that could destroy Zhu Bing. The power of the stars is indeed terrifyingly strong. In the past, there were no powerful cultivators who could draw down the power of the stars for others to cultivate. Nameless sighed. Even with his vast knowledge and experience, he still admired the power of the stars. Because the power of the stars was really strong. In Zhu Bing's life, he had never seen anything more advanced than the power of the stars. Xiao Qingfeng said, I thought that it would take a long time for the heavenly court to produce true immortals comparable to the ancient times. But I didn't expect it to reach such a level in just 3 years. 374 true immortals, no, it should be 375 true immortals. At the end, Xiao Qingfeng's face was full of amazement. The number of true immortals in the heavenly court now had surpassed the number of true immortals in the ancient times. Of course, this was only in terms of numbers. If they wanted to surpass in terms of quality, the current heavenly court was still far behind. Because although there were many true immortals now, but their realms were all in the lower 3 grades. Even a true immortal in the middle 3 grades had not been born. But from Xiao Qingfeng's perspective, if the heavenly court continued to absorb the power of the stars, a true immortal in the middle 3 grades would be born in at most 10 years. After a serious calculation, he also took a deep breath. Compared to the ancient times, the possibility of surviving the great tribulation of the demon abyss in this era is very low. But now, it seems that the possibility of surviving the great tribulation of the demon abyss in the great thousand world is higher than in the ancient times. How many years would it take for the demon abyss to enter the great thousand world? Xiao Qingfeng calculated. Although there was not 50 years, there should be 30 to 40 years. With the current level of improvement of the heavenly court's strength, 30 to 40 years. It was enough to raise the power of the heavenly court to a terrifying level. Even, it was not impossible to surpass the ancient heavenly court. Not to mention other things. Xiao Qingfeng was confident that he could raise his strength to the peak of the ancient times in the next 30 to 40 years. As for whether his realm could keep up, that was another matter. But overall strength. He had such confidence. The skybreaking halberd stopped absorbing the power of the stars and said, I think that the Emperor of Heaven is not a passive person. He may not be willing to wait for the demon abyss to attack. Maybe, he wants to counterattack the demon abyss. It's not impossible. Xiao Qingfeng nodded slightly. Based on his understanding of Qin Shujian, it was very likely that he would launch a counterattack against the demonic abyss. However, Xiao Qingfeng also agreed with this. Because he was also a person who liked to fight. Or else, in his previous life, he would not directly attack the demon abyss. There was really a chance. Xiao Qingfeng also did not like to be passive. He preferred to take the initiative to attack. There is not much time left for us. How long will it take for you to pass the tribulation? He looked at the stone spear. In the 2 Zhu Bing. The skybreaking halberd was already a 5 tribulation Zhu Bing, but Wu Ming was still a 3 tribulation Zhu Bing. The 3 tribulation Zhu Bing was not weak, but it also depended on when. Compared to the present, the 3 tribulation Zhu Bing was really weak. Wu Ming said, if I can kill a few true immortals, I should be able to pass the tribulation directly. Otherwise, with the current speed of absorbing the power of the stars, it will take at least 2 years. 2 years. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. 2 years. It was not too long. If Wu Ming could break through to the 4 tribulation Zhu Bing, it would be very beneficial for him. For ordinary true immortals, being able to control 1 Zhu Bing was already the limit. But Xiao Qingfeng was different. The path of physical sanctification allowed him to have a deeper foundation than other true immortals. Even if he controlled 2 Zhu Bing at the same time, it would not be a big problem. Not long after, the noise in the palace had gradually subsided. Second level immortal. He was still too weak. Xiao Qingfeng did not want to waste too much time. He had already entered the state of cultivation again. At this time, in the palace of the Heavenly Palace. Basically, there were experts present. 5 emperors. 4 war gods. Now, they were all cultivating in the palace. Because the power of the stars in the heavenly court was abundant, it was many times better than when they were cultivating in the 4 great continents. In such a situation, naturally, the others would not stay in the 4 great continents. Rumble. The mother stream of laws shook, and another branch was opened up. At this time, the inner world. It had expanded to a terrifying extent. It was originally half the size of Bayun Mansion, but now it had expanded by more than 10 times. In other words, the inner world was now almost half the size of the eastern continent. The dragon vein was vast. From there, other spirit veins were born. In the sky, the mother stream of laws was still shaking, and many branches appeared in it. Some branches were hundreds of feet long. But most of the branches were just in a state of being born. 3 years. Qin Shujian had been in the vast thousand domains, comprehending the power of the laws. Correspondingly, the inner world was also constantly giving birth to new laws. Until now, there were already hundreds of branches of laws in the inner world. The inner world was approaching perfection. Qin Shujian's strength was also steadily increasing. If it had to be divided into realms, the current inner world was almost able to break through to the middle world. The 5 elements laws were perfect. As long as he reached the yin-yang law, he could directly enter the stage of evolving living beings. I'm still a little short of evolving living beings. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian's mind withdrew from the inner world. 3 years. His strength had also improved a lot. If he was only comparable to a 5th level true immortal before, then he was now comparable to a 6th level true immortal. But if he wanted to deal with a 7th level true immortal, he was still unable to do it. Just like the 6th level true immortal to the 7th level true immortal, there was still a powerful transformation from the 6th level true immortal to the 7th level true immortal. That was also why a 7th level true immortal could be considered an upper 3 levels true immortal. A 6th level true immortal could only be considered an upper 3 levels true immortal. In your perception, how long is it before the demonic abyss is in the vast thousand domains? Qin Shujian collected his thoughts and asked the person he was asking. Naturally, it was the Godslayer. In the sea of consciousness, the stone saber moved a little, and a voice came from inside. The aura of the demonic abyss is very close. I originally thought that it would take about 50 years, but now it will collide with the vast thousand domains in at most 30 to 40 years. 30 to 40 years. Qin Shujian nodded. This time was within the range that he could accept. In 30 to 40 years, the demonic abyss is the last problem. What we need to deal with now should be the void demon. Every void demon has energy crystals on them. If we can obtain a large number of energy crystals, we can also increase the strength of the vast thousand domains by a lot. It's just that the few demon emperors of the void demon are a big problem. Qin Shujian sat on the throne, the look in his eyes fluctuating. The current void demon was equivalent to a treasure trove of experience for the vast thousand domains. If they could conquer it, the strength of the vast thousand domains would increase greatly. But at the same time, there were also dangers in the treasure trove of experience. Those demon emperors were equivalent to the biggest bosses. The true immortals of the upper 3 grades could not be dealt with purely by numbers. Moreover, the demon emperors were not the only existences in the void demon clan. There were countless experts below the demon emperor level. If it was purely based on numbers, the heavenly court might not be able to compare to the void demon clan. If we want to counterattack the void demon clan, we have to at least break through to the middle thousand domains in our inner world. But it's not that easy to break through to the middle thousand domains. The biggest problem in the transformation from the small thousand domains to the middle thousand domains is the living beings. If there's no way to give birth to living beings, it's almost impossible to break through to the middle thousand domains. Qin Shujian's expression gradually became solemn. If he wanted to give birth to living beings, the basic rules of his inner world had to be perfected. The yin and yang rules. The 5 elements rules. They were all necessary conditions for the birth of living beings. In the past 3 years, he had comprehended the 5 elements rules in the mother stream of rules, but he still had no clue about the yin and yang rules. Now, he could comprehend the yin and yang rules. The only way. It was in the Dead Sea region and the 2 dangerous places in the heavenly abyss that he found traces of the rules. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian didn't want to easily set foot in those 2 places. The more he knew, the more fearful he was in his heart. But he couldn't do it now. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he might be stuck in this realm in the future. After making a decision, Qin Shujian stood up, took a step forward, and disappeared from the heavenly palace. In the sky above the heavenly court, a vermilion bird soared. Holy fire was now comprehending the true fire of the sun every day, and his strength was also breaking through very quickly. 3 years. He had already reached the 10th level of the celestial being realm. From the looks of it, even if the other party broke through to the true immortal realm, it wouldn't take too long. At this moment, holy fire was still swallowing the true fire of the sun. But he didn't notice that when he was cultivating, a person brushed past him. After Qin Shujian glanced at holy fire, he directly fled towards the heaven and earth. Astral wind layer. The place he was going. It was the Dead Sea region. In the two dangerous places, the thing in the depths of the heavenly abyss was obviously not to be trifled with. The tyrannical aura that had once erupted. One could almost tell what the character of that existence was like. In comparison, Qin Shujian was still willing to go to the Sea of Death to explore the bottom. And he also took this opportunity to kill a few true immortal level fierce beasts, so that the Godslayer could advance to the 5th tribulation Zubing. The Sea of Death. It existed in the eastern continent. If one wanted to enter the Sea of Death, they could go through the eastern continent or through the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Because the sun rose from the depths of the Sea of Death. Since the sun could appear in the heaven and earth astral wind layer, it proved that others could also enter the depths of the Sea of Death through the sun's trajectory. Walking in the heaven and earth astral wind layer. Qin Shujian walked as if he was walking on flat ground. The white astral wind raged, enough to tear any creature below the true immortal realm apart. Even if it was a true immortal expert. He had to be cautious. Qin Shujian took out the Emperor of Heaven fan and waved it casually. All the astral wind that swept over was blown away by the stronger astral wind, and there was no chance for it to get close. At this moment, the sun was also gradually falling towards the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian followed behind the sun and walked forward. This scene. It also made him think of some things. There seems to be a person who chased the sun to death in the first era. Speaking of which, what I'm doing now is similar to chasing the sun. Qin Shujian smiled slightly and waved the Emperor of Heaven fan gently. The terrifying power that could blow away the astral wind of heaven and earth became gentle when facing him. There was an expert who chased the sun in the first era. Qin Shujian had also heard of it. After all, he was born in the third era, but he had also been in contact with a few other eras. However, as the beginning of the universe, the world that was born in the first era was not comparable to the current Great Thousand World. Seriously speaking, although the current Great Thousand Realms was not a drop in the ocean compared to the first era, it was definitely not much stronger. Not to mention compared to the first era. Even if compared to the third era, it was still a lot weaker. The second era was weaker than the first era, the third era was weaker than the second era, and now the current era is weaker than the third era. From the end of each era to the beginning of the next era, the strength is constantly weakening. If I don't seize the opportunity in this era, it will be even more difficult in the next era. Qin Shujian's eyes were deep as he looked at the vast sun in front of him. The blazing light did not make him look away. Each era was weaker than the previous one. There were not many opportunities left for him. Immediately after, Qin Shujian shook his head and got rid of this thought from his mind. The matters of the eras. With his current strength of a true immortal at the 5th or 6th level, he was not qualified to think so much. Taking the first step in life. It was the beginning of breaking through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. At this moment, the sun had gradually retreated from the astral wind of heaven and earth and then fell down. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Qin Shujian suddenly had a great warning in his heart. He had not left the astral wind of heaven and earth, but it was as if there was a terrifying threat waiting for him below. That feeling. It made him shudder. After thinking for a moment, Qin Shujian decided to retreat a little before leaving the astral wind of heaven and earth and going down. P.S. Monthly votes. The Sea of Death. Since the last time he came out, Qin Shujian had never come in again. Several years had passed. He had also become the Emperor of Heaven Court from the original sect master of Yuan sect. As for his strength, he had also improved by leaps and bounds. The chaotic power of the rules and the existence of the Sea of Death are probably much older than I imagined. Qin Shujian looked at the chaotic rules around him and already had some thoughts in his mind. The rules were originally invisible and intangible. Under normal circumstances, they could not be seen with the naked eye. However, after opening up his inner world, Qin Shujian's life level had broken through to the same level as the Great Thousand World. Therefore, even with the naked eye, he could see the existence of the rules. He could see that the chaotic rules existed everywhere in the Sea of Death. If the rules of the Great Thousand World were compared to the existence of order and stability and balance, then the rules of the Sea of Death would be chaos. That's right, chaos. There were no complete rules. The entire sea area was filled with fragments of rules, just like a large garbage recycling station. It was also because of this. Therefore, the beasts born in the Sea of Death had low intelligence and were extremely chaotic. There were only deaths and injuries all day long. Besides that, there was nothing else. Qin Shujian stood in the air, and the sea was 30 feet below his feet. At this moment, he spread out his divine consciousness as if searching for something. Soon, when his divine consciousness was searching, he encountered many violent auras. Those auras were very strong. They were at least at the true immortal level. However, compared to a true immortal, those auras were only violent and violent. Other than that, there was nothing else. There are many true immortal level beasts in the Sea of Death. However, this is the depths of the sea area, and the Sea of Death has existed for countless years. It is reasonable for true immortal beasts to be born in the endless years. Qin Shujian was not too surprised. According to Xiao Feng and Godslayer, the Sea of Death had existed for as long as the Great Thousand World. In such a long time, it was not strange for a true immortal level beast to be born. However, Qin Shujian was curious whether the true immortal beasts in the sea area had the same lifespan as other cultivators in the Great Thousand World. He had some guesses, but he wasn't too sure. This was because even though the Sea of Death existed in the eastern continent, it would not be a problem to say that it was a world that was completely different from the Great Wide World. If the Great Thousand World is a whole, then the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss are more like small worlds attached to the Great Thousand World. This was because the chaotic rules of these two places were completely different from the rules of the four great continents. If the laws are different, then the world will naturally be different as well. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Although these words sounded a bit tongue-twisting, he could understand them. To put it bluntly, the main existence of heaven and earth was the rules. If the rules were different, even if they were under the same blue sky, they would be two completely different worlds. In this way, Qin Shujian became even more curious about the existence of the Sea of Death. At this moment, the ferocious beasts that had been triggered by the divine consciousness were now charging towards Qin Shujian. Huge waves surged up on the surface of the sea as if they were covering the sky and the sun. Huge ferocious beasts emerged from the huge waves and disappeared into the sea in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, another clue was revealed from the bottom of the sea. It was just a clue, but it was as huge as a mountain. Soon, a ferocious beast completely left the water surface, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Qin Shujian as if it was going to swallow the sky and the earth. In its eyes, although Qin Shujian was as small as an ant, the aura revealed by the other party was full of endless temptation. The ferocious beast's instinct was telling it. If it could swallow the creature in front of it, it would definitely become very terrifying. The ferocious beast pounced. Qin Shujian remained motionless in the air. It was only when the ferocious beast was about to approach that he took out the Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. The first one, Qin Shujian said softly. The next second, the stone saber slashed down. The stone saber, which was originally a few feet long, had a blade aura that was tens of thousands of feet long. It shattered the void and directly split the ferocious beast in half. Boom, the ferocious beast didn't even have time to scream before its corpse fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took out the investiture of the gods and instantly put away the ferocious beast's corpse. The heaven list melted into the investiture of the gods. But the original kinetic energy of collecting things was still there. After collecting the ferocious beast's corpse, soon, the second true immortal ferocious beast came. Xianxia took a step forward, suppressing the tens of thousands of feet long wave. Then, he slashed out with the saber again. The ferocious beast was instantly beheaded. All of it. It was all destroyed by the blade aura. The second one. Xianxia muttered in his heart. He didn't stop moving and slashed at the third ferocious beast. 3 years of cultivation. It made his strength comparable to a 6th-level true immortal. Coupled with the power of the Godslayer Zhu Bing, even if he wasn't a 7th-level true immortal, he was at least qualified to fight. In this way, ordinary true immortals had no chance of competing with Xianxia. The ferocious beasts that appeared now. In terms of strength, most of them were at the 1st-level true immortal. It was naturally easy for a 6th-level true immortal to kill a 1st-level true immortal ferocious beast. Not long after, the third ferocious beast had also fallen. However, the smell of blood in the surroundings didn't scare the ferocious beasts away. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature and they madly charged at Xianxia. How much more do you need to transcend the tribulation? Just kill 2 more and you'll be done. Godslayer's voice trembled a little as he spoke. It was excitement, it was also fear. Transcending the tribulation, Zhu Bing's greatest natural enemy was the thunder tribulation. No matter how powerful Zhu Bing was, there would be a day when he would fall under the thunder tribulation. Godslayer had never heard of any Zhu Bing who had really transcended all the thunder tribulations. And Zhu Bing's thunder tribulation seemed to have no end at all. Zhu Bing who could break through to the 4th tribulation. Godslayer had already transcended 4 thunder tribulations. But it had been millions of years since the last time he transcended the tribulation. However, even after so long, he still didn't forget the fear when he transcended the tribulation. Xianxia looked at the ferocious beasts that were constantly gathering around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. How can 2 be enough? Since I'm going to transcend the tribulation, I'll strengthen my foundation to the limit in one go. Suppress your strength with all your strength and don't attract the thunder tribulation. There are so many true immortal ferocious beasts in front of me. It'll be a waste if I don't kill them. Suppress? Godslayer was stunned. There was no such thing as suppressing an ancestral armament's tribulation. If he could really suppress it, there wouldn't be so many Zhu Bing who died under the thunder tribulation. If he could suppress it, Zhu Bing could completely accumulate energy to an absolute level before attracting the thunder tribulation. The success rate of transcending the tribulation would definitely increase a lot. But no. Zhu Bing didn't have the ability to suppress the thunder tribulation at all. Does the Emperor of Heaven have a way to suppress the thunder tribulation? Godslayer asked cautiously. For this, he also had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Indeed, as far as he knew, Zhu Bing had no possibility of suppressing the thunder tribulation. But, Xianxia was an expert of the Third Era. Maybe he had something that he didn't know. Hearing that, Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course there is." After that, he had already passed the method to Godslayer through his divine thoughts. This method is called the Deceiving Heaven technique. It can shield the mystery of heaven to a certain extent and prevent heaven and earth from detecting your existence. Although it can't shield the mystery of heaven and earth forever, it's enough for you to suppress it temporarily. Xianxia said quickly. After that, he didn't care whether Godslayer answered or not. He raised his saber again and charged forward. Deceiving Heaven technique, in fact, it was an extremely simple little trick. The method of shielding the mystery of heaven was mysterious and unpredictable, but there were also high and low levels. Among them, the Deceiving Heaven technique was a simplified method that Xianxia came up with himself in the Third Era. It wasn't difficult for anyone to learn it. What's more, it was Zhu Bing who had existed for countless years like Godslayer. As expected, when killing a genuine immortal beast, the aura on the stone saber fluctuated slightly and then quickly disappeared. Although the stone saber was in his hand. But in Xianxujian's perception, it no longer existed. Kill. Xianxujian's face was cold. Godslayer had already slashed out and killed another genuine immortal beast. They were both genuine immortals. Genuine immortal beasts were weaker than the genuine immortals of the 4 major continents. This was completely different from the celestial being realm. In the celestial being realm, the bodies of the beasts were extremely powerful. Although there was no way to borrow the strength of the rules, they were still more powerful than the celestial beings of the 4 major continents. At least in the same realm. It was not easy for the celestial beings of the 4 major continents to kill the celestial being beasts in the sea. But after breaking through to the genuine immortal realm, this situation was completely reversed. The bodies of the genuine immortal beasts were naturally more terrifying. But the genuine immortals who had transformed their immortal bodies were no weaker than the beasts. Innately, the two sides were already equal. In addition, the genuine immortals of the 4 major continents could use the power of the rules. In this way, the strength of the beasts in the Dead Sea domain was much weaker. Strictly speaking, the beasts in the Dead Sea domain could only be said to be fake genuine immortals. Because they couldn't control the power of the rules, they only had the advantage of the physical body. But once this advantage was equalized, there was no other advantage to speak of. So, Xianxia was basically killing a genuine immortal beast with one slash without stopping at all. In 3 years, he carefully comprehended the rules in the Heavenly Palace. During this period, he had also fought in the Long River of Rules, but it was also a competition with the power of rules. He had never really started a massacre like today. Therefore, now that he was killing the beasts, Xianxia's lonely heart gradually became lively. It was as if he was born like this. The battle continued. Or rather, the one-sided massacre continued. In the depths of the Dead Sea domain, there were countless genuine immortal beasts. But from the beginning until now, Xianxia himself couldn't remember how many genuine immortal beasts he had killed. All the flesh and blood were collected by the investiture of the gods. The rest of the blood, it also dyed the sea red. The rich smell of blood soared into the sky, causing the beasts that came later to go crazy. Boom, huge waves swept up like a tornado, and a huge beast that looked like a genuine dragon broke out from the tornado, soared into the sky, and then swooped down towards Xianxia. Roar. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A tyrannical aura spread out, causing the other beasts to instinctively feel fear and retreat. 4th level genuine immortal. And it's a 5th level genuine immortal. Xianxia looked at the genuine dragon beast that swooped down, and a cold light burst out in his eyes. That powerful aura oppressed him. Not only did it not make him feel fear, but it also made his already lively blood and chi boil completely. Kill. There was an angry roar. Xianxia slashed down with the Godslayer in his hand. The originally grayish-white stone blade was now completely dyed red with blood, and the murderous aura that had existed in the blade for countless years was also completely stimulated. The blade slashed down. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it split the sea into 2. The overflowing blade energy swept through the world, forcefully stirring all the affected space into powder. Boom. The genuine dragon beast spat out energy, colliding with the blade energy. Then, the energy burst. The genuine dragon beast let out a roar, and it was already knocked down by the stone blade. Then, the huge dragon tail shattered the void, sweeping towards Xianxia. That power. It was enough to blow up the earth. Seeing this, Xianxia didn't retreat at all. His left hand clenched into a fist and blasted out, instantly landing on the dragon tail. Berserk power erupted. His body stood still, but the scales on the dragon tail cracked and shattered, and blood spilled on the sea. After opening up his inner world, Xianxia's physical body had reached an extreme level. They were both genuine immortals. In terms of physical strength alone, he was not afraid of anyone. After blowing up the dragon tail with a punch, Xianxia took a step forward, holding the blade and breaking through the air. Boom, boom. A man and a dragon broke out in the air above the sea. Half an hour later, the genuine dragon beast let out a shrill scream, and its head was separated from its body. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky from the cut, and then its 100,000-foot-long body smashed into the sea with earth-shaking power. The investiture of the gods came out of nowhere. He forcibly took away the genuine dragon beast's body. On the other side, there were thunderbolts in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Emperor of Heaven, my thunder tribulation is coming. The Godslayer's voice finally rang out at this moment. But compared to his usual tone of fear when talking about the thunder tribulation, the current Godslayer, when he spoke, he was full of confidence. Hearing that, Qin Shujian loosened his grip on the hilt of the saber. No one could interfere with Zhu Bing's tribulation. Even if he was the Emperor of Heaven, it would be the same. In fact, it was not only Zhu Bing's tribulation. No one could interfere with anyone's tribulation. Unless the person who interfered had already gone beyond the rules. Or else, heaven and earth would definitely send down the rules of the thunder tribulation to destroy the person who interfered. Losing the restraint, the Godslayer broke through the air and flew directly toward the sky. At this moment, the thunder tribulation finished brewing and also struck down with a loud bang. The vast thunder tribulation. The surrounding void was obliterated, revealing the pitch-black color of the interior. The terrifying power was spilling out. It made the Godslayer's blade tremble slightly. Immediately, the stone blade counterattacked and slashed toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. Crack, there was a violent explosion between heaven and earth. The dark red lightning swooped down like a wild dragon and bombarded the stone blade. In the end, the dark red lightning collapsed. The blade directly slashed on the tribulation clouds. Boom, a terrifying power erupted in the tribulation clouds, directly causing them to tremble violently. When the thunder tribulation appeared, the other beasts had already retreated consciously. For the beasts, the thunder tribulation was still a powerful threat. Looking at Qin Shujian again, he had now also retreated from the range of the thunder tribulation. He stood in the air, silently watching the Godslayer's tribulation with his hands behind his back. He used the heaven-deceiving technique to shield the secrets of heaven and killed a lot of beasts. Although the Godslayer did not transform into a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing, the power contained in it has long surpassed the scope of a 4-tribulation Zhu Bing. From the current situation, the tribulation should not be a big problem. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Shujian's mind was at ease. If the Godslayer was compared to a cultivator, then the other party was also a powerhouse who could challenge those of a higher realm. To be honest, Qin Shujian still valued this Zhu Bing very much. After all, there were not many weapons that were strong enough and handy enough. The 1,000 blood that he was used to was not bad, but now its level was too low and could no longer be of much use. Only the Godslayer. It was worthy of his current identity. And once the other party succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it would be a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing. In terms of power, to a certain extent, a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing was comparable to a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers. Of course, to be comparable to a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers, it had to be controlled by the host. But even without the host's control, with the strength of a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing, it was enough to kill a true immortal in the lower 3 tiers. This was the strength of a Zhu Bing. Or rather, this was the strength of a 5-tribulation Zhu Bing. The thunder tribulation lasted for 2 days. During these 2 days, the Godslayer did not passively take a beating. Instead, it fought back and forth with the thunder tribulation. Until the end. The energy saber destroyed the tribulation clouds. It was considered a success in transcending the tribulation. The tribulation clouds dissipated. The dark sky suddenly brightened. The Godslayer tore through the air and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Emperor of Heaven, I've successfully transcended the tribulation. As he spoke, the God-slaying saber's tone was agitated. He had broken through, he had successfully transcended the tribulation, ever since he transcended the tribulation millions of years ago and became a 4-tribulation Zhu Bing, he had not dared to transcend the tribulation easily. In recent years, he had even reduced the amount of spirit chi he absorbed. There was only one reason for this. It was because of the tribulation millions of years ago that the Godslayer had almost died. Until now. They all had psychological shadows that could not be erased. Until now. The tribulation clouds dissipated. The Godslayer finally walked out of the haze. He had successfully transcended the 5 tribulations Zubing. He was even confident that he could transcend the 6th or even the 7th tribulation in the future. The heaven-deceiving technique taught by the Emperor of Heaven is really powerful. With this technique in hand, my chances of transcending the tribulation in the future will be greatly increased. The Godslayer transformed into a human and bowed to Xianxia. This was the favor of preaching. He had to thank him. With the heaven-deceiving technique, he could accumulate enough power on his original level. When he could no longer conceal it, he could summon the tribulation lightning in one fell swoop. It was just like this tribulation transcendence. Although it was not as simple as eating and drinking, it was not far from it. Qin Shujian said, "The stronger you become, the more effective the heaven-deceiving technique will be. If you manage to break through to become a 7th tribulation ancestral armament in the future, the heaven-deceiving technique will not be very effective. However, before you break through to the 7 tribulations Zubing, it should not be a problem. It's enough to be able to break through to the 7 tribulations Zubing. Even if I fall under the 8 tribulation lightning, it's fate. There's nothing to say." The Godslayer shook his head. He was not afraid of this. It was born from heaven and earth. Thus, there were many powerful ancestral armaments. However, there had never been a Zubing that could reach the level of the 7 tribulation. Even the most powerful Zubing was only destroyed when it transcended the 7 tribulation at the 6th tribulation. Therefore, there was no 7 tribulation Zubing in the boundless world. Now that he had the chance to become a 7 tribulation Zubing, it was enough for the Godslayer. As for higher levels, it was also not within the scope of his wishful thinking. To a certain extent, the power of a 5 tribulation Zubing was equivalent to that of an upper 3 true immortal. If he really reached the 7 tribulation Zubing, even if there was no host controlling him, he was equivalent to a top true immortal. To be able to grow to this level, the Godslayer felt that it was enough. In heaven and earth, there is no such thing as eternal immortality. It's easier said than done to be eternal. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also felt a little emotional. Eternal immortality, that was also the realm he was pursuing. As long as he reached that level, he would be truly immortal. However, even if he broke through to the Tao fruit level, he still could not escape death. Therefore, Qin Shujian also had a lot of thoughts about the Godslayer's words. "Let's go. Follow me to the deepest part of the Sea of Death to take a look." Qin Shujian looked at the sea that had calmed down in front of him. He was already stepping forward. Seeing this, the Godslayer also followed. Boom, the true immortal beast brazenly attacked. Qin Shujian blasted the true immortal beast's head with a simple punch. It directly sank to the bottom of the sea. Now he no longer used the Godslayer to kill the beasts. With a raise of his hand, any beast that blocked his way was killed on the spot. There were many true immortal beasts in the Sea of Death. But so far, the strongest beast that Qin Shujian had encountered was only in the range of the middle 3 true immortal. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had to wonder if the strongest beast in the Sea of Death only had the strength of the middle 3 true immortal. After completely entering the deepest part of the Sea of Death, all the beasts disappeared. The sea in front of him was red, as if there were endless flames burning in it. The sea was boiling, but it was not completely evaporated. At the same time, the surrounding chaotic rules had completely disappeared. Only the abyss-like pressure existed, causing the space to become condensed. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also had to release his aura to compete with the faintly discernible pressure in the space. As for the Godslayer's words, there was no way to maintain the human form now. Instead, he reappeared in the original form of the stone saber, quietly following behind him. "Qin Shujian of the human race is here to meet you," Qin Shujian said calmly. Suddenly, the boiling sea shook violently. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. It also seemed that some terrifying existence was awakening. The shaking heaven and earth collapsed, and all the void turned into powder. The depths of the sea of death were rioting. All the nearby beasts fled madly to the periphery. Qin Shujian's face was solemn. His palms were sweating as he looked at the shattered space around him. That's right. It was true that he had been a Dao fruit realm expert during the Third Era, but that was all in the past. Now, he was just a small middle 3 true immortal. Even in the face of an upper 3 true immortal, he could only turn around and run. As for the half-step Dao fruit, at this moment, Qin Shujian felt a little weak in his heart. He was not a person who lived in the glory of the past, because such a person would die very quickly. However, since he was already here, it was not Qin Shujian's character to retreat halfway. Besides, now that the existence below had awakened, it was too late to retreat. At this moment, the boiling sea suddenly separated, revealing the fiery red color below. Your Excellency, why don't you come down for a chat? A desolate and heavy voice came from the depths of the sea. Just by the voice alone, it gave people the illusion that the rules were collapsing. Qin Shujian looked at the separated sea under his feet and did not move at all. Why don't you come up for a chat? There was a problem on the sea. He was confident that he could escape. But if he went down, he might not have a chance to come up. After saying that, the voice was silent for a while. Then, a miniature sun rose from the bottom of the sea and appeared in front of Qin Shujian. It's inconvenient for me, so I can only appear in this form. While speaking, the sea shook again. Qin Shujian looked indifferent and said, "How should I address you, Your Excellency?" Yang. It was a simple word, but it made the Godslayer tremble violently, as if it had suffered a powerful impact at any time. Not only that, even the surrounding space was being destroyed inch by inch. All the beasts that did not escape in time exploded and died in an instant. A simple word. This led to devastating consequences. Even Qin Shujian was a little shocked at this moment. Yang, it was indeed the other party's name. However, what truly shocked him was the other consequences that followed after the other party spoke. The name of a Dao fruit expert. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to something indescribable. Unless it was an existence of the same level, there was absolutely no way to know the name of a Dao fruit existence. In the same way, ordinary true immortals would be affected to varying degrees after hearing the name of a Dao fruit existence. However, if the name of a Dao fruit existence was spoken by the original body, it would be enough to cause devastating damage. Unless it was an existence of the same level. Only then could they ignore such power. Or else, the upper 3 true immortals would be affected. As for all the creatures below, they would be destroyed. The current Yang. After speaking his name, it caused such a commotion. To a certain extent, it indicated that the other party's strength was only one step away from the real Dao fruit level. Such strength. It was definitely not comparable to a simple half-step Dao fruit. On the other side, Yang was not too surprised by Qin Shujian's indifference. Instead, he had a kind of affirmation and relief. A few years ago, I felt a mysterious aura fluctuation that woke me up for a moment from a deep sleep. If I'm not wrong, the source of that aura came from you, right? Yang's words were both a question and a certainty. Qin Shujian did not deny it and nodded slightly. If I'm not wrong, it is indeed as you said. It turns out that there really is an existence above the rules in heaven and earth. I always thought that if I broke through the rules, I would truly have eternity. Now it seems that is not the case. As he spoke, the sun distorted and suddenly turned into a middle-aged man in white with a dignified expression. Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian did not speak, but Godslayer was the first to lose his voice. The Emperor of Heaven he was talking about. Of course, it was not the current Emperor of Heaven, but the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Sung. Godslayer did not expect that the sun in front of him would transform into the figure of the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He could hear the shock in Godslayer's voice. Yang said calmly, all living things are different. I originally did not have a physical body. But more than 1,000,000 years ago, many people came here. Among them, there was a person named Qin Song who was extremely outstanding. If he had not fallen midway, he might have been able to walk ahead of me and break the shackles of heaven and earth first. After that, there was emotion and regret on his face. But all his emotions eventually returned to calmness. He had existed for countless years. For Yang, there were very few things that could affect him. Only Qin Song more than 1,000,000 years ago could cause some fluctuations in his heart. Because to a certain extent, Qin Song was in existence on the same level as him. Then, Yang looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Your Excellency, what is your purpose for coming here this time?" "I came here this time to ask for a wisp of sun rule from you." Qin Shujian went straight to the point. He had no intention of hiding his purpose for coming in front of such an existence. There was no need to beat around the bush. It was better to say it directly. Hearing that, Yang did not immediately reply, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "I can give you the sun rule, but you and I need to make a deal. The premise of the deal is that you have to answer a few questions of mine." "Say it." Qin Shujian frowned unconsciously. There was no problem with an equal deal, but before the deal, he had to answer questions for free. No matter how he looked at it, he was losing out. But now, he was under the eaves. This loss, he could only accept it. Yang did not care at all and asked indifferently, "I want to know what kind of realm is above the rule. Is there still a living existence above the rule in this world?" "Above the rule is called Dao fruit." Qin Shujian thought for a moment and replied, "There are no living Dao fruit powerhouses in this world." "Dao fruit, there are no living Dao fruit powerhouses in this world?" Yang murmured to himself. Then, the entire sea level seemed to be fluctuating violently. There seemed to be something terrifying in his originally calm eyes. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression did not change. "There are no living Dao fruits in this world, but there are still Dao fruit powerhouses in the universe. I have answered your question. What are the terms of the deal?" The sea level gradually calmed down. Yang took a deep look at him, then shook his head and said, "You still need to answer a question of mine." "Your Excellency, don't push your luck." Qin Shujian's voice gradually turned cold. Even in the face of a half-step Dao fruit powerhouse, he still looked very confident. Obviously, the other party's successive questions had already made Qin Shujian dissatisfied. Hearing this, Yang did not get angry and said calmly, "Your Excellency, don't worry. This is the last question. As long as you don't deceive me, I will naturally make a deal with you later. You only have one chance. Speak." Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back, his expression also becoming indifferent. Seeing this, Yang said, "What do I need to do to break through the current shackles and become a Dao fruit powerhouse?" "I don't know." Qin Shujian shook his head and said slowly, "There are only two ways to break through the Dao fruit realm. I think you also know that, but how to successfully break through varies from person to person. As the saying goes, the Dao cannot be spoken. If you can really explain the path to the Dao fruit realm, then everyone can break through this realm. But in my opinion, you are already very close to that realm. A breakthrough in the future can be expected. It just takes some time." Yang's expression changed a little. He seemed to be pondering whether Qin Shujian's words were true or false. However, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. There was no change in his expression at all. After waiting for a moment, Yang said, "I can give you the sun law, but as a condition of the deal, you have to break the seal on my body." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea shook. Countless universal heavenly locks rose from the sea surface. Then, some of the seawater receded, revealing the huge stone statue that was as large as a continent. Such a change. It made Godslayer feel frightened, but Qin Shujian's expression was still as calm as an old dog. "If you want to break the universal heavenly locks, you have to at least surpass the upper three true immortals. Give me the sun law. When I have enough strength, I will naturally release you. Give me a deadline." "There is no deadline." Qin Shujian shook his head and said indifferently, "You should know how difficult it is to reach that realm. Even I was once a Dao fruit realm, but I am not confident that I can break through within the specified time. No, if there is no deadline, the deal will end here. Yang's attitude was very firm. It seemed that if he did not get the answer he wanted, he would definitely not make the deal. Qin Shujian frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, I will release you in 100 years or 1,000 years. After saying that, the scene was a little silent. Yang nodded and said, I hope you will keep your promise. He did not say anything and made a rule oath. Because there was no need for that. For an existence at his level, oaths of laws were a complete joke. The stone statue shook. A crystal that emitted a bright light fell from the other party's body. Yang stretched out his hand. The crystal flew toward Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian immediately reached out and grabbed the crystal. When he touched it, he felt an indescribable heat. Thank you for your gift. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely come again. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shujian directly left with Godslayer. From the beginning to the end, Yang did not speak. He just quietly looked at the departing figure. His eyes were terrifyingly deep. P.S. Those who have free monthly tickets and literary tyrant talismans can vote. As for the money, there is no need. The important thing is to participate. Above the rules, Dao Fruit, Yang stood there at this moment, silently digesting what Qin Shujian had just said. Although they didn't talk much. However, the few questions he asked were all related to the Dao Fruit. He had existed for too long. It was so long that he couldn't remember how many years had passed. Perhaps it was tens of millions of years. Or it could be billions of years. Because of the seal, he had always stayed in the Sea of Death and had never gone out at all. Even though his strength was tyrannical. He could be said to be one of the strongest in the world. But even so, there was also endless loneliness. If I can devour him, will I be able to break through the current shackles and truly become a supreme existence of the Dao Fruit realm? A fierce light suddenly appeared in Yang's deep eyes. For a moment, he wanted to devour Qin Shujian. But the other party's words caused Yang to feel a great deal of fear. Because he couldn't determine whether what Qin Shujian said was true or false. If there really was a Dao Fruit in the universe, then if he attacked the Emperor of Heaven, the other party might not sit back and do nothing. After all, at that level, even if he had existed for countless years, he still couldn't figure it out. If you need the sun rule, then you must also need the moon rule. I also want to know if you have any way to get his rule power from the moon. A meaningful smile appeared on Yang's face. Giving up a trace of the sun rule was no loss to him. Because with Yang's current strength, a loss of the sun could be easily made up for. Using a small loss in exchange for a hope of escaping in the future was also a good idea. But in Yang's opinion, Qin Shujian needed the sun rule, so he definitely needed the moon rule. If the other party went to Heavenly Abyss, he might really die there. If that was the case, this deal could be considered a loss. For this, Yang also shook his head. I hope you can come back alive. At least until I escape, you have to stay alive. More than 1,000,000 years ago, he had already lost once. Now that he had to wait for more than 1,000,000 years, Yang didn't want to continue suffering. If it was in the past, it would be fine. Being in a deep sleep, time would pass. Now, he was waking up frequently. It was no longer an easy task for him to sleep for countless years like he did in the past. He left the depths of the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian did not return to the heavenly court. Instead, he headed out of the sea region. Since they were already in the Sea of Death, let's be straightforward then. He also wanted to go to Heavenly Rune Island to take a look. Although the current Heavenly Rune Island was nothing much, aside from Xianxia and a few other old antiques, there was no one who could stand out. But you have to know. The talents of Heavenly Rune Island's cultivators were indeed powerful. Because of the same origin, the bloodlines of Heavenly Pattern Island were also the purest. People as strong as Xianxia were the direct descendants of the ancient human emperor. Or other humans. Most of them also had the bloodline of ancient experts. Speaking of bloodline, It had never been an ethereal existence. The more powerful the expert, the more powerful the talent of the latter would be. To put it in simpler terms, even a direct descendant of a true immortal would at least become a seventh-tier celestial being in the future. As for this true immortal, it was just a simple first-tier immortal. If it was a more powerful true immortal, then the direct descendants would also have a high chance of breaking through to the true immortal realm. However, the further down the line, the thinner the bloodline power would be. To a large extent, it was because the bloodlines of the descendants were mixed, and it was very difficult for a pure bloodline to be born. Therefore, the effect became smaller and smaller. Until the end, the bloodline was no different from an ordinary person's. However, nothing was absolute. There was also a way to let the bloodline power continue to be passed down. It was to let the bloodline of the descendants remain pure and resolutely not marry those with weak bloodlines. In this way, the bloodline power could be passed down for many generations. Moreover, among these descendants, if there was a bloodline awakening or another expert was born, the bloodline power would increase again. In short, although the cultivators of Heavenly Rune Island were not very strong due to the existence of the Emperor restriction, their talent was really strong. If he could take some of the cultivators away, it was also a good thing for the great wide world. In the void, a man and a saber flew through the air. Godslayer followed beside Xianxia. At this moment, he could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, what you said just now, is it true? What words? Is that existence in the Sea of Death really about to break through to become a Dao fruit expert? The god-slaying saber also had some doubts about this. He instinctively felt it. Qin Shujian's words seemed to have some problems. However, there was no reason for this feeling, so Godslayer could not help but ask. It's fake. Qin Shujian replied casually. It was as if what he said was not important. Hearing this, Godslayer's face immediately stiffened. It was really fake. He thought that he had sensed wrongly, but now it seemed that the Emperor of Heaven in front of him was fooling him. There was no reason for it. Godslayer felt a trace of sadness. Qin Shujian said, he has no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm unless he can give up everything he has now. At first, I didn't know where he came from, but now I know. He was born from the spiritual wisdom of the Sun Law, and the sun that illuminated the great wide world was actually a manifestation of his power. He was born in heaven and earth and also existed in heaven and earth. From the moment he was born with spiritual wisdom, he was already a supreme expert of the great wide world, but in the future, he could only stay in this position and could not make any more breakthroughs. If he wanted to break through, he had to give up what was given to him by heaven and earth. However, it was extremely difficult to give it up. Moreover, after giving it up, he might not be able to break through the shackles of the past or even reach his original peak. If he did not give up what was given to him by heaven and earth, although he had no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, he could enjoy an almost infinite lifespan. Unless heaven and earth were destroyed. Otherwise, he would be able to exist forever. After that, Qin Shujian had a mocking smile on his face. The power given by heaven and earth was both a great benefit and an extremely powerful cage. In his opinion, Yang was destined to have no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm. Moreover, the other party was destined to not be able to walk out of the Sea of Death. Unless, he could give up everything he had. To this, Qin Shujian, however, was non-committal. Therefore, Yang was destined to have no hope of breaking through to the Dao fruit realm, and no hope of escaping from the Sea of Death. Because the other party was one of the laws of heaven and earth. And the meaning of its existence, it was also to maintain the order of heaven and earth. If the sun law was missing, the great wide world might collapse. However, Qin Shujian did not tell the other party these words. Sometimes, it was always good to keep a glimmer of hope. Moreover, if he told the other party might fly into a rage on the spot and directly swallow him and the Godslayer. The name above the laws. It could be used to scare people. However, it would be a joke to use it to deal with an expert who was extremely close to the Dao fruit realm. The Godslayer had a strange expression. In that case, he is destined to have no way of leaving the Sea of Death. If he doesn't leave, he can benefit all living beings in heaven and earth. This is a good thing. Qin Shujian glanced at him and said indifferently. As for whether this was a lie, he thought about it. It shouldn't be. After all, everyone was just casually chatting. They could say whatever they were happy about. Moreover, giving Yang a little hope was better than letting him despair. Even if he could only be happy for 1,000 years, that was not bad. To this, the Godslayer remained silent. No matter how he said this, it was not appropriate. Since that was the case, it was better to pretend that he did not hear it. However, as he followed Qin Shujian, he learned a lot more secrets. You came from Heavenly Pattern Island, so you should have some sense of it, right? After circling around the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian could not find where Heavenly Pattern Island was. He could only look at the Godslayer. In the sea, the laws were chaotic. Even if his spiritual will spread out, it would be affected to a certain extent. When he became the Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of heaven and earth and looked at the entire great wide world. But that state, only when he established the heavenly court did he have such a moment. Until now, it had already disappeared. Or else, Qin Shujian did not have to go through so much trouble to go around in the Sea of Death. Hearing this, the Godslayer sensed for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Emperor of Heaven, go that way. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded. The speed of flying increased by a bit. In less than half a day, he saw many fierce beasts appear in his perception. Although there were many ferocious beasts in the Sea of Death, it was rare to see so many true immortal realm ferocious beasts after leaving the depths of the sea. We've arrived at Heavenly Pattern Island. Even if he did not sense the existence of the island, Qin Shujian had a certain answer in his heart. After all, he could not think of any other reason why so many true immortal fierce beasts would be attracted to a place that was not considered too deep. As expected, when he got closer, in Qin Shujian's perception, the existence of the Heavenly Pattern Island had already appeared. Qin Shujian's face revealed a look of bewilderment. When he sensed the Heavenly Pattern Island, at the same time, he also saw the scene in the Heavenly Pattern Island. He saw that the power imprint of an expert had been triggered and was slaughtering the fierce beasts attacking the island. Powerful force, even true immortal fierce beasts would easily fall in front of it. The power imprint left behind by the ancient emperors. Qin Shujian only needed an instant to figure out the crux of the matter. The biggest trump card of the Heavenly Pattern Island. It was the restriction left behind by the ancient emperors. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Pattern Island could exist in the Sea of Death for millions of years. However, Qin Shujian had never seen the power imprint left behind by the ancient emperors being triggered. He had never seen with his own eyes how powerful the power left behind by the ancient emperors was. But now, he had seen it. Even if the ancient emperors had fallen, the power left behind was still powerful to a terrifying extent. That power, slaughtering true immortals like it was nothing. According to Qin Shujian's estimate, it was at least at the peak of the middle 3 levels. Of course, these power imprints, the more they were triggered, the weaker they would be. At least in Qin Shujian's current perception, the power exerted by the illusory figures of the ancient emperors in the battle was gradually weakening. Godslayer didn't have as strong a perception as Qin Shujian. Naturally, he couldn't see the scene in the Heavenly Pattern Island. But as he got closer, what he could see gradually became clear. That's the Summer Emperor. Godslayer saw the powerful phantoms killing many true immortal fierce beasts in the sky. His face revealed a look of reminiscence. The ancient Summer Emperor, one of the top experts of the ancient era. Qin Shujian said, "How strong is the Summer Emperor? He should be at the peak of the 8th level immortal, but he hasn't broken through to the 9th level immortal." The god-slaying saber answered and then added, "In the ancient heavenly court, there weren't many level 9 immortals. According to what I know, only the Celestial Large and Haotsong were level 9 immortals. As for the rest, I'm not sure." Haotsong said that the Moon Emperor was also a 9th level immortal, so it should be true. But what is certain is that the number of 9th level immortals in the heavenly court is definitely not more than 5. The heavenly court didn't have many 9th level immortals. As a peak 8th level immortal expert, the Summer Emperor was already extremely powerful. Qin Shujian nodded. He also had a certain understanding of the ancient Summer Emperor's strength. A peak 8th level immortal. The power imprint left behind by the other party had the strength of a 6th-level immortal, so it was natural. Among the upper 3 levels of true immortals, the gap between each level was huge. A 7th-level true immortal could easily suppress a 6th-level true immortal. As for an 8th-level true immortal, he could even see the middle 3 true immortals as strong ants. At this moment, in Heavenly Pattern Island, the battle was still ongoing. The power left behind by the emperors was activated, turning into phantoms to kill all the fierce beasts that tried to approach Heavenly Pattern Island. In the Fantasy Sea sect, the Fantasy God King, who had already come out of seclusion, had a gloomy expression. What happened in the depths of the Sea of Death? Why did so many tremors happen in such a short period of time, causing a beast tide? Including this time, it was already the 3rd time. In a few years, there were 3 beast tides, and each was stronger than the last. The 2nd time was still fine. According to Xianxia, it was because the new Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court that it attracted the attention of that existence. But, there was no reason for the 1st and 3rd beast tides. In a few years, 3 beast tides. Heavenly Pattern Island had already suffered a great loss. After all, the power left behind by the emperors wasn't endless. When it really reached the moment when it was exhausted, Heavenly Pattern Island, it had officially lost its protection. At that time, it probably wouldn't be able to survive in the Sea of Death anymore. In the main hall, an old man slowly walked in. His stooped body trembled, like a candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. Fantasy Sea King saw this and hurriedly got up to support the old man. "Old ancestor, why did you suddenly come? The fierce beasts are attacking Heavenly Pattern Island, how can I sit back and do nothing?" Xiaoqiao shook his head. Hearing this, Fantasy God King's face was heavy. The power left behind by the emperors is almost exhausted. If this continues, our Heavenly Pattern Island will not be able to escape the calamity. In a few years, the power of the emperors has been activated many times, it is normal for it to be exhausted. Right now, we can only take one step at a time. Xiaoqiao's old face also had a heavy expression. The method left behind by the emperors was naturally not a one-time consumable. As long as there was enough time, it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and replenish the consumption. But the problem was, a few years was simply impossible to replenish the consumption. So it was activated one after another. The power left behind by the emperors had almost reached the point where it was like a lamp without oil. To this, Xiaoqiao had no choice. The 3 sects had already taken out everything that could be replenished. It was impossible to continue replenishing the consumption. So, at this point, they could only resign themselves to fate. Thinking of this, Xiaoqiao said, "If things really can't be done, you all should leave Heavenly Pattern Island. The heavenly court outside has already been established, our human race will definitely prosper. It is also a good thing to return to the human race. Although crossing the Sea of Death is very dangerous. But no matter what, there is still a chance of survival. In comparison, there is no need to wait for death in Heavenly Pattern Island." A million years, Xiaoqiao had already seen through many things. If Heavenly Pattern Island could not be defended, then they could only leave and fight for the chance to go to the mainland. Even if there would be a lot of sacrifices in the process, there was no other way. Leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Fantasy God King's face kept changing. He had also thought about this matter before. When Xiao Kun and the others left the island, he was in secluded cultivation, wanting to break through to the 4th layer of the sky-human realm. In the end, he missed the opportunity. When he came out of seclusion, Xiao Kun and the others had already left. And according to the strand of divine, since they left behind, Xiao Kun and the others did not die. So much time had passed, if they did not die, then there was only one possibility, which was that the other party had successfully entered the mainland. Regarding this, Fantasy God King's heart was filled with regret. In seclusion, not only did he not break through to the 4th layer of the sky-human realm, he also missed the chance to leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Now, there was no Eldar spirit ship. If he wanted to leave the island safely, the difficulty had increased by a lot. All of a sudden, there was a terrifying saber chi that shook heaven and earth. In that instant, Fantasy God King and Xiaoqiao both felt their bodies involuntarily tremble. Then, they looked at the scene outside Heavenly Pattern Island. Outside Heavenly Pattern Island, those fierce beasts besieging the island suddenly burst apart without any warning. Flesh and blood scattered. Just as they were about to fall into the sea, a list appeared out of nowhere. In that instant, it engulfed all the flesh and blood. The void collapsed. Qin Shujian stepped on the air, holding the Godslayer, killing all the fierce beasts along the way. After breaking through to the fifth tribulation, Zhu Bing, the power unleashed by the God-slaying saber had become even stronger. All the fierce beasts at the true immortal level, with their powerful bodies, had no chance of resisting him. However, the amount of energy needed to break through from the fifth tribulation to the sixth tribulation, Zhu Bing, was a small amount. Just by killing a few true immortal fierce beasts, it was almost impossible to gather enough energy to pass the tribulation. Qin Shujian. The moment Xiaoqiao saw that person, his face immediately became excited. For Qin Shujian, he could not forget. After all, as the first outsider to enter Heavenly Pattern Island, Xiaoqiao had a deep impression of him. Not to mention, when the Heavenly Court was established a few years ago, this name had been deeply engraved in his mind. The current Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian, if Xiaoqiao still had some doubts before, worried that this Qin Shujian was the one he knew, then now, he no longer had any doubts. If it wasn't the Emperor of Heaven, how could he have such powerful strength? In front of him, the true immortal fierce beasts were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. They were easily slaughtered. This kind of strength, it was as if it reminded Xiaoqiao of the ancient emperors. Xiaoqiao recognized Qin Shujian. Many people in Heavenly Pattern Island also recognized Qin Shujian. There was no other way. A few years ago, when the other party left Heavenly Pattern Island, he also left a deep impression on others. An expert. It had always been an unforgettable existence. Not to mention, the other party was now the Emperor of Heaven. The fierce beasts besieging Heavenly Pattern Island had already suffered heavy casualties under Qin Shujian's butcher's knife. At this moment, the strength of the emperors had almost reached a limit. Later, when the fierce beasts retreated, Qin Shujian stood in the air, looking at the ancient emperors. All of a sudden, Ancient Emperor Xia bowed to Qin Shujian and solemnly bowed. Human Xia greets the Emperor of Heaven. Eldar Qin greets the Emperor of Heaven. Monster Xian greets the Emperor of Heaven. Ancient Ling Huang and Ancient Demon Emperor also bowed at this moment. They were the ancient emperors. However, Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven. His position was above the emperors. Therefore, even if they were more powerful at their peak, they still had to bow before Qin Shujian at this moment. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "It is my fortune to meet the ancient emperors." Hearing this, the three emperors revealed smiles on their faces. Then, they cupped their hands and the phantoms slowly dissipated. Strictly speaking, they were only the power imprints left behind by the ancient emperors. It wasn't easy to have a normal conversation with Qin Shujian. Moreover, the previous battle had consumed them. Now, they could only dissipate and enter a state of recuperation. When Qin Shujian entered Heavenly Rune Island, the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." The voices converged. Straight into the clouds. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." At this point, the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island straightened up. Then, their gazes fell on Qin Shujian's body. There was an additional look of reverence. Emperor of Heaven, for them, it was only an honorific title that existed in legends. Although the creatures on Heavenly Rune Island had always been clear about the glory of the ancient Heavenly Court. However, they had never truly seen how powerful the Heavenly Court was or how powerful the Emperor of Heaven was. Until now, Qin Shujian easily killed all the terrifying vicious beasts that could easily destroy Heavenly Rune Island. Only then did they understand how powerful the Emperor of Heaven was. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian had already disappeared from where he stood. Illusion Sect. Qin Shujian quietly appeared there. In front of him were Xiaoqiao and Illusion God King. The two of them were stunned for a moment before they bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. The two of you need not be so polite." Qin Shujian faintly smiled and then looked at Xiaoqiao. "Senior, long time no see." You still have the same elegant demeanor. Emperor of Heaven is too serious. Xiaoqiao was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, he had an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. It was hard for him to imagine. A few years, how did a heaven man cultivator become the current emperor of heaven of the heavenly court? Even in ancient times, the most talented experts could not grow so quickly in such a short period of time. He barely restrained his thoughts. Xiaoqiao asked, Emperor of Heaven, what instructions do you have for coming to Heavenly Rune Island? He went straight to the point. Qin Shujian suddenly came to Heavenly Rune Island. It was definitely not as simple as just catching up. Moreover, there was a riot in the depths of the Death Sea region and the other party had coincidentally appeared. Xiaoqiao could not help but guess. Was the matter in the depths of the Death Sea region related to the Emperor of Heaven in front of him? After all, everything was too much of a coincidence. Qin Shujian said, the heavenly court has been established and now all races have submitted. However, compared to the ancient heavenly court, the current heavenly court is still lacking. Therefore, I came this time hoping to bring a portion of the clansmen of Heavenly Rune Island out and strengthen the foundation of my heavenly court. Bring a portion of the clansmen out of Heavenly Rune Island. Illusion God King's eyes flickered and there was a faint expression of excitement on her face. If she left Heavenly Rune Island, there would definitely be great danger and she might even die in the Death Sea region. However, if she left with the Emperor of Heaven, there was no need to worry about this hidden danger. After all, there was almost nothing in the Death Sea region that could stop an existence of this level. Qin Shujian said, the great calamity of the demonic abyss that destroyed the ancient era will descend upon the great thousand realms in a few decades. Heavenly Rune Island exists because the three races could not bear to sever their foundation and bloodline during the great calamity of the ancient demonic abyss. Now that the great calamity of the demonic abyss is descending, Heavenly Rune Island, as a life form of the great thousand realms, should naturally contribute. However, due to the special meaning of Heavenly Rune Island's existence, I do not need all the clansmen of Heavenly Rune Island to leave. I can still leave a portion here to continue the foundation and inheritance. If we survive the great calamity in the future, I will not force the living beings of Heavenly Rune Island to stay or leave. Looking at Xiaoqiao and Illusion God King, Qin Shujian had no intention of hiding anything. These things, he could be completely open. He did not force Heavenly Rune Island to participate in the war, but he did state the pros and cons. If Heavenly Rune Island was not willing to participate, Qin Shujian had nothing to say. However, some of these feelings might not be able to compare to what they had now. As for the specifics, it would depend on what Xiaoqiao and Illusion God King thought about it. Hearing this, Xiaoqiao did not hesitate. He nodded and said, the Illusion Sea sect is a part of the human race. Since the Emperor of Heaven has already spoken, we have no reason to refuse. I wonder how many people the Emperor of Heaven needs and what are the requirements for cultivation realms. If you say it all, this old man will be able to choose. Contributing to the human race, this was something that should be done. The inheritance of the human race in Heavenly Rune Island was also for the continuation of the human race's foundation. To put it bluntly, it was also a way of working for the human race. Since that was the case, Xiaoqiao could not refuse to send his clansmen out of Heavenly Rune Island. As for his straightforward agreement, Qin Shujian also had a smile on his face. Senior is considerate. This time, I need the human race not because of their strength, but because of their talent. As long as they have outstanding talent, they can leave the island. In addition, the humans at the Sky Realm, if they are willing, they can also leave together. As long as their talent was strong enough, in a short period of time, Qin Shujian was confident that he could nurture them. So, whether it was the true martial or the divine martial, there was no difference. As for the Sky Realm, to be able to reach this step, to be honest, their talent would not be bad. Hearing this, Xiaoqiao nodded his head. This old man already understands the Emperor of Heaven's meaning. Give me a day's time, and I can gather the suitable candidates to leave the island. However, this old man has no way to control the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect. He was the ancestor of the human race. He had the qualifications to decide everything in the Illusion Sea sect. However, the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect were the territories of the demon race and the Eldar. Regarding this, Xiaoqiao also did not have the qualifications to interfere. Qin Shujian said, "Don't worry, I will personally make a trip to the two sections." Finished speaking, he had already disappeared from where he stood. After Qin Shujian left, the illusion god king suddenly bowed to Xiaoqiao. "Ancestor, I want to leave the island with the Emperor of Heaven. Have you thought it through? In the Heavenly Pattern Island, the third level of the Sky Realm is the limit. I am not willing to stay at the third level of the Sky Realm for the rest of my life." The illusion god king lowered his head and replied. He was a true genius. In just a short 200 years, he was already an expert at the third level of the Sky Realm. However, because of the existence of the Emperor restriction, in the next few thousand years, the illusion god king's realm did not advance at all, as if he was stuck at the third level of the Sky Realm for the rest of his life. If it was in the outside world, a few thousand years, the illusion god king had the confidence to directly become a true immortal. But in the Heavenly Pattern Island, he could not see any hope. In the past, there was no possibility of leaving the Heavenly Pattern Island, so it was fine. Now that he saw hope, the illusion god king did not want to give up so easily. However, as the only expert at the third level of the Sky Realm in the Heavenly Pattern Island, if he left the Heavenly Pattern Island, it would not be easy to defend against the attacks of the fierce beasts in the future. After all, the Emperor restriction. It could not be activated every time. Xiaoqiao was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Your talent is indeed very strong. If you stay in the Heavenly Pattern Island for the rest of your life, it would be a complete waste. Since that is the case, you should leave with the Emperor of Heaven." The matter of the Heavenly Pattern Island, the illusion god king raised his head to look at his old ancestor, suddenly unable to make up his mind. Hearing that, Xiaoqiao said, "The emperors have killed many true immortal fierce beasts. Although the majority of their strength is used to replenish the restriction, the remaining portion is enough to nurture a group of experts. If you leave, you don't have to worry about the lack of Sky Realm people on the island." Hearing that, the illusion god king felt relieved in his heart. It was fine as long as there was no problem. He was born in the Heavenly Pattern Island, so he did not want to see this pure land destroyed like this. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already appeared in a galaxy. This was the small world of the Holy God sect. Without the permission of the Holy God sect's experts, it was very difficult for others to directly enter. But for the current Qin Shujian, the small world of the Holy God sect, there was no possibility of stopping him. "Star Sage, long time no see." Qin Shujian stood in the galaxy with his hands behind his back. The faintly discernible aura on his body suppressed the surging galaxy around him. In front of him, a true dragon was crawling, its body coiling in the galaxy. Its huge dragon head opened its eyes, and its gaze fell on Qin Shujian. "The Emperor of Heaven has arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." The Star Sage's words were neither fast nor slow, and echoed in the galaxy. The matter of Qin Shujian appearing in the Heavenly Pattern Island, he had already known about it. And with the other party's strength as the Emperor of Heaven, silently entering the small world of the Holy God sect did not shock him too much. "There's no need to welcome me from afar." Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he calmly said, "This time, I came here for only one thing, and that is to ask the demon race of the Holy God sect to send some talented and strong ones to follow me out of the Heavenly Pattern Island. Now that the Heavenly Court has just been established, we need to strengthen our foundation." These words, it was similar to what Xiaoqiao had said. But the difference was, Qin Shujian's current attitude was a little more unyielding, and basically did not give the Star Sage any chance to refuse. It was not that he had any ill feelings towards the demon race of the Heavenly Pattern Island. In fact, the demon race of the Heavenly Pattern Island was completely different from the demon race of the four major continents. But, although his identity was the Emperor of Heaven, he was also born of the human race. No matter what, there were some differences between them and the demon race. Xiaoqiao would support him, but the Star Sage might not. If he really let the other party choose, it might not be the answer he wanted. Therefore, Qin Shujian's words blocked the Star Sage's path of retreat, letting the other party understand that this was not a discussion with him, but an order given as the Emperor of Heaven. In the galaxy, the Star Sage's expression kept changing, as if he was thinking about Qin Shujian's words. A moment later, he slowly said, "Yes, but I wonder when the Emperor of Heaven needs it." tomorrow, I want to see the demon race leaving the island. Good. The support of the Holy God sect, I am deeply gratified, and I also hope that you will not disappoint me. Qin Shujian glanced at the true dragon in front of him, and then left the galaxy. After he left, the originally stagnant galaxy had already begun to slowly flow. In the silent galaxy, the star sage suddenly sighed, the human race has another emperor of heaven, when can our demon race truly rise? He understood. With the existence of this emperor of heaven, the demon race basically had no chance of making a comeback in the next 100,000 years. In front of the other party, the star sage was also under a great deal of pressure. Because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, if he really refused, the entire Holy God sect would be reduced to ashes. There was no reason for this feeling. But the star sage still had a lingering fear. Immediately, the galaxy also completely calmed down. From the beginning to the end, the other demon races of the Holy God sect did not find any experts who had appeared in their own small world. After leaving the Holy God sect, Qin Shujian's next stop was the Jade Wave sect. Different from the demon race, Eldar had always been neutral, and his attitude towards the human race was also good. More importantly, Eldar did not have any intention of conquering the world, which could be seen from the inheritance that he had originally given. So, when Qin Shujian faced the ancestor Tom Tian, his attitude was not too tough. After a simple negotiation, he had achieved his goal. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Half a day later. The news that Qin Shujian had come to Heavenly Pattern Island to bring some people out had already spread out. Regarding this, most of the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island were scrambling like ducks. After all, being able to leave the island with the Emperor of Heaven was a supreme honor. More importantly, in the eyes of many cultivators, Heavenly Pattern Island was also a disguised cage. Here, the third level of the Heaven Realm was the limit. There was no possibility of breaking through to a higher level. In other words, a cultivator at the third level of the Heaven Realm had a lifespan of a few thousand years. After a few thousand years, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, they would still turn into dust without any lucky escape. Therefore, only by leaving Heavenly Pattern Island would they have a chance to break out of the cage. However, leaving Heavenly Pattern Island was not an easy task. There were many fierce beasts outside the island. Any cultivator who walked out of Heavenly Pattern Island would be attacked by fierce beasts. Even if it was a Heaven Realm expert. In front of a powerful fierce beast, there was no chance of survival. There had always been cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island who left the island without permission, but they all died in the sea. After all, the Sea of Death. It wasn't just a casual remark. Now that they had the chance to leave the Heavenly Pattern Island with Qin Shujian, it was a rare opportunity for them. It was true that the Sea of Death was dangerous. But it also depended on who it was. With the Emperor of Heaven's methods, there was no way the Sea of Death could stop him. Don't you see? Even a true immortal level fierce beast was easily crushed to death in front of the other party. This kind of strength. It wouldn't be a problem to cross the Sea of Death. Fantasy Sea Sect. After Qin Shujian left the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect, he temporarily stayed here. In the three sections, only the Fantasy Sea Sect was a human sect. In addition, he was quite familiar with Xiaoqiao, so Qin Shujian naturally chose the Fantasy Sea Sect. The next day, in the plaza of the Fantasy Sea Sect's main hall, many humans were waiting there. Among them were Heaven Realm experts, God Martial Realm and Spirit Martial Realm cultivators. Even a teenager of the true Martial Realm was among the crowd. When Qin Shujian showed up, those people all bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. Yes. Qin Shujian nodded, then looked in another direction. Fantasy God King was currently supporting Xiaoqiao as they walked over. Emperor of Heaven. Xiaoqiao bowed slightly. Qin Shujian said, "Are these the people who left Heavenly Rune Island with me?" Not bad. Xiaoqiao nodded and then turned to look at the others. They are all the most outstanding talents of our human race. I believe that after leaving Heavenly Rune Island, they will have some accomplishments. I don't expect them to go far. As long as they can contribute to the heavenly courts and the human race, it will be enough. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also looked at those people and nodded inwardly. In his perception, these humans did possess some bloodline power, more or less. But millions of years. Furthermore, there was the restriction of the heavenly rune island. It was normal for the bloodline power to weaken. If Heavenly Rune Island did not produce any experts, perhaps in another million years, the bloodline of Heavenly Rune Island would be no different from the bloodline of ordinary humans. But now, the group of people in front of him walked out of Heavenly Rune Island. As long as a true immortal was born, then the weakened bloodline would be able to continue and gradually recover to its former peak. But no matter what, the cultivators of Heavenly Rune Island were talented. That was an indisputable fact. At least in Qin Shujian's perception. Those few Sky Realm people were either young or had extremely solid foundations. These people. They were all talents that could be nurtured. Soon, the people of Saint God sect and Jade Wave sect also arrived together. The three sects combined. The number of people had already exceeded 1,000. For this, it was also within Qin Shujian's expectations. After all, there were only 8 to 10 million living beings on Heavenly Rune Island. Among such a large number of living beings, more than 1,000 talented seedlings were already a very high ratio. The people in front of him. In the future, they all had hope of breaking through to Sky Realm. If it was the outside world, with the help of the current star power, they would almost be able to break through to Sky Realm. Qin Shujian looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Those who have come can go back and rest for a day. At this time tomorrow, everyone will follow me and leave Heavenly Rune Island." We obey. Seeing this, the others did not say anything. After coming to familiarize themselves, they all retreated. Not long after. In the square, only Xiaoqiao, Illusion God King, and Qin Shujian were left. If I'm not wrong, the Emperor's restriction on Heavenly Rune Island has already consumed a lot of power. Qin Shujian looked at the Emperor's restriction that existed all the time. Finally, he turned his head to look at Xiaoqiao and said calmly. Xiaoqiao nodded, "The Emperor's restriction's power has been severely depleted. If there is another beast tide, I'm afraid it won't be able to resist. Unless there is enough time for the Emperor's restriction to recover." Finished. Xiaoqiao looked at Qin Shujian with a burning gaze. Emperor's restriction, that was something left behind by the ancient emperors. He did not know how strong Qin Shujian was now, but to be able to kill true immortal beasts like ants, even if his strength was not as strong as the ancient emperors, it would not be much weaker. After all, no matter what. The other party was the current Emperor of Heaven. If Qin Shujian could leave behind some methods on Heavenly Rune Island, it would undoubtedly be able to allow Heavenly Rune Island to continue to exist. Feeling Xiaoqiao's gaze, Qin Shujian also understood the other party's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "No matter what, Heavenly Rune Island is one of the foundations of our human race. If it was destroyed by the beasts, I would feel apologetic. How about this, I will leave a formation on Heavenly Rune Island. With the methods of the ancient emperors, as long as the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death does not come out, Heavenly Rune Island will be safe." This old man represents the people of Heavenly Rune Island to thank the Emperor of Heaven. Xiaoqiao trembled as he cupped his hands. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and did not say anything else. He took a step into the air and appeared above Heavenly Rune Island. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out some materials from his storage ring. Then, he controlled the Imperial Fire Art and directly began to forge a divine weapon in the air. Half a day later, the lightning tribulation descended. However, the lightning tribulation came quickly and left quickly. In just one day, 9 stone steels appeared out of nowhere. Then, Qin Shujian used his hand as a pen and inscribed the universe Tao-seeking scripture and the human emperor's immortal slaying technique on the stone tablets. But the difference was, he optimized the two cultivation methods a little so that non-human cultivators could also cultivate them. In order to distinguish them, Qin Shujian also changed the name for this reason. The first was the Emperor of Heaven Tao-seeking scripture. The second was the Emperor of Heaven immortal slaying technique. When the last stone tablet was completed, Xianxia simply waved his hand and the 9 stone tablets disappeared in all directions like flowing light. Finally, they landed at the border of Heavenly Rune Island. Rise! Xianxia struck out a seal and the 9 stone tablets trembled slightly. The power was linked together and a large array that covered the entire Heavenly Rune Island was suddenly formed. After everything was done, only then did Xianxia descend from the void. Xiao and the Illusion God King stood in place and waited. Emperor of Heaven! I have already set up a formation on Heavenly Rune Island. As the eye of the formation, the 9 stone tablets have already been placed in 9 different directions on the border of Heavenly Rune Island. The stone tablets themselves also have some power and are not something that ordinary people can destroy. As for the words on the stone tablets, there are also 2 cultivation methods and martial arts that I have left behind, which can be considered as the foundation of Heavenly Rune Island. After this formation is set up, as long as one is not a true immortal of the middle 3 levels, there is no possibility of breaking it. As for a true immortal of the middle 3 levels, the formation combined with the Emperor's restriction should be enough to deal with them. Xianxia explained. With his current strength, setting up such a formation was already the limit. After all, he was only comparable to a 6th level true immortal. It was simply impossible to rely on a stone tablet and then add a formation to intercept an expert of the same level. However, when he was deep in the Dead Sea region, Xianxia had a general understanding of the strength of the fierce beasts in the sea. Although there were many true immortal fierce beasts, but most of them were of the lower 3 levels of true immortal strength. The number of middle 3 levels of true immortal fierce beasts could be counted on one hand. As a result, the problem of Heavenly Rune Island was not big. The real world. It had been several years since the game appeared. Everyone had already set foot on cultivation and many experts had been born. But there were also experts born. Naturally, there were sections. Among them, there were also many ancient forces that were reborn because of the recovery of spirit chi. But among all the forces, the Heavenly Alliance was the most powerful. No one was clear about the origin of the Heavenly Alliance. No one knew how many experts it had. Everyone only knew that the Heavenly Alliance was an ancient force and there were many ancient experts. Besides that, there was no extra information. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Alliance had already traveled the world as soon as the spirit chi recovered and pulled all those with aptitude and talent into the Heavenly Alliance. As a result, in the real world, more than half of the famous experts were from the Heavenly Alliance. It should be about time. The Swordmaster grabbed the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and glanced at it casually. His original alternate accounts were no longer used. Other than showing up occasionally to make his presence known, there was no other use for them. Other than abandoning the alternate accounts, the number of people in the Heavenly Alliance had reached tens of millions. It could be said that the people of the Heavenly Alliance had spread all over the world. As long as he slapped them, out of 1,000 people, there would be a few from the Heavenly Alliance. The Swordmaster put down the Heavenly Alliance Jade token and suddenly sighed. There are more fools in this world. If it were my world, the expansion of the Heavenly Alliance would not be so easy. I did not expect it to develop to such a scale in just a few years. But now it's the end. If it continues to develop, I'm afraid even the deceiving token can't protect me. He took out the deceiving token. Looking at the token that was full of cracks, the Swordmaster knew that he did not have much time left. The deceiving token, its main function was to deceive the Heavenly Tao, but the greater the influence, the less effective the deceiving token was. Now that the Heavenly Alliance had developed to such a scale in just a few years, as the initiator of the Heavenly Alliance, it was almost time for him to enter the Heavenly Tao's vision. Even if he had the deceiving token, it was the same. If the Heavenly Tao found out, the Swordmaster was not sure that he could survive. After all, the Heavenly Tao was very powerful. Not to mention that he had just recovered the strength of the God martial arts realm. Even in his heyday, he was no match for the Heavenly Tao in this world. At this moment, there was one more crack on the deceiving token. Seeing this, the Swordmaster's face changed slightly. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Now that the Heavenly Alliance has developed, I believe that there will be no problem even without me secretly maintaining order. But it doesn't matter even if there is a problem. Anyway, it's enough. He thought of something. A cold smile appeared on the swordmaster's face. After making up his mind, he immediately left the place and walked to the nearest city. He had been in the real world for a few years. In addition to the memory of the original possession, the swordmaster was very familiar with everything in this world. He walked into a shop. The swordmaster showed his identity information and then said, "Give me a game capsule." "Okay, which one do you want?" "That one." The swordmaster pointed to the one at the bottom. There was no other reason. Because it was cheap enough. In the real world, he had not earned a penny by himself for a few years. All the money he spent was left by the original Peng Qing. Until now, there was not much left. So, being able to buy the cheapest gaming capsule was already a difficult task. He paid the money. It was done in one go. The swordmaster carried the game capsule and left directly. To this, the others were not surprised. After all, it was the age of cultivation now. Many people had a strong cultivation. Carrying a game capsule on their shoulders was a very common thing. Carrying the game capsule, the swordmaster found a hotel. After paying half a month's rent with the remaining money, he directly moved in. The room was not big, but it was not difficult to put a game capsule in it. The swordmaster put down the game capsule and then successfully turned it on. When he lay in it, he showed a faint smile on his face. I believe that in 10 days, when the shop owner comes to collect the money, he will collect his body on the way. Thinking of this, he directly turned on the game capsule. The body that was lying in the game capsule lost all signs of life in an instant. At the same time, the heaven-deceiving token in his bosom quietly shattered at this moment, turning into gray powder. Just when the deceiving token broke, in the sky, there were terrifying thunderbolts flashing like silver snakes, covering the entire city. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads and looked at the thunderbolts above the city. They could not help but show a panicked expression. Damn it. Why did it suddenly become like this? Could it be that someone is preparing to go through a tribulation? Not necessarily. Maybe some treasure is born. After all, there was spiritual energy thousands of years ago. Everyone was talking about it. Any living creature would instinctively feel fear when encountering thunderbolts. However, after the initial panic, they gradually calmed down. Thunder in broad daylight. This kind of thing was somewhat unbelievable. But to a certain extent, it was not completely incomprehensible. Besides, people now more or less had a certain level of cultivation. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. So they also had a certain level of confidence in the face of natural phenomena. In a place where no one could see, there were countless rules intertwined there. And at the end of all the rules intertwined, there was a chaotic ball. All of a sudden, the ball vibrated slightly. The chaotic sphere turned into a clear black and white color, as if it was an open vertical eye. But the difference was, the eye was indifferent, without any trace of emotion. At this moment, in front of the eye, there were countless images flashing. If someone was here, they would find that those images were actually all the things that had happened in the real world. The game appeared. The spiritual energy recovered. The birth of the first cultivator. The eye looked at the image in front of it indifferently, without any fluctuation at all. It was unknown how much time had passed. Suddenly, something different appeared in the image. In the end, the image froze in a hotel. Immediately after, the image went deeper and turned into a room. In the room, there was a game cabin. Inside the game cabin, there was an ordinary-looking young man. His hands were placed in front of his chest, lying there quietly, without any movement. Seeing this, the eye flickered slightly. Then, Peng Qing's body in the game cabin suddenly turned into powder. Not only that, even the game cabin disintegrated bit by bit. In the end, The game cabin and Ping Qing completely disappeared from the room, as if they had never appeared. After doing all these things, the eye disappeared and then turned into a chaotic ball again, staying there quietly. The chaotic ball breathed like a living creature. It absorbed the power of all the rules. Every breath. It was slowly growing. The vast thousand world. It was still the familiar mountain peak. The swordmaster had already appeared there. But the difference was, his appearance was no longer the same as Ping Qing's, but completely changed. Arrogant, perverse, even cold, all kinds of different temperaments were mixed on the same face, but there was nothing abrupt. Instead, it made people involuntarily focus their eyes on him. "I'm back again." The swordmaster smiled. Different from the real world, after returning to the vast thousand world, he felt that the burden he had been carrying had disappeared. Subsequently, the swordmaster also noticed the difference in the surroundings. What a rich star power. I remember that when I left, there was no star power descending. Now there is a rich star power between heaven and earth. It seems that a strong person has drawn the star power down. Well, the star power comes from the sky. This method is a bit familiar. The swordmaster looked at the sky, his expression changing. Drawing the star power, the sky, illuminating the vast thousand world. Damn it. The swordmaster suddenly cursed, isn't this the heavenly quartz method? To be able to draw the star power down, only the heavenly court could do it. Because this was the heavenly court's privilege. Conferring the gods of the constellation. Then, the gods communicated with the stars in the sky and drew the star power down. This method. The swordmaster was very familiar with it. But what he didn't expect was that when he took over the body and left, the heavenly court didn't exist in the world. From when he left to when he came back. How many years did it take? The swordmaster pinched his fingers and calculated. 3 years in the real world, and then using the time ratio of 1 to 3, it was a mere 9 years. 9 years. The vast thousand world had an additional heavenly court. Such a change. He couldn't help but be shocked. To be able to draw the star power, it should be the reincarnation of an old antique of a certain era. Is it the first era, the second era, or the third era? It's a bit troublesome. The swordmaster thought of something, and his expression became ugly. He realized. It didn't seem appropriate for him to come back at this time. The heavenly court has been established. Then, my appearance shouldn't be hidden from him, right? Since I can't hide it, then I might as well not hide it. The swordmaster's expression was cold. Then, as if some kind of dormant power was awakening in his body, the wandering spirit energy and star power in the world surged toward him crazily. A vast amount of energy gathered. It caused the surrounding space to become condensed. The swordmaster was like a person in the desert who had been thirsty for a long time and finally found a water source, swallowing the surging energy in big mouthfuls. Whether it was the spirit energy of heaven and earth, or the star power. At this moment, the swordmaster didn't reject it. He swallowed all the energy in the way of a whale. And his cultivation. It was also rising steadily. The second level of the divine martial realm, the third level of the divine martial realm. The 10th level of the divine martial realm. After reaching the 10th level of the divine martial realm, there was no pause. He directly broke the original shackles. Boom, the first level of the celestial being realm. After reaching the celestial being realm, the swordmaster's strength didn't stop increasing. He was moving toward a higher realm. Such a commotion. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many cultivators. It was just that when the energy reached a certain level, it was equivalent to a deadly poison. The other cultivators. At this moment, they didn't dare to get close. A natural phenomenon. A supreme treasure must be born. Who said it must be a supreme treasure? Maybe there's an expert cultivating? A powerhouse cultivating? Have you ever seen a powerhouse cultivating? What kind of powerhouse would cause such a huge commotion? Even a saint would explode and die if they were to enter such a place. The cultivators who came after hearing the news all had different reactions after seeing the commotion ahead. Some thought it was the birth of a supreme treasure. Some thought it was caused by an expert cultivating. But for the latter, even more people snorted in contempt. Because in their opinion, such a huge commotion couldn't be caused by an expert cultivating dense and surging energy. Even a saint expert would explode and die if he entered such a place. As for almighty experts, they didn't dare to casually step in. In this way, if it was caused by an expert cultivating, then it had to be at least a true immortal. But the problem was, 90% of the true immortal experts in the 4 continents had a deity position and were all cultivating in the heavenly court. The remaining true immortals, they were all in their own clans. For example, the mountain peak in front of them was just an ordinary place. It was impossible for a true immortal to exist. Moreover, this was the Eastern continent. There were only 4 true immortals in the human clan. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other 3 had already become gods. They were all in the heavenly court. Without the permission of the human clan, the true immortals of the other clans couldn't enter the Eastern continent. So, there was only one explanation for the current commotion. A supreme treasure was born. With that thought in mind, everyone's face was filled with excitement. A supreme treasure, for anyone, it was an irresistible temptation. Not to mention, the birth of the supreme treasure in front of them had caused such a huge commotion. There was no need to guess too much. Basically, they were certain that the supreme treasure that was born was definitely earth-shattering. More and more experts were attracted by the energy, and the surrounding area was almost impenetrable. However, although everyone was surrounding it, no one dared to approach it easily. Because the energy was really too powerful. It was so powerful that even a heavenly being would die if they went in. So, they were waiting for the energy to fade, only then would the others be qualified to compete for the supreme treasure. Inside the mountain peak, the Blade Master ignored everything and wantonly plundered the energy between heaven and earth. His own realm, he also made a breakthrough every once in a while. In a short period of time, he had broken through to the 9th level of the heavenly being realm and was about to reach the limit of the heavenly being realm. The next moment, the Blade Master's aura became even stronger. He had broken through to the 10th level of the heavenly being realm. Eastern Pattern Mansion. In the Dead Sea domain, a large ship drifted across the ocean, slowly and peacefully sailing towards the shore. On the ship, there were many cultivators. Some were strong and some were weak. The strong ones were heavenly beings, and the weak ones were true martial artists. At the bow of the ship, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. He had already seen everything on the shore clearly. Because of the appearance of fierce beasts in the nearby sea area, this place was now heavily guarded. A large number of sky patrol guards were stationed here. At this moment, the large ship appeared. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the sky patrol guards. Everyone, be alert. Xianxia, who had become the sky patrol commander, had already flown into the air and ordered all the sky patrol guards to be on alert. The Death Sea area was extremely dangerous. Whenever a cultivator entered the sea, there would rarely be a large number of people dispatched. Because the more people there were, the more obvious the chi and blood were. Similarly, the probability of attracting fierce beasts was also higher. Therefore, the cultivators who entered the sea area would basically control the number of people. Not too many, but not too few either. But on the large ship in front, Xianxia noticed a lot of surging chi and blood. It could be seen that, how many people were on the ship, this kind of thing was extremely unusual. To be safe, it was natural to be vigilant. Although Xianxia didn't think that anyone would dare to cause trouble in the human race now. Suddenly, all the sky patrol guards were on alert. They each took out their weapons and stared coldly at the slowly approaching ship. Because it was too far away, in addition, there was a faint mist rising in the Death Sea area. Coupled with the chaotic rule power, it greatly affected the vision of ordinary people at this time. Therefore, they couldn't see the specific scene on the ship. In the ship, Illusion God King stood behind Xianxia and looked at the outline of the land in front of him. His face was filled with emotions. Is that land? Land, to him, it was a name that only existed in legends. For thousands of years. The Illusion God King had never personally seen what the land looked like. Now that he was close, his mood became complicated. And the closer he got to land, the more Illusion God King felt his heart throbbing. The original bottleneck of the third level of heaven-human realm had quietly loosened. Without any signs. Illusion God King's aura fluctuated. His realm had already broken through from the third level of heaven-human realm to the fourth level of heaven-human realm. Breakthrough. When he regained his senses, his face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Breakthrough, he broke through just like that, the bottleneck that he couldn't break through after thousands of years of bitter cultivation, he broke through without any twists and turns. Sudden joy. Illusion God King's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. His breakthrough. Xianxia also saw it. In his opinion, Illusion God King's foundation had already been strengthened to a strong point. It was only because of the restrictions of Heavenly Rune Island that he couldn't break through to the fourth level of heaven-human realm. Now that he had left Heavenly Rune Island and sailed in the sea for a period of time, he had already touched upon the power of laws. It was just that he hadn't come into contact with the power of laws and didn't know much about it. Now that he had broken through. Rather than saying it was sudden, it was more like a logical thing to do. Xianxia said, the fourth level of heaven-human realm is just the beginning. There are still the seventh level of heaven-human realm and the true immortal realm. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm can you truly unleash your power. I understand. Illusion God King collected his thoughts and lowered his head as he replied. He knew the meaning behind Xianxia's words. The joy of breaking through to the fourth level of heaven-human realm disappeared. Indeed. The fourth level of heaven-human realm was nothing to be happy about. In the great wide world, the fourth level of heaven-human realm was at most slightly stronger. But in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, they were no different from ants. Only true immortals. Only then did they have the qualifications to enter the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. However, although Illusion God King wasn't arrogant and complacent, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. To be able to break through to the fourth level of heaven-human realm. It meant that he had a chance to advance further. Although it was difficult to reach the true immortal realm. But in Illusion God King's eyes, he still had a great chance. At this moment, the others on the ship also discovered the existence of land. Everyone's expression was different. There was a surprise, there was curiosity, there was also fear. Is that land? I heard that the Emperor of Heaven said that there are 4 continents in the great wide world. We should be close to the eastern continent now. I really want to see the difference between land and our heavenly Rune Island. Everyone was discussing. The closer they got to land, the more nervous they felt. For the people of heavenly Rune Island. Land. It was a mysterious existence that was both familiar and unfamiliar. When the ship got closer, Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and said loudly, "May I ask if the Emperor of Heaven has come personally?" His voice was very loud. It directly passed through the fog and transmitted to the ship. Although he had already seen Xianxia, Xianxia still didn't let the Sky Patrol guards relax their vigilance. Everyone knew. The Emperor of Heaven existed in the heavenly court. How could he suddenly appear in the Dead Sea region? Moreover, it was one thing for the Emperor of Heaven to appear, but he came on a ship. All kinds of strange situations. This already made Xianxia secretly vigilant. In his view, the Emperor of Heaven on the ship was most likely someone else impersonating him. Although normally speaking, no one would dare to impersonate the Emperor of Heaven. But it was better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Xianxia. He could only think of a way to confirm the other party's identity. Xianxia flipped his hand and saw an imperial seal appear in his palm. Then, the imperial seal soared into the sky, and an endless pressure spread out. Everyone who saw the imperial seal couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it. Xianxia's originally nervous heart was completely relieved. Xianxia, the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards, greets the Emperor of Heaven. He descended from the void and bowed to Xianxia from afar. The other Sky Patrol Guards did the same thing. Casually putting away the imperial seal, Xianxia said in a clear voice, "You don't have to be so polite. You can all disperse." Yes. Xianxia received the order and immediately let the Sky Patrol Guards on guard disperse. But he didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the shore and waited. Not long after, the ship docked. Xianxia floated away from the bow of the ship and appeared in front of Xianxia. Emperor of Heaven. Xianxia bowed his head and saluted. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Escort all the people on the ship to the Qianyuan realm. Also, inform Xia Kun, Golden Rock King, and King of Blue Waves." "Yes, Emperor of Heaven." Xianxia bowed and accepted the order. He didn't ask for any reason. Since the Emperor of Heaven had spoken, he would do as he was told. And to be able to work for the Emperor of Heaven, in Xianxia's opinion, it was already a great honor. After a brief instruction, Qin Shujian suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. His face was slightly startled, and then he revealed a meaningful expression. "I want to see who exactly is coming." Finished. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, the people on the ship had already disembarked one after another. When Xianxia saw this, he took a few steps forward and said in a deep voice, "I am the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards, Xianxia. Under the orders of the Emperor of Heaven, I am here to escort everyone to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain's Qianyuan realm." Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, Qianyuan realm, these two names were extremely unfamiliar to the people of Heavenly Rune Island. Fantasy God King cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your trouble." He was the strongest cultivator among all the cultivators of Heavenly Rune Island this time and was also equivalent to a leader in disguise. Therefore, when there were some matters that required someone to appear, Fantasy God King was also unwilling to pass on his responsibility. Boom, the sky shook. A mother stream of laws appeared, spanning across the sky. It was a powerful aura. It also appeared out of nowhere. What happened? Fantasy God King looked at the mother stream of laws that appeared in the sky, his eyes revealing shock. A sudden change. It made him somewhat at a loss. Not only him, but the other people of Heavenly Rune Island also had a panicked expression on their faces. Only Xianxia raised his head. When he looked at the mother stream of laws, his face revealed a sigh. Another expert has confirmed his Tao and become an immortal. It's a pity that I don't know if I have the chance to reach this step. Confirming his Tao and becoming an immortal, hearing this, the shock in Fantasy God King's eyes did not dissipate much. He did not expect. He had just left the Death Sea region and encountered an expert confirming his Tao. There was shock in his heart. There was also curiosity. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. In the mother stream, a powerhouse stepped out of the void. Qin Shujian looked at the person in the sky and calmed down. The mother stream was opened. It quickly merged into the mother stream. Then, the battlefield of laws was officially opened. From beginning to end, no powerhouse stopped the Swordmaster from achieving the Tao. Because of the establishment of the Heavenly Court, the hatred of the races in the 4 major continents was buffered to a certain extent. More importantly, the Heavenly Court would intervene if anyone tried to stop others from achieving the Tao. The purpose was simple. Now that the Great Tribulation was coming, every true immortal born in the 4 major continents was a rare combat force for the vast 1,000 worlds. Therefore, no one was allowed to stop other powerhouses from achieving the Tao. Or else, the Heavenly Court would kill anyone who tried to stop them. Because of this, many races also acknowledged the Heavenly Court a little more. The biggest problem of the small races: they did not have a strong enough foundation. Without a strong foundation, there was a great risk in achieving the Tao. Once a powerhouse tried to stop them, the success rate of achieving the Tao would be greatly reduced. Now, the Heavenly Court intervened. The success rate of the small race's Tao was also greatly increased. The battlefield of laws was opened. The Swordmaster walked to the rule steel as if he was walking on flat ground. Then, he waved his hand and broke the rule steel. He cut off a portion of the rule force and stored it in his body. Rumble, the thunder tribulation descended and struck the Swordmaster like a silver snake dancing wildly. Tribulation transcendence. Another person has embarked on the path of physical sanctification. In the Eastern God of War Palace, Xiao Qingfeng temporarily retreated from his cultivation. He looked towards the Eastern continent as if he had some thoughts. The immortal ascension tribulation, he was familiar with it. However, Xiaoqingfeng did not expect that other than him, there were others who had embarked on the path of physical sanctification. Moreover, they had already reached the stage of immortal ascension tribulation. The Emperor of Heaven knows about the path of physical sanctification, and he should have the physical sanctification technique in his hands. If others also know about the physical sanctification technique, it most likely came from the Emperor of Heaven. However, they should not be able to pass the immortal ascension tribulation so quickly. Xiaoqingfeng was puzzled. He did not find it strange that there were others who walked the path of sanctification through their physical bodies. After all, even though he was walking on a new system, there were still others who knew about it. As long as there were people who knew, that meant that he wasn't the only one walking the same path. What really puzzled Xiaoqingfeng was, who exactly was this person? How could he walk so fast? He actually reached the point of transcending the tribulation. After a long time, Xiaoqingfeng retracted his gaze from the East continent. There's going to be another top-notch powerhouse in the world. It was fine if he didn't pass the immortal ascension tribulation. If he could pass the immortal ascension tribulation, his strength would definitely be very strong. But to what extent, he would only know if he had the chance to fight in the future. The thunder tribulation descended. All the cultivators who had approached without permission had already retreated. What supreme treasure, it was all a lie. There was clearly an expert cultivating there, and it was the kind that could prove the Tao and become an immortal. The thunder was as mighty as a prison. Now that the thunder calamity had descended, the entire area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into a forbidden zone. It was impossible for anyone else to get close. In the thunder tribulation, the Blade Master stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the thunder calamity descending from the sky. He didn't take it seriously at all. The thunder calamity descended with a loud boom. Endless saber chi emanated from his body, colliding with the thunder calamity. The thunder calamity was torn apart. Both the saber chi and the saber chi were destroyed. No matter how mighty the thunder calamity was, it didn't affect him at all. The Blade Master walked among the thunder calamity as if he was taking a stroll in the park. All of a sudden, his footsteps paused. The long saber on his back was suddenly unsheathed. Whoosh, saber light surged out like autumn water. Endless killing intent filled the air as the long saber was unsheathed. That saber, it shattered all the thunder calamity that struck down. Not only that, it even entered the tribulation clouds and split the clouds in the sky into two. Boom, heaven and earth shook. The void suddenly cracked and shattered. The thunder calamity clouds were torn apart by a long saber like cotton cloth. Even the sky fell into an instant of darkness. After the darkness dissipated, between heaven and earth, strange phenomena had already been born. Heavenly golden flowers, golden lotuses sprouting from the ground. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, the Blade Master didn't look happy at all. He didn't even sheath his long saber. He stood with his saber in hand. Then, he looked to the side in a certain direction. There was nothing there. All of a sudden, the long saber suddenly slashed out. A terrifying energy saber tore the sky and earth apart, devouring the space in front of him. Boom, he slashed out with his saber as well. The energy sabers collided fiercely. A terrifying force erupted. The Blade Master's body shook, and he retreated. It was a simple exchange of blows. He was already at a disadvantage. In this regard, the Blade Master's expression didn't change, but his heart grew heavier. The newcomer's strength. He was much stronger than he had imagined. However, the saber earlier gave the Blade Master a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, Qin Shujian walked out of the shattered void. He looked at the Blade Master in front of him and said with a faint smile, "Is this how you welcome me, Blade Master?" Emperor Qin. The Blade Master's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he quickly recovered. He sheathed his long saber. The murderous aura had completely disappeared. This isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go somewhere else? Emperor Qin, please lead the way. Please. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he disappeared from where he was. When the Blade Master saw this, he followed behind him and left. After the two of them left, the cultivators who were waiting in the distance finally dared to move. The one who just came was the Emperor of Heaven, right? Hiss, if that's the case, the Immortal Realm expert is friends with the Emperor of Heaven. I've never seen that expert before. Could he be a reclusive expert who has been in seclusion all this time? Many people discussed this with their divine wills. In the end, some people's gazes fell on the original mountain peak. If he was really a reclusive expert, then the mountain peak in front of them should be where that expert was in seclusion. As the residence of a reclusive expert, perhaps there was some rare treasure there. However, although they knew that there was a treasure in the mountain, no one dared to go near it. Because that reclusive expert didn't die. Instead, he broke through to become a true immortal and was acquainted with the Emperor of Heaven. If they entered his cave residence without permission to look for some benefits, then they turned around. If the other party blamed them, they would die. Therefore, they could only look at it enviously. They didn't really dare to enter it. On the other side, in the heavenly court, Xianxia and the Blade Master walked into the heavenly palace almost at the same time. In the outer hall of the heavenly palace, Niodali was still sleeping on the ground. The Blade Master just glanced at him and then looked away. In his eyes, a 10th level celestial being bull demon was nothing to look at. Is this the Emperor Qin's current mount? The Blade Master smiled casually. Yes. Xianxia also smiled. The Blade Master shook his head. Back then, the Emperor Qin had 9 dragons pulling his carriage. They were all true immortals. Now, he can only use a 10th level celestial being bull demon. Times have changed. You'll get used to it. Xianxia replied casually. He didn't say anything more on this topic. While they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the inner hall of the heavenly palace. At the entrance of the outer hall, Niodali opened his eyes. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Who the hell is this? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Do you really think that you can look down on me just because you've become an immortal? Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the one who's not presentable. He was having a good sleep. Suddenly, he was despised. No matter how good Niodali's temper was, he was still very unhappy at this time. Especially after he became the Emperor of Heaven's mount. The true immortals who came in and out had to be polite to him. After all, no matter what, one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. Niodali was displeased that someone directly talked about him in front of Xianxia. However, considering the aura emitted by the Blade Master, he temporarily suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart. Obviously, that person's strength was stronger than his. If he attacked rashly, Niodali knew that he was no match for him. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Xianxia waved his hand. A stone table and 2 stone stools appeared. He and the Blade Master sat opposite each other. After sitting down, the Blade Master said, "When I came back, I saw the power of the stars. I already knew that the heavenly court was established. However, I didn't expect that the person who established the heavenly court would be the Qin Emperor. I also didn't expect that the Blade Master would return at this time." Xianxia shook his head. As he spoke, he had already taken out the tea set from the storage ring. Then, he brewed the spiritual tea. Subsequently, Xianxia placed a cup of spiritual tea in front of the Blade Master and said, "Blade Master, where did you come from? Now, apart from you, how many people have returned?" "I came back from the real world. That world has no name. It's just a place where the players of the Eastern continent are." The Blade Master picked up the teacup and said faintly, "If I'm not wrong, there should be people in the other 3 great worlds. At first, I wasn't sure. However, now that the great wide world has merged with the worlds of 4 players, it should be correct." Hearing this, Xianxia also nodded. "Blade Master, since you've returned now, could it be that the arrangements in the other world have been made?" "More or less." The Blade Master shook his head and said, "The heaven-deceiving token was broken. I had to return immediately. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao in that world sensed it, everyone would have a dead end. Last time, I told the Weapon Emperor to make the heaven-deceiving token look better when refining it. However, he still made me a half-finished one. Or else, I could have hidden in that world for at least another 10 or 20 years. After ridiculing him, the Blade Master continued, but now, a few years is enough. I've already left a seed in that world through the form of a sect. I'm sure the heavenly Tao in that world won't sense anything. After all, if it really sensed it, it would have responded when I planted the seed. It didn't do anything until I left. I guess there's no problem. It's time for you to return now, Xianxia said. The great tribulation of the demon abyss is about to descend in the great wide world. If you return now, the heavenly court will also have an additional combat power. Although there are no new Dao fruits in this era, there are many half-step Dao fruits. We don't have to pay attention to the two in the great wide world. However, there are at least 2 half-step Dao fruits in the demon abyss. It won't be easy for me to fight against them with my strength alone. To be honest, there were only a few decades. Although Xianxia was confident that he could fight against a half-step Dao fruit expert, he was not 100% sure. Now that the Blade Master had returned, he was more confident. After all, no matter what the other party was like, he was also a Dao fruit expert of the second era. When he was at his peak strength, Xianxia was not confident that he could suppress the Blade Master in terms of strength. Such an expert had reincarnated and cultivated again. It was a good thing for him. With the Blade Master's foundation, as long as he was given a few decades, he should have no problem fighting against a half-step Dao fruit expert, even if he did not return to his former peak. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Blade Master glanced at him and said meaningfully. Xianxia did not hide anything and said truthfully, I suspect that the Demon Abyss is a backup plan left behind by a Dao fruit expert in the past. You also know that the Dao fruits born in the past few eras are not truly united. In my opinion, the Demon Abyss's goal should be to destroy the great wide world and cut off the connection between the player world and the universe. As long as the connection between the player world and the universe is cut off, our plan will be considered a failure. I don't understand why they insist on going against us. They're like centipedes that refuse to die. Even in this era, they're still haunting us. The Blade Master's expression was cold. An intense killing intent surged in his heart toward those experts who had been going against them for several eras. However, he soon felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. They were both Dao fruits. It was not an easy task to completely wipe out the other party. Because at that level, there were simply too many life-saving methods. Xianxia's expression was calm as he said slowly, because everyone's pursuit is different. They think that breaking through to the Dao fruit realm is equivalent to eternal immortality. Even if an era ends and they perish, they still have methods to be reborn in the next era. For them, as long as they leave behind enough backup plans, it doesn't matter if an era ends or the universe collapses. They can still reincarnate repeatedly and reach an eternal realm. As such, they naturally don't want us to give it our all. After all, if we fail, it's useless no matter how many backup plans they leave behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia paused and sneered, it's just that they don't understand that it's not that easy to truly pursue eternity. Compared to the first era, the second era has already weakened. Compared to the second era, the third era has also weakened. The current era is even weaker than the third era. I'm afraid this weakness is not only the weakening of the Great Thousand World but also the weakening of the entire universe. In a few more eras, there might not be any traces of our existence. If we don't seek a way out now, it's no different from waiting for death. Unfortunately, they still don't understand this. Although they would definitely die if they failed to resist. However, if they didn't resist now, they would still die in the future. The only difference was that one would die earlier while the other would die later. However, there was one thing to know. There was still a possibility of success if they resisted, but if they didn't, they would definitely die. Hearing this, the Swordmaster laughed at himself. I thought that breaking through to the Dao fruit realm would allow me to attain eternity. However, when I really broke through to the Dao fruit realm, I realized that everything was illusory. Illusory things, no matter how long they exist, are ultimately fake. As long as there's a little bit of real power that invades, we can be defeated. This era is our last chance, Xianxia said in a deep voice. The previous few eras had all failed. Facing the end of an era, even a Dao fruit expert wouldn't have any chance of resisting. The reason was very simple. Because everything was fake. They were fake. Heaven and earth were fake. Even the entire universe was fake. If one were to make a comparison. In Xianxia's opinion, the world they were in now was equivalent to the game world in the eyes of the players. The so-called rules of heaven and earth were the program. All the experts were actually a set of data. Although they weren't data. To a certain extent, there was no difference. Because the world they were in was just as fake as the real game world. Although the experts could destroy heaven and earth, they would never be able to break free from the shackles of the universe. Because the entire universe. It was a huge cage. All the living beings in the universe were in the cage. They were born without any reason and destroyed without any reason. All of this had no basis for existence, because this was the law of the universe. However, all the living beings in the universe said that they couldn't see through the illusion. Naturally, they couldn't know about their own existence. To a certain extent, they were as fragile as bubbles. As long as a trace of real power intervened, the illusion world would be completely destroyed. Only by breaking through to the Dao fruit realm could one see through the illusion of the universe. Only then could one understand what the world they were in was like. The Blade Master's face was solemn. His eyes fell on Xianxia and didn't move at all. Emperor Qin, do you think we can succeed? Whether we can succeed or not, it's something we have to do, Xianxia said and shook his head. Suddenly, he smiled and said, from the moment we infiltrated the illusory power into reality and then connected the universe with the player's world, there's no turning back. The player's world wants to devour the universe and upgrade the world level. We also want to devour the player's world, get rid of the illusion and retain the truth. We want to become real creatures. This war is inevitable. Either we fall, or the player's world will fall. I'm sure you've noticed that the heavenly Tao of the player's world has already begun to invade. Hearing this, the Blade Master fell into silence. Indeed, the player's world had already begun to invade the universe. If it weren't for the invasion of the heavenly Tao, the players wouldn't be qualified to descend to this side of the world. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao of this world, the universe was equivalent to a huge tonic. If it could devour it, it would be able to advance to a higher level in one fell swoop. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of the player's world would never stop. They would only press on step by step and devour the universe bit by bit. All living beings that used the universe as their foundation would also completely disappear the moment the universe was destroyed. Not fall, but disappear, because the universe was illusory. They were also illusory. They only existed by relying on the universe as a carrier. The moment the carrier disappeared, they would naturally disappear. Therefore, the Blade Master also understood what Xianxia meant. After collecting his thoughts, Xianxia said, "Is it a good time to attack the players of the Eastern continent now? It's too fast." The Blade Master shook his head and said, "The seed I left in the real world hasn't really taken root yet. If we destroy the players of the Eastern continent now, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the player's world. Let's wait until the time is completely ripe before we act." Moreover, although the seed has been planted in the player's world of the Eastern continent, we don't know what the situation is in the other three great worlds. If we act in advance, we may alarm the heavenly Tao of the other great worlds. If that's the case, it won't be good. Alarm the heavenly Tao of the player's world. It would definitely cause the other party to retreat. After all, the heavenly Tao wasn't a fool. If there was any unpredictable danger, it would definitely retreat immediately. Although the heavenly Tao had invaded the universe now, it hadn't reached the point where it couldn't retreat at will. To make it impossible for the other party to retreat, it still needed a certain amount of time. Regarding this, Xianxia nodded and said, "Then let the players survive in the universe for a little longer." At this moment, his expression had become indifferent. To be able to kill the players. It would definitely weaken the strength of the heavenly Tao of the players. However, just as the Swordmaster said, if a large number of players died at this time, it would definitely attract the attention of the heavenly Tao of the players. When that time came, they didn't want the heavenly Tao to retreat. Let's take it one step at a time. The Swordmaster didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he looked at Qin Shujian with a surprised expression on his face. The path that you're taking now doesn't seem to be the path of the Third Era. That's right. I'm taking a new path. The reason why the Third Era couldn't stop the end of the Third Era was because I was too weak. I don't plan to take the path of the past anymore. Only by breaking the barrier can I see hope. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. The failure of the Third Era made him completely lose confidence in the path that he had taken in the past. Since he couldn't take the path of the physical sanctification, he would take another path. The end of the Third Era was caused by a real force nibbling away at the universe, causing the universe to collapse. If you want to stop the end of the Third Era, you need to have a power that can resist the real force. However, it's easier said than done to reach that step. The Swordmaster didn't comment. It wasn't easy to directly resist the real force. Or else, after so many eras, they wouldn't have failed all of them. Until now. They could only take a compromise and lead the heavenly Tao of the real world to descend so that they could have the hope of turning illusion into reality. Only by getting rid of the illusory body. Only then could they truly resist the real force. Because only the real force could resist the real force. No matter how strong the illusory force was, it was like a bubble in front of the real force. It would burst with a poke. Therefore, in the Swordmaster's opinion, any path was the same. The Tao fruit was the end. No matter how strong the illusory force was, it couldn't resist the real force. No matter which path he took, as long as he reached the Tao fruit realm, it would be enough. As for the rest, it wasn't a problem. The Qin Emperor may have taken the wrong path. The Swordmaster finally reminded him. If he had taken the path of the Third Era, after so many years, he wouldn't be far from the half-step Tao fruit realm. But now, although the Swordmaster couldn't see through Qin Shujian's strength, he had a rough idea after the previous exchange. His strength. At most, he was at the 5th or 6th level of the true immortal realm. He didn't even have the hope of entering the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. Changing to another path. It might not be a good thing. For this, Qin Shujian didn't refute or explain anything. I can still recover my previous realm if I take a new path, so it doesn't matter which path I take. It's good that the Qin Emperor is so confident. The Swordmaster didn't say much. It was his freedom to choose which path he wanted to take. It was only because of their past relationship that he tried to persuade her a little more. But Qin Shujian's Tao heart was firm, so the Swordmaster had nothing to say. You can stay in the heavenly court this time. There will be a war in a while. With your help, there shouldn't be a problem. Qin Shujian got up and walked out of the heavenly palace. Seeing this, the Swordmaster followed behind him. Outside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian took out some materials, then casually built a palace and placed it in the astral wind layer. That palace. It was the Swordmaster's future residence. Compared to the original palace in the heavenly court, that palace could only be said to be extremely simple and crude. But experts at the level of the Swordmaster. Whether it was simple or not, it didn't matter. No matter what, the Swordmaster was an existence who could see through fabrications, so he naturally didn't care about some external things. Thank you. The Swordmaster cupped his hand slightly, then looked at the bull in front of the heavenly palace and couldn't help but say, Qin Emperor, given your status, why don't you find a suitable mount? A bull, to be honest, is not very suitable. Although he had seen through fabrications. But to the Swordmaster, Qin Shujian was the Emperor of Heaven no matter what. The Emperor of Heaven riding a bull. It was strange no matter how he looked at it. In several eras, the Emperor of Heaven had never seen anyone ride a bull. After saying this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything, but Niu Dali took the initiative to express his dissatisfaction, his bell-sized eyes filled with anger. Why are you so talkative? The Emperor of Heaven can ride whatever he likes, it's none of your business. You're just a true immortal and you think you're so powerful. When I break through to true immortal, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. This was intolerable. Forget about the first time. Niodali couldn't be bothered to argue with him. But now, he finally couldn't take it anymore because he was talking too much about this matter. Hearing this, the swordmaster's face instantly turned cold, and he stared at Niodali indifferently. If you dare, say it again. Fine, I'll say it, I'm afraid of you. Niodali took a step closer to Qin Shujian, then stared at the swordmaster angrily, with no intention of giving in. Just like this. The man and the bull stared at each other coldly. But neither of them made a move. After a while, the swordmaster retracted his gaze, but his voice was still cold. If it weren't for the Qin Emperor, I would have killed you today. TSK, if it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven, I would have taught you a lesson today. A powerful aura exploded from the swordmaster, causing the surrounding void to crack inch by inch. In front of that aura, Niodali's heart skipped a beat, and he moved closer to Qin Shujian again. He moved closer to Qin Shujian. He was full of confidence, and he stared at the swordmaster without backing down. Don't quarrel anymore. Qin Shujian came out to smooth things over. If the two of them got hot-headed and really started fighting, it would be awkward. I'll follow the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. Niodali took advantage of the situation, and after saying that, he returned to his original place to lie down. But when he left, he gave the swordmaster a provocative look. That look. He almost made the swordmaster angry again. If it weren't for Qin Shujian stopping him, he definitely would have killed the bull. After giving Niodali a cold look, the swordmaster turned and left. Getting angry with a 10th level celestial being bull would be degrading his status, so he simply ignored it. No matter which era it is, bulls are always so annoying. He thought of something. The swordmaster's face darkened. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. The arrival of the swordmaster. To Qin Shujian, this was both a surprise and a reasonable thing to do. In every era, there were Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses born. At the end of an era, the universe collapsed. All living beings would die. But Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses had the means to stay, or be reborn in the next era, or simply pass through an era safely. So, after a few eras, Qin Shujian wasn't sure how many cultivators had stayed behind. He only knew some of the powerhouses that he was familiar with had survived from the previous eras. Apart from that, Qin Shujian did not have much information. He thought that the swordmaster had died in battle back then and did not expect him to return so soon. No matter what, the return of the swordmaster was a good thing for the heavenly court. After all, the other party's strength was really strong. Even if he had just broken through to true immortal, it was the same. As a Dao Fruit Realm powerhouse, his true strength could not be measured by his realm. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sat on the main seat and was deep in thought. The 4 major continents attracted 4 player worlds to descend. Now that the swordmaster has returned, I don't know who is in the other 3 player worlds. Maybe I can get some information from the players, but it may not be accurate. Qin Shujian shook his head. Just like the swordmaster, when others entered the player world, they must have used concealment means. It was impossible for them to publicly show their true faces. In other words, the other party must have used another identity in the player world to cover up. In addition to the existence of the deceiving order. Only then could they deceive the heavenly axiom of the player world. In this case, I can only wait for the future. Qin Shujian did not think much about this matter. Anyway, the existence of the deceiving order. It could not be concealed for long. When the deceiving order was broken, they would naturally return. Right now, Qin Shujian's attention was mostly focused on Demon Yuan. According to his guess, the Demon Abyss should be a backup left by the powerhouses of the previous era. Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was a powerhouse of this era. But no matter what, the Demon Abyss and Dao Fruit Realm powerhouses were definitely related. So, no matter what, Both sides would have to fight sooner or later. We can put aside the matter of the players and the New Age for a while. Once those troublemakers are eliminated, we can truly make a move on the players' world. Right now, the most important thing was to get rid of the demonic abyss. In the current era, the universe should not be as vast and boundless as before. Even if they had a backup plan, it was definitely hidden too deeply. The Devil Abyss is one, and so is the Magnificent Cavern. Apart from them, there shouldn't be a third existence. Xianxia thought to himself. The Huading Cavern was in the Great Thousand World. However, it was not an easy task to find them. He wasn't sure. What kind of existence was the Huading Cavern? It was a real cave of inheritance. There were still experts from ancient eras waiting for a chance to be reborn. It would be fine if it was the former. If that was the case, then the Cauldron Abode would not be in any danger. However, if it was the latter, then it would be a hidden danger. It's a Dao fruit that I don't know if it's a friend or foe. I have to get rid of it. If it's a friend, it's fine. But if it's an enemy, I have to get rid of it. Xianxia's expression was cold. In so many eras, the Dao fruits that were born were not completely united. Some wanted to be content with the status quo. Some wanted to fight for a way to survive. Their ideals were different. There would also be differences and eventually become enemies. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Godslayer did not come back to his senses for a long time. The content of the conversation between Qin Shujian and the Blade Master, and this Zhu Bing, had made him fall into self-doubt. Illusion, reality. In this regard, the Godslayer had never thought that the world he lived in was an illusion, and that he was also a product of illusion. Since it was an illusion, naturally, there was no meaning in his existence. Therefore, the Godslayer was somewhat bewitched. Until now, he barely managed to wake up from his self-doubt and asked with difficulty, Emperor of Heaven, is the universe really an illusion? If it's an illusion, then aren't we also an illusion? If that's the case, then what's the meaning of our existence? What do you think is an illusion, and what is reality? Qin Shujian smiled faintly and asked in return. The Godslayer did not immediately answer. Instead, he thought about the other party's question. Then, he replied, reality exists, and illusion does not exist. The Godslayer reluctantly gave an answer that could not be considered an answer. Regarding the difference between illusion and reality, he did not know much about it. Qin Shujian said, the so-called illusion and reality are only relative. If you think you exist, then you exist. If you think you don't exist, then you don't exist. There is a good saying, I think, therefore I am. There has never been a clear and definite conclusion between illusion and reality. The Godslayer was deep in thought. Qin Shujian continued, there is not much of a boundary between illusion and reality. Whether it is real or not, as long as you can exist, that is enough. But if you can't exist, then you need to fight back. Right now, there is a real power that is eroding the universe we are in. If we don't fight back, then sooner or later, we will be swallowed up by reality. If we want to fight against reality, then we need to have equal power. To put it bluntly, no one is fighting for anyone else, and we are not fighting for all living beings in the universe. We just want to fight for ourselves. After countless years of bitter cultivation, we reached the peak of the Dao fruit realm, only to discover that we are the same as birds in a cage. We can only silently wait for death to come. How sad is that? In the eyes of outsiders, the Dao fruit realm was the end of all cultivation. It was also the realm that one pursued all their lives. But only after truly reaching that realm would one realize how sad that realm was. Sometimes, knowing too much might not be a good thing. If one did not break through to the Dao fruit realm, with the lifespan of a true immortal, one would not be able to wait until the end of an era. But once one broke through to the Dao fruit realm, only then would one understand what kind of world one was in. Knowing a lot. Would there be resistance? As one era after another passed, more and more experts wanted to resist. There were only a few who were truly willing to sit and wait for death. To be able to reach the Dao fruit realm. Most of them had a resolute heart. When Godslayer heard this, he felt relieved. Indeed, there was no boundary between falsehood and reality. One's existence and the ability to think were real. The so-called falsehood was only a relative term. After the knot in his heart was untied, Godslayer quickly asked, "The Emperor of Heaven once said that there is a real power outside the universe that is eroding it. That's why it triggered the end of an era?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. After pondering for a moment, he gave a plausible answer. "You can imagine the universe as a circle, and the real power is an even larger circle. When the universe expands and the real power contracts to a certain extent, the two will come into contact. Once the two come into contact, the universe will burst like a bubble. Every time the universe collapses, it will return to its original starting point and then expand outwards bit by bit. But in reality, because of the contraction of the real power, the universe's expansion range is actually smaller and smaller each time. In the end, when the real power completely shrinks to nothing, then no new era will be born." As for Qin Shujian's explanation, the god-slaying saber came to a realization. He didn't know much about the universe and the real power. Now, after the explanation, he truly understood. Afterward, Godslayer silently digested the content. On the other side, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. There was something he didn't say. That was, the smaller the universe, the weaker the power. The end of the previous few eras had already caused the universe's power to be wasted. If there was still no action in this era, then in the next era, even if it could draw the power of the players over, it wouldn't be possible to devour the player's world. Therefore, whether it merged with the player's world or not, the current era was the only chance. This era is already getting stronger. After Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he could clearly feel the changes in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were a part of the universe. The universe was getting stronger. Heaven and earth were naturally getting stronger. Merging with the real world, the universe was already slowly absorbing the positive real power to strengthen its foundation. This was the universe's counterattack. Regarding the changes in the universe, Qin Shujian believed that the heavenly axiom of the player's world was also very clear. But until now, the heavenly axiom of the player's world was still in the stage of nibbling. It could be seen that the other party didn't care about the universe becoming stronger. After all, no matter how strong the universe was, it couldn't threaten the real world. Because there was a fundamental difference in the level of power between the two. The reason why the player's world didn't attack on a large scale was because of the existence of the other players' worlds. Everyone wanted to devour the universe. But no one wanted to share it with the heavenly axiom of the other worlds. This was also the reason why the universe would receive 4 players' worlds at the same time. The purpose was to restrain them. Soon, Qin Shujian summoned the gods for a meeting. In a hall, Xianxia woke up from his cultivation. "The Emperor of Heaven summons me." Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't hesitate for too long. 3 years of seclusion. Xianxia had never left the main hall. Now that the Emperor of Heaven had summoned the gods for a meeting, he could go out for a walk. He got up from the futon. Xianxia didn't touch the seal that attracted the power of the stars. Because only the seal existed. Only then could the power of the stars be drawn down and then poured the power of the stars into the 4 continents. It could be said that the seal of the gods was the most important thing. It was also the symbol of the gods' identity. Walking out of the main hall, Xianxia saw the other experts. "Brother Yang, long time no see." A hearty voice sounded. The Thousand-Eye Emperor had already flown forward and landed in front of Xianxia. Thousand-Eye Emperor. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Since the Thousand-Eye Emperor wanted to curry favor, he wouldn't give the other party any face. Now that the heavenly court had sealed the gods, to a certain extent, all the true immortals were colleagues. The Thousand-Eye Emperor said, "The Emperor of Heaven has summoned us for a meeting. Why don't you and I go together?" "Sure, please." "Please." Then, the two of them headed towards the heavenly palace. At this moment, in the other halls, there were also experts heading towards the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian's edict caused all the powerhouses to awaken from their seclusion. There were more than 300 halls in the heavenly court. In the astral wind layer of heaven and earth, they occupied an area of 10,000 miles. But for true immortals, 10,000 miles of area was only a matter of time. It was just that there was a formation in the heavenly court. If others wanted to break through the void or travel through the void, it was not an easy task. If they wanted to walk inside, then they could only take one step at a time. But even so, for other true immortals, it didn't take much time. In front of the heavenly palace, the Thousand-Eye Emperor and Xianxia saw one person and immediately stopped. They cupped their hands and greeted, "War God of the North Pole. Brother Yang, Thousand-Eye Emperor." The mountain-crushing emperor also cupped his hands slightly at this moment. In the heavenly court, they could use the deity position or their original position. There was no problem. But when a lower deity position expert met a higher deity position expert, they would usually use the deity position to show respect. Looking at the mountain-crushing emperor in front of him, the Thousand-Eye Emperor's heart was also extremely complicated. In terms of strength, before he became a god, he was not weaker than the mountain-crushing emperor. However, the other party had obtained the position of the war god of the North Pole, while he could only obtain the position of the Zhou constellation. Moreover, he was not at the top of the constellation, but he was not at the top. Regarding this matter, the Thousand-Eye Emperor was also well aware. When he joined the human clan, he was already at the end of his rope, and it was almost the same as being forced. It was completely different from the mountain-crushing clan's voluntary submission. It was also because of this. Therefore, the mountain-crushing emperor waited for the position of the war god of the North Pole. What was done could not be undone. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also knew that it was useless to regret now. After obtaining the position of the war god of the North Pole, the mountain-crushing emperor's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and was not something that the current him could compare to. The mountain-crushing emperor looked at the back of the Thousand-Eye Emperor and revealed a faint smile. Although he did not have the ability to read minds, he could still see some obvious things from the other party's expression. Sometimes it's still very important to pick a side. Being too cautious may not be a good thing. The mountain-crushing emperor sighed in his heart. He was also a little regretful now. He regretted that he did not join the human clan from the beginning. Or else, right now, he was not just a war god of the North Pole, but even the imperial emperors of the 5 directions might have a place for him. But it was useless to regret. Right now, being able to use the position of the war god of the North Pole was completely enough for the mountain-crushing emperor. Inside the heavenly palace, the gods had already arrived one after another. After all the gods had arrived, Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared on the originally empty main seat. Immediately, everyone bowed down. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." "Everyone, please rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." Everyone straightened up. On the main seat, Xianxia looked down at the gods below. An invisible pressure had already spread throughout the heavenly palace. Inside the gods, the imperial emperors of the 5 directions stood at the front. Behind them were the war gods of the 4 directions. As for the last one, it was the 365 Zhou constellations. After glancing at everyone, Xianxia had a certain understanding of their cultivation. The strongest one. It was still Emperor Zhao. After cultivating in the heavenly court for a few years, he had now become the only expert in the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in the heavenly court, excluding himself. And judging from Emperor Zhao's strength, since he had reached the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, his strength must have already surpassed the limit of the lower 3 levels and reached the middle 3 levels. Exactly how strong he was. Without truly fighting, Xianxia did not dare to make wild guesses. Because in his opinion, if there were no accidents in this era, Emperor Zhao would definitely have a place among the Dao fruit experts who could be born. The probability of him breaking through even the demon emperor Si Hanhai and Xiao Chengfeng might be slightly inferior. The latter two. One was the first demon emperor who had been infused with the luck of the demon clan. The other was the reincarnation of an ancient expert who had a deep foundation. In comparison, Emperor Zhao was an outstanding person who had relied on himself to walk step by step until now. Although he had a lot of opportunities, he had relied on himself to obtain them, which was completely different from the others. After glancing at it, Qin Shujian retracted his gaze, then waved his hand and condensed his true essence in the air, forming the phantom of a token. Because the path he had taken was different. His current body was not an immortal body, and his true essence had not transformed into immortal essence. As for what kind of state it was, Qin Shujian himself did not know. Therefore, when it came to his own strength, he still regarded it as true essence, but it was much stronger than the true essence of other cultivators. The true essence condensed. The phantom of a bronze token appeared directly above the main hall. Everyone's eyes fell on the token at the same time. The bronze token. Most people were very unfamiliar with it, because they had never seen it before. Only Emperor Zhao and the other experts of the human clan had doubts in their eyes. Long before Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he had wantonly sent people to search for the bronze token. It was also because of this. Even if Emperor Zhao and the others did not pay much attention to it, it was impossible for them not to have any news at all. Therefore, they were also a little familiar with the bronze token. May I ask, Emperor of Heaven, what exactly is this token? A true immortal cupped his hands and asked. This token has no name, but there is a seal behind it, a seal that imprisons an evil spirit. If this token falls into the hands of others and accidentally opens the seal, it will definitely be a disaster. There are already many external threats in the Great Thousand World, so the sealed evil spirit must not be rescued. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice with a dignified expression. The various clans of the 4 continents must find the bronze token and hand it to me. For this, anyone who submits the bronze token will be able to obtain the blood essence of a fierce beast from a middle 3 true immortal, as well as a complete corpse of a fierce beast from a lower 3 true immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng, everyone's expression changed. The blood essence of a fierce beast from a middle 3 true immortal, the corpse of a fierce beast from a lower 3 true immortal, both of these things could be called supreme treasures. The former could temper the body, and the latter could do the same. However, compared to the blood essence alone, the latter was a complete corpse, so it could have a greater effect. However, no matter which one it was, they were both supreme treasures. Even if a true immortal used them, he could still improve his strength. If it was said that there were originally people who did not care about finding the bronze token, after hearing about the reward, their breathing became slightly hurried. After breaking through to the true immortal realm, after transforming the physical body into an immortal body, every bit of improvement in the future would be extremely difficult. The blood essence of a fierce beast. It was one of the few things that could improve one's physique. Although the traditional path of true immortals mainly relied on laws, a strong physical body was also useful. All of a sudden, a true immortal said in a deep voice, Emperor of Heaven, don't worry, I will definitely find the bronze token. That's for the best. Qin Shujian nodded and then said with an indifferent expression, I'll say this first, if anyone dares to use the bronze token without permission after obtaining it, it will be equivalent to betraying the heavenly court. As for the consequences, I don't think I need to say more. You can also take a gamble and see if I will detect when you use the bronze token. Hearing that, the gods were silent. Until now, they still couldn't be sure what was behind the bronze token. Was it really sealing the evil demon, or was there something else? However, no one dared to take a gamble. Qin Shujian's words made them wary. Although there were some who wanted to find out the secret, if they used the bronze token and were detected by the other party, they would be dead. As for hiding, that might not be the case. This was because the stronger one was, the more tricks they had. No one dared to take a gamble on an uncertain probability. Looking at the gods in silence, Qin Shujian said, in about 30 years, the demonic abyss will merge with the Great Thousand World. At that time, the demonic abyss tribulation that destroyed the ancient heavenly court will descend again. With the current strength of the heavenly court, it will not be easy to fight against the demonic abyss. However, now that the power of the stars has been drawn down, I see that your strength has improved quickly. In 30 years, you should have the power to fight against the demonic abyss 30 years later. The demonic abyss will descend, they were clear about the latter. After all, the biggest threat to the Great Thousand World was the demonic abyss. However, the arrival of the demonic abyss in 30 years was unexpected. This was what they had expected. The arrival of the demonic abyss would take at least 50 years. Now it was 30 years. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to more than half the time. A difference of half the time. Anything could play an important role, let alone now. The Dog Emperor said in a deep voice, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, the void demons are also attacking the heaven and earth barrier day and night. If the demonic abyss tribulation starts, the void demons might hit us when we are down. If we want to deal with the demonic abyss, we must first get rid of the void demons. Emperor Dongyang's words make sense. Immediately, the other true immortals nodded in agreement. As the Emperor of the Five Directions, the Dog Emperor was not only the Emperor of the Nine-Headed Dog clan, but he also had a high status among the gods of the heavenly court. The Emperor of the Five Directions. Emperor Zhongyuan was the leader. However, the Eastern Sun Emperor was enough to be ranked second. In other words, the Dog Emperor's status in the heavenly court was second only to the Emperor of Heaven and Emperor Zhongyuan. Therefore, many true immortals wanted to find an opportunity to curry favor with Emperor Dongyang. Emperor Zhao said in a deep voice, "It is inevitable to attack the void demons. However, there are 4 demon emperors in the void demons, all of whom are true immortals of the upper 3 levels. Although our heavenly court is not weak, we do not have true immortals of the upper 3 levels. We are still far from being able to deal with the void demons. Indeed, there is a certain gap between the heavenly court's strength and the void demons." Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He said calmly, "However, we do not have much time left. The void demons are also in existence that must be dealt with. Now that the power of the stars has been drawn in, the heavenly court's strength has increased rapidly. I believe that in another 10 or 20 years, even if we don't have the upper 3 layers of true immortals, I believe that the middle 3 layers of true immortals will not be a problem. But, as I said before, there is not much time left for the heavenly court. If we cannot deal with the void demons, the great tribulation of the demonic abyss will descend and the heavenly court will have no chance of resisting. In other words, if the heavenly court cannot even deal with the void demons, how can we deal with the demonic abyss? Therefore, in 10 or 20 years, the heavenly court will officially open the heavenly barrier and declare war on the void demons." Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. In 10 or 20 years, he would deal with the void demons. There was no need to wait too long. Although the demonic abyss would arrive in about 30 years. However, no one could be sure. Would the demonic abyss arrive earlier? Moreover, if the heavenly court could not deal with the void demons in 20 years, then the heavenly court in 30 years would not be able to deal with the demonic abyss. Since they would have to do it sooner or later, then they might as well do it earlier. More importantly, in Qin Shujian's eyes, 20 years was more than enough. The biggest problem with the demonic abyss was the demon emperors. As long as the demon emperors were dealt with, the other void demons would not be much of a problem. With the heavenly court's current foundation, given a little more time, it should be enough. The gods below. Many of them looked at each other and were speechless. They did not refute Qin Shujian's orders, because they could hear the decisiveness in his words. Even if they spoke now, it would be useless. Moreover, if the heavenly court was given another 10 or 20 years, they might have a chance to deal with the void demons. After all, it had only been 3 years since the heavenly court was established. Only 3 years. The heavenly court had more than 300 true immortals. Many of them had even broken through to the second-level immortal realm. Just as Qin Shujian said, as long as they were given a little more time, it would not be a problem to cultivate a group of true immortals of the middle 3 levels. As for the demon emperors, many people turned their gazes to Qin Shujian, who was above them. The strength of the Emperor of Heaven. It had always been a mystery. The other party had the confidence to declare war on the void demons, which meant that he definitely had a lot of confidence. In other words, the strength of the Emperor of Heaven was at least not weaker than an upper 3 levels true immortal. Or maybe it was not as good now. But after 10 or 20 years, that might not be the case. After the meeting ended, the gods retreated from the heavenly court. After returning to their respective palaces, everyone immediately passed on the information regarding the bronze tokens. The blood essence of the middle 3 levels true immortals and the corpses of the lower 3 levels true immortals were rare treasures for them. Of course, they would not let it go. The Nine-Headed Secret Realm. The current leader of the Nine-Headed Dog clan was Zhu Chen. Because the Dog Emperor was the Eastern Sun Emperor, he had already entered the Heavenly Court to cultivate. As the strongest person under the Dog Emperor, Zhu Chen naturally took over the duties of the Dog Emperor temporarily and ruled over the Nine-Headed Dog clan. On a certain level. Although Zhu Chen did not have the title of Dog Emperor, his actions and status were no different from the Dog Emperor. In the main hall, Zhu Chen sat on the main seat and said loudly, "My emperor sent a message back from the Heavenly Court, ordering us to find this bronze token without any mistakes." While speaking, he had already condensed the phantom of the bronze token with his true essence. All the elders looked at the bronze token with a puzzled look in their eyes. Kong Yi said, "What is this token? Why does my emperor want to find it? The command medallion is not what our emperor needs. It is an order from the celestial emperor. Rumor has it that the command medallion is related to information about an evil demon seal. That is why the celestial emperor ordered all races to search for it. And my emperor sent a message saying that anyone who can find the token will receive a drop of a true immortal's blood essence and enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm." Zhu Chen shook his head and added a sentence. Boom, his words caused a great commotion in the main hall. All the elders' faces flushed red. Is what the first elder said true? As long as someone finds the bronze token, they can receive a true immortal's blood essence and resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm? They were excited. There was no way they could not be. A true immortal's blood essence. Resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Any one of these things was an irresistible temptation to others. The combination of the two. No one had any reason to refuse. Zhu Chen said, "This is what my emperor said, so it naturally can't be false. However, other than my clan, the other clans are also searching for the bronze token. If the token is obtained by other clans, my emperor will probably blame us. Don't worry, first elder. We will do our best and won't let my emperor down." Kong Yi cupped his hands and said. There was also some excitement on his face. The infusion of star power had allowed Kong Yi to break through from the 9th level of the celestial being realm to the 10th level, but he had not cultivated to perfection yet. If he could get a drop of a true immortal's blood essence. In that case, he was confident that he would be able to reach the Great Circle in a short period of time. At that time, Kong Yi would have the qualifications to break through to the true immortal realm. Therefore, the reward given by the Dog Emperor was an irresistible temptation to him. Go, all of you. Zhu Chen waved his hand and directly had everyone withdraw. When there was no one in the main hall, he prepared to enter cultivation. What reward, for the current Zhu Chen, it was no longer tempting. This was because he had already reached a state of perfection. What he needed to do in the future was to break through to the true immortal realm. Once the Nine-Headed Dog clan gave birth to a second true immortal, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, the Nine-Headed Dog clan was almost equivalent to the strongest clan below the human clan. It's just that it's not that easy to break through to the true immortal realm. Zhu Chen sighed with a complicated expression. There was only one step between the 10th level of the celestial being realm and the true immortal realm. However, it was very difficult to take that step. Sometimes, to take this step, it was important to have a flash of inspiration. Apart from that, the rest was to rely on talent and hard work. Zhu Chen shook his head. If it really doesn't work, then I can only go to the Heavenly Court and ask my emperor to give me a few pointers. However, I might not be able to break through successfully. The path of a true immortal can only be walked by myself. The current him was also very eager to break through to the true immortal realm. If he did not become an immortal, in the end, he was still an ant. Right now, true immortals were the mainstream of the Great Thousand Worlds. No matter how powerful a diviner was, they were only equivalent to the backbone of the forces. There was no way for them to reach the top. Under certain circumstances, the backbone of the forces was more or less the same as the masses of strength. To put it bluntly, there was no difference between being cannon fodder. No one wanted to be cannon fodder. Zhu Chen did not want to be either. In 10 years at the earliest, 20 years at the latest, the Heavenly Court will start a war against the void demons. At that moment, there is no way for the various clans to avoid it. In a war of that level, even true immortals might fall. As for the diviners, Zhu Chen thought of the news from the Dog Emperor and shook his head. His thoughts were in a mess. This made it impossible for Zhu Chen to completely calm down and cultivate. He could only sit in the main hall with a gloomy expression. An unknown amount of time passed. Only then did he gradually calm down, and then he began to cultivate. After the 9-head dog clan spread the news of their search for the bronze token, the other clans also spread the news at the first possible moment. For the various gods, the reward given by Qin Shujian was an irresistible temptation. For the cultivators of the various clans, the reward given by the various gods was also an irresistible temptation. As a result, the enthusiasm for finding the bronze token was also aroused. Qianyuan Sacred Ground. Now that all the clans are looking for the bronze token, it is said that whoever can find the bronze token will get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th tier of the Deva realm. I'm afraid the difficulty of finding the bronze token has greatly increased. Yin Banqing's expression was ugly. He then looked at Qin Yuanbai and Fang Xinglan. Deputy Sacred Lords, have you received a message from the Emperor of Heaven? Of course we have. Qin Yuanbai hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Pass down the order. As long as the person who finds the bronze token gives it to the Qianyuan Sacred Ground, in addition to the resources to cultivate to the 10th tier of the Deva realm, he will also get an additional Taoist artifact. Hearing this, the others were not surprised. But when Fang Xinglan looked at Qin Yuanbai, the look in his eyes suddenly became strange. Was this really the case? Why did he remember that the reward given by the Emperor of Heaven was the blood essence of a fierce beast at the middle 3 tiers of the true immortal realm and the complete corpse of a fierce beast at the lower 3 tiers of the true immortal realm? At this moment, when Qin Yuanbai mentioned it, it was reduced countless times. He had his own thoughts. Fang Xinglan did not expose him. Instead, he turned his thoughts to the rewards given by the other clans. In the end, he also sighed in his heart. The middleman is extremely ruthless in making a profit. P.S. I support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, App Jidian Book, SIM Decent. Please vote. The middleman was making a profit. Fang Xinglan was too lazy to expose this matter. Anyway, if anyone found the bronze token and submitted it, then he and Qin Yuanbai were destined to share the rewards equally. If Qin Yuanbai wanted to take it all for himself, there was no possibility of that at all. It was good for him. Of course, Fang Xinglan had no reason to refuse. After the Qianyuan Sacred Ground issued the order, the Great Zhao Empire also issued the order. Everyone was looking for the whereabouts of the bronze token. As for the rumor that there was an evil spirit sealed inside the token, the others were also skeptical. Because no one knew whether this matter was true or false. But one thing they were sure of was that the bronze token was very precious. Otherwise, the myriad races would not have all moved. However, most of the myriad races were looking for the token to complete the task. Few people wanted to use the token for themselves, because they were not sure what the consequences of using the token would be. It would be fine if there was a treasure. But if it was really a demon, then the loss would be great. Compared to the uncertainty of the token, the reward given by the myriad races was more tempting. The bronze token. In a restaurant, a few players were sitting there. On the table in front of them, there was a piece of paper. On the paper, there was a drawing of a token. It was the bronze token that the myriad races were looking for. Looking at the token, Fu Moyan's expression was strange. For some reason, he felt that the bronze token looked a little familiar. But why did it look familiar? He couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, don't you think that this token looks a little familiar? One of them suddenly said. Hearing this, the others also looked at it seriously. In the end, they were puzzled. If you say so, it looks a little familiar to me too, as if I've seen it somewhere before. The bronze token. By the way, when we were doing the task in the stone forest, didn't we get a bronze token? A thought flashed through a player's mind and he finally remembered. After his reminder, the others also suddenly remembered. In the end, everyone's eyes fell on Fu Moyan. The bronze token was a long time ago. From the beginning of the game until now, about 10 years had passed in the game. It was not so easy to remember what happened 10 years ago. But after being reminded, it wouldn't be that difficult to recall. Fu Moyan's face darkened. Bronze token, he finally knew why the image of the token in front of him looked so familiar. This was clearly a bronze token that he had obtained from completing a quest when he had just entered the game. Behind the token, it was related to the matter of a cave residence. However, because the cave was not in the stone forest, Fu Moyan never had the chance to open it. Until later. When he was besieging Liang Mountain's fort master, he failed to kill him and was killed instead. He even dropped the bronze medallion. For this reason, Fu Moyan had spent a lot of time looking for it in the past, but to no avail. Over time. Thus, he put this matter aside. Now that he was reminded, Fu Moyan finally remembered this dark history. Combined with the rewards given by the human race, he had the illusion that he had lost 100 million. The bronze medallion had already been dropped when we surrounded and killed Mount Liang's stronghold master. Originally, I thought that Li Zongwen and the others had obtained the bronze medallion. Now, it seems that the bronze medallion has fallen into the hands of that person. Fu Moyan pointed up with his finger. It was already self-evident. The name of the Emperor of Heaven. Now, no one dared to say it out loud. Because there had been many incidents of being struck by lightning. Therefore, basically everyone knew that if they directly called the Emperor of Heaven by his name, they would be struck by lightning. So, what is the purpose of that person looking for the bronze medallion? It's hard to say. Fu Moyan shook his head. He was not sure what Qin Shujian's purpose of looking for the bronze medallion was. Originally, Fu Moyan did not think too much about this matter. However, now that the Heavenly Court was looking for the bronze medallion, he had no choice but to think about it in a certain aspect. If I remember correctly, that person was originally just an ordinary mountain stronghold leader. In 10 years, the other party was able to go from a mountain stronghold leader to the current Emperor of Heaven. It was definitely not a coincidence. The Emperor of Heaven has a big secret. Fu Moyan's mind was spinning wildly. Without a doubt. There was absolutely a heaven-shocking secret existing on that heavenly emperor's body. Or else, it was impossible for him to grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Was 10 years a long time? If it was in the real world, it would only be a mere 3 years. Moreover, all the players had been in the game for 10 years. But until now, the strongest player had not even entered the divine martial arts realm and was only lingering around the illustrious sage realm. To talk about cheating. Naturally, the players had the biggest cheats. Fu Moyan would never believe that a native could increase his strength so much faster than a player. The other party had a big secret. In fact, he was not the only one who had this guess. Almost everyone had this guess. However, no one knew what the secret of the Emperor of Heaven was. Until now. The other party was looking for the bronze medallion. Combined with the time when he exploded the bronze medallion, Fu Moyan felt that he was close to the truth. Bronze medallion, it was definitely the opportunity for the other party to become the Emperor of Heaven. As for why he was still looking for the bronze medallion, there were only a few possibilities. Firstly, there was more than one bronze medallion. The other party had only obtained one of them. Secondly, the inheritance that the Emperor of Heaven had obtained was not complete. Or rather, the inheritance that the other party had obtained was complete. But each bronze medallion contained a different opportunity. Whether it is the former or the latter, it proves that the bronze medallion is definitely a supreme treasure. Whoever can open it will have the possibility of becoming the Emperor of Heaven. The more Fu Moyan thought about it, the more excited he became. But the more excited he was, the calmer his expression became. Such a secret. Fu Moyan was sure that only the Emperor of Heaven and himself knew about it. So many years had passed. The other party definitely did not remember a small character like him. Find it. I must find the bronze medallion. Fu Moyan quickly made up his mind. He wanted to obtain the bronze medallion, but he definitely would not hand it over to the heavenly court to complete the mission. He would use it for himself. What seal of evil? It was all just to scare others. Inside the bronze medallion, there was 100% a supreme opportunity. If he could obtain the opportunity inside, even if he could not replace the Emperor of Heaven's position, he could at least become a top powerhouse. Moreover, not only would he be a powerhouse in the game, but he would also be a top powerhouse in the real world. Perhaps, the bronze medallion could completely change his fate. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan's breathing gradually became rapid. His strangeness was also noticed by the others. Captain, what happened? Someone couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Fu Moyan suddenly sobered up. Now was not the time to think about so many things. The most important thing now was to get the bronze medallion. If he couldn't get the bronze medallion, all of his guesses were just empty talk. Fu Moyan coughed lightly and said, "We must get the bronze medallion. We must not let it fall into the hands of others." Yes, the bronze medallion cannot fall into the hands of others. A male player nodded and said in a deep voice, "The reward given by the Qianyuan sacred ground is enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, plus a Taoist artifact. If we can get this reward, our strength will definitely be far ahead of others. If I'm not wrong, the resources that are enough to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm definitely include supreme techniques that can lead to the celestial being realm. If they wanted to break through to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, it wasn't just relying on ordinary resources. Techniques were also very important. So, the reward given by the Qianyuan sacred ground was very likely to be a divine level technique. And it was very likely that it was a top divine level technique. In addition to that, the reward of a Taoist artifact was also not low. Even if the strength of the players at this stage had improved, there were still very few players who could really possess a Taoist artifact. This kind of treasure was born by heaven and earth. It wasn't so easy to get. Now that there were more and more new areas, players had the opportunity to get some innate spiritual objects or Taoist artifacts. If it was in the past, then, there was no possibility at all. Yes. Fu Moyan nodded. He didn't explain anything. He was the only one who knew the secret of the bronze medallion. As for the others, there was no need to know so much. Immediately send out people to find the bronze medallion. Fu Moyan immediately made a decision. In the real world, his identity was not ordinary, so he had cultivated a lot of people in the game. These people, to a certain extent, they were reliable. It was just that the rewards given by the heavenly court were too high. If someone really got the bronze medallion, they might not necessarily give it to him. It was more likely that he would secretly submit the bronze medallion and then receive the task reward. Regarding this, although Fu Moyan had some guesses in his heart, there was no way to stop it. Anything. It was often the most difficult thing to control. Right now, he could only use the power at his disposal to find clues first. As for other things, they would be decided after finding clues. Soon, they left the restaurant. The first thing Fu Moyan did was to bring his men and rush towards the stone forest. Because that was where he first got the bronze medallion. If there was a place where the bronze medallion might be, then the first place was the most likely place. When Fu Moyan and the others went to the stone forest, the other players were also wantonly searching for the whereabouts of the bronze medallion. There was no other way. Because the rewards were really too generous. As long as they got the reward, even the weakest player would be able to jump to the top among the players. A salted fish turning over a new leaf, but they didn't want to get it. So, finding the bronze medallion became the most important thing for all the players. However, no one knew how many bronze medallions there were and where they were. Hundreds of millions of players were looking for them, but only a few people could get the reward in the end. But everyone thought that they would be the lucky one. The bronze medallion. Ningbo, who was walking in the East Continent, was stunned when he heard the news. He didn't know much about the bronze medallion. But the reward given by the Qianyuan sacred ground was what Ningbo really wanted. If I can get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm, then my future path will be much easier. Ningbo's eyes flickered. He hadn't really stepped into the celestial being realm yet because it was too difficult to open the apertures. If he wanted to open the apertures quickly, therefore, they needed to have enough resources. Without resources, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to break through to the celestial being realm. But the problem was that as the disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, he didn't have too many resources. If he wanted to improve his realm, he could only rely on himself in the end. For this, Ningbo valued the reward given by the Qianyuan sacred ground even more. If he could really find the bronze medallion, then his future cultivation would be almost smooth. At this time, the earth shook. A huge monster was coming this way. Ningbo focused his mind and his eyes fell on the monster in front of him. He wanted to find resources. There was no place with more resources than the endless mountains. Even after several years of exploration, there were still many resources in the endless mountains. There were just resources. Naturally, there were monsters. Over the years, many people had entered the endless mountains to hunt monsters, causing some of the weaker monsters to almost die out. In contrast, some of the stronger demonic beasts in the endless mountains managed to survive. So now that they entered the endless mountains, either they didn't encounter monsters, or they encountered monsters with tyrannical strength. 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm or 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Ningbo's eyes fell on the monster, and he had a rough judgment in his heart. He could only judge the level of chi and blood. He could roughly guess the monster's strength. He had no reason to be afraid of monsters of such strength. He stepped into the void and suddenly unsheathed the long sword at his waist. The sword light poured out like autumn water, and then turned into a storm-like power, causing a shocking sword chi to erupt in the void. Whoosh, the sword light appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. The monster didn't have any reaction. It was directly beheaded by the long sword and fell to the ground, motionless. Ningbo looked at the huge monster corpse. According to the method of the Red Lotus of Purgation recorded in the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic, he directly condensed a ball of red lotus flames in the void, and then covered the monster. According to the records, the Red Lotus of Purgation can refine the creatures of heaven and earth and transform them into its own energy. Let me see if this is true. He thought of what Qin Shujian said to him. The Red Lotus of Purgation might be the opportunity to cultivate the Guiyuan Ancestral Classic to perfection. Heavenly Court, Heavenly Palace. After Qin Shujian dismissed the gods, he entered the inner world by himself. He had already given the order to find the bronze token. But he wasn't completely sure if he could find it. But there was one thing that Qin Shujian was sure of, and that was that there was definitely more than one bronze token. There were still 2 doors in the magnificent cavern that hadn't been opened. In other words, there were at least 2 bronze tokens. It wasn't impossible for there to be more. After passing down the order, Qin Shujian didn't waste too much time on the bronze token. It doesn't matter whether the magnificent cavern is an enemy or a friend. It's just a backup plan for a Dao fruit. Who wasn't a Dao fruit in the past? It's not that easy for him to overturn the world. Qin Shujian sneered in his heart. The reason why he was looking for the magnificent cavern was that he didn't want to cause too many twists and turns in the great wide world. It didn't mean that he was afraid of the other party. If the magnificent cavern was really a backup plan left behind by the enemy, he wouldn't be too afraid. As long as the other party dared to show up, Qin Shujian could let the other party understand what a destructive blow was. He would establish the heavenly court and rule over all races. Now, the power of heaven and earth in the entire great wide world was gathered on him. It could be said that, even if an ancient Dao fruit expert returned, in the great wide world, he definitely wouldn't have the capital to contend with him. If the heavenly court hadn't been established, Qin Shujian wasn't absolutely confident that he could control the great wide world in his hands. But now, he didn't have much to worry about. The existence of the heavenly court allowed Qin Shujian to have absolute authority in the great wide world. Any enemy who dared to appear in the great wide world, he was confident that he could suppress them. Just like the previous swordmaster. Fortunately, the swordmaster was on his side. Otherwise, the moment the swordmaster transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would also die. In the inner world, the dragon vein had grown stronger, and heaven and earth had expanded a lot. Qin Shujian first took out the crystal that Yang gave him, then directly crushed it with force. The crystal shattered. Immediately, a scorching energy burst out. Rumble, the sky shook violently, and the mother stream of laws also shook violently. In the middle of the mother stream, a vast and long river of rules had been born out of nothing. The moment the long river of laws was born, in the far east of the world, a terrifying energy was being nurtured. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared in a valley. In the valley, the power of the fire spirits of heaven and earth gathered. The rich fire spirit power condensed into a huge ball, and the terrifying temperature seemed to be able to incinerate everything. The sun. Qin Shujian was not afraid of the temperature. He slowly approached the fireball, and the scorching temperature made his face slightly red. He didn't expect it. After the mother stream of laws gave birth to the seed of the sun law, the inner world would directly give birth to the sun, to maintain the operation of heaven and earth. The sun and moon were both necessary things. At this moment, the birth of the sun made the inner world one step closer to perfection. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and directly reached into the sun. The scorching true sun fire did not hurt him at all, because he was the one who opened up the inner world. Therefore, everything that was born inside could not cause any harm to it. Looking at the sun, Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. The sun has been born. As long as I get the moon law, then the inner world can officially be promoted to a medium-class world. After that, the smile on his face suddenly faded a little. The one in heavenly abyss should be the embodiment of the lunar law. It's not easy to make a deal with him normally. But if I don't get the moon law, my strength will not improve. Without the moon law, if the inner world could not be promoted to a medium-class world, Qin Shujian could not complete the transformation. Although the inner world could expand even without the moon law, how could that kind of increase in strength be compared to the promotion to a medium-class world, not to mention the current inner world? Even if it was doubled on the original foundation, even if it could increase his strength, there was no way to fight against a true immortal of the upper 3 grades. On the contrary, if he could get the moon law, Qin Shujian was confident that his strength would be completely transformed. When that time came, he would be qualified to fight against the void demon. But before that, it was impossible to have the strength to fight against the demon emperor. After glancing at the sun, Qin Shujian left the valley and came to the beginning of the dragon vein. The original beginning of the dragon vein was just a plain. But now, after the evolution of heaven and earth, the plain had become a huge mountain range. The mountains rose and fell. There were huge peaks that towered into the clouds. Except for the absence of the aura of living creatures, the scene in front of him was no different from a blessed enclave. He stretched out his hand. The investiture of the gods had already appeared in Qin Shujian's hands. Then, with a thought, the flesh and blood of the beasts sealed in the investiture of the gods scattered on the ground in large amounts. Because the beasts only cultivated their bodies and did not cultivate rules. Therefore, the power of the flesh and blood, except for the surging energy, did not have any trace of rule power. Qin Shujian did not use the heaven and earth to refine the flesh and blood like last time. He directly used the simplest method to throw the flesh and blood into the inner world. A large amount of beast flesh and blood appeared. It made the dragon vein below let out a pleasant dragon roar. Obviously, under the nurturing of the surging energy, the dragon vein also felt joy. Then, the dragon vein expanded, and so did the heaven and earth. To a certain extent, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of a true immortal was comparable to a large spirit vein, or even better. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, a deafening dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the mountain range below rose and fell as if there was a true dragon moving inside. In the inner world, many spirit veins that were in the process of nurturing had all been successfully nurtured at this moment. At the same time, the extremely rich spiritual energy contained in the inner world had also undergone a transformation at this time. The spiritual energy was still the same spiritual energy. But to a certain extent, it was already beyond what it could be in the past. Xianxia stretched out his hand and took a wisp of spiritual energy. He immediately smiled. Innate spiritual energy. It seems that the flesh and blood of many true immortals has completely transformed the dragon vein into an innate dragon vein. Only the innate dragon vein can nurture innate spiritual energy. It's a pity that there are no living creatures in the inner world now. Otherwise, with the innate spiritual energy as cultivation, it won't take long for a group of powerful cultivators to be born. Innate spiritual energy. It was a powerful spiritual energy that would only be born when the heaven and earth were just born. It was different from the original spiritual energy. No matter how one looked at it, innate spiritual energy was not something that acquired spiritual energy could compare to. Now that innate spiritual energy was born, the foundation of the inner world had become more vigorous. As long as living creatures were born, there would be an endless stream of experts in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the inner world was his secret and his main foundation, Xianxia would have wanted to let the cultivators of the vast thousand worlds come here to cultivate. But after thinking about it, he dispelled this dangerous idea. The inner world was his foundation, and he absolutely could not allow any mistakes. If something went wrong, then it would be a devastating blow to him. After taking another look at the inner world, Xianxia left this place. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, electricity appeared in the room, causing the entire inner hall to explode like thunder. The phenomenon appeared very quickly, but it also disappeared very quickly. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky above the heavenly palace, and his expression changed slightly. Outside, in the sky above the heavenly court, a vermilion bird that seemed to be bathed in the true fire of the sun was flying in the sky above. Gradually, endless flames were born out of nothing, and then enveloped holy fire. The temperature was scorching. It made the entire heavenly court hot. Holy fire did not care about such a change at all. Now, he was completely immersed in a mysterious state, and he did not even notice what he was doing. Flames danced in the sky. One could vaguely see the power of the laws in it. All of a sudden, the mother stream of laws shook, and the vermilion bird spread its wings and directly crashed into the mother stream of laws. It was a powerful pressure. It instantly spread throughout the heavenly court. In a palace in the distance, the Blade Master woke up from his cultivation. What a rich true fire of the sun. No, it's not just the true fire of the sun, but also the smell of innate divine fire. Could it be that an expert who has mastered innate divine fire has begun to prove his Tao? The Blade Master quickly thought of the vermilion bird that often wandered in the sky above the heavenly court. As for holy fire, he did not know much, but he knew a lot about the vermilion bird. It did not matter which era it was. The Vermilion Bird clan was not a weak clan, and had produced many experts. Although they had never produced a Tao fruit expert, one could not deny the Vermilion Bird clan's strength. In particular, the innate divine fire that the Vermilion Bird clan had mastered could threaten Tao fruit experts when cultivated to the extreme. That was the reason. It made the Blade Master take a few more glances at holy fire. Now that an expert who had mastered innate divine fire had proven his Tao, only the Vermilion Bird in the entire heavenly court could do it. Speaking of which, a true immortal Vermilion Bird is a good choice for a mount. It's much better than that ox. The Blade Master's eyes turned cold when he thought of Niodali. Ever since he had become a Tao fruit expert, few people or oxen had dared to be so rude to him. Unless they were at the same level as him. Those who dared to be rude had all died long ago. Therefore, the Blade Master had a great desire to kill Niodali. If not for giving face to Xianxia, he would have killed him long ago. Just you wait. The Blade Master suppressed the killing intent in his heart. If he had the chance, he would definitely teach him a lesson. But now, he didn't want to be so calculative with him for the time being. The mother stream of laws shook, indicating that an expert had become an immortal. As the number of true immortals of the 10,000 races increased, the phenomenon of immortal ascension was no longer a novelty to others. However, every time someone proved their Tao, it would still attract a lot of attention. There were many true immortals now. But seriously speaking, many races didn't have true immortals overseeing them. Most of the remaining races only had one true immortal. The birth of a new true immortal indicated the rise of a new race. Soon, a vermilion bird charged out of the mother stream of laws. When all the experts saw the vermilion bird, their faces were filled with astonishment. An expert of the vermilion bird clan. Since ancient times, the vermilion bird clan had declined. Now, there were only a few mighty figures overseeing them. It could be said that, ever since the monster race split, the vermilion bird clan had been a small race that couldn't be any smaller. If not for the fact that they were backed by the human race, the vermilion bird clan might have been wiped out by other races long before the heavenly court was established. No one expected that the vermilion bird clan actually had an expert who could prove their Tao. Compared to the shock of the other races, the vermilion bird clan was completely immersed in joy. The clan leader has proven his Tao. The clan leader has proven his Tao and become an immortal. Our vermilion bird clan can officially join the ranks of the big clans. Many of the elders of the vermilion bird tribe were overjoyed. Fire Sage had proven his Tao. For the vermilion bird clan, it was a shocking joyous event. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the vermilion bird clan had never produced a single true immortal. It was also because of this that the vermilion bird clan had declined step by step. Now, an expert had become an immortal. That meant that the vermilion bird clan would officially walk out of the haze after the ancient times were destroyed and have hope of rising again. An elder looked excited. The clan leader has proven his Tao and become an immortal. If a descendant is born, they will definitely have a powerful bloodline. When that time comes, our vermilion bird clan will have endless powerhouses. A descendant of a true immortal. They were destined to be powerhouses in the future. As long as a race gave birth to a true immortal, they would be able to use it as a foundation to give birth to enough powerhouses. Hearing this, however, someone shook his head and said, the clan leader has already become an immortal. Who would be worthy of the clan leader? The other true immortals might not be suitable either. Moreover, if the clan leader marries someone from another clan, it is still unknown whether the vermilion bird clan will be born. Hearing this, the elder who had spoken first retracted his smile a little. Indeed, if the clan leader marries someone from another clan, the vermilion bird clan might not be born. No one could be certain about this kind of thing. Soon, another elder spoke up. Actually, among all the races, only the human race is the most suitable for marriage. In the ancient times, our vermilion bird clan had a powerhouse who married a human. At that time, the descendants born were all from the vermilion bird clan. If the clan leader marries someone, the best way is to find a target from the human race. The human race's bloodline was like the sea. Any race that married a human would have a high probability of giving birth to a descendant of the human race. Therefore, in the ancient times, many races liked to marry powerhouses from the human race. On one hand, it could ensure the continuation of a powerful bloodline. On the other hand, it could increase the strength of their own race. The elder who spoke first nodded. It is indeed a good choice to marry a human. There are many true immortals in the human race now, but Emperor Zhao is already married and is not a suitable target. The clan leader can't be emperor. Zhao's concubine. As for Xianxia, it's not very suitable either. After all, if the clan leader marries someone, she will be a generation younger than Emperor Zhao. If that's the case, there are only two suitable candidates for the marriage. After that, the others' eyes flickered. At this point, everyone was very clear in their hearts. There were only two suitable candidates. One was the Eastern War god, Xiao Qingfeng, and the other was the current Emperor of Heaven, Qin Shujian. The former was very powerful. The latter was even more powerful. If they had to choose between the two, they would be more willing to marry Sage Fire and Qin Shujian. Because once the Vermilion Bird clan married the Emperor of Heaven, they would become one of the top clans. Moreover, the Emperor of Heaven's bloodline was very powerful. The descendant born from the marriage between the two would definitely be terrifyingly talented. After a while, someone thought of something and said with a frown, ever since the Emperor of Heaven became famous, I have never heard of him being involved with any woman. It won't be easy for the clan leader to marry the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor of Heaven doesn't want to, we can't force him. Besides, maybe the Emperor of Heaven. At this point, he directly shut his mouth. Ever since he became famous and had great power, he had never been involved with any woman. To be honest, such a person was either impotent, or he had a penchant for homosexual men. With the means of the strong, the former was naturally impossible. In that case, only the latter was more likely. However, even if he wasn't in front of Xianxia, he didn't dare to say these words carelessly. Slandering the Emperor of Heaven was a capital offense. Once discovered, no one would be able to save his life. Shut up, the Emperor of Heaven isn't that kind of person. The others' expressions also changed. However, after the scolding, their faces were also filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Was it really not? That might not be the case. The elder who spoke first interrupted everyone's speculation. It's meaningless to think so much. The clan leader is extremely beautiful. Even compared to the Moon Empress of the Moon Clan, she's not much inferior. We'll discuss this matter again after the clan leader becomes an immortal. When the time comes, as long as the clan leader takes the initiative, I'm sure the Emperor of Heaven will have no reason to refuse. No matter what, the strong must have descendants. Otherwise, when their lifespan runs out and they pass away, wouldn't they be ashamed to face their ancestors? Hearing this, the others also nodded slightly. At this moment, holy fire had already opened up the battlefield of laws. No one stopped her. Her progress in the battlefield of laws was very smooth. It only took her half a day to reach the end of the river of laws. There was a monument of laws standing there. Without any twists and turns or accidents, holy fire easily left her unique mark on the monument of laws. The moment she left her mark, golden flowers scattered in the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. Heaven and earth were congratulating the birth of a true immortal. In the heavenly court, a huge vermilion bird spread its wings. Endless flames were emitted from its body, causing the temperature of the heavenly court to rise wildly. It was the complete opposite of the true sun fire in the sky. But soon, the flames subsided. The vermilion bird also disappeared, transforming into a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress with a graceful figure. She slowly walked toward Xianxia. When she stood in front of him, holy fire bowed sideways with a charming smile on her face. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. Very good. Xianxia smiled faintly and looked at Fire Sage. You've already become a perfected immortal, so it's no longer appropriate for you to be called Fire Sage. The vermilion bird race has already separated from the demon race and established their own race. From today onwards, you should be the vermilion bird emperor. Any race. They all had emperors. The vermilion bird race was originally one of the many races of the demon race, so they only had a leader and were not qualified to give birth to an emperor. But it was different now. The vermilion bird race had already separated from the demon race, and Fire Sage was no longer the demon saint of the demon race, but the emperor of the vermilion bird race. Originally, she was only a heavenly human cultivator, so it didn't matter if she was called emperor or not. But now that she had become an immortal, she should be called emperor. Then, Xianxia took out the investiture of the gods. There was a faint vibration of laws between heaven and earth, causing an additional deity position to appear. The vermilion bird race is fire type. From today onwards, you will be the Sun Lord. Xianxia said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the vermilion bird emperor's name had already appeared on the investiture of the gods. At the same time, the gods also felt something. There was another deity position in the heavenly court. At the moment of the investiture of the gods, the vermilion bird emperor had just broken through to the perfected immortal realm and had not completely stabilized. Under the power of the investiture of the gods, he immediately stabilized his realm. Not only that, he also took a big step forward on his original foundation. The deity position of the Sun Lord. It was not in the 365 Zhoutian constellations. In terms of status, although it was not as good as the 5 imperial emperors, it was not weaker than the 4 war gods. Originally, Xianxia could not confer the deity position of the Sun Lord. But after entering the Sea of Death, he obtained the Sun Law from Yang. In addition, when the Vermilion Bird Emperor broke through to the perfected immortal realm, he directly grasped the connate divine fire. Connate divine fire. It was an existence on the same level as the true sun fire. So, the other party was qualified to be the Sun Lord. Just as the deity position of the Sun Lord was taken, there was another riot in the depths of the Sea of Death. How dare you lie to me? The stone statue shook, and Yang let out an angry roar. Just now, he realized that there was a flaw in his Sun Law. A portion of his originally perfect and flawless power had been forcibly snatched away by heaven and earth. Even if the portion that had been taken away was only a negligible portion of his overall strength. But even so, Yang was also furious. Because the lack of a trace of power also proved that there was a flaw in one's body. Since the birth of heaven and earth, the Sun Law gave birth to sentience and eventually turned into a living being. Ever since then, no living being had the right to comprehend the solar law. Even the heavens and earth had no way of controlling the solar law. This was because the Sun Law possessed sentience. After turning into a living being, he would only be under his control. Yang, this was how it was born. For countless years, no one had ever been able to snatch the solar laws from Yang's hands. This was also the source of his power. But now, Yang discovered that his power was lacking. The only person who could have caused all this was Xianxia. That was because the other party had taken away a strand of his laws. Now that there was a problem, there was no other explanation. He was furious. Yang also found it hard to imagine. He didn't understand how Xianxia did it. The reason why he separated a strand of his own laws was because Yang wasn't worried at all that the lack of a strand of laws would affect him. As long as he spent some time, he would be able to recover the consumed rule power. But now, Yang discovered that the strand of rule power had forever been out of his control. In other words, there was no possibility of recovering the lost power. Not only that, others could also use that strand of rule power to compete with him for the Sun Law that originally belonged to his body. At this moment, Yang's heart was filled with monstrous killing intent. If Xianxia had been in front of him, he would have definitely skinned him alive. What did he mean by releasing him within 1,000 years? Yang didn't believe it at all. Even what Xianxia originally said, he had a question mark in his heart. This was the real reason why Yang was furious. Deceiving himself. Stealing his own power. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't walk out of the depths of the Death Sea region, he would definitely kill Xianxia. But now, Yang could only roar in the Death Sea region. There was nothing he could do. The seal here completely restricted him. The riot in the Death Sea region. Naturally, it attracted the berserk beasts to flee. Heavenly Rune Island had long been relieved of this. When the berserk beasts attacked, the 9 stone steels that Xianxia left in Heavenly Rune Island vibrated. A large array directly covered Heavenly Rune Island. No matter how the berserk beasts attacked, there was no way to break the array. But to directly kill the berserk beasts like the Emperor's restriction, there was no way to do it. The array left behind by the Emperor of Heaven is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the berserk beasts attacking the array, Xiaochao's heart calmed down. The berserk beasts were powerful. But their attacks couldn't shake the array in the slightest. Now that the Emperor's restriction was seriously exhausted, it was in a recovery stage. It was simply impossible to summon the ancient emperors to kill the enemies. Now, he could only rely on the array to resist the attacks of the berserk beasts. Originally, Xiaochao wasn't sure if the array could withstand the attacks of so many true immortal berserk beasts. But now, there was no problem. When the array was activated, Xianxia also sensed it. He tilted his head to look in the direction of the Sea of Death and frowned slightly. The array was activated. There should be powerful berserk beasts attacking Heavenly Rune Island. The berserk beasts attacked, causing the sea to riot. It seems that the matter of conferring the Sun Sovereign has been noticed by Yang. But that's also true. The Sun Sovereign's deity position took advantage of the gap in his power to condense the deity position. As the incarnation of the Sun's laws, it's normal for Yang to sense it. Xianxia didn't care too much. Yang was already locked there by the universal chains. It was impossible for him to leave the depths of the Sea of Death. The only thing he could do right now was to roar a couple of times. To this, Xianxia didn't feel any pain or itch. As for the attack of the berserk beasts, the array he left in Heavenly Rune Island was enough to ensure that there would be no problems. Retracting his gaze, Xianxia looked at Fire Sage again and said, "Since you are already the Sun Sovereign, you should be resting in the sun. But now the sun is occupied by other forces and is not suitable to be your residence. Later, I will refine a palace for you as your foundation in the Heavenly Court." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Vermilion Bird Emperor smiled and said, "I have already broken through to the true immortal realm. It is time for me to return to the Vermilion Bird tribe." Go." Xianxia didn't stop him. After the Vermilion Bird Emperor bowed again, he left the Heavenly Court and headed for the Vermilion Bird tribe's territory. Seeing this, Xianxia took out the materials and began to refine the palace again. It was different from last time. This time, he decided to refine all the deity position palaces that might exist in the future in one go. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he had to refine a palace every time a new deity position appeared. If I want to refine a palace in the Heavenly Court, I have to be at least a second-level blacksmith. Although there are blacksmiths in the human race, they are all at the first level and are still far from the second. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about refining the palaces. Xianxia shook his head inwardly as he withstood the fire. As the Emperor of Heaven, it was a bit degrading for him to have to do things personally. But there was no other way. The Heavenly Court had just been established. Although there were many true immortals, there weren't any special talents. It wasn't that easy to nurture experts in the Tao of forging and other aspects. If it was just cultivation alone, Xianxia had many ways to raise the cultivation of others. However, there were no shortcuts when it came to methods like forging and formation Tao. If one wanted to advance, they could only rely on their own talent and potential. If someone can break through to the third level in the Grandmaster realm, I have a way to add a few more deity positions in the Heavenly Court. In the Third Era, there were talents in all aspects in the Heavenly Court. Compared to the Third Era, the Heavenly Court of this era is really much worse. Xianxia sighed. Among the 10,000 races, the ones most likely to hold these deity positions were the humans. Now, in the human race, there were also second-level Grandmasters. Fang Xinglan was one of them. But the second level, he wasn't qualified to become a deity yet. Only when he broke through to the third level could he barely bear a deity position. As for the Saint Realm, he was completely qualified to become a deity. Deity position, it was a position bestowed by heaven and earth. Not everyone could become a deity casually. If someone who wasn't strong enough was made a deity without permission, the greatest possibility was that they would be crushed by the power of the deity position. It was impossible for them to soar into the sky and directly become a top expert. Some special deity positions. Not only did they test a cultivator's strength, but they also tested a cultivator's achievements in that Tao. If one didn't meet the standards in any aspect, there was no possibility of inheriting a deity position. Therefore, although the human race was popular now, there was no way to produce a powerhouse who could control a deity position. Later on, Xianxia had been refining palaces all this time. The thunder tribulation descended. Then it quickly disappeared. In the end, hundreds of palaces appeared directly and scattered in the Heavenly Court. For this, once again, Xianxia perfected the Heavenly Court's array, embedding the palaces he had just refined into the eye of the array. Then, the Heavenly Court's array became even more perfect. After doing all this, Xianxia disappeared from where he was. In the next instant, he was standing in front of a palace. The palace door opened automatically. He strode into the room. Why did the Qin Emperor suddenly come here? The Blade Master sat cross-legged on the futon, showing no intention of getting up. Xianxia didn't care at all. He walked in front of the Blade Master. With a wave of his hand, a stone stool appeared. Then, he sat down. I want to ask, when you died in the past, did you leave behind any backup plans, such as things like sealed power? Hearing this, the Blade Master showed a speechless expression. Do you think I did? I died at the end of an era. It's not easy to reincarnate and cultivate again. How could I leave behind any power? If I did, I wouldn't have just broken through to the true immortal realm. Besides, didn't the Qin Emperor also die in the third era? You should know very well whether you left behind any power. To the Blade Master, Qin Shujian's question was very low level. Qin Shujian shook his head. I'm different from you. You should have been silent until this era to cultivate again. But I've been reincarnated several times since I died in the third era. The new path I'm taking now requires the lunar law. But the lunar law of this era has already gained sentience and become a real living thing. Gained sentience? The Blade Master's expression changed slightly. He said in a deep voice, if the heaven and earth law gained sentience, it would be at least the strength of an upper-level true immortal. Among them, the lunar and solar laws are the strongest. If it really gained sentience, it would be at the half-step Tao fruit level. Could it be that the thing in heavenly abyss is actually the incarnation of the lunar law? From Qin Shujian's words, the Blade Master thought of many things. He had just returned from the real world, but it didn't mean that he didn't know anything about the vast thousand worlds. On the contrary, the Blade Master had always been very familiar with the vast thousand worlds. It was just that in the last year, he had a premonition that the deceiving order was about to be broken. He was busy making the final arrangements and didn't know much about the vast thousand worlds. Therefore, the Blade Master didn't know about the establishment of the Heavenly Court. But as early as when the 4 continents were connected, Heavenly Abyss was already known to the players of the Eastern Continent. The Sea of Death was where the sun rose. Heavenly Abyss was where the lunar law rose. When Qin Shujian said that the lunar law gained sentience, the Blade Master already understood what was going on. The lunar and solar laws coexist. If the lunar law gained sentience, then the solar law also gained sentience, right? The Blade Master looked at Qin Shujian. Although it was a question, there was certainty in his words. Qin Shujian nodded. That's right. The solar law also gained sentience and exists in the Sea of Death. But because of the universal chain, the solar law was also sealed there. I obtained a wisp of the solar law from him long ago. Now, I'm only missing the lunar law. But the incarnation of the lunar law is a little difficult to deal with. If I don't use some tricks, I can't continue the discussion. Do you really not have any tricks left? Qin Shujian was also a little unwilling to give up. The solar law could still be considered a rational and ambitious living being. It could be talked to and deceived. But the lunar law, there was no way to communicate normally. He hadn't entered the depths of Heavenly Abyss and hadn't completely encountered the lunar law. But just based on the previous exchanges, Qin Shujian could more or less make a judgment. The Blade Master looked troubled. There's no way to leave behind the power of the Tao fruit level. At the end of the era, once the experts at our level die, most of the power will die with them. Of course, it's impossible for you to say that there's nothing left behind. I have a few strands of saber chi on me, but I don't know if they'll work on you. Saber chi? Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. The Blade Master was a top expert of the second era. He had reached the Tao fruit level with his saber Tao. That was why he was qualified to be called the Blade Master. If the Blade Master really left behind saber chi, even if it was just one strand, it would be very useful. However, he felt that something was wrong in front of the Blade Master. Take a look for yourself. The Blade Master didn't want to say more. He took out a stone ball from somewhere and tossed it to Qin Shujian. He reached out and caught the stone ball. Qin Shujian looked a little confused. This is? My saber chi is sealed in it. Cough. But you know that there's no way to leave behind the power of the Tao fruit level. But in terms of aura, there should be no problem. The Blade Master looked embarrassed and coughed softly. Originally, I only kept this thing in case I needed it. Since you want it, I'll give you one. Do as you see fit. It's best if you can trick the Supreme Law. If you can't, think of a way to escape. I can't help you with the rest. Hearing that, Qin Shujian completely understood. The so-called saber chi was just an empty shell. To put it simply, it was purely to scare people. If he really wanted to use it, it probably wouldn't be possible. He didn't expect that the Blade Master would leave behind such a backup plan. Instantly, a faint smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Seeing his smile, the embarrassed look on the Blade Master's face disappeared a lot. He said disdainfully, "Who knows what will happen when you're reborn? If you encounter an enemy, you can always save your life by leaving some tricks behind. This is called nipping the problem in the bud. At least you won't die as soon as you come out." "That's true." Qin Shujian nodded. He also agreed with the Blade Master's approach. Right now, the Heavenly Court doesn't have a suitable deity position. If there is a suitable one, I can give you one. With the support of the deity position, your strength should recover quickly enough. Forget it. We'll talk about the deity position later. The Blade Master shook his head, not wanting to talk about this matter. He had never thought about it. He wanted to accept the deity position of the Heavenly Court. Because if he did that, he would be equivalent to being the Emperor of Heaven's subordinate. Naturally, he would be inferior. As a top expert of the Second Era, the Blade Master simply couldn't submit to others. Even if it was just accepting a deity position in a disguised way, it wouldn't be considered a true submission. A Dao fruit expert. Naturally, he had the pride of a Dao fruit expert. If you don't want to, then forget it. In another 10 or 20 years, the Heavenly Court will attack the Void Demons. By then, how much strength can you recover? Qin Shujian didn't talk much about the deity position. He was just casually mentioning it. If the Blade Master wanted to, he could think of a way to establish another deity position in the investiture of the gods. Since the Blade Master wasn't willing, then there was nothing more to say. The Blade Master said, "In 10 or 20 years, I should be able to recover to the 5th or 6th level of the true immortal realm. However, it still depends on the specific situation. Now that the Heavenly Court's stellar energy is rich, it might be even higher. Compared to the Heavenly Court of the Second Era, although the Heavenly Court of this era isn't as strong, it's much better in terms of stellar energy. That's for sure. The stellar energy of this era has been accumulating since the birth of the universe. No expert has been able to draw it down. The energy that has been accumulating for hundreds of millions of years naturally can't be compared to the other eras now that it's being drawn down." Qin Shujian smiled. If there was anything that this era surpassed the other eras, then the rich stellar energy was one of them. At least hundreds of millions of years had passed since the birth of the universe. So much time had passed. The power of the stars had already accumulated to a terrifying level. Therefore, under the illumination of the stellar energy, it was normal for the Heavenly Court to become rich. Not to mention the Heavenly Court. Even the stellar energy of the 4 continents was comparable to the Heavenly Court of the Third Era. In other words, now, the living beings of the 4 continents were cultivating in an environment comparable to the Heavenly Court of the Third Era. Naturally, their progress had reached an astonishing level. The stellar energy that exists in the outer realm hasn't reached the stage where it's really rich. If we can move the stellar energy into the great wide world, then it'll be truly useful. The Blade Master shook his head. In his opinion, the Heavenly Court hadn't fully unleashed the stellar energy yet. In the other eras, the stellar energy existed in the heavens and earth. It wasn't because the stellar energy originally existed in the heavens and earth, but because an expert used a great divine ability and great method to move the stellar energy into the great wide world. He wanted to achieve this step. One had to at least have the strength of an upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. Qin Shujian said, "When the void demon is dealt with, it won't be a big problem to move the stellar energy." After saying that, he also stood up from the stone bench. "I'm leaving. I have to get the lunar law as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be quite troublesome for me to break through in my strength. Go, go. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do." The Blade Master looked impatient. Seeing this, Qin Shujian turned and left. After he left, the door of the hall closed automatically. At the entrance of the Heavenly Palace's outer hall, Niu Dali was sleeping soundly. When Qin Shujian appeared, he opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. Instantly, Niu Dali stood up from the ground. "Emperor of Heaven! Let's make a trip to Heavenly Abyss. Qin Shujian sat sideways on Niao Dali's back and said indifferently. Niao Dali was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly flew into the air and headed toward Heavenly Abyss. The Heavenly Court existed in the astral wind layer, but strictly speaking, it was above the eastern continent. Heavenly Abyss existed at the limit of the western continent. From the eastern continent to Heavenly Abyss, it was almost equivalent to crossing the entire great wide world. Even with Niao Dali's strength, it would take a lot of time to cross the great wide world. In the void, Niao Dali could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven, what are we going to do in Heavenly Abyss? Go to Heavenly Abyss to get something. When you get there, don't talk nonsense and don't show any timid expression. If you ruin my business, I will not let you off easily. Qin Shujian warned. Originally, he wanted to go to Heavenly Abyss alone like last time. But after thinking about it, Qin Shujian still decided to ride Niao Dali over. No matter what. Niao Dali was also his mount. It would not be appropriate to leave him in the Heavenly Palace. When necessary, he still needed to take him out for a walk. So, Qin Shujian simply took Niao Dali with him and went to Heavenly Abyss for a walk. Ever since the Heavenly Court became a god, the Devil clan officially moved out of Heavenly Abyss and entered the northern continent. The fluctuations that erupted from Heavenly Abyss made the Devil clan not dare to stay in this place for long. After all, if there was another riot, the Devil clan would suffer heavy losses. In the past, they did not leave Heavenly Abyss because they had no choice. Now they had a chance. The Devil clan naturally would not let it go so easily. So, now, within the range of Heavenly Abyss, there was no longer any living creature. No one was not afraid of death. If Heavenly Abyss had not rioted for many years in the past, it would have been fine. Now, in just a few years, Heavenly Abyss had rioted several times. They were not sure either. When would the next riot in Heavenly Abyss be? If they happened to encounter it, it would definitely be a dead end. A day later, Niao Dali carried Qin Shujian and entered the range of Heavenly Abyss. Just as he entered the range of Heavenly Abyss, he sensed that the surroundings were filled with a cold aura. Emperor of Heaven, this place is unusual. Feeling the aura of Heavenly Abyss, Niao Dali felt a chill run down his spine. As a bull that mainly slept, he actually did not know much about Heavenly Abyss. Not to mention understanding. Even the name of Heavenly Abyss, Niao Dali had not heard much. It was the first time in history that he had truly set foot in Heavenly Abyss. Originally, he knew that Heavenly Abyss was unusual, but now that he had truly entered the range of Heavenly Abyss, this green bull realized that this place was different. Qin Shujian said, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't die." Emperor of Heaven, you must be joking. How could this old bull be afraid? Niao Dali's heart relaxed slightly, but on the surface, he shook his head and said. While talking, Niao Dali had already arrived at the entrance of Heavenly Abyss. It was a bottomless abyss, as if it had cut off the entire western region. Rather than an abyss, it was more like a gap between heaven and earth. Standing at the entrance of Heavenly Abyss, Niao Dali could clearly feel the murderous aura that filled the air. That terrifying murderous aura. It was not something that the 10,000 tribes battlefield could compare to. Go down. Qin Shujian's voice sounded in his ears, making Niao Dali's mind calm down. Then, he saw his four hooves stepping on the air, already descending towards Heavenly Abyss. The moment he entered Heavenly Abyss, the already powerful murderous aura became even more powerful at this moment. Niao Dali suppressed the fear in his heart and rushed down towards Heavenly Abyss. In the depths of Heavenly Abyss, there was endless black fog, and it was impossible to see clearly. At the same time, his divine sense was also restricted here. When he went deep into the black fog, Niao Dali could no longer see the surrounding scene clearly, and there was no way to tell when he would reach the bottom. Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the bull's back, had a solemn look on his face. He took out the Emperor of Heaven's fan and waved it gently. Astral wind suddenly burst out, dispersing the black fog that was close to them. At this moment, there was a terrifying force rising from the bottom of Heavenly Abyss. The surrounding space also instantly condensed. At that moment, Niao Dali's body was imprisoned in the void, and he could no longer move. Only the bull's eyes moved, and one could see the horror in them. "It's here." Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat, but his face became calmer. "Pangu." The two simple words made the surrounding condensed space flow again, and also made the force rising from heavenly abyss feel a huge threat. "I'm not here to fight with you today, but to make a deal with you, so I hope you won't spoil the harmony between us." Qin Shujian laughed loudly. His voice didn't echo in the desolate heavenly abyss. It was as if he wasn't in heavenly abyss now, but a vast and desolate world. It seemed that Qin Shujian's words had an effect, and there was no more movement in heavenly abyss. Niao Dali thought of what he had told him, forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and continued to head down. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the man and the bull finally saw the bottom of heavenly abyss. They didn't have time to look at the surrounding environment, and their eyes were completely attracted by the scene in front of them. There were two bright moons in front of them. But unlike the moon in the sky, these two bright moons were scarlet in color, full of a tyrannical and ominous aura. However, in Qin Shujian's eyes, he knew that the bright moons in front of him weren't real moons, but the eyes of living creatures. Occasionally, the black fog would recede, and one could see the dark green scales. The so-called incarnation of the lunar rule was a terrifying beast that seemed to be infinitely large, occupying the entire underground of heavenly abyss. He didn't expect that just as he entered the depths of heavenly abyss, he would completely appear in front of the lunar rule. "Qin Shujian of the human race, how should I address you?" Looking at the beast in front of him, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said with a calm expression. His words fell. The beast didn't speak, just stared at him coldly with a tyrannical gaze. A moment later, heavenly abyss shook, and a name was spat out. "Een." A simple word caused heavenly abyss to riot. A terrifying power erupted from heavenly abyss, shaking the world and buzzing. The creatures in the western state near heavenly abyss all turned their heads to look at heavenly abyss at this moment. Their faces were filled with horror. Heavenly abyss is rioting again. Damn it, why has heavenly abyss been rioting frequently in recent years? Could it be that the terrifying existence below is going to come out of heavenly abyss? Report to the heavenly court immediately. No one knew the reason for heavenly abyss's riot. There were only a handful of powerhouses who could understand the secrets of heavenly abyss. More people knew that there was a terrifying existence in heavenly abyss, but they didn't know much about it. They didn't know either. Heavenly abyss was actually a seal. They only thought that it was the place where the terrifying existence was sleeping. Now that heavenly abyss was rioting, it might be a sign that the terrifying existence was about to come out. If it was in the past, the races in the western state would panic. But now that the heavenly court was established and there was a problem, naturally someone would send a message to the heavenly court for them to deal with it. Deep in heavenly abyss, Qin Shujian's expression was the same as usual as he said with a faint smile, "I want to get a trace of your lunar rule. As a deal, I will release you from heavenly abyss within 1,000 years, how about it?" "Release?" "Kiki." Een let out a strange laugh, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. "You should be the existence that awakened last time. To be honest, I have never seen an existence above the rule. You said that if I devour you, I can walk out of heavenly abyss by myself. I think it's possible. After all, devouring an existence above the rule is a great supplement. I think you're a little weak. Since you're already here, why don't you stay?" After saying that, Een opened his bloody mouth, and a terrifying wind rose in heavenly abyss, wanting to swallow Qin Shujian and Niao Dali. Qin Shujian held the stone ball given by the blade master and squeezed it slightly. Boom, a terrifying saber chi burst out all of a sudden. In front of that saber chi, it was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Heavenly abyss, which had existed for countless years, also seemed to be about to shatter. In an instant, Een felt a great terror descending, and the ominous brutality in his scarlet eyes faded a lot, followed by panic. "You also have a power above the rule." He couldn't believe it. The aura emanating from Qin Shujian wasn't strong. At most, he was in the true immortal realm. And to a large extent, he hadn't even reached the third level of the true immortal realm. This was also why Een dared to make a move and wanted to devour Qin Shujian. However, he never thought that Qin Shujian could still exert a power above the rule at this moment. That extremely terrifying saber chi made him feel as insignificant as an ant. Ever since he was born, there was no other expert who could give him such a feeling. Even Qin Tsung from a million years ago could only be said to be evenly matched in a great battle between the two. Compared to the person in front of him, there was no comparison at all. Qin Shujian held the stone ball in one hand, and the way he looked at Yin had already become indifferent. His original polite tone had also disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that killing you would cause the great thousand worlds to lose order, I would have already killed you for your impudence just now. Do you really think that I have no strength at all after reincarnating? You still know nothing about the power above the rule. Supreme One, please calm down. Yin's voice trembled a little. When he encountered a weak existence, he would directly devour it. However, when he encountered a powerful existence, he also cherished his life very much. It wasn't that he had seen through life and death after existing for countless years. On the contrary, Yin actually valued his own life very much. Qin Shujian said indifferently, I won't bully you. Hand over a trace of the lunar rule, and within 1,000 years, I will come and release you. This is the reward for the deal. Of course, you can also refuse, and I will come and take it myself. However, at that point, you will bear all the consequences. I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. From the beginning to the end. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. Under the contrast of the saber chi, he seemed to have become the true ruler of heaven and earth. Everything in front of him was equivalent to an ant. That gaze made Yin's heart tremble. He didn't dare to hesitate for too long and immediately separated a trace of the lunar rule. If Supreme One has a request, I will naturally do as you say. Very good. Qin Shujian directly put away the crystal formed by the lunar rule. Then, he gently knocked the bull's head with his folding fan and secretly sent a voice transmission. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this, only then did Niodali recover from his shock and hurriedly flew away. Yin didn't stop him. He just silently watched Qin Shujian leave. As time went by, that extremely tyrannical saber chi also weakened bit by bit. He felt the weakening of the saber chi. Yin's eyes were filled with doubt. Then, when he saw that the man and the bull seemed to be fleeing, he quickly understood. Suddenly, his scarlet eyes were filled with violence. How dare you lie to me? In an instant. Heavenly Abyss Riot, P.S., requesting monthly votes. A furious roar came from the depths of Heavenly Abyss. It made Niodali tremble in fear as he frantically fled outside. Qin Shujian, who was sitting sideways on the back of the cow, still looked calm, but he was actually very nervous. The stone ball that he was holding in his hand was also exhausted at this time. It dissipated in the air like ashes. Fortunately, Yin's intelligence is also limited. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to obtain the lunar law. Qin Shujian was sweating in his heart. When he completely left Heavenly Abyss, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, that beast's intelligence was not high. Just the saber energy of the Blade Master scared the other party. If they were really going to fight, then, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could leave. Although he could call out the name of a Dao fruit expert, in fact, the name of a Dao fruit expert was more often than not a deterrent. It was impossible to threaten a half-step Dao fruit expert. In other words, if Yin Gang really attacked, he would most likely die. Even if he had the law of words, it would be useless. To a certain extent, a half-step Dao fruit expert had already touched the level of the law of words. After leaving Heavenly Abyss, Niodali immediately headed towards the Heavenly Court. On the back of the cow, Qin Shujian played with the crystal formed by the lunar law with a faint smile on his face. He had obtained the lunar law. Even if it was only a trace, it could allow the god role to condense the deity position of the lunar lord. Moreover, the lunar law could also be officially born in the inner world. The law is missing. It is impossible for Yin to replenish the lost power in a short period of time. In other words, I have enough time to find a suitable candidate for the deity position of the lunar lord. As one of the 2 most important deity positions in the Zhou Tian star, I have to think carefully about the candidate for the lunar lord. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Normally speaking, the most suitable person to inherit the deity position of the Lunar Lord was naturally an expert of the Moon Clan. This was because the Moon Clan was originally a clan that was derived from Yuehua's intelligence. Therefore, the Moon Clan was born with the ability to borrow the power of the moon. But regarding the Moon Clan, Qin Shujian was also somewhat uncertain. The previous Moon Monarch was the reincarnation of the ancient Moon Monarch, who died at the hands of Xiao Qingfeng. As for the current Moon Monarch, his strength was really average. Until now. He had barely entered the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. It was impossible for him to take over the position of the Moon Sovereign. This was because it was different from the ordinary Zhou Tian constellation deity position. The deity position of the Moon Lord was extremely powerful. One had to be at least a true immortal to be able to bear the power of the deity position. His mind was filled with thoughts. Qin Shujian shook his head. Let's wait and see. If the current Moon Empress can break through to the true immortal realm, then the deity position of the Moon Lord will be given to her. If she can't break through, then we'll find another candidate. If a true immortal is born in the human race, it would be good to bestow the deity position of the Moon Lord. Unfortunately, although the human race had many experts now, they were all very powerful. But after all, they had been weak for many years. Now that he had risen again, he would not be able to return to the peak of the ancient times in a short period of time. Among the humans, currently, there were no experts who could become immortals. The strongest were probably the few elders from the Imperial Astronomer. In 3 years, they had only broken through to the 8th or 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Even so, that was the ceiling of the human race below the true immortal realm. If they wanted to give birth to the 5th true immortal, they would at least need to delay for a few more years. A few years was not long, but it also depended on the situation. If they wanted to establish the deity position of the Moon Lord, a few years would be too long. Once he replenished the incomplete laws, it would be impossible to establish the deity position of the Moon Lord. At this moment, Niu Dali had officially returned to the Heavenly Court. Just as he returned to the Heavenly Court, there was someone pacing back and forth in front of the Heavenly Palace. When he looked carefully, it was the Demon Emperor who was already the Emperor of Southern Flame. Emperor of Southern Flame is pacing back and forth in the Heavenly Palace. What's the matter? Qin Shujian said with a faint smile as he got down from the bull's back. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor immediately came to his senses. He looked at Qin Shujian and bowed. Not long ago, there were strange movements in Heavenly Abyss. I'm afraid that something from the depths of Heavenly Abyss has come out. This matter is of great importance. I specially came to ask the Emperor of Heaven to make a decision. For the matter of Heavenly Abyss. The Demon Emperor was also in a terrible fix. The demon race existed in the Western Prefecture. If the existence under Heavenly Abyss really came out, it would be a devastating blow to the demon race. Such a terrifying existence. Even if all the races in the Western Prefecture worked together, they would probably not be able to contend against it. Although the Demon Emperor had broken through to the true immortal realm, the stronger he was, the more he understood how terrifying the depths of Heavenly Abyss were. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said indifferently, Heavenly Abyss is not a big problem. There's no need to pay too much attention to it. That thing in the depths can't come out. Even if he comes out, he won't be able to cause much trouble. In any case, with the existence of the universal chains, Yin couldn't break the seal and rush out unless he could break through to the Dao fruit realm. However, as the manifestation of the lunar law, Yin had no possibility of becoming a Dao fruit. Therefore, it was impossible for him to walk out of Heavenly Abyss. Seeing Qin Shujian's calm expression, the Demon Emperor was relieved. I was a little rash. Indeed, he was a little confused by the matter of Heavenly Abyss. Now that he heard Qin Shujian's words, he finally calmed down. The matter he cared about was resolved. The Demon Emperor cupped his hands and left. In the outer hall of the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian looked at Niu Dali and said, How long will it take for you to break through to the true immortal realm? It should be in the next few years. Niu Dali hesitated. He was actually not too sure when he would break through to the true immortal realm. Ever since he came to the heavenly palace, Niao Dali was very satisfied with his current life. On the contrary, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have long been able to affirm the Tao and become an immortal. He would not be lingering around the 10th level of the heaven realm. Qin Shujian said, "Become an immortal as soon as possible. If you don't become an immortal, you're just an ant. Although you'll only be a bigger ant after becoming an immortal, no matter what, you'll have more power to resist. Otherwise, you won't be able to live in peace for long." To be honest, Qin Shujian was also a little disappointed with Niao Dali for failing to live up to his expectations. He clearly had good conditions, but he was still lingering around the 10th level of the heaven realm. It was simply the behavior of a salted fish. If he was really sincere in cultivating, he would definitely be close to breaking through to the true immortal realm. After all, the star power in the heavenly court was the densest. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Hearing that, Niao Dali nodded as if he understood. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and did not say anything else. The master led the way, and the cultivation depended on the person. He had already said so much. If the other party still did not want to move, then there was nothing he could do. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian immediately entered the inner world. In the inner world, he took out the lunar rule and directly crushed it with his hand. In an instant, the mother stream of precepts shook. The lunar rule was like a seed that was born inside. Soon, a new branch was opened. With the opening of the lunar rule, the entire mother stream of precepts, even the entire inner world, was shaking crazily. At that moment, everything was transforming. Heaven and earth were expanding. Boundless mysteries appeared in the sky. Then, there was a long roar of the dragon vein, cheering in joy. In a mountain range, there was a Jianmu skirich that was tens of thousands of feet tall. At this moment, the branches and leaves of the Jianmu skirich were emerald green, and a vast vitality was emitted from it. A powerful spirituality soared into the sky, and finally, it completely completed the transformation. Build wood. A deep voice came out of the Jianmu skirich, and then echoed crazily between heaven and earth. Vast spiritual energy surged crazily and gathered toward the Jianmu skirich. Immediately, the aura on his body skyrocketed. Heaven realm, first level of the heaven realm, second level of the heaven realm. In a short period of time, he had directly soared to the 7th level of the heaven realm, officially stepping into the almighty realm. At this point, Jianmu skirich's skyrocketing aura gradually calmed down. The crazy transformation of the inner world. It also made Qin Shujian's physical body undergo a terrifying transformation. At this moment, his body, which was sitting in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, was emitting an aura as vast as the sea of stars, and instantly suppressed the entire heavenly court. The pillar-like starlight was slightly stagnant, as if it had encountered a terrible shock. The gods in the hall were now awakened one by one. What's going on? Xiaoqingfeng's expression changed drastically. In front of that spreading aura, his blood and qi were boiling and trembling. Ever since he broke through to the true immortal realm, Xiaoqingfeng had never felt like this in front of any expert. Under the shroud of that aura, he found that he had an illusion of being small and weak, as if that unknown existence could wipe him out with a gentle wave of his hand. This feeling made Xiaoqingfeng's heart tremble. The Emperor of Heaven's strength has made another breakthrough. In just an instant, he connected the unknown aura with Qin Shujian. In the heavenly court, the only person who could possibly possess such strength was the celestial emperor. As for Qin Shujian's strength, Xiaoqingfeng had always been uncertain. In the first exchange, he thought that although Qin Shujian's strength was strong, it was still a little weaker than his. But after the second exchange, Xiaoqingfeng was a little doubtful of life. Until now. He was also not sure what realm Qin Shujian's strength was at. But now that his aura was leaking out, Xiaoqingfeng realized that his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying realm. Upper 3 levels of true immortal. Taking a deep breath, he finally understood why Qin Shujian had the confidence to make a move against the demons of the void 10 or 20 years later. It turned out that his opponent's strength was no weaker than an upper 3 levels of true immortal. He had the memories of his previous life. Xiao Qingfeng's perception of aura was almost never wrong. Just based on the aura that Qin Shujian was leaking, he could be sure that his opponent's strength had definitely reached the upper 3 levels of true immortal. In front of Xiao Qingfeng, the skybreaking halberd and John Doe sat opposite each other. Just based on his aura alone, the Emperor of Heaven's strength has indeed reached the upper 3 levels of true immortal, and it's not like the early level 7 immortal. He's very strong. John Doe nodded slightly and used the word very strong as a final conclusion. That aura. It was not only Xiao Qingfeng who was astonished. Even the 2 ancestral armaments were astonished. He's already an upper 3 levels of true immortal. The Eastern god of war took a deep breath. He was now only a 2nd level immortal. Although his strength was comparable to a 4th or 5th level immortal, in reality, it was harder to challenge someone of a higher level. Because to be able to cultivate to that level, which one of them was not a true genius, and which one of them was not an existence that could challenge someone of a higher level, at a lower level, there might be some mediocre people, but to be able to break through to the upper 3 levels of true immortal, none of them would be mediocre. In other words, in front of a real upper 3 levels of true immortal, Xiao Qingfeng was only a 2nd level immortal. As for his strength being comparable to a 4th or 5th level immortal, it was a joke. Even if he was on the path of physical sanctification, it was not much different. After figuring out the key points, Xiao Qingfeng took a deep breath. A 2nd level immortal is ultimately too weak. When attacking the demons of the void, I need to at least break through to the 5th level immortal. Otherwise, there's no chance of winning against the demon emperor. The only one that could be remembered by him was the demon emperor of the void evil demon clan. Other than the demon emperor, even the top demon emperor experts were not in Xiao Qingfeng's eyes. An upper 3 levels of true immortal, it seems like he really got the lunar law. The Blade Master turned his head and looked in the direction of the heavenly palace with a solemn expression. He was also the reincarnation of an expert from the first few eras. However, Qin Shujian had already recovered to the level of an upper 3 levels of true immortal, but he was still stuck at the level of a 1st level immortal. Between the two, unknowingly, the distance between them had increased greatly. In the Blade Master's opinion, this gap could be completely closed in a dozen years or so. However, Qin Shujian would not remain stagnant. If he improved, so would the other. Soon, the Blade Master calmed his mind and absorbed the power of the stars to cultivate. He had already officially stabilized his 1st level immortal realm. If each small realm of true immortal was divided into the middle, late, and late stages, then the Blade Master was now equivalent to a 1st level immortal in the middle stage, and was moving towards the late stage. When he entered the late stage, he would have the chance to break through to the 2nd level immortal. Only less than a month had passed since he broke through to the true immortal realm. To be able to reach the 1st level immortal middle stage from the early stage of true immortal realm. This kind of progress. It was already shocking. In the Blade Master's eyes, this kind of progress could not be more normal. Because he was a Dao fruit expert, breaking through to the true immortal realm was only a stage of recovery. He had to really slow down his progress. At least after breaking through to the 3rd level of true immortal realm. Inner heaven and earth. When Jianmu truly gained sentience, heaven and earth had completely transformed. From its original size, heaven and earth had become as vast as the eastern continent. The mother stream of laws was hidden, and no longer appeared in heaven and earth. At this moment, there was a mysterious fluctuation of aura. In the sky, a long grey river appeared out of thin air. The beginning of the grey river could not be seen, nor could its end be seen. Qin Shujian took a step forward and entered the grey river. The river water flowed quietly. With every drop of water that rose, a large number of images would appear from it. The river of time has finally been born. Qin Shujian walked through the grey river as if he was walking on flat ground, and did not encounter any obstacles. The river of time, any place had the existence of time. Only with the existence of time could the long river of time be formed. Originally, heaven and earth were only minor worlds without living creatures, and the power of time had not been perfected. Now, the minor world had officially become a medium world. After the birth of the first living creature in heaven and earth, the river of time was naturally born. It's said that the river of time has no end, but that's not true. The beginning of the universe is the beginning of the river of time, and the moment the universe is destroyed is the end of the river of time. Perhaps there's still a larger river of time outside the universe, but it's not something I can come into contact with. Xianxia thought to himself. He could not come into contact with things outside the universe. Because in the universe, the Tao fruit was the end. Unless this era could undergo a transformation, then he would have a chance to peek into the scene outside the universe. But before that, the universe was, in fact, all that Xianxia knew. In the river of time, there were countless images in the river, and those images were all things that happened in the past in heaven and earth. But because there were no living creatures in heaven and earth, therefore, the river water in the past was also calm and tranquil, without the slightest ripple. Because heaven and earth did not exist for long, Xianxia easily reached the end of the river of time. He saw the end of the gray river. It was a piece of chaos. No one could see what was behind the chaos. Even Xianxia, who was the ruler of heaven and earth, could not see it clearly. The gray river seemed to come from the chaos, and then it went from the chaos. Then Xianxia simply turned around and walked in the direction he came from. He wanted to see the future of heaven and earth. In the river of time, countless images appeared. There were images of Jianmu reaching the heavens and becoming a supreme powerhouse, and also images of living creatures being born and fighting. There were countless images in each water droplet. But every image was something that happened at the same time. There were infinite possibilities in the future, so there were also countless futures in the river of time. No matter how powerful an existence was, there was no way to determine what the future would be like. What they could do was just peek into a corner of the future. Soon, Xianxia retreated from the river of time. At this time, the gray river in the sky gradually disappeared. The mother stream of laws and the river of time disappeared. The sun that was born in the East Pole Valley was officially completed. It slowly rose from the sky and illuminated the entire world. And in the West Pole, Xianxia could also sense that the moon was being born. It wouldn't be long before the Great Een would be born as well. From the river of time, I can see that the birth of living creatures in the future will probably cause many disasters. Tens of thousands of races will fight for the ownership of heaven and earth. Perhaps this is something that will repeat every era. As Xianxia walked on the ground, he recalled what he had seen in the long river of time. The birth of living creatures, naturally, there would be disputes. No matter which era it was, at the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth, there would be disasters. That was because the tens of thousands of races would fight for the ownership of heaven and earth. Only after the war, when the tens of thousands of races decided the outcome, and when heaven and earth had a master, could the disputes gradually subside. After dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Xianxia began to size up the world in front of him. The flower was still the same flower. The tree was still the same tree. But there was a difference. The flowers, plants, and trees now had a rich vitality, as if they had completely come to life. In the past, although they still existed, they did not have the slightest vitality, as if they were dead objects. When the 5 elements and the yin and yang laws are complete, heaven and earth can be considered to have officially advanced to a medium-class world. It can naturally give birth to living creatures with heaven and earth. When the living creatures die, they will also feed heaven and earth. Whether it is a medium-class world or a greater world, it is the same. All living creatures are born in heaven and earth and return to heaven and earth after they die. They are born with heaven and earth and will eventually die with heaven and earth. If you want to transcend heaven and earth, you have to reach the Tao fruit realm. Xianxia thought of many things. When the living creatures of heaven and earth were born, the origin of heaven and earth already existed because all living creatures were born from the origin of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were destroyed. Naturally, the origin would disappear. Xianxia walked in the inner world and observed the changes in heaven and earth while comprehending the principles within. Whether it is the medium-class world or the greater world, they are actually missing a crucial thing, and that is reincarnation. Only when reincarnation is born can heaven and earth be considered to be truly complete and advance to another level. However, no era has ever been able to create reincarnation. Even the experts in the universe do not know that reincarnation exists in heaven and earth. Because the cycle of reincarnation is related to true strength. In the Third Era, when the Third Era fell, Qin Shujian had once split his spirit and used the opportunity of the universe's collapse to escape into the real world. From there, he used a strand of his spirit to be reborn, so he had a certain understanding of the power of reality. However, although he knew about reincarnation, he did not have the ability to create reincarnation. Unless he had the opportunity to absorb a strand of real power in the future, his inner world would have a chance to transform again. Right now, it has just been promoted to a medium-class world. There is still the path of the greater world to walk. When I truly break through to the greater world, I will consider further upgrading. Qin Shujian shook his head and dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Promoted to a medium-class world. The first living creature was born. It was equivalent to saying that the medium-class world was completely stable. His strength naturally broke through to the level of a 7th-level immortal. Moreover, because he walked the path of evolving heaven and earth, although Qin Shujian was a 7th-level immortal, he was confident that he could suppress an 8th-level immortal who walked the path of physical sanctification. As for a 9th-level immortal, he might not be able to deal with him. However, in terms of strength, an 8th-level immortal who had physical sanctification was actually not inferior to a 9th-level immortal in this great world. In this way, Qin Shujian's current strength had also reached the level of a 9th-level immortal in this era. The Void Evil Demon clan has 4 demon emperors. Although the 4 demon emperors can't all be 9th-level immortals, there must be 1 or 2 of them. Otherwise, in the face of the Heavenly Court's attack in ancient times, the Void Evil Demon clan would not have been able to resist. It's easy for me to deal with a 9th-level immortal now, but to deal with 4 demon emperors alone, that's not enough. He secretly estimated the strength of each other. Qin Shujian felt that although he had advanced now, he could not open the barrier of heaven and earth for the time being and lead the Heavenly Court to directly charge out and kill. In this way, things would return to the original point. After waiting for 10 or 20 years, he would let his strength improve further on the original foundation, and also let the strength of the gods of the Heavenly Court improve further. At that time, he would be able to open the barrier of heaven and earth and officially declare war on the Void Evil Demon clan. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already walked into a mountain range. There was a heavenly pillar rising as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. However, if one looked carefully, one would be able to see that there were patterns on the heavenly pillar, and there was a rich vitality emitting from it. You finally gained sentience. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back and looked at Jianmu in front of him with a gratified expression. If the original Jianmu could not bear the name of Jianmu, then now he was a little qualified. Jianmu reached the heavens. The sky was 99,000 feet tall. The real Jianmu was 100,000 feet tall, enough to reach the heavens and the earth. The current Jianmu naturally could not reach 100,000 feet tall, but it was about 100,000 feet tall, and could be considered to have the aura that Jianmu should have. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, a human face appeared on Jianmu, and if one looked carefully, it was somewhat similar to Qin Shujian. Jianmu greets the Supreme One. As he spoke, the branches and leaves shook, and the entire mountain range was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Regarding Qin Shujian's existence, Jianmu was also clear about this. The other party was the ruler of heaven and earth, and also the existence that gave him his name. Ever since he was born with sentience, the traces that Qin Shujian left behind in heaven and earth were deeply engraved in his mind. Therefore, the human face that Jianmu now transformed instinctively moved closer to Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian said, "As the first living creature in heaven and earth, you will shoulder the responsibility of maintaining the order of heaven and earth in the future. I should have taught you cultivation methods and martial arts, but thinking about it carefully, it is not necessary. Because heaven and earth have just been born, and all the rules and Taoist rhymes are present in it. You can find the most suitable path for yourself by observing heaven and earth. If I teach you methods, it will be a waste of your time." The birth of heaven and earth. The greatest opportunity was to exist within the heaven and earth. No supreme divine ability or spell was imparted by a predecessor. Instead, one had to rely on one's own comprehension. Because only the magic art that was comprehended by oneself was the most suitable method for oneself. On the other hand, if it was taught by predecessors, even if it was a heavenly method, there would be a certain flaw. The reason was, it was because the magic art itself was created by predecessors for themselves, not for future generations. Jianmu said in a deep voice, "Your Honor's teachings." Jianmu will remember Jianmu's words. "Although I can't teach you the magic art, there are some things that I can tell you." Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "From the moment the living beings of the heavens and the earth are born, true essence will be born within their bodies. This realm is called the true martial realm. The true essence tempers the body and nurtures the divine sense until the divine sense gives birth to a spirit god. Spirit god cultivates the Yin spirit. When the Yin spirit turns into the Yang spirit, it can leave the body and walk between heaven and earth. It can be called divine martial realm. When the Yang spirit grows to the extreme, the essence, qi, and spirit in the body become one, and it can be called a celestial being. The first 3 levels of celestial being focus on tempering the body. The middle 3 levels also focus on understanding the rules. The last 4 levels focus on gradually mastering the rules. When you truly master the rules, you can ascend to immortality. This realm is called true immortal. When you reach the peak of true immortal, you can transcend heaven and earth. This realm is called Dao fruit. What Qin Shujian said. It was not only for Jianmu to hear, but also for the entire heaven and earth to hear. His voice was not loud, but it caused the heaven and earth to shake. The already perfect heaven and earth seemed to have become even more perfect at this moment. Any heaven and earth had a fixed cultivation system. However, the cultivation system did not exist from the beginning. Instead, it was discovered by predecessors bit by bit and finally evolved into a complete system. This process, it could take decades or hundreds of years, or it could take tens of thousands or even millions of years. The perfection of the system was also a necessary process for the evolution of heaven and earth. Now, Qin Shujian directly applied the system of the upper-class world to his inner world. As a result, in the process of the evolution of the inner world system, it directly saved a lot of time. There are 3 paths to becoming a true immortal. The lowest path is to leave one's own imprint on the rules with the soul, so that one can borrow the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The middle path is to use mighty force to intercept the rules from heaven and earth, using the physical body to bear the power of the rules, and gather infinite mighty force in one's body. The upper path is to use the physical body to evolve heaven and earth. When one reaches the peak, one's body is equivalent to a vast and boundless upper-class world. Apart from the other 3 paths, there are also other paths to break through to the true immortal realm. However, as for the 4th path, you can only rely on yourself to figure it out. After saying that, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. He was not sure how many paths there were to becoming a true immortal. At the moment, it seemed that the 3 paths had covered all of them, but there might be a 4th path. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not make full promises. If there was really a living being who found the 4th path, it would be a slap in his face. Jianmu quietly listened to Qin Shujian's words. After the other party finished speaking, he seemed to have understood something. The aura on his body, which was already powerful, increased again at this moment, and he broke through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. He sensed the changes in his body. Jianmu said respectfully, "I will never forget the kindness of your honor. In the future, I will definitely maintain the order of heaven and earth and not fulfill your honor's great trust." "That's good." Qin Shujian nodded. Then, without seeing him do anything, he disappeared on the spot. However, from the beginning to the end, Jianmu did not notice anything. "Your honor's methods are really unpredictable. If I can reach such a realm in the future, I will have no regrets in this life." He could not help but sigh. Among the 6 realms of true martial, spirit martial, divine martial, heaven human, true immortal, and Dao fruit, there was no doubt that his honor was at least at the Dao fruit level. Otherwise, how could he know the Dao fruit level? In fact, it was not impossible to surpass the Dao fruit level. As the first living being born in heaven and earth, Jianmu had many memories since the birth of heaven and earth appeared in his mind. Therefore, Jianmu understood that Qin Shujian was the creator of heaven and earth. To be able to create a vast world, how could he be a simple existence? It was also because of this reason. He had absolute respect for Qin Shujian. Immediately, the face on the tree trunk disappeared, and Jianmu returned to cultivation. Without the existence of a cultivation technique, he could only observe heaven and earth himself and comprehend a suitable cultivation technique for himself. Before he completely comprehended it, he could only rely on his instincts to breathe in the wandering spiritual energy between heaven and earth. On the other side, after leaving the mountain range, Qin Shujian came to an unfamiliar place. Then, his divine consciousness merged with heaven and earth and completely took in the entire inner world. Until this moment, Qin Shujian truly understood how big the changes in his inner world were. First of all, the expansion of heaven and earth was comparable to the eastern continent. Now that the great wide world was constantly expanding, the eastern continent was already half the size of the other continents. In other words, at this moment, although the inner world was not as vast as the great wide world, it was about 1/7 the size. After the yin-yang 5 elements laws were perfected, all living beings were already in the process of being born. Qin Shujian saw brilliant flowers swaying in the wind and slowly breathing in and out spiritual energy. He also saw a faint fluctuation in the river, as if something was being born in it. There were also mountain ranges that rose and fell, as if a person was breathing. Every rise and fall was accompanied by a vast surge of spiritual energy. All of it. Everything was changing. Everything that was originally no different from dead objects was given life the moment the laws were perfected. There was life, there was a possibility of giving birth to spirituality. If spirituality could be born, there was a chance to transform into spiritual wisdom and then become a real living being. His divine consciousness withdrew from heaven and earth. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "I can already see the future. At that time, the living beings of heaven and earth will be born one after another, and it will completely enter the state of blooming flowers. The more living beings there are in heaven and earth, the more laws can be established. When heaven and earth are complete, my strength will naturally increase." After advancing to a medium-class world, Qin Shujian no longer had to rely on his own methods to improve his inner world step by step. As long as there were living beings, heaven and earth could continue to advance. In other words, he only needed time now. Even if he was lying down and sleeping, his strength would steadily increase until he could no longer advance. This was the terrifying part of walking the path of evolving heaven and earth. As long as he took the crucial step, the future path would be smooth. This was also why Qin Shujian had the confidence to give the path of evolving heaven and earth a high evaluation among the 3 paths of perfected immortals. Because in comparison, the other 2 paths were far inferior to the path of evolving heaven and earth. Moreover, as long as there were more living beings in heaven and earth, Qin Shujian, as the ruler of heaven and earth, could directly extract the power of living beings to fight against enemies. In short, all he needed now was time. As long as he was given enough time, Qin Shujian was confident that he could surpass the peak of the Third Era. P.S. Monthly votes. He retreated from his inner world. Qin Shujian restrained the aura that was leaking from his body. "Emperor of Heaven, have you broken through?" Godslayer asked in confusion in his sea of consciousness. Although he existed in Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness, if the other party did not bring him in, he would not be able to know about the existence of the inner world. He would not be able to understand the changes that had occurred in the inner world. Therefore, Godslayer only knew that Qin Shujian's aura had skyrocketed, but he was not sure about the rest. "I've broken through." Qin Shujian nodded and picked up the god roll on the table. His every move emitted an even stronger aura. As the inner world advanced to a medium-class world, his life level did not change much, but his strength had undergone a huge transformation. Indirectly, the aura of the ruler of heaven and earth on his body also became stronger. He picked up the god roll. The deity position of the Moon Lord had already condensed on it. However, because no one inherited the deity position of the Moon Lord, the empty deity position's power was slowly dissipating. There was only one explanation for such a change, and that was that the Yin in heavenly abyss was recovering its power. Only the Yin was recovering its power. As a result, the gap in the lunar law was disappearing, which made the deity position of the moon lord on the god role unstable. The joy on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. The deity position of the moon lord must be found as soon as possible. However, this position is not something that any true immortal can sit on. The most suitable one right now is still the powerhouse of the Moon Clan. This was because the deity position of the Sun Lord was held by the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Although the Vermilion Bird clan was not a clan born from the essence of the sun, they were also of the Khanate fire element and could control the Khanate divine fire. To a certain extent, they were very compatible with the deity position of the Sun Lord. It was the same. Therefore, with the Vermilion Bird Emperor holding the deity position of the Sun Lord, he could unleash the power of the deity position to a large extent. It was also because of this that the holder of the deity position of the Moon Lord could not be too weak. Moreover, he had to be compatible with the deity position itself. Otherwise, if the Grand Sun primordial flame was too strong and the lunar essence was too weak, the balance would be lost, which was not a good thing. Yin and Yang must be balanced. In addition to the original 365 stars, only then will the formation be truly perfect. However, the power of the stars that can illuminate the Great Thousand Realms can definitely be increased several times over the original foundation. If it can really increase by several times, the myriad races in the great wide world will welcome an explosive growth, and the strength of the heavenly court will also increase crazily. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered as he looked at the investiture of the gods. The era of great battles. Although it was accompanied by a great calamity, it was also a great opportunity. The cultivators of this era all had the opportunity to climb to a peak that was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. Throughout the hundreds of millions of years since the evolution of heaven and earth, there had been many times of great battles. However, there was absolutely no era of great battles that could be compared to the current one. Even when heaven and earth had just been born, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had not transformed from innate spiritual chi, it might not be comparable to now. This was because the power of the stars that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years was being drawn down this time. The sealed power could be said to be vast and terrifying. This was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for the beings of the Great Thousand Worlds, and also an opportunity for Qin Shujian and the other reincarnated people. He put down the investiture of the gods. Qin Shujian left the heavenly palace and came to the south continent. The Moon Clan's secret realm. In the Moon God Palace, the current Moon Emperor sat on the throne, silently absorbing the power formed by the moonlight to improve his strength. Ever since the death of the previous Moon Emperor, there was also some chaos in the Moon Clan. Fortunately, the chaos was quickly pacified. In the end, the current Moon Emperor was elected by the powerhouses of the Moon Clan. When the current Moon Emperor had just succeeded the throne, although his strength was not the strongest in the Moon Clan, his talent was unparalleled. The ancient Moon Emperor, Shi Ling, had the idea of using him as a backup carrier. Once the original carrier died, a new carrier would be exchanged. Unfortunately, the battle in the battlefield of laws had destroyed all of Shi Ling's hopes, causing her to completely fall there, and there was no possibility of her changing carriers. The current Moon Emperor did not disappoint the powerhouses of the Moon Clan. In 3 years, he had broken through from the original 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm to the current 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm, becoming a top powerhouse of the Moon Clan. The hope of becoming an immortal was also much greater than others. All of a sudden, in the Moon God Palace, where only the Moon Emperor existed, a person appeared out of thin air. The Moon Emperor felt something and directly opened his tightly closed eyes, just in time to see a green robe. Suddenly, his calm face was replaced by a shocked expression. Immediately after, the Moon Emperor stood up from his seat, walked in front of the green robe, and bowed down. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may rise." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The Moon Emperor straightened up, then dared to look directly at Qin Shujian. "Emperor of Heaven, you suddenly came to visit my Moon Clan. What orders do you have?" As she spoke, her heart was beating a little fast. There had always been a grudge between the Moon Clan and the Human Clan. The previous Moon Emperor had died on the battlefield because he had stopped a human powerhouse from becoming an immortal. When the Heavenly Court sealed the gods, the Moon Clan, as a large clan, did not obtain any deity position. From this, it could be seen that the Emperor of Heaven was still dissatisfied with the Moon Clan. At this time, Qin Shujian suddenly came. It was inevitable that the Moon Emperor would think too much. Although now that the myriad clans were unified, the chances of the other party destroying the Moon Clan were not high. However, as long as he used some casual methods, it would be enough to make the Moon Clan suffer. Moreover, if Qin Shujian were to make a move now and kill him here, the Moon Emperor felt that no one would notice. Just as she was feeling apprehensive, Qin Shujian slowly said, "How long will it take for the Moon Emperor to break through to the true immortal realm?" Break through to the true immortal realm? The Moon Emperor was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. Give Ben Huang another 2 or 3 years and he should be able to become an immortal. She did not hide anything about this matter. It was also because there was no need to hide it. Regardless of whether he became an immortal or not, the Moon Emperor understood that he would not be able to make any fundamental changes in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian placed his hands behind his back and said with an indifferent expression, 2 or 3 years is too long. Ben Huang will give you half a year. If you can break through to the true immortal realm, then I will give you the deity position of the Moon Lord. Although this deity position belongs to the Zhou Tian star, in terms of true status, it is not inferior to the 4 war gods. Moon Lord. The Moon Emperor's pupils constricted. She did not expect Qin Shujian to come here for this. The deity position of the Moon Lord was not inferior to the 4 war gods. The Moon Emperor's face was filled with shock, but his heart was filled with doubt. She found it hard to believe that Qin Shujian would give her such a benefit. If the deity position of the Moon Lord was really so important, he could have given it to the human race. There was no need for him to personally come to the Moon Clan. She had doubts in her heart. The Moon Emperor was also unhappy. Emperor of Heaven, why do you want to give the deity position of the Moon Lord to the Moon Clan? After all, my clan and the human race. Halfway through her sentence, she stopped. Although she did not say everything, the meaning was already very obvious. Qin Shujian said, the grudge between the human race and the Moon Clan cannot be easily resolved. However, now that the Heavenly Court has been established and controls all races, some grudges can only be temporarily put aside. The deity position of the Moon Lord is not something that anyone can take on. The Moon Clan is a living creature that was born from the moonlight. They are naturally compatible with the deity position of the Moon Lord. That is why I am giving you a chance. If you are not willing to take over, I will find someone else. The Moon Emperor immediately felt relieved and replied, Ben Huang is naturally willing to take over the deity position of the Moon Lord. You can't take over just because you want to. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you will be qualified to become the Moon Lord. If you can't, it means that you don't have the opportunity. Take care of yourself. Whether or not you can seize this opportunity depends on you. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you can go to the Heavenly Court. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. After speaking, he directly left the Moon God Palace. The entire Moon Clan's secret realm was equivalent to being unguarded to him. Qin Shujian could enter and leave freely. The Moon Emperor stood there without moving. She was thinking about what Qin Shujian had said just now. If you can break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, you can take over the deity position of the Moon Lord. This is the greatest opportunity for the Moon Clan. If Ben Huang can become the Moon Lord, the Moon Clan will definitely rise. The Moon Emperor's gaze was firm. She had already made up her mind. In half a year. No matter what method she used, she had to break through to the true immortal realm. The deity position of the Moon Lord was tailor-made for the Moon Clan. If she missed this opportunity, it would not be so easy for the Moon Clan to make a comeback. The glory of the ancient Moon Clan may be reborn in Ben Huang's hands. The Moon Emperor took a deep breath, a gentle smile on her beautiful face. Then she walked out of the Moon God Palace. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, she had already taken a step into the air. The bright moon was transformed by the ancient Moon Emperor when he died. It was also the Moon Clan's greatest treasure. But no one knew. In fact, the bright moon in the sky of the Moon Clan's secret realm was not simply transformed by the ancient Moon Emperor. There were still other secrets inside, secrets that only the Moon Emperors of each generation had the right to know. Entering the bright moon was like passing through a layer of thin film. There was a palace in the bright moon. If one looked carefully, they would find that there was not much difference between it and the Moon God Palace below. The Moon Emperor walked into the palace. In the cold Moon Palace, there were 3 coffins made of cold jade, enjoying the nourishment of the moonlight. The current Moon Emperor greets the seniors. The Moon Emperor looked at the 3 cold jade coffins and gently opened her red lips. Her gentle voice had already sounded in the Moon Palace. After speaking, the 3 cold jade coffins shook slightly. Then, a decaying voice sounded, "Moon Emperor, what brings you here?" 3 years ago, the Heavenly Court was established. A human expert became the Emperor of Heaven. The emperors of all races were conferred the god position. Our Moon Clan was weak, so none of the god positions belonged to us. Now that the Heavenly Court has established the position of the Moon Lord, our Moon Clan is the most suitable candidate for this position. But to inherit the god position, our clan needs to have a true immortal in half a year. This is a rare opportunity for our Moon Clan. If we miss it, our clan may completely decline in the years to come. The Moon Empress opened her mouth and told him everything that had happened recently. After speaking, the Moon Palace calmed down, as if the experts in the 3 cold jade coffins were shocked by the news. After a long while, a voice came from one of the cold jade coffins. After the ancient times were destroyed, the human race established the Heavenly Court again. This race really has terrifying potential. I've never heard of the emperors conferring the god position. But judging from the current situation, it is indeed a matter of great benefit to the Moon Clan to be conferred the god position. Another cold jade coffin said. Although they didn't know how important the god position of the Moon Lord was. But from the Moon Emperor's words, they could understand that the god position was very important to the current Moon Clan. It was even a matter of whether the Moon Clan could rise or not. The Moon Emperor bowed at this time. Ben Huang is not confident to break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, so I came this time to hope that seniors can help Ben Huang. Hearing that, the cold jade coffins fell into silence. After a long time, a voice sounded. We have been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years to contribute to the Moon Clan. Now that the Moon Emperor has asked, we naturally won't refuse. After speaking, the cold jade coffin suddenly opened. Boom, Xianxia, who had returned to the Heavenly Court, hadn't even sat down when he saw the thunder tribulation appear, covering the 4 continents. Then, the thunder tribulation struck down, and its target was the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan really has a backup plan. The thunder tribulation. It seems that an ancient true immortal has broken out of the seal. It's just that an ancient true immortal has broken out of the seal at this time. Could it be that there's a way to help the Moon Emperor become an immortal? Xianxia looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with a strange expression. If it wasn't for the appearance of the thunder tribulation, he would have almost forgotten that the Moon Clan might have an ancient true immortal. Because from the beginning, the Moon Clan had never had an ancient true immortal break out of the seal. This was unusual in itself. Even if it was a small clan, there might be 1 or 2 ancient true immortals. As a large clan, it was impossible for the Moon Clan to not have any foundation. But as the human race became stronger and stronger, and the ancient Moon Emperor fell, Xianxia also forgot whether the Moon Clan had an ancient true immortal. For him, those ancient true immortals in the seal were no longer a threat. Not to mention that after they were released, they weren't at their peak. Even if they were at their peak, they were existences that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. It was just that the scene before him. Only then did Xianxia remember the thing that he had always neglected. Originally, I only planned to give you a chance. Now, it seems that the position of the Moon Lord should belong to the Moon Clan. Xianxujian's expression was indifferent. If it weren't for the fact that the Moon Clan was indeed a candidate for the Moon Lord, he wouldn't have given this opportunity to them. If he was still the human emperor, then even if the Moon Clan was a suitable candidate for the Moon Lord, Xianxujian would only give this opportunity to the human race. However, it was different now. He was the Emperor of Heaven. There were some things that he had to consider from the big picture. I only hope that you won't disappoint me. Xianxia shook his head and then entered the mother stream. Although after breaking through to the medium-class world, he didn't need to cultivate to increase his strength. However, Xianxia didn't think that he was that lazy. He could increase his strength faster. He couldn't waste this opportunity. On one hand, he took the initiative to comprehend the laws, and on the other hand, he could increase his inner world naturally. If he did both, Xianxia was sure that his strength would increase even faster. If I could really get rid of the void demon immediately, who would be willing to wait a few more years? He shook his head. Xianxia had completely disappeared from the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Qianyuan realm. In front of the human emperor's palace, there were 5 stone tablets standing tall. On each stone tablet, there was a supreme technique left behind. Ever since Xianxia became the emperor of heaven, more cultivators came to comprehend the stone tablets he left behind. Although there were many other stone tablets in other parts of the eastern continent. However, only the stone tablet in front of the human emperor's palace was the most complete stone tablet. Now, almost everyone in the Qianyuan realm would comprehend the stone tablets here in order to comprehend the mysteries within. After all, this was the technique left behind by the Emperor of Heaven. If one could completely cultivate it, even if they couldn't become the second Emperor of Heaven, they would definitely become one of the strongest in the world. And in front of the stone tablet where the human emperor set up the array formation, Fangxinglan sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in it. His current cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the sky-human realm. Under the nourishment of the star power for 3 years, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, compared to the other elders of the Qianyuan realm, Fangxinglan's realm was a little low. The main reason was that his goal wasn't to improve his cultivation, but to improve his array formation skills. After a few years of painstakingly comprehending the array formation set up by the human emperor, Fangxinglan had gained a lot in the 2nd realm of array formation grandmaster. Not only did it completely stabilize him in the 2nd realm, but it also made a big step forward on his original foundation. Until now. Although Fangxinglan hadn't broken through to the 3rd realm, he was confident that he was the strongest array formation master in the 4 major continents after the Emperor of Heaven. Even if he was an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, he was definitely no match for him in terms of array formation skills. An unknown amount of time had passed. Fangxinglan retreated from the stone tablet, then took a look at the surrounding scene, got up, and left. He needed time to properly digest what he had just learned. It's extraordinarily difficult to break through to the 3rd realm, but according to my current comprehension progress, I might be able to break through to the 3rd realm in a few years at most. Fangxinglan thought of some things and sighed slightly in his heart. A few years was easy to say. However, looking at the current situation of the human race's improvement, a few years was enough for him to raise his realm to the level of a mighty figure. As for the 3rd realm of array formation skills, it was only equivalent to a mighty figure. If I don't comprehend array formations, but focus on breaking through myself, and wait until I become an immortal in the future before coming back to comprehend it, would it be better? Fangxinglan couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. To him, array formation skills were his lifelong pursuit. If he gave up, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. He interrupted the turmoil in his heart. Fangxinglan had already returned to his residence, abandoned the people around him, and entered seclusion alone. After becoming the deputy sacred lord, he rarely cared about the affairs of the Qianyuan sacred ground. The main reason was that the human race was peaceful now, and nothing major had happened. Trivial matters could be handled by the other elders, and there was no need for the deputy sacred lord to personally appear. Therefore, Fangxinglan had enough time to comprehend array formation skills. Is there any news about the bronze token now? Su Yuanming asked in a deep voice in the main branch of the Yuan sect. There's no news. We've also issued a mission to the mutants in the eastern continent. There are only 2 possibilities now. Either the bronze token is not in the eastern continent, or the bronze token has been hidden by someone. Zhongfang shook his head and said calmly. It was not easy to find the bronze token. The Qianyuan sacred ground was looking for it, the Yuan sect was also looking for it, and the people of all races were looking for it. However, so far, there was no news at all. In his opinion, perhaps the bronze token had already been obtained by someone, but that person did not submit the token and chose to hide it. As for the reason for hiding it, it was nothing more than coveting the secret hidden in the token. Su Yuanming said, if someone is really hiding the token and we have no way to find it, then the mission of the heavenly court will probably not be completed. According to the news, the bronze token has something to do with the demon seal. I'm afraid that might not be the case. It doesn't matter to us what the secret is. It's what we should think about, Zhengfang said lightly. It was a secret. It was not up to them to think about it. Not long after the Yuan sect was established, they had been secretly looking for the whereabouts of the bronze token. Therefore, Zhengfang and the others knew very well that there was no demon seal behind the bronze token at all. Let's wait and see. Su Yuanming sighed and said, since the Emperor of Heaven wants this token, it must be an extremely important thing. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be troublesome. The news came from the heavenly court. It had been 2 or 3 months. All the races were searching with all their strength, trying to find the whereabouts of the bronze token. The rewards given by the heavenly court and the rewards announced by the myriad races made others unable to stop themselves. Even if there was no news for a few months, it could not dampen their enthusiasm. A few months was nothing. If they could find the bronze token, they could save dozens or hundreds of years of hard work in the future. Just as everyone was looking for the bronze token. In a place where there were few people, Zhonghua and Xuanyan both had complicated expressions as they looked at the rusty token in front of them. If there were others here, they would immediately realize that the token in front of them was the bronze token that the myriad races were looking for. This is the bronze token. If we exchange it for the myriad races, we can at least get enough resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. Xuanyan swallowed his saliva and looked at the bronze token with a burning gaze. 10th level of the heaven-human realm, in the desolate great world, he could be considered a top powerhouse. If I remember correctly, the strongest powerhouses in our desolate great world should be at the 7th or 8th level of the heaven-human realm. Although there may be some errors in the data, I estimate that they are at most at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. If we get the resources and break through to the 10th level of the heaven-human realm in the game, then in the real world, our strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if we can't break through in the Array Dao, with our top realm, it will be enough to revitalize the dojo. The more Xuanyan spoke, the more excited he became. In his opinion, the bronze token was enough to change the future of the entire Array faction dojo. Even if they broke through to the Array Dao Grandmaster level, it would definitely not have as great an influence as becoming a top powerhouse in the desolate great world. No matter how strong the Array Dao Grandmaster was. How strong could he be? The first level was only comparable to the Transcendents, the second level was comparable to the Saints, and only the third level was comparable to the mighty figures. However, not to mention third realm Array Dao Grandmasters, there were only a handful of second realm Array Dao Grandmasters in the history of the primordial world who could reach this level. As for the third level, it only existed in legends. Although the dojo master said that the one in the Purple Clouds dojo might be the third level, it was only a possibility. It could be seen. How difficult was it to break through in the Array Dao? On the contrary. If one could achieve something in the realm, it would be more useful than becoming an Array Dao Grandmaster. You're right. If we can give the token to the myriad races, we'll be rich. Zhonghua nodded slightly. Then, he shifted his gaze from the token to Xuanyan. Rumor has it that behind the bronze token is a place where demons are sealed. If the bronze token is used, the seal will be opened and the demons will be released. This rumor has no basis. No one can be sure if the place behind the token is the place where demons are sealed. But I think that if what's behind the bronze token is not the seal of an evil spirit, but a powerful opportunity, then the strength of this opportunity is definitely beyond our imagination. Zhonghua's tone was neither fast nor slow, but it made Xuanyan's breathing quicken. If the bronze token represented an opportunity, then this opportunity would definitely be earth-shattering. The reason was simple. The myriad races were searching for the token, so it must be the heavenly court's idea. And the heavenly court wanted the token, so the order was given by the Emperor of Heaven. To be able to make an existence at the level of the heavenly emperor yearn for such a lucky chance, what kind of powerful existence was it? If they really obtained the opportunity, it would definitely change their fate. Not only would it change the fate of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club, but it might also change the situation of the entire desolate great world. Thinking of this possibility, Zhuang Yan's mind was a little unstable and he could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, he barely suppressed the shock in his heart and revealed a hesitant look on his face. But the problem is, if the bronze token is really sealed by demons, then we will lose the opportunity to submit the mission. At that time, it will really be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Hearing this, Zhonghua fell into deep thought. Zhuang Yan's words were not unreasonable. In front of them, there were only two paths they could take. One was to submit the bronze token and complete the mission of the myriad races to obtain the extremely generous reward. The other was to use the bronze token without permission and obtain the powerful opportunity within. However, there was a certain possibility that they would lose everything. After thinking for a long time, Zhonghua said in a deep voice, "Let's take a gamble. Although the resources for the 10th level of the heaven-human realm are abundant, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to break through after the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. If there is an opportunity in the bronze token, the path to becoming a perfected immortal might be smooth. Of course, you and I discovered the bronze token together. If you don't want to take a gamble, then I won't force you. When the time comes to submit the mission, you and I will split the resources equally." Zhonghua's words. This caused Zhuang Yan to hesitate as well. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, let's take a gamble. At most, we'll drop a level. As for the resources for the 10th level of the heaven-human realm, we'll split them equally. At most, it'll be enough for us to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of the heaven-human realm. When the time came, it would not be impossible for them to earn enough resources by fighting for it. On the contrary, this might be the only opportunity for the bronze token." The opportunity was right in front of him. If he did not take a gamble, Zhuang Yan would not be satisfied. Although it was a good thing to get a reward safely, he was more willing to take a gamble. If he failed, then he failed. If he succeeded, then he would really be the master. After the two of them made the decision, Zhonghua did not hesitate. He grabbed the token and read the information in it carefully. It's in the fallen immortal realm. When the moonlight shines on the fallen immortal realm, you can use the token to summon the unknown cave abode. Zhonghua told him the information in the token. Zhuang Yan said, "The fallen immortal realm, I remember it's the junction of several continents. A few years ago, the human race and the emperors fought there. It's said that there are still remnants of energy left. If we go there, we'll have to be fully prepared. Get everything ready. We'll enter the fallen immortal realm in 2 days, Zhonghua said. Okay. Soon, the two of them left with the bronze token. 2 days later, the two of them went through the portal and arrived at the city closest to the fallen immortal realm. After they got out of the city, they immediately headed toward the fallen immortal realm. Since a few years ago, when the human race and the emperors of the other races fought here, the remnants of energy had been left in the fallen immortal realm for a long time, making it a dangerous place. However, because of the remnants of the emperor's energy, some people took the risk to enter the fallen immortal realm in order to understand the mystery. However, only a few people did so. Because the fallen immortal realm was too dangerous. Any trace of the energy left behind by the sovereigns was enough to kill other cultivators. After a long time, no one dared to enter the fallen immortal realm. When they arrived at the entrance of the fallen immortal realm, Zhonghua and Zhuang Yan looked at each other and then stepped in. The two of them walked very carefully and paid attention to the surroundings. At this moment, the moon had risen from the heavenly abyss. The bright moonlight shone on the earth, but they were still some distance away from the fallen immortal realm. "Let's go deeper. Don't make too much noise," Zhonghua said calmly. He was not sure if there would be any noise when he used the bronze token. If there was a big noise, he would be doing the others a favor. Only by going deeper into the fallen immortal realm and then using the bronze token, the remnants of the emperor's energy could resist for a while even if there was a big noise. "Okay." Xianxia nodded and then said, let's bind the resurrection point here so that we don't have to run again when we die. Okay. Xianxia did not object. The two of them immediately bound the resurrection point here and then continued to go deeper into the fallen immortal realm. When they were less than 100 meters away, a gentle breeze blew. It was supposed to be a gentle breeze, but now it was like a sharp blade. Before the two of them could react, they turned into white light and disappeared. 10 minutes later. At the resurrection point, the two of them were confused at first, but then their faces darkened. Xianxia said, the fallen immortal realm is really dangerous. Let's continue, but change the direction this time. Okay. Xianxia nodded and then the two of them went deeper into the fallen immortal realm. The gentle breeze from before blew once again. This time, they were experienced. They immediately ran forward crazily, not giving the breeze a chance to touch them. Then, there was a sudden frost on the flat ground. Xianxia didn't even think about it. He crushed a few jade talismans and a powerful force erupted from them, colliding fiercely with the frost. However, the moment those several powerful forces came into contact with the frost, they were instantly annihilated. The whole process. They could not stop it for even half a breath. At last, the two of them were swallowed by the frost again. They were resurrected again. Xianxia and Xianxia had learned their lesson. They did not deal with it carelessly. Instead, they bound the resurrection point again for every 100 meters. In the face of the attacks from the fallen immortal realm, they resisted if they could. If they could not, they resigned to their fate. After dying 5 or 6 times, the two of them finally went deeper into the fallen immortal realm. Even though it was only 100 kilometers, only they themselves knew how much danger there was in it. Xianxia wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around. Here is enough. If we go deeper, I'm afraid we will die a few more times. If we go on like this, we will fall to the real martial arts realm before the token is activated. After saying that, Xianxia felt a toothache. He did not see any opportunity. Instead, he paid a price of several levels. If he really didn't have any opportunities, it would take at least a few years to make up for this loss. He looked around at his surroundings. Xianxia did not refuse. At this moment, the moon had risen to a very high position. The moonlight gradually moved to the fallen immortal realm. Suddenly, he held the bronze token and said, use. The void vibrated. All of a sudden, a crack appeared on the ground, and a stone tablet fell out of it. The stone tablet fell. It did not make any noise. Xianxia and Xianxia's eyes immediately fell on the stone tablet. Cauldron Cave Mansion. Seeing the words on it, Xianxia smiled. Cauldron Cave Mansion. It is obviously a mansion left by an expert. The probability of there being a demon seal is very low. Now, it seems that we made the right bet. We will know the specific situation when we enter the mansion. Xianxia also smiled, but he was not too optimistic. Although from the looks of it, Huading Cavern Mansion did not seem to be a place where evil spirits were sealed, there was no guarantee that there was something wrong with it. He moved his eyes away from the words Cauldron Cave Mansion and looked at the groove at the bottom right corner of the stone tablet. The shape and size of the groove fit the bronze token perfectly. Now that things had come to this, Xianxia did not hesitate. He took a step forward and embedded the bronze token in his hand into the stone tablet. When the bronze token was placed on the stone tablet, Xianxia, who had just come out of the mother stream and was cultivating in the Heaven Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. P.S. Monthly votes. Someone opened the Cauldron Cave abode. Xianxia instantly understood what was going on. At his level, as long as something related to him happened, he would have a premonition. Although the Cauldron Cave abode was left behind by a Dao fruit expert, Xianxia had also obtained a Dharma eye from there. In other words, he had some connections with the Cauldron Cave abode. Therefore, Xianxia had sensed at the moment the cave abode opened. Someone really didn't take my words seriously and opened the Cauldron Cave abode without permission. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. In order to prevent someone from opening the Cauldron Cave abode without permission, Xianxia had made some things very clear. However, he still didn't expect it. Someone really dared to go against him and open the cauldron cave abode without permission. The other party's actions meant that they didn't take him, the Emperor of Heaven, seriously. If he didn't deal with this matter, the heavenly court's prestige would be weakened in the future. The people in the Great Thousand World shouldn't have the guts to go against the heavenly court. After all, even if they guessed that there was a great opportunity behind the cauldron cave abode, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the heavenly court was now the ruler of the Great Thousand World, and the 4 continents were under the heavenly court's control. It was easy for Xianxia to connect the dots to the players. No one else would have the guts to take the risk except for the players. Soon, he calmed his mind and held the seal in his hand, using the heavenly court's providence to calculate the exact location of the cauldron cave abode. Divination, calculation, prying into the secrets of the heavens. This method wasn't very popular in the current era, but it was a powerful method in the third era. Xianxia was quite proficient in this. In just 15 minutes, he calculated the location of the cauldron cave abode. So it's in the fallen immortal realm. Xianxia was very familiar with this place. He and Emperor Zhao were also there, and they had challenged the emperors of all races. However, Xianxia did not expect that Hua Ding's cave mansion would open in the fallen immortal realm. After all, he had opened Hua Ding's cave mansion in the Undying Plain. The Undying Plains was located in the eastern continent. The fallen immortal realm was the intersection point of the 4 continents. If it was slightly further out, it would already be out of the eastern continent. The person who left behind the magnificent cauldron seemed to have prepared a lot of backup plans. He didn't put all his eggs in one basket. One was the Undying Plains, and the other was the fallen immortal region. If the 3rd bronze token still exists, should it be in some other place? Xianxia revealed a meaningful smile. In the next instant, he said calmly, I should be in the fallen immortal realm. After saying this, Xianxia disappeared from the heavenly palace. The scene changed, and soon, they appeared in the fallen immortal realm. He had just entered the fallen immortal domain. Everything about the fallen celestial realm appeared in his mind. Xianxia took another step forward, and the scene changed. He saw 2 people entering the stone tablet. I'm too late. Seeing someone enter, Xianxia frowned slightly. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Due to the appearance of the magnificent cavern, he needed time to deduce its exact location. Therefore, he was delayed for a while. On the stone tablet, a vortex appeared. Xianxia did not enter the whirlpool. Instead, he stood in place and waited. The first time he entered the magnificent cavern mansion, he didn't know what was going on, so he recklessly entered someone else's territory. But things were different now. Xianxia was aware that there was an expert behind the cauldron immortal cave, so he would not easily take the risk. All he had to do was wait where he was. When the people who entered the cave came out, the result was the same. I want to see who opened the cave abode of Hua Ding without permission. At the same time, let me see if the person who left the cave abode of Hua Ding is a friend or foe. Xianxia looked at the stone tablet indifferently. He stood still and did not move. This was because opening the cave didn't cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, there were also remnants of the Emperor's power in the fallen immortal domain. Even when the cave was completely opened, no one noticed it. On the other side, in the magnificent cauldron immortal cave, what appeared in front of Zhuangyan and Zhonghua were 2 stone doors. The earth door, the human door, Zhuangyan smiled. There must be different opportunities behind the 2 stone doors. Since there are 2 of us, let's just enter 1 stone door each. Which door do you want to enter? Zhonghua asked. It was reasonable for each of them to enter 1 stone door each. However, there were 2 stone doors, so the things behind them must be different. How to choose was also a problem. Hearing this, Zhuangyan pointed at the human door on the right. I'll enter the human door. Okay, then I'll enter the earth door. Zhonghua nodded. Then, the 2 of them pushed open the stone door and walked in. Behind the earth door, there was a secret room that was neither big nor small. Walking into the secret room, Zhonghua looked around. Soon, he saw everything in the secret room. Finally, his gaze stopped on a long sword. Strictly speaking, it was a stone sword. The stone sword was inserted in the middle of the secret room. No one knew how long it had been there. Xianxia tried to use the insight technique to look at it, but he could not see any attributes of the stone sword. Driven by curiosity, he walked directly to the stone sword. As soon as he got close, a desolate and ancient aura spread out from the stone sword. It made Xianxia's heart tremble. He actually had the illusion that he wanted to die here. This feeling. Not only did it not make him feel afraid, but it made him even more excited. What a powerful divine weapon. The more extraordinary the aura emitted by the stone sword, the more it proved that it was an extremely powerful divine weapon. More importantly, the shape of the stone sword was very similar to the legendary Zhu Bing. Thinking of Zhu Bing, Xianxia's heart trembled again. Could it be that the treasure in the earth door is a Zhu Bing? Zhu Bing, that was an existence that was above the Tao artifact. Among the thousands of races in the 4 major continents, the only race that truly had a Zhu Bing was the human race. Thus, it could be seen. How precious was the Zhu Bing. If the stone sword was really the Zhu Bing, then he would have made a fortune. Even though Xianxia was mature, he found it difficult to remain calm at this moment. If it was really the Zhu Bing, the resources to cultivate to the 10th level of the celestial being realm were incomparable. Let's not talk about anything else. If he were to take out his ancestral armaments to exchange, he would be able to obtain enough resources to break through to the true immortal realm. Moreover, with the Zhu Bing in hand, no matter how much he grew in the future, the Zhu Bing would be able to keep up with his footsteps and play an important role. For a moment, Xianxia was so excited that his body trembled slightly. After a long time, he forced himself to calm down a little. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the stone sword. Then, he pulled it out forcefully. The stone sword was pulled out from the ground. A terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing the entire stone room to become stagnant. Xianxia felt that his body had been locked down by a powerful aura, imprisoning him on the spot. The powerful aura enveloped him. It was as if there were countless threads drilling into his body, searching for something. On the other side, Xuangyan entered the human door. The scene he saw was exactly the same as what Xianxia saw. He saw the stone sword in the human door. Just as he pulled out the stone sword, a powerful aura spread out and imprisoned him on the spot. 2 secret rooms. The same scene. Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed in the stone rooms on both sides. Your talent is not bad, but 2 people are too many. I only need 1 person. Well, then I'll eliminate the worst one. The voice seemed to have made a decision. At this moment, in the human door, Xuangyan's eyes revealed a look of horror. His body suddenly exploded, and his flesh and blood scattered in the stone room. Then, it was absorbed by the stone sword. At this moment, Xianxia also felt that something bad was going to happen. There was a look of panic in his eyes. He desperately wanted to circulate the true essence in his body, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. At this moment, a powerful thought rose from the stone sword and directly broke into Xianxia's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, there was a spiritual deity suppressing it. It was the spiritual deity that Xianxia gave birth to. In front of the spiritual deity, there was a proud and aloof figure standing there. Then, under Xianxia's horrified gaze, that person directly reached out and grabbed his spiritual deity. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. In the secret room, the stagnant space had begun to flow again. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This body's aptitude is not bad. It's qualified to be trained well. After waiting for so many years, the second batch of people has finally entered Huading Cave Mansion. Thinking of the first person to enter Huading Cave Mansion, the smile on Xianxia's face immediately faded. That person's heaven's secret is deceived. He is either the reincarnation of a Tao fruit-level existence, or he is somewhat related to the Tao fruit. I wonder what the situation is now. It was also because he sensed that the first person to enter Huading Cave Mansion was not simple. Therefore, Xianxia did not possess him. He casually gave him some benefits and sent him out. Then, he waited for the second batch of people to enter Huading Cave Mansion. Fortunately, in about 10 years, the second batch of people entered the Cauldron Cave mansion. The speed of time exceeded Xianghua's expectations. He had originally planned to wait for millions of years, or even billions of years, but he did not expect that it would be so easy to wait for the day to come. Then Xianghua said indifferently, "Sword, come." The stone sword in the secret room of the human gate immediately sensed something. It tore the void in front of it and escaped into it. In the secret room of the earth gate, the void tore open, and a stone sword appeared from inside. The two stone swords met, and the sword body trembled violently. Then, countless cracks appeared on the sword body, and it shattered inch by inch. The stone on the surface shattered, revealing the sword body that emitted a cold light. Then, the two long swords turned into dragons, entangled with each other, and merged in the secret room. Soon, the two long swords disappeared, and only a long sword that emitted a cold light slowly fell in front of Xianghua. On the sword body, it had its own Tao rhythm, and the overflowing sword energy could easily tear the void apart. Xianghua suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the long sword. Then he took a step and disappeared from the secret room. Outside the fallen immortal domain, Xianghua stepped out of the void with his hands and feet, and his face was full of arrogance. Looking at the bright moonlight outside, he could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, countless years have passed, and I finally have the chance to see the light of day again. In this life, I will definitely reach the peak and suppress all the enemies of the ages. His voice was hearty. His voice reverberated throughout the fallen celestial realm, causing even the void to tremble. At this moment, a faint voice came from beside him. Is that so? The simple words were like a bolt from the blue in Zhonghua's ears. Without any hesitation, he turned his head and opened his mouth. A long sword shot out from his mouth, and it instantly tore the void apart. Endless sword energy burst out, facing the long sword that was attacking him. Qin Shujian's expression did not change. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a finger force, which collided with the long sword. Under the effect of the vast power, the long sword let out a pleasant sound. Then, the sword shook, and a powerful sword energy burst out, forcibly breaking the finger force. The long sword did not stop, and it continued to attack him. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded and shot out two more finger forces. In the end, the long sword's power was exhausted, and it had to fly back. Without any hesitation, Zhonghua grabbed the long sword and tore the void apart to escape. Just as he was escaping, the investiture of the gods came out, suppressed the void, and sealed him in place. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Zhonghua came out of Hua Ding's cave mansion to the fight, it was as fast as lightning. In the end, Qin Shujian made a move and suppressed him. The investiture of the gods came out of nowhere. Zhonghua's face was ugly, and he spat out a few words with difficulty. Seal. God. List. Then he looked at Qin Shujian, who was dressed in a green robe, and his pupils constricted again. Emperor Qin. Innate cardinal treasures are indeed extremely powerful. You're not even a perfected immortal, but you can resist 3 of my finger forces with a cardinal treasure. In terms of strength, I'm afraid even a middle 3 perfected immortal would be killed by your sword if he was careless. Qin Shujian exclaimed in admiration. Innate cardinal treasures, they were top existences in any epic. For some reason, no innate cardinal treasures were born in this epic. Instead, Zhu Bing existed. To a certain extent, innate cardinal treasures were equivalent to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. In the end, Qin Shujian looked at Zhonghua with a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect that Hua Ding's cave mansion was actually the sword master's backup plan. When I entered Hua Ding's cave mansion last time, you didn't possess me. I guess you must have sensed something. In the end, Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The sword master was a supreme existence in the second epic. He was an expert comparable to the saber master. However, the problem was, the saber master was his ally, while the sword master was one of the few enemies. Many experts had died in the battle in the third epic. He had died, the saber master had died, and now the sword master had died as well. However, Qin Shujian didn't expect Hua Ding's cave mansion to be the sword master's backup plan. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood. It didn't matter who had left the backup plan. What mattered was that he had blocked the other party. That was enough. Zhong Hua, who was also the sword master, looked indifferent, but there was deep fear in his eyes. Emperor Qin, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Sword master, I'm confused by your words. Qin Shujian shook his head and said calmly, as early as the third epoch, you and I were already fighting to the death. If you hadn't stopped me, I might not have died. If we were in each other's shoes now, you wouldn't let me off either. However, I'm luckier than you. Now that the power of heaven and earth is in my hands, what do you have to fight me? There was absolute confidence in his calm words. Qin Shujian wasn't afraid that the sword master had any powerful backup plan that could save him from the current situation. Both of them had died in the third epoch. How could they have any backup plan, if there really was one? The sword master wouldn't have dared to attack when he first entered Hua Ding's cave mansion. To put it bluntly, the other party didn't have the confidence to fight against the reincarnated Dao fruit expert, so he chose to retreat. Now, he was comparable to an upper three true immortal. Although the sword master had a connate cardinal treasure, he was only at the heavenly being realm. The difference in strength between the two was more than 1,000 miles. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the sword master was no different from a dead man. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was also a Dao fruit expert, he wouldn't even say a word. The sword master's heart sank. He didn't expect that so many changes had happened in this epoch. The heavenly court was established. The Emperor of Heaven ascended the throne. Moreover, the Emperor of Heaven was an old friend of the past. This was the most fatal part. In the sword master's eyes, Qin Shujian's strength was as unfathomable as an abyss. Although the other party hadn't recovered to his former peak, he was definitely comparable to him. However, the sword master didn't look panicked. As a former Dao fruit expert, his temperament was naturally incomparable to others. I don't want to fight you, but don't go too far. If you really want to fight, we'll just fight to the death. Fight to the death? Qin Shujian sneered. With your current strength, what right do you have to fight to the death with me? He was a shark net, and the other party was a fat fish. It was impossible for them to fight to the death. Hearing this, the sword master suddenly stretched out his palm, and a small sword suddenly appeared in his palm. The moment the small sword appeared, it emitted an earth-shattering sword chi that seemed to be able to tear the heavens and earth apart. That terrifying aura. It had already shot straight into the clouds, and the gods in the heavenly court who were in seclusion were directly awakened. It was different from the last time in the heavenly abyss. This time, the sword chi exposed by the sword master was not obstructed at all. What a powerful sword chi. This sword chi has definitely surpassed the level of a 9th level immortal. Xiao Qingfeng was shocked. He was truly frightened by the sword aura emitted by the sword aura. Ever since he reincarnated and started cultivating again, Xiao Qingfeng realized that many things were different from what he had originally imagined. He originally thought, with his identity as the reincarnation of immortal Haozong, it wasn't impossible for him to suppress thousands of clans a million years later. But after he reincarnated and started cultivating again, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly understood that there were still talents a million years later, and their strength was even stronger than his. First, there was Zhao Huang. Then, there was Qin Shujian. Now, there was another expert of unknown origin. And the sword chi emitted by the other party was more terrifying than the previous two combined. Above the rules, such a thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Qingfeng's mind. If he guessed correctly, the existence emitting the sword chi must be an expert above the rules. But because the sword chi was too powerful, Xiao Qingfeng could not pinpoint the source of the sword chi. In front of this sword chi, not only Xiao Qingfeng was shocked, but the other gods could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Just as the gods were shocked, the Blade Master also directly woke up from his cultivation. The Sword Master's aura. Could it be that the Sword Master has also reincarnated in this era? He must have encountered some trouble to release his power at this time. The only person in this world who can threaten the Sword Master is the Qin Emperor. In an instant, the Blade Master had figured out the key point. Immediately after, a cold smile appeared on his face. It's just a bluff. I don't believe that you can retain the power of my previous life when I can't. The Qin Emperor is now an upper 3 levels true immortal, you definitely have no chance of survival. It's a pity that I'm about to break through and can't collect your corpse. Although he said so. But a carefree smile appeared on the Blade Master's face. He and the Sword Master were already sworn enemies in the Second Era. Later on, they had different ideologies and the conflict became more intense. In the Battle of the Third Era, the Blade Master actually died in the hands of the Sword Master indirectly. Of course, the Blade Master's death was also related to him. If there was someone who wanted the Sword Master's life the most, then the Blade Master. He could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In the fallen immortal realm, the Sword Master held a connate cardinal treasure in one hand and a small sword in the other. The terrifying sword chi was fluctuating and emitting a fatal threat. I don't want to fight to the death with you, but don't go too far. If you really want to fight, even if the Qin Emperor has a backup plan, it won't be easy to resist my power. I believe that there are many experts who have been reincarnated in this era. Why do you want to be entangled with me? The Sword Master returned to his original arrogant attitude and looked at Qin Shujian in front of him. He was already somewhat overbearing. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Come on." What do you mean? The Sword Master looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand what Qin Shujian was talking about. Didn't you want to fight to the death? I'd like to see how much power the former Sword Master has left. Come on, let me have a taste of your skills again. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. He lifted his chin slightly and looked at the Sword Master with disdain. Trying to gain something without risking anything? Did the Sword Master really think that he was scared? But to be honest, the Sword Master's current attitude was really good. If he didn't know the Blade Master's power, he might have been scared by the Sword Master. But now, Qin Shujian expressed his disdain in his heart. The Sword Master's face turned cold and he said, "Qin Emperor, do you really want to do this? Don't talk nonsense. I'll tell you straight, I don't have the power of the Third Era. If the sword chi in your hand is real, I believe it won't be a problem to kill me. Come on, what are you hesitating for?" As Qin Shujian spoke, he approached the Sword Master step by step. The Sword Master's heart trembled. However, a fierce look appeared on his face. "You forced me to do this." He didn't finish his words. The sword chi suddenly weakened a little. Then, in their eyes, the shocking sword chi fell little by little. The small sword condensed in the Sword Master's palm also seemed to have exhausted its power and directly burst like a bubble. The scene fell into a strange silence. The Sword Master's arrogant face stiffened. He didn't know whether to leave or not. He didn't expect that. After so many years, the backup plan that he had left behind could not even last long in a basic situation. Now, the sword chi was broken. His original plan to scare Qin Shujian away had completely failed. Qin Shujian shook his head and sneered. "Sword Master, you have a great reputation. Now, you can only use this method. What a pity, you came out a few years later. If you could come out a few years later, I might not be able to deal with you. There's a good saying, everything is fate. It's not up to people. Today, you should die." Qin Shujian's smile disappeared. His face was indifferent. He raised his hand. It was as if it encompassed the entire universe as it pressed down on the Sword Master. Facing such an attack, the Sword Master only felt endless pressure from all directions. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out. The sword chi that had been hidden for countless years burst out. Boom, the sword chi tore the sky and the earth, forcibly tearing a hole in the suppressing power. But the moment the power was torn, the Sword Master was completely covered by the energy palm. The body that had just been possessed didn't resist at all and was forcibly destroyed. The moment the body was destroyed, a spiritual deity escaped. The investiture of the gods that had suppressed the void suddenly fell and forcibly suppressed the spiritual deity. Qin Shujian took a step forward and slashed the Godslayer. The void collapsed and disappeared. The spiritual deity froze in the air. When the wind-like power blew past, it disappeared without a trace like dust. Hum. The long sword cried sadly, as if it was sad for the sword master's death. Then the long sword broke through the void and was about to leave this place. How could Xianxia still leave with such a supreme treasure? As he raised his hand, a terrifying aura shot out from his finger and landed directly on the sword. What a terrifying power! It didn't make the long sword break. Instead, it made the sword tremble and buzz. Sharp sword chi overflowed from it, trying to annihilate all the attacks. Seeing this, Xianxia was neither hurried nor slow. His attacks didn't stop for a moment. An innate supreme treasure, it was at least as powerful as the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. How could he let such a supreme treasure escape? The sword master had died, so he had to suppress the long sword no matter what. Even if he couldn't use it, he definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Innate supreme treasures were really too powerful. The sword master had just been reborn and wasn't strong enough. If the other party broke through to the true immortal realm, he didn't need to become a true immortal in the upper 3 tiers. He only needed to break through to the middle 3 tiers. Xianxia wasn't confident that he could make the other party stay. If the other party was in the same realm as him, there was a possibility that he would be killed. The strong were particular about the power belonging to themselves, but it didn't mean that any external help was useless. On the contrary, if the strong had a powerful supreme treasure, the power they could exert was even more terrifying. The sword master has already died. You're a supreme treasure that was born by heaven and earth. You never belonged to anyone. Why fight stubbornly for the sake of a dead sword master? Xianxia said indifferently. As he spoke, his attacks didn't stop at all. The powerful attacks didn't give the long sword any chance to escape. Xianxia knew very well that the long sword could hear what he said. A supreme treasure of this level. It was no longer a dead object, but equivalent to a powerful living creature. Submit to me and I'll give you supreme honor. The sword master is already dead. There's no need for you to be so stubborn. Xianxia frowned slightly. But no matter what he said, the long sword ignored him. Seeing this, he stopped talking nonsense and attacked the long sword with all his strength, constantly wearing down the other party's power. After an unknown amount of time, the last wisp of sword chi was worn out. After a mournful cry, the long sword became completely silent. The long sword was silent. The originally white and cold body of the sword was now mottled with rust, making it look like a useless rusted sword instead of a top natural supreme treasure. Xianxia reached out and held the hilt. Looking at the rust on it, there was a look of regret in his eyes. A divine weapon defiled itself. Forget it. He shook his head, but also saw 2 vague words on the sword body. Scattered essence. He took out a cloth from the storage ring and carried the long sword on his back. A top innate supreme treasure was a top divine weapon. It was too dangerous to put it in the investiture of the gods. After all, if the other party caused trouble, the investiture of the gods would be damaged and destroyed. As for putting it in the sea of consciousness, it was even more dangerous. If a top supreme treasure without an owner was thrown into the sea of consciousness, Xianxia wasn't sure that he could be alert all the time. So, he could only carry it on his back. Only in this way could he ensure that the scattered essence wouldn't cause trouble. As for the divine weapon defiling itself, although Xianxia felt regretful, he didn't care too much about it. A top innate supreme treasure. Of course, he was very jealous. But Xianxia was used to using a long saber. If he used a sword, it would be a little awkward. The Godslayer was not as good as the scattered essence, but as long as it was given time, it could also be upgraded. Speaking of which, compared to the previous few eras, there was another advantage in this era. Divine weapons could be upgraded, unlike the previous eras where there was no possibility of upgrading. From the moment heaven and earth gave birth to a divine weapon, no matter what level it would stay at that level. There was no way to break the shackles. In this era, although the divine weapons given birth to by heaven and earth weren't strong, there was room for upgrading. Especially Zhu Bing. If it grew up in the future, it could be comparable to a top innate supreme treasure, or even surpass it. At this time, the Godslayer, who stayed by Xianxujian's side, also looked at the rusted sword with fear. Emperor of Heaven, what is a top innate supreme treasure? Why does it give me a strong feeling? After the 5 tribulations Zhu Bing. The Godslayer didn't expect that one day he would meet a divine weapon that made him tremble. In front of the scattered essence. It reminded him of the extremely powerful Zhu Bing he met when he had just been upgraded to Zhu Bing. That Zhu Bing, it was the 6 tribulations Zhu Bing. However, even with that being the case, the feeling that the 6 calamity ancestral armament gave off was not as intense as the feeling that the scattered light sword gave off. Qin Shujian said, top innate supreme treasures are natural treasures given birth to by heaven and earth in the previous eras. If I'm not wrong, it's probably equal to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing in this era. 9 is the limit. Top innate supreme treasures are the limit of the previous eras. Zhu Bing's limit should be around the 9 tribulations. But seriously speaking, Zhu Bing has the possibility of breaking the limit, but top innate supreme treasures don't. So, to some extent, you're much stronger than him. He sensed the Godslayer's thoughts. Qin Shujian comforted him. Of course, he had to make Zhu Bing happy. As for belittling the scattered essence, it was none of his business. After hearing Qin Shujian's words, the Godslayer didn't speak, but the rusted sword on his back vibrated slightly to express his dissatisfaction. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to this. Let's go. He casually put the Godslayer and the investiture of the gods into his sea of consciousness. He glanced at the fallen immortal domain, which had become even more terrifying, and immediately flew away. In the heavenly court, the deities couldn't calm down for a long time. The sword energy shook the heavenly court, and no one could calm down. At this moment, they all gathered at the entrance of the heavenly palace, wanting to see Qin Shujian. But they were stopped by Niodali. The Emperor of Heaven has gone out. You guys wait a little longer. Trespassing in the heavenly palace is a capital offense. Niodali lay on the ground, struggling to lift his eyelids. After glancing at the deities, he said flatly. The earthly emperor couldn't help but ask, where did the Emperor of Heaven go? I don't know. Don't ask me. Niodali replied casually. The deities were furious. Looking at the green ox in front of them, they had an impulse to skin him. A mere heavenly being dared to give them the cold shoulder. If it weren't for the fact that he was the Emperor of Heaven's mount, they would have already taught him a lesson. A mysterious expert had appeared. In addition, the Emperor of Heaven's departure made them think of many things. At this moment, the deities only wanted to know where Qin Shujian went and what happened. But Niodali acted like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, making them unable to do anything. Whether it was the deities of the constellations, or the imperial emperors of the 5 directions, the green ox in front of them didn't give them any face. Moreover, he was lying on the ground, not showing any respect at all. Brother Nio, do you really have no news at all? I already said no. You're so annoying, Niodali said unhappily. Even though the Zhao Emperor was very well-mannered, there was still some anger on his face. His calm gaze landed on Niodali, and Niodali suddenly felt an immense pressure. Inside the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian quietly returned to this place. At the same time, he was also aware of the commotion outside the palace. Qin Shujian was also a little annoyed by Niodali's attitude. He was afraid that the deities wouldn't be able to hold back and would really kill the ox. In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Qin Shujian sat on the throne and spoke. His voice immediately reached the ears of the deities outside the palace. Come in, all of you. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the deities entered one by one. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may dispense with the formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. The deities stood up. Immediately, the dog emperor stepped forward and said, Emperor of Heaven, not long ago, sword chi shot up into the sky from the 4 great continents and shook the heavenly court. I wonder if the Emperor of Heaven knows what happened. He did not immediately ask what to do. Instead, he wanted to understand the situation from Qin Shujian first. The mysterious expert appeared. And the sudden departure of the Emperor of Heaven. There were too many coincidences. The Dog Emperor had a premonition that the mysterious expert might be related to the Celestial Emperor in front of him. At this moment, the others also noticed that Xianxia was different. During the last meeting in the Heavenly Court, they were sure that he was not carrying a sword. But this time, this Heavenly Emperor was already carrying a long sword of unknown origin on his back. To be carried by the Emperor of Heaven, it was naturally not something ordinary. But although they were curious, no one dared to ask. Instead, they waited for the other party's answer. Xianxia said, "An ancient expert reincarnated and recultivated. I have already killed him. You don't have to care." An ancient expert, many people looked at each other. In their knowledge, an ancient expert was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago, or an expert from the ancient times. But no matter which era the expert was from, none of the deities had any way to link it to the shocking sword chi that had appeared just now. Even Xiaoqingfeng. They all had puzzled expressions on their faces. He was the reincarnation of an ancient expert. But he was very sure that there was no such expert in the ancient times. As for whether there was one in the ancient times, he was not sure. But heaven and earth only existed for so long. If it was not an ancient expert, then it was almost certain that it was from the ancient times. Could it be the first demon emperor from the ancient times? But that can't be. I have never heard that the first demon emperor was a sword Dao expert. If he was not a sword Dao expert, how could he emit such a level of sword chi? Xiaoqingfeng was not sure. Just as he was guessing, Emperor Zhao spoke. That sword chi is earth-shattering. Even in ancient times, there might not have been an expert who could reach that level. I wonder where the ancient expert that the Emperor of Heaven spoke of came from? He didn't come from the primordial age, nor did he come from the primordial age. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Xianxia shook his head and said lightly. The universe has a beginning and an end. Every time a universe comes to an end, a new universe will be created. Every time a new universe is created until its end, I call it an era. That reincarnated ancient expert isn't an existence of this era. He's an expert from an era that was once ended. Ji Yuan, everyone's expression changed drastically. No one would have thought that the so-called ancient expert mentioned by Xianxia was much more ancient than they had imagined. No. Not only was it more ancient than they had imagined, it was completely beyond their imagination. The word epic was a very unfamiliar word to anyone. Even an ancient expert like Xiaoqingfeng had never heard of the existence of Ji Yuan. As for the others, it was even more impossible for them to know about it. In the minds of the deities, this universe, as well as the Great Thousand World, was the beginning of everything. As for what it was like before the Great Thousand World and the universe appeared, in their opinion, it should have been a piece of chaos. No one had thought about it. Before the universe appeared, it was not chaos, but the previous universe. The earth-shattering sword chi was an expert who was born in the universe that was once destroyed. At this moment, even Emperor Zhao and Xiaoqingfeng could no longer remain calm. This was because to them, what Xianxia had said was completely out of their minds. Universe, Ji Yuan, one of them had received the legacy of the ancient heavenly court, while the other was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal master. Both of them were confused. The demon emperor took a deep breath and spoke in a trembling voice. Emperor of Heaven, what you mean is that our universe is not the only universe. Long before our universe appeared, there were other universes. In that case, does the universe also have an end? He had always thought that the universe was eternal and indestructible. Even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed one day, the universe would not be destroyed. At most, an expert would use great means and rely on the universe to create a new heaven and earth. However, he had never thought about it. It turned out that the universe would also be destroyed one day. Nothing can be eternal and indestructible, not even the universe. However, you don't need to know too much about Ji Yuan now. When you have a chance to reach the peak of the ninth heaven immortal realm in the future, I will let you know. Xianxia did not say much about Ji Yuan because there was no need to. For the deities of the heavenly court now, Ji Yuan's matter was too far away. Without reaching the Dao fruit realm, they did not have the qualifications to experience the destruction of an era. After all, true immortals only had a lifespan of around 120,000 years. Qin Shujian did not say anything. Although the deities were curious, they could only forcibly suppress the urge to ask. Just as they were all silent, Qin Shujian said, "There are very few experts who can truly survive the end of the universe and still have the means to be reborn in the next era. You don't need to worry too much. Moreover, even if they are reborn, they might not be as strong as you. There are some things that simply look at one's aura is useless. Only when you truly fight will you be able to see the other party's depths. Right now, the Heavenly Court's primary goal is to deal with the demons of the void. There is not much time left for you, so cherish it. Emperor of Heaven is right." The deities bowed respectfully, then tactfully retreated. When they left the inner palace and passed through the gates of the outer palace, many of them coldly glanced at Niodali, snorted loudly, then left with a flick of their sleeves. In the Heavenly Court, there were not many who dared not give them face. Niodali was the most unforgettable one. However, although the deities were dissatisfied with the other party's identity, there was nothing they could do. Tch. Niodali forced his eyelids open and sneered disdainfully. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. This scene, the deities who had not completely left were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. It was the first time they had seen such an arrogant mount. No one could understand why the celestial emperor would find such a disgraceful thing to be his mount, given his status. A bunch of trash. If you have the guts, then come and beat me. If not, then obediently scram. When this old bull becomes an immortal, I will hammer each and every one of you to death. Niodali's heart was full of disdain. It was a complete waste to not use a backer. He now understood that with his current identity, there was no need for him to be a yes-man at all. As long as the Emperor of Heaven did not fall, who could do anything to him, Niodali was now seriously arrogant. In addition, he had now touched the bottleneck of the true immortal realm. It would not be long before he became an immortal, so he was full of confidence. Inner Palace of the Heavenly Palace. Qin Shujian also knew about the commotion outside and could not help but secretly shake his head. He really is not afraid of being beaten to death. However, with his current strength, ordinary true immortals can't do anything to him. If they really want to fight, it would not be a problem for a heavenly being to kill an immortal. Immediately after, Qin Shujian could not be bothered with Niodali. Instead, he tore open the void and entered the mother stream. Once again, he entered the mother stream. There were still waves surging. However, after his inner world was upgraded to a medium-class world, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The waves in the mother stream came crashing. Qin Shujian did not move at all. Purely relying on the aura that was emitted from his body, he suppressed the waves. He walked leisurely in the mother stream as if he was taking a stroll. One by one, the rules swept past him. However, Qin Shujian did not enter easily. Because those rules were too small, it proved that almost no one followed those rules. No one followed the rules. There was only one reason for most of them, and that was because the path was too difficult. Since it was a difficult path, Qin Shujian would not waste his time and insist on fighting with those small rules. The rules that his inner world lacked now were as vast as the sea. He could use an extremely short period of time to comprehend all the rules that were easy to comprehend. It would be a waste of time to comprehend all the easy rules in the future. It would be the time to comprehend those difficult rules. However, the problem was, the mother stream was vast and boundless. However, although there were many true immortals born in the upper-class world, compared to the rules in the mother stream, the number was too small. Therefore, it was not an easy task for Qin Shujian to find such a rule. It could take a day. It could also take half a month. Qin Shujian wandered in the mother stream. Finally, a long river of about 70 to 80 feet long appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he forcefully tore the long river of rules and barged in. Heavenly Court. In the hall, the demon emperor, who was absorbing the power of the stars to cultivate, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and anger appeared on his face. Someone actually dares to barge into my rules, could it be that they want to snatch the path? He was the imperial emperor of the 5 directions after all. In the heavenly court, apart from a few people, he had the highest status. Even if he was not the strongest, the demon emperor was confident that he could be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 5. Under such circumstances, there were still some ignorant people who wanted to snatch the path from him. The demon emperor felt that if he did not make a move, he would be letting down his status. Instantly, he tore through the void and entered the long river of laws. The long river of rules surged violently. The void suddenly collapsed and the demon emperor walked out from it. Who is so bold to barge in? Before he could finish his words, he was stunned when he saw the person in the long river of rules. Emperor of Heaven! The demon emperor was shocked. He never thought that the person who broke into his rules would be Xianxia. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was someone he knew, the demon emperor would attack in anger. But facing Xianxia, he did not have the guts. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, to the point that there was no way to make up for it. If he attacked without permission, he might be killed on the spot. He forced his trembling heart to calm down. The demon emperor swallowed his saliva with difficulty and asked, Emperor of Heaven suddenly entered my rules, I wonder, what is the matter? Snatch the path, that was impossible, he was walking on the Golden Rock Emperor's rules, and such rules were not that powerful at the moment. Among the gods of the heavenly court, there were many existences who were stronger than him, but there were still quite a few. If Xianxia really wanted to snatch the path, there was no need to stare at his Golden Rock Emperor's rules. Seeing the demon emperor who was frightened by him, Xianxia was speechless. He did not expect it himself. It was such a coincidence that he entered the demon emperor's rules. Xianxia said, Emperor Nanyan, do not panic. I came here this time to spar with you. Don't worry, just fight with me. As for the outcome, I will not do anything to you. But, when we fight, if you dare to go easy on me, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned cold. It was good that the rules had an owner. If he could fight with the owner of the rules, then it would be easier to understand the rules. The last time he fought with the Sword Emperor, it quickly nurtured the seed of the Sword Tao. At this moment, Xianxia already had other ideas in his mind. The heavenly court has more than 300 true immortals. If I fight with each of them in the river of rules, then it will not take long for me to nurture the same rules in my inner world. This way, I can at least enter the middle stage of the middle world, and my strength will naturally enter the 8th level of immortal. 8th level of immortal, that was only Xianxia's evaluation of his own realm. If he really wanted to compare strength, even a 9th level of immortal would definitely not be his opponent. At that point, he was confident that he could use his own methods to deal with those demon emperors. Xianxia pondered in his heart. On the other side, the demon emperor was stunned by his words. The demon emperor did not expect this at all. Xianxia's purpose of entering his rules was only to spar with him. Emperor Nanyan, make your move. Xianxia recovered from his thoughts, and then his gaze fell on the demon emperor. Seeing this, the demon emperor could not refuse and could only nod. Then I will offend you. Falling out of the void. The demon emperor's aura was erratic, and it was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy. But the consumption of his body was not as strong as the shock he felt in his heart. Recalling the battle in the river of rules, he was in a daze and did not recover for a long time. Is that the strength of the Emperor of Heaven? After a long time, the demon emperor sighed heavily. Although he had long known that his strength was far inferior to Xianxia's, he still had a long way to go. But he had never thought about it. The gap between the two was already so big. In the battle in the river of rules, the demon emperor attacked with all his strength, while Xianxia did not move at all. It was equivalent to standing there and taking a beating. Even so, the demon emperor could not hurt him at all. Such a result was much more unbearable than being suppressed by Xianxia. The two sides were not on the same level at all. That feeling, it made the demon emperor feel that he was just a young child, fighting against an adult with his bare hands. His head was pressed down by the other party, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not hurt him. My strength is still too weak. He had completely woken up. Originally, after obtaining the deity position of Emperor Nanyan, the demon emperor's strength had been increased by a lot by the investiture of the gods. therefore. In his heart, he had also become much more confident. But the battle in the River of Rules had made the Demon Emperor completely recognize himself. His strength. In front of a true expert, he was still too weak. He shook his head. The Demon Emperor immediately entered seclusion. What was a first-level immortal? Even if he broke through to the second or third-level immortal, it would not be of any use in front of the Emperor of Heaven. Only when he advanced to the third level of the true immortal realm would he be qualified to be valued by the other party. As for a real fight. As for winning, the Demon Emperor did not dare to think about it for the time being. Some people were sad, while others were happy. After the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born in the inner world, Xianxia directly retreated, not making things too difficult for the Demon Emperor. It seems that this method is indeed feasible. As long as I find the true immortals of the heavenly court to fight, I can use this opportunity to comprehend their rules. Xianxia had a smile on his face. This method was much better than painstakingly comprehending the rules without an owner. At this moment, in the inner world, the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born. The power of heaven and earth increased by a bit, and the world expanded again. At the same time, the moment the Golden Rock Emperor's rules were born, a ray of dim light scattered down from the Mother River of Rules and landed on the top of a mountain. At the top of the mountain that was originally empty, there was a huge pale golden egg at some point in time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was quietly flowing in the surroundings was now attracted and gathered towards the huge egg. The changes in the inner world. It also attracted Xianxia's attention. He directly separated a wisp of divine consciousness and entered the inner world, then appeared beside the huge egg. The egg of the Golden Rock race. Xianxia looked at the huge egg in front of him in surprise. After comprehending the Golden Rock Emperor's rules, the inner world used the power of the rules to breed the Golden Rock race's egg. It could be said that, as long as the huge egg transformed, the inner world would give birth to the first golden-winged rock. The huge egg in front of him. It made Xianxia think of something. The Golden Rock Emperor's rules can directly breed the Golden Rock race's egg. If I comprehend the human emperor's rules, perhaps the inner world can directly breed the human race. The birth of the human race. Xianxia also had some understanding. In the first era, there were experts who molded Earth to create humans. But in other eras, the human race was born naturally after the birth of heaven and earth. And after the appearance of the human race. Only then could heaven and earth give birth to the rules that belong to the human race. In other words, under normal circumstances, the race should come first, and the rules should come second. Because a lot of the credit for the perfection of heaven and earth came from the living beings. But now, Xianxia had thought of a different way to solve this problem. That was to put the rules in front, and the living beings behind. Although he had no way to move all the rules of the 10,000 races of heaven and earth, it was definitely not a problem to use the opportunity to comprehend a part of them. In this way, the evolution of the inner world would directly enter a soaring stage. The breeding of the Golden Rock race still needs some time. I also hope that there is still a place for the human race in the inner world. In this way, comprehending the human emperor's rules is an urgent matter. Xianxia took a deep look at the huge egg, then left the inner world. He didn't kill the huge egg. Whether it was the Golden Rock race or the other races, the living beings born and bred in the inner world were actually his children to a certain extent. Of course, Xianxia was a human himself, so naturally, he was more inclined to the human race. But this didn't mean that he would weaken the other races. After leaving the inner world, Xianxia immediately tore the void and entered the mother stream of laws again. Normally speaking, the Golden Rock Emperor's rules could give birth to the Golden Rock race, so only the human emperor's rules could give birth to the human race. Emperor Zhao followed the human emperor's rules. In this way, Xianxia could only start from the human emperor's rules. Only the emperor's rules of each race were the true foundation of a race. On the contrary, the human emperor's rules were more like rules that completely relied on the human race. If the human race was prosperous, the human emperor's rules would be strong. If the human race declined, the human emperor's rules would also be weak. Such a path Strictly speaking, this meant that there were limitless possibilities. The more powerful the human race was, the more terrifying Emperor Zhao's strength would be. Although he followed the traditional path, in terms of strength, he was no weaker than an expert who followed the path of physical sanctification. If there was a day, if the human race became a supreme race, then Emperor Zhao's strength might even completely surpass that of a physical sanctification expert. I'm the strongest in the path of evolving heaven and earth. As for the path of physical sanctification, the Blade Master and Xiao Qingfeng are the strongest. The Blade Master was an expert of the Second Era. His understanding of physical sanctification was not something that Xiao Qingfeng could compare with. So his true strength should be better than Xiao Qingfeng's. As for Emperor Zhao, the human emperor's rules made him the ceiling of the traditional path. If he wanted to be the strongest in any path, he would have to do so. It was not an easy task. Qin Shujian thought about this in his heart. He had already walked a long distance in the mother stream of laws. As a human, Qin Shujian had a natural sense of the human emperor's rules. Not to mention, he had seen the human emperor's rules before and vaguely remembered its aura. It was not difficult to find it now. Just as Qin Shujian entered the mother stream of laws to find the human emperor's rules. The Moon Clan. The Moon Empress had officially reached the final step. The ancient true immortals of the Moon Clan sacrificed themselves and poured the power of the moon into her body, allowing her to completely transform. In other words, the Moon Empress now. She already had the qualifications to become an immortal. Ben Huang will never forget your sacrifice. The Moon Empress glanced at the 3 broken ice coffins with a strong light in her beautiful eyes. Sacrificing 3 ancient true immortals. Allowing the Moon Clan to give birth to a true immortal. Of course, such a transaction was not a loss. The Moon Empress was glad that the previous Moon Empress relied on herself to become an immortal. Otherwise, it would not be her turn to enjoy this benefit. It was as if she had made a decision. The Moon Empress took a step and disappeared into the bright moon. In the void, the mother stream of laws spread. Moonlight suddenly sprinkled down from the sky that was originally clear and bright. A beautiful figure emerged from the mother stream of precepts and opened up her own path of precepts. The Moon Empress has become an immortal. Xiao Qingfeng felt something and immediately saw the figure walking out of the mother stream of laws. Although Xi Ling's death cleared his grudge with the Moon Clan, in his heart, he was still very dissatisfied with the Moon Clan. Now that he saw the current Moon Empress become an immortal, Xiao Qingfeng felt a little unhappy. The current Moon Empress is not strong, how could she become an immortal so quickly? A few days ago, there was a lightning tribulation that struck the Moon Clan. Could it be related to this? He was not a stupid person. Combined with the phenomenon of the Moon Clan and the current Moon Empress becoming an immortal, Xiao Qingfeng quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Obviously, the ancient true immortal of the Moon Clan broke the seal to give birth to a true immortal. The Moon Empress becoming an immortal was proof. Immortal Lord, do you want to kill her? The skybreaking halberd asked murderously. Kill the Moon Clan, he also liked to do it. After all, the Moon Clan made his immortal lord look bad. To the skybreaking halberd, they were also mortal enemies. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng shook his head. Now that the 10,000 races are united, attacking the Moon Clan will destroy the order of the Heavenly Court. The Emperor of Heaven will not sit by and do nothing. There is no need to pay such a price for a mere Moon Clan. Moreover, Xi Ling has already died. No matter how strong the current Moon Empress is, what can she do? If she wants to become an immortal, let her be. In the end, she won't be able to do much. Xiao Qingfeng now. He had completely stabilized at the 2nd level of immortal. He had a feeling that in a few years, he would be able to step into the 3rd level of immortal. Looking at the Moon Clan again. Even if the Moon Empress succeeded, she would only be at the 1st level of immortal. It was almost impossible for her to threaten him. Then, Xiao Qingfeng looked away from the Moon Empress. She was just becoming an immortal. If not for the fact that she was the current Moon Empress of the Moon Clan, he would not even look at her. As for the others of the 10,000 races, although they were shocked, it did not cause too much of a shock. She was just a true immortal. There were many people who had become immortals in the past few years. With the order of the heavenly court, the Moon Empress did not have any twists and turns in becoming an immortal. It took her less than a day to successfully leave her own mark on the Rule Monument. Instantly, there was a natural phenomenon. The Moon Empress floated away from the Rule River and returned to the Moon Clan. In the Moon Palace, many elders of the Moon Clan bowed and congratulated in unison. My emperor has become a perfected immortal. Congratulations. Elders, please dispense with the formalities. The Moon Empress's beautiful face also inadvertently revealed a smile. She had become an immortal. It was less than half the half-year period that Xianxia had given her, and she had already become an immortal. According to the agreement, the position of the Moon Lord should also be hers. Once she obtained the position of the Moon Lord, the Moon Clan would truly begin to rise. Ben Huang is going to the Heavenly Court. I'll leave the matters of the Moon Clan to you guys. Don't cause any trouble, the Moon Empress said softly. Your Majesty, don't worry. We will definitely maintain order in the clan. That's for the best. The Moon Empress nodded and then left the Moon Palace. She could not wait to take over the deity position of the Moon Sovereign. Breakthrough to the perfected immortal realm. It was not difficult to enter the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer. However, the Moon Empress herself was not completely sure where the Heavenly Court was located in the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer, so she could only wander around and search. Every time the Heaven and Earth astral wind blew, she had to deal with it carefully to prevent herself from being injured by the Heaven and Earth astral wind. The Heavenly Court can be built in the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer. The Emperor of Heaven's methods are extraordinary. The Moon Empress sighed. Without truly entering the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer, she would never understand how terrifying it was. Although she had already become an immortal and could be considered a top expert in the 4 continents. However, in the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer, she still did not dare to be distracted. Even a perfected immortal had to be careful when dealing with such terrifying astral wind power. Otherwise, even if they did not die, it was inevitable that they would be severely injured. She knew how terrifying the Heaven and Earth astral wind was. The Moon Empress also understood how difficult it was to settle the Heavenly Court in such a dangerous place. For 2 whole days, she wandered in the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer. Finally, the Moon Empress found the location of the Heavenly Court. She saw thousands of palaces floating quietly in the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer. The terrifying Heaven and Earth astral wind power could not affect the palaces at all. Not only that, the Heaven and Earth astral wind layer, which was originally only white, now had different colors in the Moon Empress's eyes. Countless yellow clouds built bridges and roads, paved in the palaces. The Heavenly Court. The moment she saw the palaces, 2 words involuntarily appeared in the Moon Empress's mind. This was where the Heavenly Court was. Immediately, the Moon Empress entered the Heavenly Court. However, there were countless palaces, and she did not know where Xianxia was. When she saw that in the middle of the palaces, there was a large palace that seemed to suppress the entire Heavenly Court, the Moon Empress understood that that place should be where the Emperor of Heaven was. And when she got closer, when she saw the green bull sleeping there, she was even more relieved. The Moon Empress of the Moon Clan is here to pay a visit to the Emperor of Heaven. I hope you can pass on a message. The Moon Empress walked to the door of the outer hall and said softly to Niodali. Her voice was not loud. But in the quiet heavenly palace, it was especially obvious. Niodali opened his eyes unhappily. The Emperor of Heaven is in seclusion and will not see anyone. If there's nothing else, go back and wait for the Emperor of Heaven to come out of seclusion next time. After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Only the Moon Empress was left standing there awkwardly. She could not leave either. She could not leave either. According to Xianxia, the other party only gave her half a year. If she went back because of this, she would miss the time and lose the deity position of the Moon Lord. That would be troublesome. So, the Moon Empress had to say again, Ben Huang is here on the order of the Emperor of Heaven. Please pass on a message. I already said that the Emperor of Heaven is in seclusion. Why do I have to pass on a message? Aren't you annoying? Niodali opened his eyes wide and said in an unfriendly tone. The Moon Empress was choked. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her pretty face was slightly red. She was not shy. She was angry. What do you mean? I didn't ask you to do anything. I just asked you to pass on a message. What kind of attitude is this? The Moon Empress had just broken through to the true immortal realm, and she was very proud. Now that Nyodali had spoken ill of her, her joy was completely dispelled. Not only that, but she was also angry. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about his identity, the Moon Empress could not help but attack. She was not angry, there was nothing to be angry about with a bull. After comforting herself, the Moon Empress said coldly, I wonder when the Emperor of Heaven will come out of seclusion. Phew. Phew. There was a slight snoring sound, but there was no response. Seeing this, the Moon Empress's face turned completely black. As the emperor of a clan, she also cared about her dignity. After encountering such things again and again, the Moon Empress did not want to talk to Nyodali anymore. However, she had finally come to the heavenly court. If she went back, she was not worried about missing the time. So, the Moon Empress ignored Nyodali and waited outside the heavenly palace. On the other side, Qin Shujian was already fighting in the human emperor's law. Different from other ordinary laws, the human emperor's law was the law that the human emperors of the past walked. There were countless powerhouses born in it, and there were even many true immortals in the upper 3 levels. The powerhouses born in this way were all transformed by the long river of laws to resist Qin Shujian, the intruder. Moreover, the long river of laws was even more ruthless. It forcefully raised the strength of the human emperor's shadow to an extremely high level. Although it could not be compared to the peak, it was not weak at all. Boom, boom. The two figures fought together. Suddenly, one of the figures flew out. If one looked carefully, they would see that the figure that flew out looked exactly the same as the ancient Emperor Xia. And the person fighting with the ancient Emperor Xia was Qin Shujian. Kill. He took a step forward, suppressing the void and the world. His fist shattered the river of stars, and he was already charging toward Emperor Xia. Since entering the human emperor's law, even Qin Shujian himself had forgotten how many silhouettes of powerful human beings he had killed. The weak ones were comparable to middle 3 levels of true immortals, and the strong ones were comparable to upper 3 levels of true immortals. If he had not successfully advanced to a medium-class world, he would have definitely suffered a big setback in the human emperor's law. At this moment, Qin Shujian finally understood how dangerous those top laws were. In the past, he had only comprehended those laws that were neither strong nor weak. Even if there were obstacles, he could escape unscathed. However, if he had entered these top-notch laws right from the start, he might have died immediately. Boom! Emperor Xia's shadow had just raised his hand to block the attack, but it was a step too late. His body was directly torn apart by the violent power, turning back into law power and flowing into the long river. Soon. Just a little more time, and I will be able to comprehend the human emperor's law. After killing Emperor Xia, Qin Shujian's aura was upright as he strode forward along the long river of laws. With his current strength, even if the ancient human emperor reappeared in his peak state, Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill him, not to mention that it was just a shadow of the ancient human emperor. Boom boom boom, huge waves surged as if it was the end of the world. Qin Shujian moved forward steadily, and with a wave of his hand, he extinguished countless waves. Soon, another shadow of the human emperor condensed. He did not even look and destroyed it with a punch with all his strength. After killing more than 10 shadows of the human emperor, a mysterious realization rose in Qin Shujian's heart. At the same time, in his inner world, the laws shook. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese Network, App Jidian Book, I am decent. The law of the human emperor was born. Qin Shujian immediately entered his inner world. A chaotic beam of light shot down from the sky and landed on a hill. Qin Shujian immediately chased after the chaotic light and came to the hill. Chaos emerged. A vast amount of spiritual energy gathered. Qin Shujian looked at the chaotic gas that looked like a huge egg in front of him. He had a vague feeling in his heart. The human race is about to be born. The living beings of heaven and earth were all derived from heaven and earth. Whether it was the human race, whether it was the Golden Rock race or other races, there was no exception. It was just that during the process of nurturing, all kinds of changes occurred and different races were formed. But it was not that. Every race was bound to be born in the new era. Just like in the first era. There was no human race in heaven and earth, but there was a supreme expert who molded earth to create humans, causing the human race to be born in heaven and earth. As for the second era, and in the third era, there was no expert who molded earth to create humans. However, Xianxia was sure that there must be a human expert. At the moment when the universe was born, he left a part of his power to help heaven and earth create the human race. Otherwise, after several eras, it was impossible for the human race to be born in every era. For example, among the thousands of races in the current era, there were some races that did not exist in the third era. But there were some races. It existed in every epoch. Such a race. Most of them were existences who had given birth to Tao fruits. Even if such existences had fallen, the means they left behind could affect the next era and even more eras. Even Xianxia himself was an existence of this level at his peak. He was not sure. What kind of means did other experts of the same level have? Let me give you a hand. Xianxia looked at the chaotic gas in front of him and directly forced a drop of blood out of his body and shot it into it. The blood fused into it. The chaotic gas rolled wildly and violently. As a human, if he left his blood, then the human race that was born would be exactly the same as the human race in the great wide world and the third era. There would not be any strange changes. Of course. The blood left behind by Xianxia was just ordinary blood, not at the level of essence blood. Because once he used his blood essence to fuse with it. In that case, the humans born from the chaotic gas must be extremely powerful. Perhaps they could even become true immortals with the help of the current environment. If that was the case, it was very unfair to the other living beings. Although ordinary blood was also extremely powerful, it was not enough to create a true immortal out of thin air. According to Xianxia's estimation, the strength of a human born into the world was roughly around that of a celestial being. As for what level of celestial being, that was hard to say. I don't want a single race to dominate the world. What I want is for all races to flourish. Only then will I be able to produce enough experts and become even stronger. Xianxia smiled faintly. As the master of heaven and earth, he could borrow the power of the living beings of the inner world when necessary. In other words, the more experts that were born in his inner world, the more powerful he would become. A single race dominated the world. In that case, the other races would not have the opportunity to develop. In that case, there would also be flaws in the nurturing of the laws of heaven and earth. More importantly, if a single race dominated the world, how could there be more experts born in a situation where all the races were competing? Therefore, although Xianxia was a human, he would not be too biased towards the human race in his inner world. Before the middle thousand world was promoted to the major thousand world, the human race suppressing all the other races was not a situation he wanted to see. Now that the human race and the Golden Rock race are both in the process of nurturing, Jianmu should be considered an Eldar. As the first living being to be born in the world, the other Eldar can also share a lot of luck. I reckon that it won't be long before a large number of Eldar creatures appear. However, the newly born creatures of the other races won't be too weak either. Even if they aren't as strong as Jianmu, they won't be too far off. Moreover, the Eldar are gentle by nature and rarely interfere in other disputes. I'm not worried that the Eldar will take this opportunity to suppress the other races. Xianxia glanced at the chaotic gas in front of him again and then left the inner world. The number of living beings that were born was still too few. He needed to comprehend new rules from the experts of the other races. When that time came, only then would the inner world truly enter a period of growth. He left the inner world. Xianxia's spiritual will moved slightly and sensed the abnormality of the outer hall's door. The Moon Emperor has become an immortal. When he saw the Moon Queen standing outside, he understood what was going on. When the Moon Clan had used all their trump cards, Xianxia had guessed that they were preparing for the Moon Emperor to become an immortal. Now that the Moon Emperor had appeared in the heavenly court, he was already a perfected immortal. This just happened to confirm Qin Shujian's original guess. Becoming an immortal at this time is just right. It's time for someone to inherit the deity position of the Moon Lord. Qin Shujian sighed in his heart. As long as the deity position of the Moon Lord was filled, the heavenly court and the four great continents would officially enter a period of high growth. Then, he took out the god roll and looked at the deity position of the Moon Lord that had condensed on it. The power of the deity position had already weakened a little. There was no doubt. Yin was recovering his strength, which led to the weakening of the deity position. In another year and a half, the deity position of the Moon Lord would completely disappear. During this period of time, Qin Shujian was immersed in the joy of increasing his strength. He almost forgot about the deity position of the Moon Lord. Once the deity position of the Moon Lord disappeared, if he wanted to condense the deity position of the Moon Lord, he would have to go to the heavenly abyss to snatch Yin's power. But with his current strength, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to snatch the nomological power of a half-step Dao fruit expert. An expert of that level, it was no longer something a ninth heaven immortal could compare to. Even if Qin Shujian reached the peak of the ninth heaven immortal realm, he was not 100% confident that he could contend against Yin. No one had truly reached that step. He would never be able to figure it out. How big was the gap between a ninth heaven immortal and a half-step Dao fruit expert? Although a ninth heaven immortal was not equivalent to an ant in front of a half-step Dao fruit expert, it was almost impossible to contend against him. If he was a seventh heaven immortal or even an eighth heaven immortal, in front of a half-step Dao fruit expert, he would not waste much strength to kill him with a slap. Because of the existence of this level, he had already glimpsed something on another level. But because he was not strong enough, he could only vaguely see it. When the clouds parted and the moon appeared, it was time to truly advance to the Dao fruit realm. True power, illusory power, these were two completely different levels of power. And a Dao fruit expert had completely reached the peak of illusory power and was qualified to touch true power. In front of reality, all the illusions were like ants to him. Although a Dao fruit expert could not truly grasp true power, even a trace of it was enough to surpass all living beings. The Moon Empress has arrived. There is no need to wait outside. Come in. A calm voice came from the inner hall, directly into the ears of Niodali and the Moon Empress. Hearing this, the Moon Empress was instantly delighted. Then, she glanced coldly at Niodali and walked in. She would remember this bull. Walking into the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the Moon Empress immediately bowed. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. I once promised that if you could break through to the true immortal realm in half a year, I would give you the deity position of the Moon Lord. Now that you have become an immortal, the deity position of the Moon Lord is naturally yours. Qin Shujian sat high on the throne, looking down at the Moon Empress below. The Moon Empress was overjoyed, but she hid her emotions on the surface. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not waste any time and directly took out the investiture of the gods. Shiyu, today I confer you the title of Moon Lord. With that, the imperial insignia fell. The investiture of the gods shook, and the Moon Empress' name appeared on it. Then, a powerful force descended from the darkness, directly affecting the Moon Empress. She had just broken through to the true immortal realm, and in the blink of an eye, it stabilized. Then, she climbed on top of her original foundation. In a few breaths, the Moon Empress' strength had reached the late stage of the first heaven immortal realm. She was conferred the deity position of the Moon Lord. The Moon Empress was pleasantly surprised by the benefits. The power given by the deity position directly saved her many years of hard work. At this moment, the Moon Empress was already enveloped by the moon essence of the moon. She was full of holy brilliance, which made her already beautiful appearance even more stunning. You have already been conferred the title of Moon Lord. From now on, cooperate with the Zhou Tian constellation to guide the moon essence of the moon and illuminate the four continents. Yes. The Moon Empress bowed and accepted the order. When she straightened up and wanted to say something, Qin Shujian had already sent her out with a simple wave of his hand. The whole process was smooth. The Moon Empress had no time to react at all. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared in the outer hall of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the Moon Empress was in awe of Qin Shujian's strength. She was pushed out of the inner hall before she could even react. If he wanted to kill her, it would not take much effort at all. Such a difference in strength, there was only awe in her heart. The halls of the heavenly palace, find a hall that belongs to you, the Moon Lord. An indifferent voice sounded in her ears again. Hearing that, the Moon Empress bowed slightly again toward the inner hall. Then, without looking at the green bull at the door, she directly left the range of the heavenly palace. Finding a hall that belonged to her, the Moon Lord, was not a difficult task. She easily connected to the seal in her sea of consciousness. In the next moment, she found a hall that belonged to her alone. When the Moon Empress was conferred the deity position, the heavenly abyss once again erupted. Roar! An earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the heavenly abyss, as if it was going to shatter the entire heavenly abyss. In the deepest part of the heavenly abyss, a ferocious beast roared crazily and climbed toward the top of the heavenly abyss. The chain of the universe shook crazily, making the sound of metal clashing. Under the blockade of the chain of the universe, no matter how hard the beast struggled, if it wanted to leave the heavenly abyss, it could not break out. In fact, its body could not even leave the bottom of the heavenly abyss. Anger, monstrous anger, right now, Yin only wanted to rush out of the heavenly abyss at all costs and then tear Xianxia into pieces. He was tyrannical by nature. Previously, he was already very angry when Xianxia cheated him of a trace of the moon rule. But now, the trace of the moon rule that was cheated away completely disappeared and became his eternal flaw. That feeling made Yin have an impulse to destroy the world. Let me go. What right do you have to imprison me? Since you don't want me to appear, why did you give birth to me? Tell me, tell me. Yin roared crazily. He hated Xianxia, and he hated the great thousand heavens even more. He gave birth to him but imprisoned him in the depths of the heavenly abyss forever. Billions of years were like a day, and he had no chance to see the sun at all. That kind of pain. Without personal experience, there was no way to understand. Over time, Yin naturally developed a tyrannical and resentful personality. Yang of the Dead Sea domain, because of the long years, gradually put down the tyrannical resentment in his heart and became indifferent to everything. But Yin was different. The long years did not let him put down the anger in his heart. Instead, it became more and more intense. It was just that, the universal chain could not be broken unless one was a Dao fruit expert. No matter how angry Yin was, the world did not give him an answer. Only those terrifying roars reverberated in the heavenly abyss, shaking the western prefecture slightly. It was different from the past when he would only roar twice and then stop. This time, the riot in the heavenly abyss. It lasted for half a month. Yin was roaring, and cursing. But his words could not be transmitted out of the heavenly abyss. Only those roars could break through the shackles of the heavenly abyss. During this half a month, the living beings of the western prefecture were in a state of panic. There was no other way. The might that erupted from Yin was simply a little too strong. That terrifying roar seemed to be able to directly attack one's soul. No matter how high one's cultivation level was, there was no way to avoid it. What made them rejoice was, the existence in the depths of the heavenly abyss was only roaring, but there were no signs of coming out of the heavenly abyss. Over time, although the living beings of the western prefecture were shocked, their fear of the roars of the heavenly abyss dissipated a little. Until the roars completely disappeared. They could not help but feel a sense of absurdity in their hearts. The heavenly court. The gods did not care about the roars of the heavenly abyss. It was no longer a secret that the existence sealed in the depths of the heavenly abyss could not walk out of the heavenly abyss. So their fear of the heavenly abyss had lessened a lot. Compared to the matter of the heavenly abyss, the gods were more concerned about what was happening in the heavenly court. The most important thing was the appearance of the Moon Lord. As early as the birth of the Sun Lord, the gods had already understood that the deity position of the heavenly court was not fixed. It could still continue to grow. But the deity position of the Sun Lord had fallen on the Vermilion Bird Emperor. On a certain level, the Vermilion Bird tribe was considered a subsidiary of the human race. It was natural for them to obtain the deity position of the Sun Lord. But the deity position of the Moon Lord surprised these people. Especially Xiao Chengfeng. Now, he felt as if he had eaten shit. The Moon Lord had become an immortal. Xianxia did not care about this at all. But now, the other party had become the Moon Lord. In terms of status, it was not inferior to the 4 war gods. Such an unforeseen event. It had completely exceeded his expectations. But no matter how dissatisfied Xianxia was, he also knew that this was not something he could interfere with. At this moment, a loud voice sounded in the heavenly court. The sun and the moon are in place. Zhou Tian star formation, rise. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from the 2 palaces. The power of the sun and moon instantly stirred and was about to converge toward the heavenly court. In the sea of death, the sun placed in the hands of the stone statue was emitting a scorching aura. The hidden power of the sun seemed to be attracted by something and was about to break free from its control. Someone is extracting the power of the sun. Who is it? Yang woke up from his deep sleep and instantly noticed the abnormal movement of the sun. But he did not have to wonder for long before he understood. In the world, other than himself, the only person who could extract the power of the sun was Xianxia, who had swindled a trace of the sun precepts from him. He swindled the sun precepts from me in order to extract the power of the sun? Yang Yuan did not know why Xianxia had stolen his sun precepts. But now, he was completely clear. By occupying a trace of the sun precepts and then directly extracting the power of the sun for his own use. Such a method was indeed feasible. But, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me. You want to extract the power of the sun with just a trace of the weak sun precepts? You are simply delusional. Yang sneered. Then, he saw a strong wave of energy coming from the stone statue, and then forcibly sealed the power of the sun. He could not control the rise and fall of the sun. But he could control the power of the sun inside and not let it easily leak out. In the heavenly abyss, the Yin Palace did the same. When they noticed that someone was stealing the power of the sun, they immediately used a method to seal it. Some powerhouses tried to stop them. Naturally, the heavenly court could not draw the power of the sun and the moon to descend. In the sacred Sun Palace, the red-robed vermilion bird empress sat cross-legged. A seal floated in front of her. Das natural divine fire power erupted from it, raising the temperature of the entire palace to a terrifying degree. Some powerhouse is stopping the power of the sun from descending. The vermilion bird empress could clearly sense that she had encountered a powerful obstruction when extracting the power of the sun. The person obstructing her was far, far more powerful than her. Not only that, the vermilion bird empress also sensed the terrifying power of the sun precepts from the other party. As the sun precepts, she could not do anything to it. To this, the vermilion bird empress was shocked. Since when did such a terrifying powerhouse exist in this world? Could it be that the existence in the depths of the Sea of Death has blocked the power of the sun? The only place she could think of was the place where the sun rose and set. The vermilion bird empress did not know what existed in the depths of the Sea of Death. But she could understand. When the sun rose and set there, it was not strange for a powerhouse to be able to control the power of the sun. But, now that the power of the sun was blocked, she had no way to complete the task entrusted to her by the Emperor of Heaven. The Moon Monarch, who was in the lunar temple, also had an ugly expression. The power of the lunar temple was blocked. She tried her best, but she could not guide the power of the lunar temple to descend at all. The other gods. Now, they also had blank expressions. What was going on? Didn't they say that they would guide the power of the sun and the lunar temple to descend and then activate the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation? But until now, there was no movement at all. Apart from the powerful auras of the lunar temple and the lunar temple, there was no other sound. That feeling. It was like thunder but not rain. It was a little shocking. On the throne, Qin Shujian also sensed the abnormality at the first moment. The sun precepts and the moon precepts have already ascended to the throne. If it was so easy to be stopped by you, then what was the point of me conferring the 2 deity thrones? In the end, you are still too short-sighted. What you are doing now is just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Qin Shujian shook his head. Then, he pointed his finger at the investiture of the gods. Suddenly, a Zhoutian star map appeared. In the Zhoutian star map, a large number of light spots appeared, and each light spot was located at a different location. But when all the light spots were connected together, they produced endless mysteries. There is no way to refine the real He-Tu and Luo-Shu. But now, we are not going to set up the real Zhoutian Great Star Formation, so we don't need that level of treasure. With a simple map of the stars, it should be enough. Qin Shujian smiled and then covered the investiture of the gods with his palm. In the next moment, Zhoutian's star map was directly grabbed out. Go! With a soft shout, Zhoutian's star map suddenly rose, broke through the restraint of the heavenly palace, and covered the entire heavenly court. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the vast Zhoutian star map. The heavenly cycle constellations, solar and lunar celestial lords, use the heavenly cycle constellations as a reference and find your own position. Qin Shujian's voice. It came out of the heavenly palace and accurately entered the ears of the gods. Suddenly, the palaces with starlight falling on them trembled slightly. Then, according to the position of Zhoutian's star map, they found their own position. The palaces moved. Some of the palaces occupied the positions of the light spots, and at this moment, they were forced to move away. Soon, all the palaces fell below Zhoutian's star map on the corresponding nodes. Take out the deity seal and put it into Zhoutian's star map. Qin Shujian spoke and said the next step. The Vermilion Bird Emperor and the others didn't hesitate and immediately flew the seals that belonged to their deity seals into the sky above the heavenly court. The deity seals returned to their positions. Zhoutian's star map was instantly activated. Boom, a vast pressure came from it, giving everyone the illusion that the divine might was like a prison. Today, I will pass on the Zhoutian constellation formation to you. Use it as a foundation to guide the power of Zhoutian stars to descend. As Qin Shujian spoke, he had already sent his divine consciousness into the investiture of the gods. When the divine will fell, the heavenly cycle constellations, Taiyang, Taiyin, and the other deities all had an unfamiliar memory. Zhoutian constellation formation? The Vermilion Bird Emperor murmured softly and then silently digested the memory. After a long time, she woke up from digesting, and her beautiful face was already in a daze, then slowly turned to shock. The memory in her mind. It completely broke the Vermilion Bird Emperor's previous understanding. Only now did she truly understand how terrifying a formation could be. No. This is no longer a formation, but a manifestation of Tao. A vague understanding suddenly rose in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's heart. It wasn't the rules, it was Tao, but what was Tao? She actually didn't know much about it. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Emperor collected her thoughts and then lit up the star position in her mind according to the memory in her mind. Then, the other star positions were lit up one after another. Qin Shujian sat on the throne and watched the scene in the heavenly court with a terrifyingly calm expression. After all the star positions were lit up, only then did he slowly raise his hand and speak in an indifferent tone, "Heavenly cycle star formation, rise." As soon as he finished speaking, the formation was activated. The entire vast thousand domains seemed to be bathed in endless starlight in an instant. An extremely terrifying pulling force. It instantly broke through the blockade of the sea of death and heaven abyss. At that moment, the power of sun and moon descended. In an instant, the Zhoutian constellation formation became extremely bright, and the terrifying power of the stars directly bombarded down. The heavenly court, which was already filled with the power of the stars, directly increased the power of the stars by more than a few times. Not only that, the extremely rich power of the stars also broke through the blockade of the heavenly court and automatically spread toward the 4 continents. At that moment, all the cultivators in the 4 continents who were trapped in the bottleneck had some enlightenment in their hearts. Most of them directly broke through the shackles and broke through to the next level. The power of the stars bombarded once. It increased the overall strength of the myriad races by a lot. However, the Zhoutian constellation formation didn't dissipate. Instead, it still covered the heavenly court. Endless power of the stars descended, causing the hearts of the gods to tremble. What a powerful power of the stars! Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for a year before the heavenly court was established. I have a feeling that I'm not far from the second level immortal. No matter who it was, they couldn't remain calm at this moment. The density of the power of the stars had already reached a terrifying level. If one used the time before the heavenly court was established as a comparison, then cultivating in the heavenly court for a day now was equivalent to cultivating for a year in the past. There was a difference of more than 300 times. In other words, if one cultivated in the heavenly court for 10 years, it would be equivalent to more than 3,000 years, almost 4,000 years in the past. If one cultivated for 20 years, it would be more than 7,000 years. In more than 7,000 years, even a true immortal with poor talent would be able to take a step forward in his original realm. Moreover, cultivating in the current environment was much easier than cultivating for thousands of years in the real world. In this way, the current cultivation environment of the heavenly court could be said to be terrifying. I haven't seen the Xianxia constellation formation for many years. I didn't expect to have the chance to see it again in this era. It's a world-shaking array formation that can be said to be all-powerful. The Blade Master bathed in the power of the stars. He looked at the Xianxia constellation formation above his head and sighed in his heart. The Xianxia constellation formation, that was a terrifying array formation from the first era. This array formation didn't disappear with the end of the first era. Instead, it was transmitted into the second era and the third era. However, after the end of the second era, the third era also ended. The Blade Master thought that the Xianxia constellation formation had completely disappeared. At this moment, when he saw it again, an inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. It was as if a corner of an ancient sealed memory had been uncovered. No matter which era it was, the Xianxia constellation formation had played a powerful role. Almost every era, there were Tao fruits who died in the array formation. This was also the reason why the massive heavenly cycle star formation was famous. After all, it wasn't easy to kill Tao fruits. The Xianxia constellation formation could kill Tao fruits every era. Its power was naturally terrifying. Even when he was at his peak, the Blade Master wasn't confident that he could contend with the Xianxia constellation formation. Of course, that was the complete Xianxia constellation formation. The weakest one was a middle 3 true immortal and was then suppressed by a connate cardinal treasure. It was a shocking array formation that was set up. The Xianxia constellation formation in front of him looked powerful. However, compared to the complete version, it was thousands of miles away. The current heavenly court isn't strong enough, but with the nurturing of the power of the stars, they might be able to gather enough experts to set up the complete version in this era. Since the third era, I can't remember how many years it has been since I last saw the true Xianxia constellation formation. The Blade Master sighed. Then, he retracted his gaze and returned to his cultivation state. After the Xianxia constellation formation was set up, he knew that the heavenly court's foundation was stable. As for other things, it wasn't up to him to interfere. The Blade Master understood that what he had to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He couldn't fall too far behind Xianxia. His opponent was already an upper 3 true immortal. Meanwhile, he was still hovering around the first true immortal. The gap between them was a little too big. The moment the Xianxia constellation formation was set up, Yang, who was in the depths of the Sea of Death, was completely shocked. What kind of power is that? How could it break through my seal? Tao fruit. Is that the power at the Tao fruit level? Yang was overwhelmed with shock. The power that had just erupted gave him the illusion that he was as weak as an ant. The seal that he had set up was like a piece of paper, easily torn apart and broken through. Since his birth, Yang had never encountered such a powerful force before. His mind, which had been silent for a long time, was gradually awakening. For countless years, finally, an emotion called fear was born in him. Fear. So this is the taste of fear? Yang recovered from his shock. Then, he carefully savored the feeling. It was also his time of fear. The ferocious beasts in the depths of the Sea of Death also couldn't help but feel fear. Therefore, the beast tide erupted again. The people of Heavenly Rune Island were silent. They watched as the ferocious beasts crazily attacked the formation. Their hearts didn't fluctuate too much. Once or twice was still acceptable. 3 or 4 times was also acceptable. But in a short period of time, the frequent beast tides had already made them completely relaxed. Especially when they knew that the ferocious beasts couldn't break through the formation, the people of Heavenly Rune Island were incomparably calm. No matter how cruel and terrifying the ferocious beasts were, there was no way to arouse the fear in their hearts. With the sun and moon in place, the Zhoutian Great Star Formation has been completely set up. As long as the existences at the Dao fruit level don't make a move, the Heavenly Court is already an invincible existence in the Great Thousand Realms. On the throne, Qin Shujian had a smile on his face. With the sun and moon in place, he was finally able to set up the complete Zhoutian Great Star Formation. Although the deities weren't strong, the formation couldn't threaten existences at the Dao fruit level. But it was very difficult for those below the Dao fruit level to contend against the formation. As long as they were in the Great Thousand Realms, Qin Shujian could control the Zhoutian Great Star Formation to deal with any expert. Even if it was the laws of the sun and moon. He could now use the power of the Zhoutian Great Star Formation to thoroughly exterminate the two. But, the two weren't weak. With the current incomplete formation, Qin Shujian didn't have 100% chance of success. Moreover, the laws of the sun and moon were existences that maintained the order of heaven and earth. If they were destroyed, heaven and earth would definitely lose its order, and the power of the sun and moon would also disappear. At that time, the Zhoutian Great Star Formation would be incomplete. Therefore, the two half-step Dao fruits in the Sea of Death and Heavenly Abyss absolutely couldn't die. Or rather, before refining something that could replace them, they absolutely couldn't die. Otherwise, the power of the formation would be weakened, and they would lose the ability to mobilize the power of the formation at will. Qin Shujian tapped his finger on the table, and his gaze became deep. The Great Thousand Realms is now in an invincible position in disguise. Even if the barrier between heaven and earth is opened now, there's no need to worry at all. The Void Demon can threaten the Great Thousand Realms. Unless the Void Demon has a backup plan or there's a problem with the formation, there's no way the Great Thousand Realms can have a loophole. However, if the Void Demon really has a backup plan, it's unlikely that the barrier hasn't been broken yet. As for the problem with the formation, as long as the deities don't completely fall or the stars are destroyed, there won't be a problem with the Zhoutian Great Star Formation. The deities had left their names on the investiture of the gods. Unless a Dao fruit powerhouse took action, there was no way to completely erase the deities. As for destroying the ancient stars, it would also require a great deal of power. After thinking left and right, Qin Shujian found that there seemed to be nothing for him to worry about. There's no need to worry about the Great Thousand Realms. I can open the barrier between heaven and earth at any time and then attack the Void Demon. It's just that I'm more than enough to defend now, but not enough to attack. Even if I can defend the Great Thousand Realms, I won't be able to destroy the Void Demon for the time being. Let's wait a little longer. When the Heavenly Court is strong enough, I'll destroy the Void Demon clan in one fell swoop to prevent future troubles. When Qin Shujian thought of this, he also dispelled the idea of fighting the Void Demon now. Then, he got up from his throne and was about to find the Heavenly Court's true immortals and comprehend the seeds of laws from them. However, just as Qin Shujian got up, his movements paused slightly. In the next second, he had already disappeared from where he was and then appeared at the entrance of the outer hall. A mysterious aura was emitted from the sleeping Green Ox's body. He's about to break through to the true immortal realm. After seeing Niu Dali's state, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. It was also at this moment, Niu Dali opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. Then, he got up and walked away, directly entering the mother stream of laws. P.S. In 4 more days, I'll finish my overdue chapters. Please give me monthly votes. That bull is going to become an immortal. In the Heavenly Court, all the gods looked up and saw the green bull walking out of the mother river of laws. Their faces darkened. That damn bull was going to become an immortal. The Heavenly Court had only been established for a few years, but all the gods had been offended by the green bull. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the Emperor of Heaven's mount, it would have been killed by others. Who would have thought? That hateful green bull was going to prove his Tao. Niao Dali is not simple. Xiao Qingfeng looked at the green bull walking out of the long river of laws. The long river of laws that he was walking on. Compared to others, it was actually very small. But just because the long river of laws was not wide, it did not mean that the laws were weak and easy to walk on. On the contrary, the narrower the long river of laws, the harder it was to walk on. Because no expert had ever mastered it, it was not opened up by the previous generations of experts, resulting in its narrowness. Niao Dali could become an immortal with such a law. It could be said. His talent and potential were already very terrifying. Although the law was narrow, if Niao Dali could become an immortal with this law, he would definitely be more powerful in the future. Although Xiao Qingfeng was clear about Niao Dali's foundation, he did not expect that the other party would dare to open up a new path and walk on a path that others had never walked before. Even for himself. The law that he walked on was actually the law of his previous life. It was just that the cultivation system was different. At this moment, Niao Dali walked on the long river of laws and easily opened up a battlefield. The moment the battlefield opened up, he was already walking towards the end of the long river of laws. There was a monument standing there. As he approached the monument, Niao Dali felt that something was awakening in his body. And this feeling, the closer he got to the monument, the stronger it was. Gradually, a desolate and ancient aura had already spread out from his body, shaking the entire long river of laws. It was a terrifying shadow. Unknowingly, it was condensing above Niao Dali's head. It was just that this shadow was very blurry. At first glance, it looked like a cloud of black fog. The swordmaster looked at the black shadow in the long river of laws with a strange expression. He did not know why. He saw Niao Dali in the long river of laws and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. That feeling. This made the Blade Master feel very uncomfortable. Could it be that he reincarnated? That's impossible. How could he reincarnate? Didn't he die long ago? The end of an era. Some existences could be resurrected, but others could not be resurrected. Even though it was very difficult for a Dao fruit expert to truly die, it did not mean that there was no way to make a Dao fruit expert completely die without any chance of resurrection. At this moment, Niao Dali had already arrived in front of the Rule Monument. When he got close to the Rule Monument, a memory that had been buried in dust suddenly surfaced in his mind. Immediately after, under everyone's gazes, Niao Dali directly shattered the law steel. The sturdy nomological monument was like a piece of paper in front of the ox's hooves. It was easily shattered by the power. The rule steel shattered. The long river of laws seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and shattered with a loud bang. Shortly after, his body suddenly grew in size as he opened his mouth and swallowed a fragment of the broken rules. The moment the devouring rule was activated, the black fog, which could not be seen clearly in the shape of a heart, suddenly collapsed. There seemed to be some shackles in his body that had been directly unlocked. A terrifying power rose from within. At the same time, ancient memories in the depths of his mind were awakened. At that moment, Niao Dali looked up to the sky and roared. Roar, the terrifying roar seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, the sun, and the moon. The expressions of all the experts who heard the roar changed drastically. It was a roar. Even the true immortals felt their divine souls tremble as if they would collapse at any time. Even someone as strong as Zhao Emperor and Xiao Qingfeng had a serious expression on their faces. It was laughable. They felt a great threat in front of a green ox that had not completely become an immortal. As for the other side, the Blade Master's face had completely darkened. It's really him. So many people have died. Why is he the only one who survived? The Blade Master was madly complaining in his heart. It was really that damned ox. He thought that the ox had completely fallen and had no chance of resurrection. In the end, the ox did not die and had successfully awakened the innate intelligence of his previous life. The Blade Master gritted his teeth. If I had known, I would have killed him as soon as I saw him. Now, there is no chance for him to awaken his innate intelligence. Damn it. After the anger, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his face. Right, if he awakens his innate intelligence and finds out that he is only the Qin Emperor's mount, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Speaking of which, the Qin Emperor can't possibly know his identity, right? With his own strength, the Blade Master admitted that he could not see through Niu Dali's identity. However, that did not mean that Qin Shujian could not see through him. After all, when it came to strength, Qin Shujian at his peak was indeed slightly stronger than him. Otherwise, he would not have called him the Qin Emperor. Moreover, Qin Shujian's recovered strength was also much stronger than his. In the Blade Master's opinion, it was very likely that he had seen through Niu Dali's identity. Or else, with Qin Shujian's status, it was impossible for him to find a green ox as his mount. In the past, the Qin Emperor was extremely prideful. That green ox looked ordinary and did not have anything outstanding about it. It was impossible for him to have taken a fancy to it. After thinking about it, only Qin Shujian had seen through Niu Dali's identity long ago, and that was why he had taken him as his mount. Thinking of this, the Blade Master immediately smiled. The Qin Emperor is indeed more thoughtful than me. At this moment, the anger in his heart had disappeared by a lot, and it was replaced by a smile. It was good to be a mount, he could not kill that ox, but he had to disgust it. On the other side, the immortal ascension tribulation had already descended. The terrifying lightning tribulation bombardment was more like a bath for the green ox. It had no effect at all. Not only that, Niu Dali stepped into the air and charged directly into the tribulation clouds. In the end, the tribulation cloud suddenly shattered. A green ox stood proudly in the void, but there was anger in its eyes. Then, it charged toward the heavenly court. Qin Hao, I will kill you. Boom, the void shattered. The green ox broke through layers of space and charged toward Qin Shujian. What a sudden change. It was beyond the god's expectations. Qin Hao, who was Qin Hao, and at this moment, he was charging toward the heavenly court. It seemed that he was going to attack the Emperor of Heaven. Many people did not react. They just watched Niu Dali charge toward the heavenly court, and they were stunned. Only Emperor Zhao, Xiao Qingfeng, and a few others seemed to have thought of something. They thought to themselves, as expected. They had long suspected. Qin Shujian might be the reincarnation of an expert. In the past, Emperor Zhao and the others suspected that Qin Shujian was an ancient expert or the reincarnation of an ancient expert. But later, after learning about the existence of the epics, they were almost certain that he was the reincarnation of an expert from another epic. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how the other party could go from a bandit to the current position of the Celestial Emperor in a short 10 years. To be able to do that, it was not something that could be done with so-called talent. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible. Qin Hao. Is the name of the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven Qin Hao? Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He was very unfamiliar with this name. He was 100% sure that it was an expert from another epoch. The name of an existence above the rules could not be heard or heard. But now, he could clearly hear the two words Qin Hao. Emperor Zhao guessed that there should be no such restriction above the rules of the fall. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he could hear the two words Qin Hao. As for whether Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of an existence above the rules, that was even more impossible. If he was not above the rules, how could he still be reborn in the next epoch after the end of one epoch, in front of the heavenly palace? Qin Shujian looked at the green ox who broke through the void and came over with a faint smile on his face. That angry roar. It did not make him angry. But when Niu Dali came over with a murderous aura, Qin Shujian suddenly reached out and slapped him to the ground. Boom, the heavenly palace shook slightly. The green ox fell to the ground and wanted to get up for a while, but it was as if there was nothing holding him down. There was no way at all. Niu, are you trying to rebel? Qin Shujian smiled and looked at Niu Dali in front of him. He did not make another move. Hearing this, Niu Dali was burning with anger. His powerful aura surged crazily, trying to break through the seal of that power. Qin Hao, let me out if you have the guts. I'll fight you one-on-one. Qin Hao, you bastard. How dare you make me your mount? Let me go. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Niao Dali was about to go crazy with anger. After he awakened his innate wisdom, he found that he had been Qin Shujian's mount for a few years. He could not suppress his anger at all. The green ox now. He just wanted to have a good fight with Qin Shujian to vent the anger in his heart. Qin Shujian smiled. One-on-one? Okay, I'll give you another chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the power seal on the green ox's back. The next moment, Niao Dali got up and stomped on Qin Shujian's head. That power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. However, before the ox's hooves landed, Qin Shujian slapped out again. Bang! The green ox fell from the void and could not get up again on the floor of the Sky Palace. Qin Shujian shook his head. It seems that you're not strong enough. I've already given in to you, but you're still so weak. How about it? Do you want to continue the one-on-one? Come on. Bang. Again. Bang! Every time Qin Shujian removed the power of the seal, Niao Dali would attack. However, that kind of attack was useless in Qin Shujian's eyes. Every time he did not wait for the other party to touch him, he would slap him to the ground. After dozens of times, Niao Dali finally stopped. He was tired. Not only was his body tired, but his mind was also tired. After countless defeats, the anger that soared to the sky had finally dissipated. Niao Dali was panting, but the anger in his eyes had not subsided. Did you know my identity long ago? That's right. Qin Shujian admitted frankly, nodded and said, when I awakened my innate wisdom, I saw through your identity. But you know that the things in your previous life are like passing clouds. You should focus on the present. Don't you think so? Hearing that, Niao Dali was furious again. However, he also knew that there was a gap in strength between him and Qin Shujian. Even if he became an immortal and successfully awakened his innate wisdom, there was no way he could compete with him. Thinking of this, a sense of helplessness rose in Niao Dali's heart. Emperor Qin, you win. This revenge. There was no way to take revenge. One step behind, one step behind. It was impossible to catch up and crush the other party. Now, Niao Dali hated himself very much. Why did he have to be so lazy? He did not cultivate every day and only knew how to use up the foundation left from his previous life and sleep every day. Originally, their strength was about the same. However, now Qin Shujian was already an upper 3 genuine immortal, while he had just broken through to the genuine immortal realm. If he had worked harder in the beginning, not to mention the upper 3 genuine immortals, he would not have fallen so far behind. Niao Dali was furious again. But this time, he was not angry at others, but at himself. He failed to live up to expectations. That led to the current fiasco. Hey, let me see who it is. Why are you lying on the ground and not getting up? A mocking voice came from a distance. The Blade Master stepped into the heavenly palace with a sneer on his face. Chu Kuangtu. Niao Dali gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shujian's power was still sealed in his body, he would have gotten up and fought the Blade Master to the death. The Blade Master. Chu Kuangtu sneered, what, you also want to fight with me one-on-one? Come on, don't lie on the ground. Even if I only use one hand, I can still hang you up and beat you. It was rare to see Niao Dali in such a sorry state. There was only joy in his heart. Emperor Qin, let me go. Niao Dali said in a low voice. Seeing this, Qin Shujian casually withdrew the power acting on him. All of a sudden, Niao Dali stood up from the ground, then transformed into a human, and appeared in front of the two. Chu Kuangtu, do you remember the smell of the cesspool? You're courting death. Chu Kuangtu exploded in an instant. Niao Dali's words reminded him of some bad memories. The smile on his face had completely disappeared. His broadsword intent soared into the sky. It stimulated Zhou Tian's great star formation to emit a faint light. Today, I'm going to kill a cow and eat its meat. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Niao Dali sneered, facing the furious Chu Kuangtu without the slightest fear. He knew very well. The person in front of him was not much better than him. At most, he had become an immortal a few months earlier. If they really fought, Niu Dali was absolutely confident that he could suppress the other party. The two were about to break out into a big fight. Qin Shujian coughed softly and said, "Ahem, if you want to fight, go to the Death Sea domain. Don't fight here, lest you cause any damage. But I have to tell you that in the deepest part of the Death Sea domain, there are half-step Dao fruits in the form of rules. Don't get too close. Just play on the periphery of the sea domain." After that, Qin Shujian took the initiative to step back. Niu Dali and Chu Quantu did not speak. They directly flew into the air and fled out of the heavenly court. First, Niu Dali attacked the Emperor of Heaven. Then, two undisguised tyrannical auras directly broke through the blockade of the formation and escaped into the astral wind layer of heaven and earth. At this moment, no one was able to remain calm and watch calmly. The immortals gathered in front of the heavenly palace and happened to see Qin Shujian standing there. "Emperor of Heaven, what happened just now?" A genuine immortal could not help but ask. The others also fixed their eyes on the Emperor of Heaven. Qin Shujian said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to pay too much attention to it. You can all disperse." He simply waved his hand and directly extinguished the immortals' curiosity. Seeing this, although the others were curious, they could not continue to ask. They could only salute him and turn around to leave. On the other side, Niu Dali and Chu Quantu had gone directly to the Death Sea domain along the astral wind layer of heaven and earth. The astral wind that was strong enough to threaten a genuine immortal was nothing in front of the two of them. They did not even have any defense. Instead, they used their tyrannical physical strength to forcibly smash the astral wind. Soon, the two tore through the astral wind layer and descended on the Death Sea domain. This was the periphery, but it was not close to the East Pattern Mansion. Niu Dali stood in the void and sneered, "Chu Quantu, don't say that I'm bullying you. You awakened earlier than me, so you have a few more months to consolidate. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you into the cesspool. If you lose, I'll let you eat the cesspool clean." Chu Quantu's eyes were cold. However, he was no longer easily angered. The anger that was attacking his heart had already been suppressed by him. As a reincarnated expert, his temperament was naturally not bad. The anger just now was just that he could not hold back for a while. "In the second era, you were already a Dao fruit, and I was just a genuine immortal. Winning against me is nothing. After I broke through to the Dao fruit level, your strength was just SOSO. If it weren't for the protection of Honorable Tai Ching, I would have killed you long ago." While speaking, Chu Quantu stood with his hands behind his back. His whole body was like a divine weapon that had been washed clean, showing off its sharpness. Terrifying and vast saber chi spread from his body, tearing the void millions of miles away and shattering it. However, when those tyrannical saber chi approached Niu Dali, it was suppressed by an invisible force. In the annihilated space millions of miles away, only the place where Niu Dali was not affected at all. Everyone knows how to boast. Today, I'll let you recall some of the things of the second epoch. After saying that, Niu Dali took a step forward and blasted out his fist. It was a simple punch, but it had reached the point where the great Dao was the simplest. The power of the rules immediately erupted, destroying everything within the range of the power, including the spiritual chi. "I'm not afraid of you." Chu Quantu was not afraid. He unsheathed the long saber on his back. A wisp of saber light appeared, like the first ray of light when the world was created, containing infinite horror. Boom, boom, the battle between the two broke out in an instant. Whether it was Niu Dali or Chu Quantu, their moves were extremely simple. But the seemingly simple moves had actually reached the level of Dao transformation. The power of each blow shattered the void. The chaotic power of the rules in the Dead Sea domain could not capture the slightest trace. Well done. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian cast his gaze into the sea of death and saw the exchange of blows between the two clearly. He nodded from time to time and then gave a pertinent comment. Although both of them were only first-level immortals. But in terms of strength, ordinary third-level genuine immortals could not compare. That kind of strength. It had already exceeded the limits of the original realm. The rules in the Dead Sea domain are extremely chaotic. If we can copy the power of the two of them, then the Dead Sea domain will really be the Dead Sea domain. However, even though both of them were true immortals right now, their true techniques had already reached the Dao transformation state. Even the rules of the Dead Sea domain can't copy the power of the two of them. Qin Shujian looked for a while and shook his head. The so-called Dao transformation was actually a name for the manifestation of a kind of power. The existence of the Dao fruit level had transcended the rules and reached the level of Dao. Every word, action, and action had already exceeded the limits of the rules. That kind of realm. It was called Dao transformation. Although the moves of the two of them were simple, when they really faced each other, the difference between them would be obvious. Niu Dali may have just become an immortal, but in terms of foundation, he is stronger than the Blade Master. After all, he is the Tai Ching holy man's mount. It's hard to say who will win this battle. At that moment, Qin Shujian was unable to determine the strength of the two of them. When he thought about Niu Dali's identity, he thought about the Tai Ching holy man and his expression became serious. The Tai Ching holy man, he was the supreme existence of the first era. He was born in the first era, wandered in the second era, and surpassed the third era. That kind of strength. He was definitely one of the top existences in the Dao fruit level. Even Qin Shujian himself couldn't estimate the strength of the Tai Ching holy man when he was at his peak. In his impression, those who could compare to the Tai Ching holy man were probably Pengu and a few other ancient gods born in the first era. The feud between the two of them is bound to end in a battle. It's not a good thing to hold it in if we don't fight now. It's better to fight to our heart's content. Qin Shujian was also very clear about the feud between the two of them. Or rather, there weren't many powerful individuals who didn't have a feud with Niu Dali. That was because Niu Dali was too despicable. Furthermore, he had the Tai Ching holy man behind him, which made him even more arrogant and lawless. Even Qin Shujian himself suffered in the hands of Niu Dali before he attained the Dao fruit level. That was also the reason. After he knew Niu Dali's identity, he still treated him as a mount. There was no other reason other than to disgust him and vent his anger. Later on, Niu Dali awakened his innate intelligence and beat him up with his own hands. Only then did Qin Shujian feel better. At this moment, the Death Sea domain was already in a perilous situation. Millions of miles of the void had turned into a land of destruction. Any living being within its range would be torn to shreds by that violent power. All the beasts. Now, they all fled and didn't dare to come close. Until now. Both of them were injured as well. However, neither of them stopped. That was because their feud had been accumulating for a long time. Now that they finally had a chance to fight, they naturally wouldn't give up so easily. Boom, the battle continued. Time passed little by little. After an unknown period of time, a tyrannical force fell from the sky and forcibly separated the two. Alright, it's about time. There's no need to fight to the death. Hearing this voice, the two of them reluctantly stopped. If it weren't for the intervention of the Qin Emperor, I would have chopped off your head today. Chu Guangtu's expression was arrogant, but the few hoofprints on his face ruined his image. Hearing this, Niu Dali sneered. Chu Guangtu, your brain wasn't filled with feces when it fell into the cesspool, right? Don't you know who has the upper hand? If it weren't for the intervention of the Qin Emperor, I would have let you soak in the cesspool for 8 to 10 years. The tone of his voice affected the wound on his body. It made the wound that was originally healing split open a little more. That pain. It made Niu Dali's face twitch slightly. Chu Guangtu was so angry that he laughed. The long saber in his hand flickered with saber radiance. Alright, let's see whether you throw me into the cesspool or I chop off your head to use as a urinal. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Come on. The two of them stood in place and shouted, but no one made a move. They were just arguing in the air. It was not that they didn't want to make a move. It was because Qin Shujian had intervened. They were afraid. If they made a move rashly, they might be suppressed by the Qin Emperor before they could cut the other party. At that time, that would be a real loss of face. Therefore, the two of them were arguing, trying to make the other party lose control and make Qin Shujian teach them a lesson. Half a day later, Qin Shujian couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, he had to show up. Stop arguing. Now your strength is about the same. It's impossible to determine the winner. It would be better to see who would recover their previous strength first in the future. Let's go back to the heavenly court. There's something we can talk about. After that, Qin Shujian stepped into the void and left. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other, snorted, and stepped into the void and left. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian waved his hand and released a stone table and 3 stone stools. He sat in the seat of honor, while Niu Dali and Chu Quantu sat in the seats below. Until now, the two of them still didn't like each other. They sat opposite each other, but their eyes drifted to the other side. Qin Shujian was speechless, but he didn't talk nonsense on this matter. He looked at Niu Dali and said in a deep voice, "Brother Niu, it's a happy thing that you've awakened your innate intelligence. Including you, we have 3 people who have awakened our innate intelligence. Plus the people in the other players' worlds, we should have about the same number of people who have awakened our innate intelligence." Hearing this, Niu Dali also nodded. About the same. There are only so many Dao fruits that can be born in an era. Plus the ones who have completely fallen, it's about time that they woke up in this era. Then, he looked at the rusted sword on Qin Shujian's back. The sword on the Qin Emperor's back looks familiar. Is it the sword of the Sword Master? Niu Dali also remembered the sword energy that shook the heavenly court. But at that time, he didn't know the origin of the sword energy. But after regaining his innate intelligence, he naturally understood the origin of the sword energy. That's right. Qin Shujian nodded. The Sword Master was reincarnated and happened to be blocked by me. It can only be said that he was unlucky. If he had been born a few years earlier, I might not have been able to kill him. It's fate. He can only blame himself for being unlucky. Niu Dali shook his head. I think the Sword Master won't have a backup plan for reincarnation after his death this time. It was already very difficult to leave behind a backup plan that could allow one to be reborn in the future epochs. It was almost impossible for him to be reborn a second time if he fell again after being reborn. Unless the Sword Master had enough time to prepare after his reincarnation. Like just leaving the house. In a situation where Qin Shujian blocked the door and killed him, it was impossible for him to set up a backup plan. Sanhua is indeed a powerful primordial cardinal treasure. But it's a divine weapon. I can only keep it. Qin Shujian sighed. He also coveted primordial cardinal treasures. But it couldn't be helped that the divine weapon was defiled. After he finished speaking, Qin Shujian's expression turned serious as his gaze landed on Niu Dali's body. He asked solemnly, "Brother Niu, how did you reincarnate? I remember that you followed the Tai Ching holy man out of the universe. Even if you have died, you should not have a chance of reincarnation since you died in the real power." He changed the topic to the main point. At this moment, Chu Quantu, who was sulking with Niu Dali, also couldn't help but look back. Qin Shujian was curious. He was also curious. Niu Dali's reincarnation proved that he had died. But since he had died, why could he be reincarnated, in fact? When Niu Dali followed the Tai Ching holy man out of the universe, Chu Quantu was certain that they couldn't succeed. In his opinion, Niu Dali had already died. The facts also proved that it was completely consistent with his conjecture. It was just that his reincarnation was beyond Chu Quantu's expectations. Speaking of this, Niu Dali's expression dimmed a little. When the universe collapsed in the Third Era, the Tai Ching holy man had a premonition that he had to face death in order to achieve reality. So he walked out of the protection of the universe and entered the real world. I also followed the Tai Ching holy man. But how could it be so easy to face death in order to face death? Even someone as strong as the Tai Ching holy man failed in the end. Speaking of which, the Qin Emperor should also know about this. Niu Dali's sudden words made Qin Shujian puzzled. I know? Yes, the Qin Emperor, when you died, didn't you also face death in order to bring your soul out of the universe? It was only when your soul was about to be destroyed that the Tai Ching holy man sensed it and protected you in his last moments. And I was almost the same. When I died, The Taiching holy man also struck my soul back into the universe. That was how I was reborn a second time. Niao Dali said slowly. Hearing this, in the depths of Qin Shujian's mind, dusty memories finally awakened. In his memory, he thought of many things. When the third era was destroyed, he combined what the Taiching holy man said and finally figured out the way to face death in order to find the real power to allow the universe to advance. But in order to find the real world, he had to enter the real world. Therefore, when he died, he used the power of his soul to enter the real world. In his unsealed memories, Qin Shujian clearly remembered that, not counting this life, he had been reborn a total of 4 times and entered 5 different worlds. 4 of the worlds corresponded to the 4 worlds of the players. As for the last world, because the heavenly axiom had already been destroyed, it had no value. He didn't stay there for long and returned to the universe. These memories, as they suffered from the impact of the real power, most of them were sealed. Now, after Niao Dali's reminder, it was only then that the opportunity was triggered and the seal was completely removed. Before the unsealed memories, Qin Shujian only had a vague idea of these memories and couldn't recall too many things. But now, he had already recalled everything. If not for the Taiching holy man's help, I'm afraid I would have failed. No, I haven't really succeeded now. I've only lived another life. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed at himself. Facing death in order to face life. How could it be easy? Even someone as strong as the Taiching holy man failed. If not for his help at the critical moment, he would have been one of the failures. I didn't expect that even the Taiching holy man would fall. Chu Quantu sighed. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but feel sad when he heard the news. He didn't like Niao Dali, but he respected the Taiching holy man. As an ancient god of the first era, the Taiching holy man's strength was unparalleled. Even Chu Quantu admitted that he was inferior. And he admired the Taiching holy man's courage to face death in order to face life. If it was him, Chu Quantu couldn't make such a decision. The ones who had the courage to face death in order to face life were the Taiching holy man and the Qin emperor. The former had already fallen. If it was the latter, then perhaps it was the real hope. Chu Quantu's gaze fell on Qin Shujian, and he felt complicated. The Taiching holy man has failed. Do we have any hope of success in this era? Niao Dali looked a little lost. Even someone as strong as the Taiching holy man had failed and fallen. Did they have any hope of success? Niao Dali wasn't sure, and he didn't have much confidence. Qin Shujian smiled and broke the heavy atmosphere. The Taiching holy man didn't really fail. Facing death in order to face life is the way out. Now that the greater world has connected with the player world, it's the first step to success. The Blade Master left a backup plan in the player world of the East Continent, which is the second step to success. The remaining people who infiltrated the player world didn't fail either. Now we just have to wait for the right opportunity and we can succeed in one fell swoop. Qin Shujian's words seemed to boost their morale. The two of them looked much better now. Indeed. It had been a long time since things had reached this point. It was much better than the previous few eras where they didn't have any power to fight back and collapsed completely. P.S. Monthly votes. How much time is left? Niao Dali suddenly asked. Qin Shujian shook his head, I'm not sure. The universe of this era has not expanded to its limit, so there should still be a chance. He knew what time Niao Dali was talking about. That's good. Niao Dali nodded and immediately glanced at Chu Quantu with a faint sneer on his face. The provocation in his eyes was undisguised. Chu Quantu was not angry, but he also returned a look. When the two's eyes met, there seemed to be sparks bursting out, but they quickly disappeared. Okay. Qin Shujian mediated, looked at Niao Dali and said, Green Bull, you have awakened your innate intelligence, so you should stay in the heavenly court for the time being. After all, the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation is now set up, which is good for you. If you are willing to enter the heavenly court as an official, I can also arrange a deity position for you. Now that the general trend of heaven and earth has awakened, it is also a great benefit to have a deity position in the heavenly court. Green Bull, that was Niao Dali's original name. Forget about the deity position in the heavenly court. Old bull, you have a lot of positions in the heavenly court, just arrange a position for me. Niao Dali shook his head, and had no intention of being a deity position in the heavenly court. He and Chu Kuangtu were surprisingly in agreement on this matter. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not surprised. After all, no matter what, he was a Dao fruit level existence in his previous life, and was the mount of the Taiqing holy man. It was normal for him not to be willing to enter the heavenly court as an official. It was the same as what he said to Chu Kuangtu. He just casually mentioned it. It would be best if he was willing, but if not, there was no need to force him. In addition, Qin Shujian did not mention the mount again. Niao Dali would definitely fly into a rage if he were to continue using it as a mount before it awakened its innate intelligence. No matter what, powerhouses at that level were more concerned about their faces. It was embarrassing. It was better to do less. Chu Kuangtu was thrown into a cesspit in the second era, and there was no way to get rid of this hatred after a few eras. It could be seen. Pride was very important to them. Among the many palaces in the heavenly court, apart from those that already have an owner, you can find any one of them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Niao Dali nodded. After the three of them chatted for a while, he got up and left the heavenly palace, looking for a suitable place among the many palaces. On the other side, Chu Kuangtu also left. Qin Shujian ignored the two of them. As long as they did not fight to the death, everything else was not a problem. He left the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian went straight to the Eastern Sun Emperor's palace to find the Dog Emperor who was cultivating there. Eastern Sun Emperor. Seeing Qin Shujian's arrival, the Dog Emperor was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his senses. What business does the Emperor of Heaven have with me? One would not visit a temple without a cause. Ever since the establishment of the heavenly court, the celestial emperor had never visited his residence. Now, he suddenly realized. The Dog Emperor could not help but think a little more. Qin Shujian said, I need to borrow your rules. You just need to come with me and try your best to learn from each other in your river of rules. Spar with my laws? The Dog Emperor was stunned again. Qin Shujian's words surprised him. The laws that one grasped were a secret to any true immortal. If he let someone enter without permission, it might cause other changes. However, the Dog Emperor could not refuse. Because the person who spoke was Qin Shujian, the Emperor of Heaven of the Heavenly Court. Seeing the concern on the Dog Emperor's face, Qin Shujian said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I just want to spar with you in the laws. It will not affect you in any way. Don't tell me you don't trust me? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became a little tense. Hearing this, the Dog Emperor hurriedly said, Emperor of Heaven, you are exaggerating. It is my honor to spar with the Emperor of Heaven. Then please. Please. The Dog Emperor did not say anything else. He directly tore open the void and brought Qin Shujian into his long river of laws. Since he had already said that, Qin Shujian already had the intention of pressuring the Dog Emperor with his power. There was no way the Dog Emperor could refuse. To this, he did not care too much. Pressuring the Dog Emperor with his power was not important. What was important was that it would be beneficial to him. Moreover, if it was just a simple spar in the long river of laws, it would not affect the Dog Emperor. At most, he would be a little exhausted or suffer some injuries. A few days later, the two of them left the long river of laws. The Dog Emperor's aura was slightly dispirited. Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. Just as expected. After the spar with the Dog Emperor, the nine-headed Dog Emperor's laws were born in his inner world. When the nine-headed Dog Emperor's laws were born, the same race was naturally born. Subsequently, Qin Shujian left the Emperor of Eastern Sun's residence to find his next target. The current him had completely entered the stage of crazily increasing his strength. He did not care too much about other things. The heavenly court was established. The 10,000 races were unified. There were no more twists and turns in the boundless world. Only the players below were still happily increasing their strength and looking for the rumored bronze token. Although there were many players, their overall strength was not good. The strongest player at the moment. He had only just broken through to the god martial realm. There was not even a single diviner. Now the star power was rich. The strength of the 10,000 races had greatly increased. The players did not have much chance to do anything. The desolate great world. The Array Faction Dojo. In the bedroom, there were 2 game pods placed there. 2 people were lying in the game pods. One was Xianxia. The other was Xianxia. But there was no color on their faces. Even their life force had completely disappeared. In the game, the 2 of them were spirit martial realm experts. But in the real world, they were only true martial realm experts. True martial realm experts. There was no way to prevent their bodies from rotting. It was just that their bodies would rot longer than ordinary people. At this moment, there were many people in the bedroom. When everyone looked at the game pods, their expressions were extremely complicated. There was sadness. There was joy. There was also indifference. Soon, an old man walked in from outside. Although the old man did not look young, his body was surging with vitality. When he walked, he was vigorous. His eyes were not turbid at all. There was only a restrained light. However, when he walked into the bedroom and saw the 2 people lying in the game pods, the old man's body shook slightly. His expression did not change, but he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Dojo Master. The others all bowed. The other party was the dojo master of the Array Faction Dojo. No one dared to be rude. All of you, leave. The dojo master slowly raised his hand and said. Seeing this, the others did not say anything. They all bowed and left. After they left, the dojo master's face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? How can there be real death in the game? What went wrong? The dojo master's expression kept changing. The death of Xianxia and Xianxia was a huge blow to him. The Array Faction Dojo had declined. The 2 people who were truly talented and could revitalize the dojo were Xianxia and Xianxia. For this, he did not hesitate to ask for a place to study in the Purple Heaven Palace. Because in the dojo master's opinion, the chances of the 2 of them breaking through to the Array Master level in the future were very high, even higher than his own. For the dojo, he could nurture them at all costs. However, the sudden death of the 2 directly destroyed the last bit of hope in the dojo master's heart. It's gone. Everything's gone. The dojo master had a sad smile on his face. He staggered 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. The dojo's hope was gone. Now, there was no disciple who could take charge of the dojo. If his life was exhausted and he died, then the Array Faction Dojo might really disappear from the desolate great world. As an expert of the spiritual martial realm, the longest lifespan was no more than 1,000 years. It had been hundreds of years since he became the dojo master of the Array Faction Dojo. Therefore, the dojo master did not have much life left. I can hold on for another 100 years at most. But after 100 years, the Array Faction Dojo will definitely decline. Unless I can find a suitable disciple to inherit the Array Faction Dojo within 100 years. But it's not that easy to find a suitable candidate. The dojo master sighed and a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. It was not so easy to find a genius with talent in Array Dao. Otherwise, he would not have spent hundreds of years to find Xianxia and Xianxia. If the successor of the Array Faction Dojo was not an expert in Array Dao, then the Array Faction Dojo, it would exist in name only. Immediately, the dojo master's gaze fell on the game capsule again. Even if they were killed in the game, it would not affect the real world. Could it be that the cause of their death was not because of the game, but because of the outside world? He thought of some possibilities. There was a murderous intent in his eyes. If it was not because of the game, then someone deliberately plotted against the hope of the Array Faction Dojo. This old man will definitely not let this matter rest. I want to see who is the one who secretly destroyed the foundation of my Array Faction Dojo. Boom. The chaotic gas suddenly shattered and an expert was born from it. A tyrannical force soared into the sky, as if the world was shaking. When the chaotic gas shattered, Qin Shujian directly withdrew from the mother stream and his mind entered the inner world. He took a simple step forward. He had already arrived at the original hill. The gas had already shattered and a burly middle-aged man with rags was already standing there. The tyrannical aura on his body surged as if there was no way to hide it. When he saw the middle-aged man, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. The first human was born. A man? He had never expected this. There would only be one human born from the chaotic gas and it was a man. Suddenly, Qin Shujian was a little worried. The birth of a human was a good thing, but the problem was that the other party was a man and there was only one of them. In the previous eras, the human race was an extremely large race. It could not become a rare race when it came to him. Qin Shujian stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. When the man saw him, he immediately went forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Honor." Although he had just been born. As the first human in the world, he naturally had the inheritance of the world's memory. He was also very clear about Qin Shujian's origin. "Since you are the first human in the world, I shall give you a name, Feng." Feng. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then after carefully repeating it, he suddenly smiled. "Thank you, Your Honor, for giving me a name. From now on, Feng is my name." Qin Shujian nodded and then his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. His purpose in coming here was to see what the first human looked like. Now that he had seen it, there was no need to stay. Giving a name. It could only be said that he felt something in his heart. As for other things, they were not within the scope of his consideration. In fact, the first human was a man. Whether it would cause the human race to completely disappear from the inner world or not, it had nothing to do with him. The birth of the world. Naturally, there was the existence of the other parties. Laws. If he interfered too much, it might not be a good thing. The human race has already been born. It should be about time for the other races to be born too. Qin Shujian turned his head to look in other directions. Over there. There was a faint aura rising. 7 years. Qin Shujian found all the true immortals of the 10,000 races to perfect the laws of his inner world. Until now, his inner world already had no less than 1,000 laws. Most of them were comprehended by Qin Shujian himself. There was only a very small portion left. There were some laws that were slowly born when the world was being born. 1,000 laws. Among them, hundreds of laws included the 10,000 races of the great wide world. In other words, now, there were hundreds of races in the inner world. They could directly enter the stage of being born without a long period of time. Of course, if there were races that were born, there would also be races that were born naturally. 7 years. The innate spirit chi in the inner world steadily increased. Mountains and rivers. Rivers and seas. In every place, there were strong and weak living beings being born. However, it was impossible for the living beings born naturally in the world to be born completely in a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, the first batch of living beings born by the world would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years as a unit of calculation. Even if the spirit chi in the inner world was denser and could speed up the process of birth, it was not something that could be completed in a few years. According to Qin Shujian's guess, if the living beings born naturally in the inner world wanted to be born, they would have to wait at least another 10 years. The batch that was born now. It was born in advance by comprehending the laws. In terms of foundation, it was not inferior to the ones born naturally in the world, but it was not necessarily stronger. At least, when Qin Shujian saw the wind just now, the strength of the other party was around the 5th level of the celestial being when it was born. It was at the 5th level of the celestial being when it was born. It would not be difficult for it to break through to the true immortal realm in the future. However, Qin Shujian was not sure how far it could go in the true immortal realm. However, as the first batch of living beings born in the world and the first human race in the world, its talent was also unique and its achievements would definitely not be low. In Qin Shujian's memory, when the world was born, the first batch of living beings born could basically become immortals. As long as they did not die midway, they would eventually reach the middle 3 levels of the true immortal realm and the upper 3 levels of the true immortal realm. However, if they wanted to break through to the Dao fruit realm, it would depend on luck. In every era, from the birth of the universe to its destruction, there were only a few Dao fruit experts who could be born. There were more in the first era. As the beginning of the universe, the first era was the strongest era, so the number of Dao fruit experts born was also the highest and the strongest. That batch of existences. More of them were called ancient gods. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left, Wind opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. He looked up at the scene around him, then lifted his leg and walked in another direction. As the first human race. As early as when he was born, Wind had already obtained many memories of the world. Therefore, although he had just been born, he was still quite familiar with everything in front of him. When he recalled Qin Shujian's appearance just now, Wind immediately used his true yuan to condense a long robe and put it on himself. And when the wind was born, the wind was born. In the mountain range, there was Jianmu Skirich. The Jianmu Skirich, which was originally only 10,000 feet tall, had now grown to nearly 20,000 feet. If there was anyone who benefited the most from the perfection of the laws of the inner world, it would undoubtedly be Jianmu. As the first Eldar born, he could absorb spiritual energy when it was the most abundant to improve himself. 7 years. Jianmu had climbed from the original 8th level of the sky human realm to the half-immortal realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the true immortal realm. Has the human race been born? A human face appeared on the trunk of the tree, looking in the direction of the hill. What was the human race? In fact, Jianmu didn't know either. But he knew that just now, the human race had been born in the world. The human race has been born. The other creatures should also be born one after another. Jianmu sighed ambiguously. Soon after, his gaze landed on himself. The mountain range he was in was rich with spiritual energy. Many flowers and trees had already given birth to spirituality, but they hadn't given birth to intelligence and become real creatures. The birth of the second Eldar shouldn't take long. Jianmu's branches and leaves trembled. Faint green liquid sprinkled down like a drizzle on the flowers and trees. The drizzle wasn't real rain. It was a product of the combination of his own energy and the spiritual energy of the world. All the flowers and trees that were watered by the drizzle grew at a rate visible to the naked eye. The spirituality that originally existed also grew a little stronger. Hurry up. Hurry up and be born. Jianmu's face was somewhat expectant. In the past, when the spirituality was born, he didn't feel much. But ever since the spirituality was born and he became a real creature, Jianmu realized that the world was so lonely. He existed in the mountain range. At a height of 20,000 feet, he was already indomitable. However, he was the only living creature in the world. Other than him, there were no other living creatures and no one to communicate with. An emotion known as loneliness was born in the Jianmu tree. He also understood loneliness. He wanted other living creatures to be born to accompany him to relieve his boredom. So, Jianmu would help the Eldar around him to give birth to intelligence as soon as possible and transform into real creatures. When Jianmu didn't notice anything. In fact, Qin Shujian had already quietly appeared by his side. It was supposed to be a face-to-face matter. However, Jianmu's vision seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't discover Qin Shujian's existence at all. In 7 years, from the 8th level of the celestial being to the half-immortal realm, the speed of improvement is extremely fast. I think it won't be long before the inner world officially gives birth to a true immortal realm expert. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. As long as the inner world gave birth to a true immortal, its strength would be considered decent. Immediately after, he withdrew from the inner world. When he came back to his senses, it was already the scene in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. After absorbing the rules of the myriad races, the medium-class world has advanced to the late stage. If it goes up further, it will advance to the upper-class world. As long as it succeeds, I will be able to recover the strength of the third era. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered slightly. Recovering the strength of the third era was also breaking through to the Dao fruit realm. The current rate of improvement was many times faster than what he had originally expected. Qin Shujian originally thought that it would take at least a few decades for him to break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm. This was because the rules were difficult to comprehend. If he relied on himself to fumble in the mother stream of rules, not to mention 7 years, it would be impossible for him to comprehend so many rules even in 20 years. Only by taking a shortcut would one's strength increase so quickly. It's not that easy to advance to the upper-class world. The rules of any upper-class world are extremely perfect, and there are no flaws. Although there are about 1,000 rules in the inner world at present, with the current number of rules, the inner world is far from being perfect. In other words, the difficulty of breaking through to the upper-class world is still many times higher than when the inner world was just born and raised to the current level. The joy in Xianxia's heart faded a little. In the case of taking a shortcut, he could raise his strength to the 9th level of the immortal realm. However, if he wanted to go further and reach the Tao fruit realm, it would not be so easy. Even in the third era, Xianxia also spent tens of thousands of years and finally borrowed the luck of the heavenly court to successfully reach the top in one fell swoop. Compared to the third era in this era, innately, the conditions were much better. However, even so, it was not easy to break through to the Tao fruit realm. It was only a small transformation from the minor world to the middle world. However, it was a completely different transformation from the middle world to the upper-class world. The rules of any upper-class world were as vast as the stars. It would take countless years of derivation for the rules to gradually perfect to that extent. This was because the level of life was already the same as the world. On a certain level, Xianxia did not have to worry about his lifespan. As long as the universe did not end, he would not die easily. Therefore, Xianxia also had enough time to wait for the middle world to naturally advance to the upper-class world. I have enough time, but I'm afraid the universe doesn't have much time. His expression was calm. How long had the universe existed? Xianxia guessed that it had been at least hundreds of millions of years. After a long time, the universe had already expanded to a powerful extent. In the future, there was not much space left in the universe. Combining the time of the existence of the third era and the time of the birth of the current era, Xianxia could almost calculate how much time this era had left. When the universe comes to an end, the 4-player worlds will immediately take action. The heavenly Tao of each world has already seeped in. They are waiting for an opportunity to devour the universe alone. If the universe collapses, then the preparations of the 4-player worlds will be completely destroyed. Therefore, they will definitely not allow the universe to be destroyed. The most likely possibility, that was to forcefully devour Huanyu before it was destroyed. This time, should not be far away. Xianxia could not be completely sure how much time was left before the universe ended. Because even if he could calculate the approximate time, one had to know that the universe's time was easily measured in tens of thousands of years or millions of years. Even if there was a small deviation, perhaps there was a difference of millions of years. Within this range, it was difficult for Xianxia to calculate the accurate time. Unless he could break through to the Tao fruit realm, otherwise, he would not be qualified to accurately calculate the universe. Dispelling the messy thoughts in his mind, Xianxia held the investiture of the gods and had already sent out the message. At the same time, in the many palaces and mansions, the gods all withdrew from their cultivation state and then rushed to the heavenly palace. The inner hall of the heavenly palace was already open at this time. The gods did not stop them and entered one after another. After everyone had arrived, they all bowed in unison. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." After saying that, the gods straightened up and their gazes fell on the emperor's throne. The gods looked over. Xianxujian's gaze also happened to be cast down. In his line of sight, the gods did not hide their strength at all. 7 years. The strength of the heavenly court had also increased greatly. At least in Xianxujian's senses, there were already middle 3 true immortals born. The 5 imperial emperors, except for the demon emperor and the soul protection emperor, had all ascended to middle 3 true immortals. The remaining 2, they were also 3rd true immortals. Among the 4 war gods, Xiao Qingfeng was a 4th true immortal, and the other 3 were 3rd true immortals. Looking at the 365 Zhou Tian mansions, most of them had ascended to 2nd true immortals, and some of the best had even broken through to 3rd true immortals. When his gaze fell on the vermilion bird emperor and the moon empress, Qin Shujian paused for a moment. Whether it was the vermilion bird emperor or the moon empress, they were the last to become true immortals in the heavenly court. However, their realms were still the last to surpass them, becoming third true immortals. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also understood that most of the credit came from the deity positions of the Sun Lord and the Moon Lord. The two deity positions were equivalent to stealing power from half-step Dao fruit experts. It was also because of this they were able to cross two small realms and directly break through to third true immortals in 7 years. For middle 3 true immortals, 33 third true immortals, and the rest are all second true immortals. You have all improved a lot in these few years, and I am deeply gratified. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the earthly emperor cupped his hands and said, "We were able to make progress thanks to the Emperor of Heaven's Zhou Tian Great Constellation Formation. If it weren't for the help of the Zhou Tian Great Constellation Formation, it would be difficult for us to make progress in a few years even if we were extremely talented. The Antarctic war god is right. If it weren't for the Emperor of Heaven's credit, how could we have such gains?" The Zhou Tian Great Constellation Formation not only benefited us heavenly court gods, but also the thousands of races in the 4 major continents. Many people spoke one after another. Flattery didn't cost money anyway, so it didn't matter if they said some good things. Besides, now that the god's strength had improved, it was indeed related to the Zhou Tian Great Constellation Formation. If it weren't for the power of the stars, it would be impossible to make such progress even in 70 years, let alone 7 years. Qin Shujian nodded and then looked at Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhongyuan, how many true immortals have been born among the thousands of races in the 4 major continents, excluding the gods of the heavenly court? It was a sudden question. Emperor Zhao's expression was also normal. He cupped his hands and said, "Emperor of Heaven, the 4 major continents are covered by the power of the stars, and the thousands of creatures have improved rapidly. In recent years, many experts have broken through to the true immortal realm. Roughly counting, there are more than 700 true immortals, excluding the gods of the heavenly court." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian wasn't surprised. Instead, the expressions of the other gods changed slightly. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. More than 700 true immortals, they didn't expect that so many true immortals would be born in the thousands of races in just a few years. After all, there were often visions of immortal ascension, but no one seriously counted them. Even Xiao Feng. After hearing Emperor Zhao's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. More than 700 true immortals, including the gods of the heavenly court, the number of true immortals in the 4 major continents had broken through 4 digits. One had to know. When the ancient heavenly court was at its peak, there were only 365 true immortals. It wasn't that the ancient heavenly court could only accommodate 365 true immortals, but there were only 365 true immortals born among the thousands of races. That was because true immortals had a limited lifespan. Moreover, ordinary creatures also needed opportunities and talent to break through to the true immortal realm. Many of those who had the chance to break through to the true immortal realm either didn't have enough lifespan, resources, or opportunities. There were various reasons. That was why there were so few true immortals. Of course, mastering the rules was also a big problem. Therefore, it was obvious that the birth of a true immortal was extremely difficult. Xiao Feng didn't expect that the heavenly court would only use 10 years to make the number of true immortals in the 4 major continents exceed the peak of the ancient times. Just as he was still in shock, Qin Shujian smiled. Rumor has it that the ancient heavenly court had 365 true immortals. That was when the thousands of races were at their peak. Now, the heavenly court has only used 10 years to give birth to more than 1,000 true immortals in the 4 major continents. Their strength is at its peak, and it can't be compared to the ancient times. This era of great competition is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity for the heavenly court and all living beings. Qin Shujian's voice was so loud that it reverberated in the heavenly palace. All the gods gathered their thoughts and listened attentively with respectful expressions. If the strength of the true immortals wasn't taken into account, just the number of true immortals was already several times higher than the ancient heavenly court. It was a matter of strength. It was only temporary. With the current rate of improvement of the heavenly court, it would at most take another 10 or 20 years to give birth to powerhouses comparable to the ancient heavenly court. The heavenly court was powerful. As a member of the heavenly court's gods, they also felt proud. Xianxia said, I originally thought that the heavenly court would need 10 or 20 years to have the initial strength to contend with the void demons, but now it seems that I was wrong. With the current strength of the heavenly court, it's enough to wage war against the void demons. All these years, the void demons have been besieging the heaven and earth barrier, trying to invade the great thousand worlds and destroy the heavenly court's thousands of races. In the past, the heavenly court was not strong enough and could only hide behind the heaven and earth barrier to survive. Now, the heavenly court has enough strength to deal with the void demons. Therefore, I've decided that in a month, the heavenly court will officially attack the void demons. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the gods were shocked. 1 month later, they would attack the nefarious devil clan. This news was completely beyond their expectations. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his hands and said, Emperor of Heaven, although the heavenly court is not weak now, the void demons have 4 demon emperor-level powerhouses. Currently, in the heavenly court, only the Emperor of Heaven has the strength of a 3rd-level true immortal. If we rashly wage war against the void demons, it might not be too risky. According to my suggestion, it's better to wait for a few more days. In another 10 years, we won't have to fear the void demons at all. That's right, it's too risky to wage war against the void demons now. The Thousand-Eye Emperor also nodded in agreement. Although the other gods did not speak, from their expressions, they had similar thoughts. Starting the war in a month, time was too tight. Although the heavenly court was strong now, there was still a certain gap between them and the void demons. The biggest gap. It was in the number of top powerhouses. Currently, the heavenly court only had 1/3 level true immortal, the Emperor of Heaven, but the void demons had 4 demon emperors. They really did not have the confidence to fight 1 against 4. In the eyes of the gods, Xianxia made such an impulsive decision because the heavenly court's strength had skyrocketed recently, which led to a great increase in confidence. Zhao Huang, Xiaoqingfeng, and the others did not object, but they did not agree either. They stood in place with silent expressions, thinking about something. In the face of the gods' opposition, Xianxia was not angry. You don't have to worry too much about the void demons. Since I dared to wage war, I have enough confidence. Although there are many demon emperors in the void demons, that's all. In a month, the heavenly barrier will open. At that time, the heavenly court and the other races will officially wage war against the void demons. Xianxujian's words were not to be doubted, and he did not give the others a chance to object. Seeing this, many people opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but when they met Xianxujian's majestic gaze, they consciously shut their mouths. The Emperor of Heaven had already made his decision. They, the heavenly court's subjects, could only listen to his orders. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. A month later, the heavenly court officially declared war on the void evil demon clan. After the heavenly palace dispersed, the gods immediately passed on the news. Because this matter concerned the survival of the myriad clans, no one dared to take it lightly. Moreover, there was no need to hide this matter. Once the barrier of heaven and earth opened, the war would begin instantly. There was no possibility of hiding it. After the news was passed on, the atmosphere in the 4 continents suddenly became tense and solemn. The heavenly court is preparing to attack the void evil demon clan. In the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai sat in the main seat and looked at the many elders below as he spoke slowly. Sitting beside him was Fan Xinglan. Under the irrigation of the power of the stars, Qin Yuanbai had also reached the 10th level of the celestial being realm. 1 more step and he would be able to step into the realm of true immortal. He was also a deputy sacred lord. Fan Xinglan had also reached the 9th level of the celestial being realm. If he hadn't been cultivating the array, he might have also been a powerhouse at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. According to the original plan, the first powerhouse to reach the 10th level of the celestial being realm was qualified to be the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Therefore, Naturally, Qin Yuanbai removed the word deputy in front of the three words Deputy Holy Master. As for Feng Xinglan, he was still the Deputy Sacred Lord. With the existence of the Deputy Sacred Lord, the original authority of the Sacred Lord had also weakened a lot. There was no way for him to be like Qin Shujian when he first established the Qianyuan sacred ground. But even so, the majesty of the Sacred Lord was still strong. The war will start in a month. Is the Heavenly Court already so powerful now? Xiaokun looked shocked. War on the Void Evil Demon Clan. The Void Evil Demon Clan was no longer a secret to the myriad clans. How many powerhouses were there? Generally speaking, there was a number. Although Xiaokun knew that the myriad clan's strength had improved a lot, she didn't expect that they would start a war on the Void Evil Demon Clan so soon. The Golden Rock King said in a deep voice, the Void Evil Demon Clan has 4 demon emperors. Those 4 demon emperors were already top powerhouses in ancient times. Now that 1,000,000 years have passed, their strength must be even more terrifying. It's too risky for the Heavenly Court to start a war with them. He wasn't in favor of war against the Void Evil Demon Clan. How strong was the Heavenly Court? Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could still guess. After all, the Heavenly Court had only been established for 10 years. 10 years. For a true immortal, it was as easy as flicking a finger. Even if the cultivation environment had changed a lot, the possibility of fighting against those demon emperors was still not high. Qin Yuanbai said, "This is an order from the Emperor of Heaven. It's not something you or I can control. Since the Emperor of Heaven dares to fight against the void demons, he must have his own confidence. All we can do is cooperate with the Heavenly Court." Moreover, the strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground has improved a lot. With thousands of celestials, it's time to officially see some blood. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to stay in seclusion for too long and have strength but no matching combat strength. Only the baptism of blood and fire could truly give birth to a sufficiently strong expert. For Qin Yuanbai, the Qianyuan sacred ground now had enough foundation, but after 10 years of accumulation, it was still a little weak. It needed to be tempered with blood and fire to destroy this weakness. In particular, the opening of the 10,000 clan battlefield in the past. It also made him understand just how much of an effect was war to a cultivator. Hearing this, most of the elders present were silent. Some people opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't say anything. You can already feel that the birth of the Eastern continent is getting faster and faster. In the past, a new region would appear every few days. Now, new regions are born almost every day. I believe you know very well what this means. Feng Xinglan, who had been silent, finally spoke at this time. It was just that his words were a little low and sounded like an old man, which didn't match his appearance on the surface. The birth of regions in the Eastern continent was accelerating. This meant that the arrival of the demonic abyss was also accelerating. Everyone clearly understood the meaning behind Feng Xinglan's words. After indirectly mentioning the demonic flame, the atmosphere in the Qianyuan Hall became much more solemn. Qin Yuanbai said, "The arrival of the demonic abyss is inevitable. The Void Demon Clan is also a great threat. Whether it is the demonic abyss or the Void Demon Clan, their goal is the Great Thousand World. I believe that the Emperor of Heaven also understands the relationship between the two, so he took the initiative to attack the Void Demon Clan. After the Void Demon Clan is eliminated, we can fight the demonic abyss with all our strength." This battle. Not only did the Heavenly Court want to fight, but they also had to fight. The speed at which the Eastern continent was growing now was already frightening. It was expanding every day. No one knew how close the Great Thousand World was to the demonic abyss now. In the past, there was still a few decades, but now there was probably no time. When the demonic abyss arrived, then the Heavenly Court would be attacked from both sides. At that time, the possibility of defeat would be higher. King Golden Rock and King Azure Billow looked at each other and saw the solemn look in each other's eyes. Immediately, their gazes fell on King Huan Shenwang, the sect master of the Fantasy Ocean sect, who came from Tianwen Island, had also entered the Qianyuan sacred ground as an official elder of the sacred ground. The ancient emperors, among whom the strongest were true immortals of the upper three levels, were still defeated by the demonic abyss. Now that the heavenly court has a strong foundation, if the demonic abyss really comes, King Huan Shenhuang stopped halfway through his words. Qin Yuanbai shook his head slightly. Whether the heavenly court can win or not is not something we should consider. When the time comes, we will either win or die. There is no other result. What we can do now is to improve our strength as much as possible before the demonic abyss arrives. The battle in a month is a good opportunity. The outer space is vast and boundless. Even if the heavenly court goes to war with the demonic abyss, it is impossible to determine the outcome in one battle. I'm afraid there will be a certain degree of tug-of-war. Qin Yuanbai had never really been to the outer space. But he had recognized the Qianyuan realm as its master. Through the core of the small world, Qin Yuanbai could clearly feel the vastness of the outer space. If the heavenly court wanted to fight with the demonic abyss, it was simply impossible to wipe out all of the nefarious devil clans in the void. A month later. At most, it would start the first battle. More likely, it would be a fierce battle with the demonic abyss. Wear down the power of the demonic abyss bit by bit, and finally determine the outcome in one fell swoop. All of a sudden. In the middle of the Qianyuan palace, spiritual energy surged, and a solid person appeared. When they saw that person appear, including Qin Yuanbai, all the elders in the palace hurriedly got up and bowed. Greetings to the Emperor of Heaven. After saying that, they straightened up. Qin Yuanbai's face was respectful, and he asked in a deep voice, Emperor of Heaven, what orders do you have for us? At this moment, the others were looking at the ground, not daring to look directly at Qin Shujian's face. In the entire Qianyuan palace, there were only 3 people who had the guts and qualifications to look directly at Qin Shujian. One was Qin Yuanbai, the other was Fang Xinglan. The last one was Niangbo. At this moment, he had successfully broken through to the diviner realm. Coupled with his relationship with Qin Shujian's disciple, he had successfully become an elder of the sacred land. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, his face calm. In a month, the heavenly court will start a war with the demonic abyss. The Qianyuan sacred land will do its best to refine cities for use during the war. The quality of all the cities refined must not be lower than a 4-seal Dao artifact. In a month, we must do our best. If there are insufficient materials and manpower, we can communicate with the great Zhao Empire and the other clans. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai's face showed a difficult expression. In a month, it will be difficult to refine a city that is not inferior to a 4-seal Dao artifact. Although a month is a short time, I believe that you can do it. Right now, there are many forging masters in the Qianyuan sacred land. As for the great Zhao Empire, it is the same. As for the specifics, you can decide for yourself. My request is that no less than 10 cities will be created in a month. After speaking, Qin Shujian's body dissipated as if he had never appeared. But before he left, he glanced at Niangbo, then nodded slightly. Yes. After he left, the others dared to raise their heads. Sacred Lord, to refine 10 cities that are not inferior to a 4-seal Dao artifact in a month is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Cui Hui smiled bitterly. Although he was not proficient in forging. However, he also knew how difficult it would be to accomplish this. Qin Yuanbai smiled bitterly. So what if it is difficult? The Emperor of Heaven has personally given an order. Do you think it is possible for us to refuse? After speaking, he looked at Ling Huayu and asked, Elder Ling, are you confident? It's hard to say. Ling Huayu shook his head with a dignified look on his face. If it was before, there would definitely be no way. But now there are almost 10 forging masters in the sacred land. If we communicate with the great Zhao Empire, it may be feasible. According to what the Emperor of Heaven said just now, I am afraid that it is not a top-level divine weapon comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact, but a real Dao artifact. Now there are regions being born every day, and there is no shortage of innate spirit objects. We can only do our best. She did not make any promises. After all, there was no shortage of materials now, but the real difficulty was not in the materials at all, but in the difficulty of refining. Qin Yuanbai was slightly relieved, and then nodded. With Elder Ling's words, I am relieved. I heard that Elder Su Zhan of the Great Zhao's Imperial Astronomer has broken through to the second realm. With his cooperation and Elder Ling's strength, it should be possible. Then, Qin Yuanbai originally wanted to send someone to contact the Great Zhao Empire, but when he thought that time was tight, he did not waste any more time and set off in person. In the Heavenly Palace, Qin Shujian came back to his senses. He had just separated a wisp of divine consciousness and went to the Qianyuan sacred land to give an order. Now that his divine consciousness had returned, the matter was naturally resolved. My chief disciple's strength has improved quite well. With his talent and the red lotus of purgation, there is hope that he can reach the step of evolving heaven and earth. To be honest, Qin Shujian hardly paid attention to his disciple. Especially in recent years, he had been completely focused on improving his strength and did not have time to care about other things. Until now. When Qin Shujian went to the Qianyuan sacred land, he finally saw his disciple. It was just a simple glance. He had already seen through Ningbo. The fifth tier of the celestial being realm had opened nearly 20,000 star acupoints. With the other party's strength, Qin Shujian made a comparison with himself in the past. The other party was almost at the level of an emperor, challenging someone of a higher realm. It was not difficult. Thinking of Ningbo, Qin Shujian also thought of other people. 10 years ago, I passed down the cultivation method, but unfortunately, so far, no one has broken through to the true immortal realm. However, whether it is the path of physical sanctification or the path of evolving heaven and earth, it is not so easy to walk. It is impossible to become an immortal in 10 years. If we delay for a few more years, maybe a true immortal will be born. Becoming an immortal in 10 years was also good. Becoming an immortal in 20 years was also good. Under normal circumstances, no matter which era it was a shocking thing. But in the current era of great competition, anything that was impossible would become possible. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the most promising person to be the first to become an immortal should be Ti Jianfeng. Among all the people who passed down the cultivation method, Ti Jianfeng's talent was one of the best. In particular, he took the path of physical sanctification, which was easier than evolving heaven and earth. The probability of him becoming an immortal in the future was also very high. Is the Emperor of Heaven confident in dealing with those demon emperors now? The god-slaying saber suddenly asked. In the past few years, he rarely talked to Qin Shujian. Because the other party needed to cultivate, he also needed to improve his strength. Without a true immortal to kill, that was to draw on the power of the stars to strengthen his foundation. Until now, Godslayer finally couldn't help but ask. He also had a lot of doubts about Qin Shujian's strength because he had no way to see the other party's depth. Godslayer could be sure of one thing. Qin Shujian's strength had reached the level of an upper 3 true immortal. However, no one knew the exact battle prowess of the upper 3 heavens true immortals. Actually, with the heavenly court's current strength, we can wait a few more years. If we fight in a few years, our chances of winning will be much higher. In the end, Godslayer added. Qin Shujian shook his head. The demon emperors are strong, but they're no threat to me. Zhou Tian has set up the great astral formation, the heavenly court is in an invincible position. If we don't fight now, the result will be about the same in a few more years. There's no need to waste that time. Besides, you should have sensed that the demonic abyss's aura is very, very close. 30 years have passed, and now a few years have passed. The demonic abyss will officially descend in 10 years at most. When that time comes, the heavenly court will be in a very awkward position. In the end, Qin Shujian's expression turned serious. It wasn't that he wanted to fight. It was that the heavenly court didn't have much time left. It was impossible to wipe out the Void Sinister Demon clan in a single battle. Because the outer realm was too big. Even if the universe had shrunk a lot in this era, there was still no way to change the vastness of the outer realm. As long as the Void Sinister Demons avoided fighting, it would take a lot of time for the heavenly court to wipe them all out. Moreover, the demonic abyss would descend in 10 years at most. If the eastern continent's growth sped up, the Great Tribulation might officially begin in a few more years. Not now. there wouldn't be a chance to fight in the future. Qin Shujian was confident that he and the Heavenly Court could fight the Void's sinister demons and the demonic abyss. But he wasn't confident that he could deal with both at the same time. Therefore, there had to be a trade-off. Should he wipe out the Void's sinister demons first, or attack the demonic abyss first? This was a multiple-choice question. Any normal person would know what to choose. Godslayer said, "It seems that the Emperor of Heaven is much stronger than I thought." He didn't believe that Qin Shujian didn't know the strength of those demon emperors. But even so, he still had the confidence to say that the demon emperors weren't a threat. Therefore, Qin Shujian's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Moreover, the reincarnation of a Dao fruit expert had a halo that made people believe in him. Godslayer had nothing to object to. He left the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian came in front of a hall. The door of the hall opened automatically, and a hearty voice came from inside. "You're here, Your Majesty. Why don't you come in and have a seat?" "Okay." Qin Shujian smiled and stepped in. The hall was very spacious. Only Chu Quantu was sitting cross-legged in the middle. Compared to the last time, the aura emanating from him had become even more terrifying. Qin Shujian walked in front of Chu Quantu and simply waved his hand. He condensed a chair with his spiritual qi and sat down. "How's your strength now, Blade Master?" "I've recovered a lot. Although I'm not as strong as Your Majesty, who directly entered the upper 3 true immortal realms, I'm almost at the 6th true immortal realm," Chu Quantu said with a little pride on his face. In a few years, he had just broken through the 1st true immortal realm to the 6th true immortal realm. Such a speed of improvement was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although he was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit expert, he still couldn't offset this terrifying improvement. After all, he was a Dao fruit expert in his previous life. But Chu Quantu knew very well. He didn't have any foundation left. In this reincarnation, he relied entirely on his talent. At most, he was much more experienced than others in terms of cultivation. If it were other experts, Chu Quantu was confident that they wouldn't improve as fast as him. Of course, the Qin Emperor in front of him was not among those people. In Chu Quantu's view, Qin Shujian was a complete freak. Although he couldn't see through the realm of the person in front of him, he still had a very strong warning in his heart when facing him. That kind of warning, Chu Quantu understood. Even with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against the Qin Emperor. No. It was not a chance of winning, but a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Chu Quantu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I really want to know how you did it, Your Majesty, to improve your strength so quickly in such a short time." "It's just my talent. It's not worth mentioning." Qin Shujian smiled. Hearing this, Chu Quantu's face darkened slightly, and then he shook his head. "It's okay if you don't want to say it. Your Majesty, you suddenly came here today. If you have something to say, just say it. I've been in your heavenly court for a long time and have absorbed a lot of star power. If you really want to fight or something, I can help." Although he didn't know the specific purpose of Qin Shujian, but Chu Quantu could vaguely guess something. Qin Shujian said, "In a month, the heavenly court will officially start a war with the demons of the void. At that time, I'll need your help." "Okay." Chu Quantu nodded without hesitation. Qin Shujian said, "There are 4 devil emperors among the demons of the void. As far as I know, at least 2 of them are at the 9th level of immortal. The remaining 2 were at the 8th level of immortal a million years ago. I don't know if they have broken through to the 9th level of immortal. After all, they have existed for many years. Even if they are weak, they won't be too weak." The strength of the devil emperors. Although Qin Shujian hadn't fought with them personally, he knew a lot about their strength. Because the heavenly court had an eastern god of war who was the reincarnation of an ancient 9th level immortal. If there was something he didn't know, he could ask Xiao Chengfeng directly. Hearing this, Chu Quantu's face became more serious. 2 9th level immortals, the weakest of them is at the 8th level of immortal. And there is a certain possibility that all 4 of them are at the 9th level of immortal. To be honest, the demons of the void are not weak. You are the only perfected immortal in the upper 3 levels of immortal in the heavenly court. Is the Emperor of Heaven really confident that he can deal with them? At this moment, Chu Kuangtu was a little doubtful whether Qin Shujian could deal with those devil emperors. After all, those who could reach that level of cultivation had a strong foundation. Even if they were reincarnations of Dao fruits, it would not be easy for them to have an absolute advantage. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "If I can't do it, I still have you and the green ox, right?" Chu Kuangtu's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean? So you want to fight because you think that the ox and I can deal with 9th level immortals?" After thinking for a while, Chu Kuangtu expressed it in a more tactful way. "Emperor Qin, you also know that the foundation of the experts at that level is extraordinary. If I break through to the 7th level of immortal, it won't be a problem to deal with them. It's just that the 6th level of immortal is too hasty. Saber Master, don't worry. I will naturally fight against the 4 devil emperors head-on. What you have to do is to find a way to secretly stab them. I believe in your strength. If you secretly attack, you should have no problem killing an 8th level immortal with one strike, right?" Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. "One strike to kill an 8th level immortal? Why don't you say that I can kill a 9th level immortal with one strike?" Chu Kuangtu was even more speechless. "Do your best. Emperor Qin, don't get your hopes up." After saying that, he suddenly came to his senses and looked at Qin Shujian with a strange expression. "Emperor Qin, are you really confident that you can deal with the 4 devil emperors?" "I never do things that I'm not confident of." Qin Shujian smiled confidently. His words made Chu Kuangtu's heart suddenly heavy. He had thought that he had overestimated Qin Shujian's strength, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated him. Dealing with the 4 devil emperors, he was still confident enough. With such strength, he was probably about to reach the level of Dao fruit. Qin Shujian said, "As long as the demons in the void don't appear at the level of half-step Dao fruit, there will be no problem. If there really are half-step Dao fruit, we can just retreat to the vast thousand world. There shouldn't be any problems with the heavenly cycle star formation. It's indeed not a big problem." Chu Kuangtu nodded and said in agreement, "With the power of Zhou Tian's great star formation, it shouldn't be a problem to contend with a half-step Dao fruit. If there is a powerful enough supreme treasure as the Eye of the Formation, its power will definitely increase a lot." At this moment, he looked at Qin Shujian's back. "If you have a way to persuade Xianxia, it will be an excellent Eye of the Formation. If it doesn't work, just destroy it directly. Obliterate the spirituality inside. With the hardness of the innate supreme treasure itself, it can also play a big role." Qin Shujian didn't say anything. Xianxia on his back was faintly restless, and the rest on the sword faded a little, as if it would be unsheathed at any time. In response, the long saber on Chu Kuangtu's back was also faintly buzzing. It was not afraid of Xianxia at all. As an expert who was as famous as the sword master, although the saber on his back was not an innate supreme treasure, after years of cultivation, it was not much weaker than an innate supreme treasure. Therefore, in the face of Xianxia's strange movement, the long saber also gave a strong response. "Still not convinced?" Chu Kuangtu raised his eyebrows and said with a sneer, "The sword master has already died. Now your magic weapon can only disgrace itself. When the sword master was still alive, he was no match for me. Why are you not convinced?" After that, Chu Kuangtu looked at Qin Shujian. "If you need a magic weapon to destroy his divine thought, I can lend you my saber. Although it's not an innate supreme treasure, it's almost the same. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with an ownerless magic weapon." Hearing that, Xianxia buzzed again. As an innate supreme treasure, it had never been insulted like this. If it weren't for the fact that the situation was better than the sword, he would definitely kill Chu Kuangtu. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I will make the decision." Then, he got up from the stone bench. "In a month, the heavenly court will fight. Saber Master, take this opportunity to cultivate. I hope your saber will be sharp enough by then. Speaking of which, I haven't seen your single slash of heaven and earth for many years." As his voice fell, Qin Shujian had already floated away. Single slash of heaven and earth? Chu Kuangtu murmured to himself. The long saber on his back was still trembling. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. When the time comes, you will see it. After leaving the palace, Xianxia did not return to the heavenly palace. Instead, he went to Niodali's place. Compared with the lazy green ox in the past, the green ox in front of him was like a completely different ox. He worked hard and cultivated hard day and night. Therefore, when he saw Niodali in person, Xianxia could not help but be surprised. Niodali's realm. It was much higher than what he had expected. Xianxia originally thought that Niodali was at most a 3rd or 4th level immortal. Now, it seemed that he was not weaker than Chu Quantu at all. He talked with Niodali for a long time. Only then did Xianxia get up and leave. Finally, he returned to the heavenly palace to prepare for the upcoming battle. On the throne, Xianxia sat upright. On the table in front of him, there were 3 things. One was the investiture of the gods, one was the imperial insignia, and the other was the Xianxia sword. Xianxia's eyes fell on the rusted sword in front of him. He said indifferently, "You must have heard what Saber Master said. Over the years, I haven't done anything to you, but it means that I can tolerate your silence. You should have thought about what you should think about in the past 7 years. Natural supreme treasures are rare, but if you can't be used by me, you are no different from scrap iron. What I can't get, no one else can. If you insist on doing this, I will completely destroy you." He spoke in a very calm tone. But there was no doubt in his tone. In the past few years, Xianxia had no time to take care of this natural supreme treasure, so he always carried it with him and did not pay much attention to it. But now, he had decided to dispose of this supreme treasure. A supreme treasure that could not be used by him was no different from scrap iron. Moreover, the Xianxia sword was an invisible bomb. If it really came to a life-and-death battle, Xianxia was not sure that he could protect himself if the other party played tricks at the critical moment. However, it was not safe to leave a natural supreme treasure anywhere without carrying it with him. Therefore, it was time to decide the fate of this natural supreme treasure. To live or to be destroyed. Xianxia had given him 2 choices and let him choose. The Xianxia sword lay quietly on the table, without any movement. It's not easy for natural supreme treasures to be born. You were born in the 2nd era, and it's even harder for you to survive until now. Many supreme treasures have fallen in the great calamities after several eras. You should cherish this opportunity to survive. Xianxia added another sentence of persuasion. The Xianxia sword still did not move. He did not speak again. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the inner hall gradually froze. After a long time, the rust on the Xianxia sword faded little by little, and the dusty magic weapon glowed with its former dazzling brilliance. Then, the long sword rose into the air, and then transformed into the appearance of a young man. "Xianxia greets the Emperor of Heaven." The young man bowed slightly. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "Very good. You definitely won't regret this decision in the future. To be able to subdue the Xianxia sword." He was really happy. After all, it was a powerful natural supreme treasure. In this era, it was comparable to Zhu Bing of the 9 tribulations. Even if it was a genuine immortal of the upper 3 levels. Facing Zhu Bing of this level, he had to be careful. Xianxia grabbed the investiture of the gods, looked at Xianxia in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Today, I will confer you the title of Star General, and your duty is to guard Zhou Tian's great star array." After saying this, the imperial insignia fell. A force rose from the investiture of the gods, covering Xianhua's body. Xianxia did not resist at all, and let the force cover him. Then, Xianhua's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. The moment his name appeared, the investiture of the gods suddenly emitted a powerful aura, as if some mechanism had been triggered, and it began to upgrade. Soon, the upgrade ended. Because of the rules of heaven and earth, the investiture of the gods was still a 9-seal Dao weapon, but the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. In the lower position, after Xianxia obtained the investiture of the gods, he immediately showed his true form. A divine sword broke through the air, and directly entered Zhou Tian's star map in the sky above the heavenly court. Suddenly, Zhou Tian's star map became much more solid. When Sanhua left, Qin Shujian did not stop him. Instead, he looked at the investiture of the gods in his hand. He did not expect this. After Sanhua was conferred the investiture of the gods directly rose to a new level. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Shujian felt that it was only natural. Sanhua is a Khanate ultimate treasure, and its level is much higher than the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods bestows the investiture of the gods with the power of the investiture of the gods. With the power of the Khanate ultimate treasure, it is reasonable for it to break through the original limit. Unfortunately, because of the rules of heaven and earth, a 9-seal Dao weapon is the limit. Therefore, even if the investiture of the gods' power rises, it will still be a 9-seal Dao weapon. Unless it can break the limit in the future, perhaps it can rise to a higher level. Above the 9-seal Dao weapon, it might be a 10-seal Dao weapon. However, it was not easy to break the rules. The Godslayer said, "Did the Emperor of Heaven just confer the investiture of the gods to him so easily? If he's just pretending to submit, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future." The submission of divine weapons had always been done by blood. He had never seen a divine weapon being conferred the investiture of a divine weapon. He has inherited the investiture of the gods and is already closely related to the investiture of the gods. If I want to, I can crush his intelligence through the investiture of the gods, so there is no possibility of him betraying me. Qin Shujian said indifferently. No one on the investiture of the gods could run away. Only those on the Dao fruit level could break the restrictions of the investiture of the gods. Those below the Dao fruit level. Once on the investiture of the gods, there was no way for them to escape. They would either break through to the Dao fruit level, or the investiture of the gods would be shattered. There was no third possibility except for the two. At the same time, in the void outside the realm, in an unknown place, a continent covered by a blood-red light was slowly moving forward in the void. The continent was covered by the blood-red light, it was impossible to see its specific appearance. An evil and tyrannical aura pervaded and spread. Whether it was the void beasts or the void demons, when they saw the blood-red continent, they fled in panic in all directions, not daring to get close. Some of the void beasts and void demons could not dodge in time. When they touched the blood-red light, they fell directly into it without any resistance. The creatures trapped in the blood-red light struggled frantically, as if they wanted to escape. However, there seemed to be countless big hands in the blood-red light, pulling them all in. Soon, everything calmed down, and only the blood-red continent was moving slowly. The whole process seemed to be full of evil and strange. Mo Xiao Luo clan. When the blood-red continent appeared, several demon emperors were the first to receive the news. There is news that Demon Abyss has left the Forbidden Land and is approaching the Great Thousand World. There is not much time left for us. In the black fog, Yervis's low voice sounded. Hearing this news, the other two demon emperors' faces also changed. The barrier between heaven and earth can't be broken at all. Now that Demon Abyss has left the Forbidden Land, we must ask the Demon Emperor. Demon Abyss has left the Forbidden Land. The Demon Emperor must have noticed it. All we can do now is wait for the Demon Emperor's next order. Yervis shook his head. When talking about Demon Abyss, his heart was also heavy. P.S. Requesting monthly votes. The Demon Abyss has come out of the Forbidden Zone. Something was surging in the endless darkness, and Emo Shalua's deep voice sounded from it. Although the universe was vast and boundless, but if it was carefully divided, it could be divided into 3 parts. One was the boundless universe. One was the void demon and the other was the void beast. The other was the Forbidden Zone where the Demon Abyss was located. The so-called Forbidden Zone. It did not exist originally. But because of the appearance of the Demon Abyss, it led to the erosion of evil power and eventually formed a Forbidden Zone. Any creature who dared to enter the Forbidden Zone, no matter how strong, would completely perish there. So, that Forbidden Zone was the Forbidden Zone for creatures. Emo Shalua was also very wary of the Forbidden Zone. The darkness retreated. Emo Shalua's figure suddenly appeared. Immediately, Without any movement, he had already disappeared from where he was. The Scarlet Continent was still moving forward. The evil power, the power that was constantly eroding the surrounding void, was changing the environment little by little. The originally colorless outer void was now dyed with a faint blood red. Suddenly, the space collapsed. The blood-red void surged like ripples. The two appeared there, just in front of the Scarlet Continent. The demon abyss is the forbidden zone. This power is indeed beyond the scope of what we can bear. Unless we can touch the power of the sacred demon level, it will be difficult to resist. Emo Shalua looked at the Scarlet Continent that was approaching him. His originally calm face was now covered with solemnity. Beside him, it was the demon emperor Baido. The demon abyss came out of the original forbidden zone, and will soon turn the other outer void into a part of the forbidden zone, just like 1,000,000 years ago. Xianxia's blade also took care of us in a disguised way. If he had not destroyed most of the forbidden zone and severely damaged the demon abyss, forcing them to retreat to their original place, there would be no place for us in the outer void now. Baido said in a deep voice. Although the Void Demon clan had a lot of enmity with the ancient heavenly court. But he also had to admit that 1,000,000 years ago, he did owe the ancient emperor of heaven a favor. Although the other party attacked, it wasn't for the sake of the nefarious devil clan, but it was to give them a chance to breathe. Emo Shalua said, if you want to break the forbidden zone, you have to at least touch the power of a sacred demon. Even if it's you, it won't be easy for you to reach that step. Even if you can really do it, how much time do you have left? In the face of Moziaro's words, Bado fell into silence. How could it be so easy to touch the sacred demon realm? If it was that easy, he wouldn't have wasted so many years without any gains. We have to find a way to break the barrier between the heavens and the earth. Only by absorbing the origin of the great wide world can we have a chance to improve further. Otherwise, when the demonic abyss descends and the forbidden zone covers the void, the great thousand world will die, and so will we. Emo Shalua's eyes were cold. At this point, they no longer had a choice. They would either devour the great wide world or die together with it. With the nefarious devil clan's current strength, they had no chance of contending against the devil abyss. As for the great wide world, that was even more impossible. Although they knew that the great wide world had a hidden power through Barker's death, it was impossible for that power to contend against the devil abyss. After all, if they really could contend against it, the great wide world would not have suffered so much 1,000,000 years ago. Moreover, even if that existence could attack, it was only a half-step sacred demon. According to Emo Shalua's understanding, there was more than one half-step sacred demon in the devil abyss. The ancient heavenly court was so prosperous, and there was even a top existence like Xianxia, but they still failed in the end. What could the great wide world do with its current weakened state? There was no reason. Emo Shalua thought of the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation, and his originally firm heart seemed to waver. But soon, he shook off this thought. The great wide world is weak, and the birth of a true immortal was only more than a decade ago. In more than a decade, I'm afraid there might not even be a top demon king. What could be done in more than a decade? For Emo Shalua, it was just a simple nap. Not to mention more than a decade. Even if it was thousands of years, the power that could be born in the great wide world would not be able to recover to the peak of the ancient times. Only that formation was worthy of his fear. Besides that, it was the heaven and earth barrier. There's not much time, it seems that we can only go to the extreme. Bok's gaze fell on the devil abyss from beginning to end, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Even he felt powerless in front of the devil abyss. That power. It had already surpassed the limit that a top demon emperor could contend against. Hearing this, Emo Shalua was slightly stunned, and he turned his head to look at the other party. You have a way to break the heaven and earth barrier? Blood sacrifice. Bok simply spat out 2 words. Suddenly, Emo Shalua's face changed. Blood sacrifice, this name was extremely unfamiliar to him, but it was also very familiar. This was the oldest and most extreme method that existed among the evil demon clans in the void. To complete the blood sacrifice. It was not an easy thing to do. Otherwise, the evil demon clans in the void would have used the blood sacrifice method to break the heaven and earth barrier from the beginning. Can the blood sacrifice really break the heaven and earth barrier? The power of the blood sacrifice is infinite. As long as the sacrifices are strong enough, then the heaven and earth barrier can be broken. Bok's face revealed an evil smile. In fact, no one knows how much origin there is in the vast thousand domains, but there is one thing that I am very clear about, and that is, the fewer people there are, the more benefits there will be. Mo Shalua, as a demon emperor, you should know this. Mo Shalua did not reply. Only his chest rose and fell slightly, and there was a fierce struggle in his mind. Until now, he had completely understood Bok's meaning. What kind of blood sacrifice could possibly break the heaven and earth barrier? Just as Bok said, the power of the blood sacrifice was actually infinite, as long as the sacrifices were strong enough. Who do you plan to attack? Mo Shalua's face regained its calm, and then he looked at Bok and said. Obviously. He had already agreed to Bok's proposal. Since it concerned his own life and death, Mo Shalua had nothing to think about. It was nothing more than a blood sacrifice. As long as he was not the sacrifice, there was no problem. On the contrary, if he could obtain the origin of the vast thousand domains, Mo Shalua was confident that he could safely survive the upcoming calamity. Bok waved his hand and used the power of darkness to set up a barrier around him, then he said with a faint smile, how about the Boyle clan? Talking about the demon emperor without permission. It would be noticed by the other party. Only by setting up a barrier could this matter be avoided. Hearing this, Mo Shalua's pupils shrank slightly. You want to use the entire Boyle clan as a sacrifice? He thought that he would only attack one demon emperor. Now it seemed that the other party wanted to use the entire Boyle clan as a sacrifice. Bok's heart was ruthless. It made Mo Shalua's heart feel slightly cold. Bok said, if we only use Boyle as a sacrifice, the power of the blood sacrifice will not be enough to open the heaven and earth barrier. If Boyle falls, the Boyle clan will be a potential threat. In that case, it is more appropriate to use the entire Boyle clan as a sacrifice. Moreover, Boyle is already very close to the level of a top demon emperor. He is more suitable to be a sacrifice than Yizo. Moreover, if Boyle succeeds in breaking through, the power of the Boyle clan will definitely increase greatly. By then, the other clans will have to make room for him. You don't want the power of the Mo Shalua clan to be damaged, do you? Bok said calmly. In his opinion, the Boyle clan was the most suitable target. Boyle was strong enough, and he was also a potential threat. If they could use him as a sacrifice, it would be a good thing for the other clans. We can attack Boyle, but before we do, we have to rope in Yizo. Otherwise, if the two demon emperors join forces, it will be difficult for us to deal with them. Mo Shalua nodded. Although the other two demon emperors were only at the level of a middle demon emperor, if they really joined forces, even they would not be easy to deal with. At this level of existence, it would not be easy to kill them. Once they failed, even if they destroyed the Boyle clan, it would be useless. On the contrary, a demon emperor without any restraints would be a nightmare for all clans. After taking another look at Mo Yuan, Baido and Mo Shalua quietly left the place. In the darkness, Yizo suddenly woke up. Looking at the two people who appeared, a strong warning rose in his heart. Bok, Mo Shalua, what are you doing here? Facing two top demon emperors, his heart was also under a lot of pressure. However, as a demon emperor, although Yizo's heart was under a lot of pressure, he did not completely show it. The darkness faded, and Yizo's figure appeared in front of the two. At this time, his face was a little serious. The power in his body had been secretly raised. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately escape. Bok said lightly, you should have noticed that Mo Yuan left the Forbidden Zone, right? Of course. Yizo nodded, but the vigilance in his heart was not lowered. If it's just about the Forbidden Zone, you can go back. As for the specific discussion, it's better to wait until all the demon emperors are here. Although he did not know why Bok and Mo Shalua came together. But his own instinct made him not want to talk to the two. There was no other way. This was the sorrow of not being strong enough. If he was strong enough, Yizo would not be so afraid. You don't have to be too vigilant. If Bok and I wanted to attack you, we would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? We just have something important to discuss with you. As Mo Shalua finished speaking, he waved his hand and used the power of darkness to set up a barrier, covering the three of them. The power of darkness had just been set up. Yizo was shocked and was about to break the power of darkness. Just as he was about to do so, Bok said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly. We have no intention of attacking you." Hearing this, Yizo still raised his power, but he did not immediately break the dark barrier. "What do you mean?" he asked coldly. At this moment, the warning in Yizo's heart was raised to the extreme. As long as there was anything wrong, he would immediately retreat. Bok said, "Mo Yuan left the Forbidden Zone, and the great calamity a million years ago reappeared. At that time, the outer void will be invaded by Mo Yuan and become a death forbidden zone. Even if we are demon emperors, there is no way we can fight against it. There is only one solution now, and that is to break the barrier of heaven and earth and devour the origin of the vast thousand worlds. As long as we devour the origin of the vast thousand worlds, we will be able to reach the sacred demon realm and have the possibility of fighting against Mo Yuan." Yizo's expression was still vigilant. The problem of Mo Yuan cannot be ignored, but the barrier of heaven and earth is stable. We have been attacking it for so many years, but there is no way to break the barrier. Could it be that you have other ways to break the barrier of heaven and earth? Of course. Bok Duo nodded. What way? Yizuo's expression changed, and the tone of his voice involuntarily became a little anxious. Was there really a way to break the barrier of heaven and earth? He looked at Bok and Mo Shalua with a doubtful expression. The two demon emperors were usually in a deep sleep and did not have much of a relationship. It was unusual for them to come together at this time. Coupled with what Bado had just said, in Yizuo's heart, he was already somewhat convinced. However, due to his vigilance, he did not completely believe it. There is only one way to break the barrier of heaven and earth, and that is blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice. Yizuo's expression changed again. It was obvious that he knew what a blood sacrifice was. But soon, Yizuo shook his head. Although the blood sacrifice can unleash great power, it is impossible to break the barrier of heaven and earth. Unless the power of the blood sacrifice can surpass the level of a top-tier demon emperor, but that is too difficult. He did not finish his words. Yizuo's expression had completely turned ugly. He looked at Bok and Mo Shalua in disbelief. "You want to attack Boyle?" If he was not clear about the purpose of the two just now. Then now. Yizuo completely understood. The power of the blood sacrifice was related to the strength of the sacrifice. To reach the level of breaking the barrier of heaven and earth, it needed at least the blood sacrifice of a demon emperor. Obviously, Bok and Mo Shalua had reached an agreement. Now, the two of them came to find him, not to attack him, but to pull him into their camp. Or else, they would have already attacked when they just arrived and would not talk so much nonsense. Mo Shalua's expression was cold. If the barrier of heaven and earth is not broken, we have no way to fight against the demon abyss. Sacrificing the Boyle clan will be our hope of surviving the tribulation. Now that the tribulation is imminent, the origin of the vast thousand domains must be obtained. So, if the blood sacrifice is really not possible, if you object, I believe that Boyle will be happy to agree. If not for your lack of strength and unable to become a sacrifice, we would not have targeted Boyle. Mo Shalua's straightforward words. Yizuo's face turned black. When did being weak become a good thing? If it was in the past, being belittled by Mo Shalua like this, he would definitely fight back. But now. Yizuo felt a sense of relief in his heart. Relief that he was weak enough to not become a sacrifice. Or else, if Bok and the other demon emperors were determined to attack him, Yizuo thought about it and realized that he had no way to survive. 1 or 2 demon emperors would be fine. But if 3 demon emperors joined forces, as the weakest of the demon emperors, there was no need to say much about his fate. There was a strange feeling in his heart. But Yizuo did not immediately agree. You told me this, aren't you afraid that I will immediately tell Boyle and join forces with him? You won't. Bok's expression was as usual as he said with his hands behind his back, this is our chance, and also our last chance. If we don't get the origin of the vast thousand domains, we will definitely die. If we want to get the origin of the vast thousand domains, the blood sacrifice is inevitable. Right now, only the Boyle clan is the best candidate for the blood sacrifice. You are too weak. As for Amos Shalua and I, even if the 3 demon emperors join forces, it is impossible to kill us. His words were very straightforward. But the reason behind it made Yizo unable to refute. That's right, with the strength of Bak and Amos Shalua, even if the other 3 demon emperors joined forces, it was impossible to kill one of them. It was very difficult to defeat a top demon emperor. It was even more difficult to kill a top demon emperor. Being called weak again, Yizo was too lazy to get angry. How can I believe that after destroying the Boyle clan, you will not turn around and attack my Yizo clan? Just as you said, I am the weakest. If the 2 of you join forces, the probability of me dying will increase greatly. Besides, when the time comes and we get the origin of the vast thousand domains, how much can I get? Since he had already said this, Yizo might as well lay out everything. Now that Boyle was here, the demon emperors of the 4 clans could still maintain a delicate balance. If the Boyle clan were to be destroyed, then his own clan might be ostracized. Once the 2 top clans joined forces to ostracize him, even Yizo himself would have no way to resist. In fact, if Bak and Amos Shalua turned around to deal with him, Yizo thought that he would very likely follow in Boyle's footsteps. We can make a blood oath that after the Boyle clan's blood sacrifice, Amos Shalua and I will each get 5% of the origin of the vast thousand domains that we plunder. The remaining 30% is for you. Similarly, if the blood sacrifice of the entire Boyle clan is still not enough to break the barrier, then the remaining sacrifice will come from our 3 clans. As for the ratio, it will be the same as the distribution of the origin of the vast thousand domains. After the blood oath is made, our 3 clans will be allies, and we will not be enemies with any of the demon emperors. Bak said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Amos Shalua did not speak, and Yizo nodded slightly. Such a distribution plan was actually very reasonable. He was the weakest, and it was impossible for him to share the origin of the vast thousand domains with the 2 top demon emperors. To be able to get 30% of it was already a blessing. Immediately, Yizo nodded and said, okay, we will make a blood oath. Okay. Bak immediately cut open his palm and forced out a drop of essence blood. Seeing this, the other 2 demon emperors also took out their blood essence. The 3 drops of blood essence fused together. Bak looked solemn and said, I, Bak, make a blood oath. I, Yizo, make a blood oath. I, Amos Shalua, make a blood oath. The 3 demon emperors opened their mouths almost at the same time and made a blood oath face to face. After saying this, the blood essence suddenly split into countless threads and wrapped around the 3 demon emperors. In the end, on the back of each demon emperor's hand, a strange blood-colored pattern appeared. That was the symbol of the blood oath. Any expert who made a blood oath would be bound by the blood oath. If there was any violation, they would definitely suffer the backlash of the blood oath. At that time, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. For Yizo, if Bak and Amos Shalua violated the blood oath in order to deal with him, then their strength would be greatly reduced. At that time, he was not afraid of the 2 seriously injured demon emperors. At this time, in the endless darkness of the void, the demon emperor of the Boyle clan was sleeping here. As a demon emperor level powerhouse, only by sleeping could they reduce their consumption and live longer. However, the darkness that used to be calm was now turbulent. Boyle, who was sleeping, felt a palpitation in his heart, and he had to wake up from his deep sleep. What's going on? A ray of light shot out from the darkness. The palpitations in his heart made it impossible for Boyle to continue sleeping. Ever since he became a demon emperor, there had never been such a change. Regarding this, Boyle's heart also had a strong warning. The stronger one was, the stronger the 6th sense was. Now that there was a warning in his heart, there was only one possibility. Someone wanted to harm him, or the Boyle clan. For a time, Boyle also had no way to think of who wanted to attack him. Immediately, he began to use his strength to deduce. But no matter how Boyle deduced, he still did not get the result he wanted. It's impossible. This emperor has a warning in his heart. Something must have happened, but why can't I deduce anything? Could it be that there is an expert who has blinded the heavens? Boyle's mind was a little flustered. Blinding the heavens was not something that anyone could do. Now that he could not deduce anything, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the heavens had been blinded, and the second was that the other party was stronger than him, so he could not deduce anything. The panic in his heart made Boyle immediately recall what had happened recently. Although he had fallen into a deep sleep, he still knew about some important matters. The most important matter recently is that the demon abyss has left the Forbidden Land. Could it be that this emperor's warning has something to do with the demon abyss? But that's impossible. Demons can't walk out of the demon abyss, unless the demon abyss has merged with the Great Thousand World. And now the demon abyss target is the Great Thousand World, so it's impossible for them to attack the Boyle clan. What's the problem? Boyle's mind was spinning wildly. At this time, boom, the terrifying power shattered the void and fell directly toward the darkness. Who? Boyle was furious, and then he saw the darkness rise like a tide, wanting to devour the power. However, when the darkness collided with the power, a terrifying power exploded with a loud bang, shattering most of the darkness into pieces. When the darkness shattered, the void for hundreds of millions of miles shattered like a mirror. 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended and stood in a triangle, surrounding the darkness in the middle. Baito, Emo Shalua, Yizo, what are you doing? Boyle's heart sank when he saw the 3 of them. He had a premonition. At this moment, he had already grown. At this time, Boyle had another thought, and he was shocked and angry. You dare to join forces to attack the Boyle clan? Baito looked indifferent. The demon abyss has left the Forbidden Land, and we need the help of the Great Thousand World's origin. The way to break the barrier between heaven and earth is a free blood sacrifice. So, we can only let the Boyle clan contribute. Once we have dealt with the demon abyss, we will not forget the Boyle clan. Blood sacrifice, Boyle was shocked. You want to sacrifice the Boyle clan? You're crazy. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Let's end this quickly. Emo Shalua's face was cold, and as he spoke, he had already attacked. The power of darkness had already bombarded. In an instant, the power of the laws was vast and mighty. The void demons also cultivated the laws, but they were different from the beings of the Great Thousand World. They cultivated the laws of the outer realm. In essence, they were no different from the laws of the Great Thousand World, and the path they took was not much different. The moment Emo Shalua attacked, Baito and Yizo also attacked at the same time. A great battle had already broken out in an instant. While the Demon Emperor was besieging Boyle, the other 3 Demon Emperor clans had joined forces to attack the Boyle clan. The Void Demons, who were originally attacking the barrier between heaven and earth, suddenly turned around and concentrated their firepower on a certain part of the Void Demons. At the same time, even more experts were heading towards a floating continent. That was where the Boyle clan was. The battle in the outer realm. Qin Shujian could also sense it now. Because of the Zhou-Tian Great Star Formation, he could see the scene in the Zhou-Tian Great Star Map through the Zhou-Tian Great Star Map. What's going on? Why are the Void Demons killing each other? Are they having internal strife? Qin Shujian looked at the Void Demons, who were originally attacking the barrier between heaven and earth, suddenly fighting with each other. His face was full of a strange expression. It was close to opening the barrier of the Heavenly Court. It was less than 10 days before the official war with the Void Demons began. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to activate the Zhou-Tian Great Star Formation again, and kill all the Void Demons within the range of the formation to lower the enemy's morale. When the time came, he would then open the barrier between heaven and earth to give the Heavenly Court sufficient morale to start the war with the Void Demons. In the end, before Qin Shujian could attack, he saw the Void Demons fighting among themselves. Seeing this, he could not help but temporarily stop what he was doing, wanting to see how the situation developed. Speaking of which, did the Void Demons often fight among themselves in the past? Looking at the battle, Qin Shujian could not help but ask. The only person he was asking was the God-slaying saber. Hearing this, Godslayer said, I don't know much about the void demons, but they would not fight among themselves for no reason. There must be a reason that we don't know. Xianxia was speechless. It was as good as not saying anything. Who did not know that the void demons would not fight among themselves for no reason? He could not be bothered to ask Godslayer again. This blade, to a certain extent, belonged to the salted fish type. The ancient heavenly court did not even participate in the war against the void demons. The only person who might know the reason now was probably Xianxia. But after thinking about it, Xianxia did not look for Xianxia, because there was no need for that. Now that the heavenly court was ready to attack the void demons, even if they fought among themselves for other reasons, it did not matter to him. On the contrary, the more they fought, the better. This way, when the heavenly court faced the void demons, they would have less pressure to bear. It should be a battle between clans. Unfortunately, I have no way to distinguish which clan is which. Otherwise, I would be able to deduce something. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Xianxia shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He decided not to make a move for the time being, so as not to disturb the void demons' battle. When the void demons were almost done fighting, he would activate the Zhou Tian Great Star Formation and kill all the void demons in the area. If he were to make a move now, perhaps the void demons' infighting would end. That was not what Xianxia wanted to see. So, he was waiting for a suitable opportunity. At this time, the battle in the void demons' outskirts intensified. The sudden battle left many void fiends unable to react in time. But no one dared to disobey the demon emperor's orders. Boom, boom. In the vast void demons' outskirts, battles could be seen everywhere. But the real center of the battle was only in two places. One was the territory of the Boyle clan, and the other was where the demon emperor Boyle was. At this moment, a large number of void demons had already descended on the Boyle clan's territory. Darkness was spreading everywhere, and the battle had reached its climax. But there was a difference. Every time a void devil of the Boyle clan died, a crystal would drop. The fiendish void demons who had attacked immediately put the crystals away and stored them in a special bottle. Your ways, why is your Xianxia clan attacking my Boyle clan? A demon emperor roared. And his opponents were the 3 demon emperors of the Xianxia clan. There were only 3 demon emperors in the entire Boyle clan. Among the 3 clans, each clan dealt with 1 demon emperor, and they won by numbers. Hearing this, Your ways did not stop attacking. Ben Huang is only following orders. Your Boyle clan should be destroyed today. If you destroy my Boyle clan, the demon emperor will not let you go. Heh, demon emperor, not only will your Boyle clan be destroyed today, even Boyle will not be able to escape the fate of death. Your ways sneered. Although he did not receive any news, the destructive fluctuations in the void demon's outskirts were already showing that something had happened. Plus, the other clans had joined forces to besiege the Boyle clan. There were many things. It was already self-evident. Today, not only would the Boyle clan be destroyed, but the demon emperor Boyle would also not be able to survive. From the moment the 3 clans joined forces, their fate had already been decided. Just as a fierce battle broke out in the Boyle clan's territory. Deep in the void demon's outskirts. Boyle's current state was not good. He was very strong, but he had not reached the level of a peak demon emperor. Not to mention the 3 demon emperors joining forces, he would not be a match for either Xianxia or Beidou. Not to mention, the 3 demon emperors had joined forces. Just the battle had started, and in less than a day, Boyle had already fallen into a disadvantage. Now, the battle had lasted for a few days. His exhaustion was even more severe. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Boyle roared. Terrifying rule power bombarded him, and his originally dispirited aura instantly reached an unprecedented peak. The battle had lasted until now. Boyle had finally seen the situation clearly. He was strong, but in the face of 3 demon emperors, there was no way he could survive. If this dragged on, only death would await him. He wants to self-destruct, don't let him succeed. Beidou's expression changed slightly, and without thinking, he took out the law monument and directly suppressed Boyle. The law monument. It was the last resort. In order to stop a demon emperor from self-destructing, only by taking out the law monument could there be a possibility of suppressing the other party. Soon, Emo Shalua and Yizwa also took out their respective tombstones and suppressed Boyle. The 3 law monuments were enough to suppress the void demons for eternity. The surrounding space and even time froze in an instant. Boyle's self-destruction was forcibly suppressed, and he could only watch as the law monuments suppressed him and shattered his body. Roar. An unwilling roar resounded in the depths of the void demons. Kill. Beto's expression was cold as he struck out with his palm, fully exerting his power. Take his life while he's down. Now that Boyle was suppressed by the law monuments, it was the best chance to completely kill him. Seeing this, the other 2 demon emperors did not hold back either. Boom, the 3 forces gathered together, and the power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, instantly drowning Boyle. Crack, in the territory of the Boyle clan, the huge statue that originally represented Boyle was now full of cracks. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Boyle clan members, it suddenly shattered. No. It's impossible. The members of the Boyle clan had gone completely crazy. The statue was erected by the Demon Emperor, and it contained the Demon Emperor's power. Now that the statue had shattered, there was only one possibility: the Demon Emperor had fallen. Boyle's fall. To the members of the Boyle clan, this was a devastating blow. Their originally strong resistance was instantly weakened. Seeing this, the other 3 nefarious devil clans increased their attacks, wanting to use this opportunity to completely annihilate the Boyle clan. P.S. I've already fallen from 3rd place. Please maintain 4th place. There were no accidents. Under the siege of the 3 demon emperors, Boyle had completely fallen. Since the end of the ancient era, other than Barkle, Boyle was the 2nd demon emperor to fall. The demon emperor had fallen. Yizwa couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness in his heart. At this moment, at the place where Boyle had fallen, a resplendent crystal quietly floated there. That was the power imprint left behind by the void demon after its fall, and also the most powerful essence of the void demon. The void demon was an existence that controlled the power of darkness, but after its fall, the crystal was as bright as a crystal of light. When the demon emperors looked at the crystal, their eyes were burning with desire. The crystal contained Boyle's power. If anyone could refine the crystal, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, whether it was Bach, Mo, Shalua, or even Yizwa, they were all moved. But being moved was just being moved. They didn't really make a move to snatch Boyle's crystal. Because there were other demon emperors, none of them had the possibility of snatching the crystal. More importantly, even if they absorbed the power of the crystal, it was impossible to reach the Saint Demon level. After all, Boyle was only a middle-stage demon emperor. Unless the other party was also a peak demon emperor, then a peak demon emperor powerhouse might be able to break through to a higher level after absorbing the power. But now, Bach glanced at Mo Shalua and secretly shook his head. It was impossible for him to kill Mo Shalua. Moreover, if he attacked Mo Shalua, Yizwa would definitely not stand by and watch. Anyone could understand the principle of being intimately interdependent. Although the 3 of them seemed to be one entity, in fact, they were divided into 2 entities. Bach was one. Mo Shalua and Yizwa were the other. Because Bach was strong enough, he was a true peak existence among all the demon emperors. Even Mo Shalua was not his opponent. So, if they wanted to fight against Bach, they would need 2 demon emperors to work together. The fall of Boyle didn't have much of an impact, and the 3 demon emperors could also maintain a balance. But if another demon emperor fell, the balance would be completely broken. Bato understood that no matter who he attacked, the other one would not sit back and watch. Let me take care of Boyle's crystals for now. When all the crystals of the Boyle clan have arrived, we can begin the blood sacrifice. Yizwa said. Hearing this, Moxiaro and Bato did not object. Giving the crystal to the weakest demon emperor was a more reasonable method. Even if he absorbed Boyle's power, he couldn't be too powerful. That was the limit. He had only broken through to the level of a peak demon emperor. Seeing that the 2 of them did not object, Yizwa did not waste any time and directly put away the crystal. On the other side, after Boyle's death, the resistance of the Boyle clan had weakened to the extreme. Without wasting much time, they were all wiped out by the other three clans. A large number of crystals fell to the ground. The spatial demons of the three clans had already started to clean up the battlefield. In the heavenly court, Xianxia happened to be able to see the scene of the ceasefire through the thousand shapes of stars diagram. The internal strife has ended. I don't know how it ended, but now, it's time for me to personally take action. Seeing that the spatial demons had stopped, he sneered. The internal strife had ended. A group of spatial demons had died. But as for why it ended, Xianxia did not have too many guesses. He gently moved his palm towards Zhou Tian's star diagram, and the position of Zhou Tian's stars on it immediately began to move. Zhou Tian's star diagram began to change. In the void outside the region, the 365 ancient stars were connected together at this moment. The sudden change. It directly shocked the spatial demons within the range of the array. Run, the array has been activated again. Quick, retreat quickly. Those spatial demons who sensed the activation of the array went completely crazy at this moment. As early as the first time the array was activated, they had already heard of the terror of this array. Billions of spatial demons. They all died in the array. Even powerful demon emperors were trapped in the array and had no choice but to seek help from other demon emperors. Now the array had been activated again. For those spatial demons, it was a devastating blow. Immediately, those spatial demons who were still cleaning up the battlefield all fled madly towards the outside of the array. Unfortunately, Zhou Tian's star array had been activated, and it had already formed a world of its own. There was no possibility of escape at all. Destroy. Xianxia made a hand seal, causing the array to suddenly change. Boom, a destructive force suddenly erupted, and all the spatial demons did not even have the chance to resist before they were forcefully destroyed by this force. Zhou Tian's star array had been activated. It also attracted the attention of Ba Yido and the other demon emperors. That array has been activated again. Mo Shalua turned his head to look at the Great Thousand World, and his face had already turned ugly. Thinking of the last time he had almost died in the array, he had a lot of resentment towards it. Ba Yido frowned slightly. The Great Thousand World has repeatedly activated this array because they want to use the power of the array to wear down the strength of our clans. Now that the blood sacrifice is about to begin, there is no need to send our clans to attack. When the blood sacrifice is completed, the heaven and earth barrier will naturally be broken. However, before breaking the heaven and earth barrier, those ancient stars will be a big problem. The power that erupted from the array when it was activated twice was enough to make people fearful. Simply breaking the heaven and earth barrier was no longer enough to attack the Great Thousand World. Because once they broke in and activated the array, they might lose their lives there. Therefore, Ba Yido believed that before breaking the heaven and earth barrier, they had to get rid of the ancient stars. They did not have to destroy those stars, but at least they had to be sealed so that the Great Thousand World could no longer use the power of the stars to set up the array. Mo Shalua said, "Those ancient stars have existed since the birth of the universe. It is not easy to destroy them. But we can use the power of the blood sacrifice to seal some of the stars. Or we can use the power of the blood sacrifice to break those stars. Well, let's start preparing the altar." Ba Yido nodded slightly. The most important thing now was to officially start the blood sacrifice. The rest, they could all be put aside for later. Just as the nefarious demon clan of the void transported all the crystals together and then used a big method to build the altar. On the heavenly court side, now they were ready to officially attack the nefarious demon clan of the void. In the heavenly palace, the gods gathered. Xianxia sat on the throne and looked down at the gods below. A month's time is almost up. The heavenly court will officially open the heaven and earth barrier and declare war on the nefarious demon clan of the void. How are the preparations of the various clans? Reporting to the Emperor of Heaven, the human clan is ready. The hundreds of millions of human troops are ready to go at any time. When he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao had already stepped out and said in a deep voice, "This human emperor." At this moment, there was a sense of iron and blood in his words. Obviously, the human clan was fully prepared for the battle of opening the heaven and earth barrier. After he finished speaking, the demon emperor also stepped out. The hundreds of millions of demon soldiers of the demon clan have been integrated. The Moon Clan army is ready to go at any time. The Soul Guardian Clan army is ready to go at any time. The Star Clan, one after another, experts stepped out and responded in a deep voice. In the hall, brief voices sounded from time to time. The atmosphere also reached a peak. After the gods replied, Xianxia said, "This time, the Inhumans are also an indispensable force in the war against the void demons. The various clans need to integrate the Inhumans and form an army to charge against the void demons. The Inhumans are immortal and indestructible. It's just right to deal with the void demons. At this time of the war, they must not leave the players behind." For Xianxia, the players were the best weapon. Since they would be enemies in the future, it was better to make good use of them before they fell out. If they could have the help of the players, the myriad clans would also suffer fewer casualties. The Dog Emperor said, "The Inhumans prioritize benefits and are very opinionated. Even if we issue a mission, we might not be able to integrate all the Inhumans. It's not difficult to integrate the Inhumans." Xianxia shook his head slightly and said, "This time, the integration of the Inhumans is not based on issuing missions, but on compulsory conscription. All the Inhumans above the true martial realm must follow the army. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed by the myriad clans. At the same time, in the foreign battlefield, anyone who follows the army will be rewarded with merit points. If they can kill the void demons, there will also be additional rewards. In this way, I believe that integrating the Inhumans will not be a problem." Xianxia's plan was very simple. He directly used the Heavenly Court's orders to force the players to work for him. If they did not listen, then fine, then the myriad clans would kill them together. In any case, the current strength of the players was average. The myriad clans would not feel any pressure killing them. In order to keep their level, the players had no chance of disobeying orders. Then, he would give out some merit points as a reward. Under threats and promises, the players would naturally listen to orders. As long as the players were not killed on a large scale, it would not arouse the vigilance of the player world. From another perspective, the current boundless world was equivalent to opening another chapter. In this chapter, all the players needed to join the war. That was all. Therefore, Xianxia was not afraid of the players' suspicions, nor was he afraid of the attention of the heavenly Tao of the player world. Hearing his words, the gods were stunned at first, but then they reacted and smiled. That's right, now that the myriad clans were unified, it was no longer the situation of fighting for themselves. In the past, when they were fighting for themselves, the myriad clans could not force the Inhumans too much. Because if the myriad clans did not stay, the Inhumans would go to other places. Now, it was different. The myriad clans were unified and the Heavenly Court was established. In this way, the players had no way out. If they did not listen, then they could kill them until they listened. It was just that they had not reacted to this matter yet, so they missed it for a while. Now, with Xianxia's reminder, the gods also remembered. The Dog Emperor sighed in admiration. "The Emperor of Heaven's words have awakened us from our dreams. In 3 days, the heavenly barrier will officially open. Everyone, prepare yourselves." "We obey." The gods bowed and accepted the order, then retreated like the tide. Xianxia left the heavenly palace and appeared on Zhou Tian's star map once again. In his line of sight, the 365 ancient stars all quietly stayed there. Strictly speaking, Zhou Tian's great star formation is not based on the stars, but on the cultivators who set it up. But now that the gods are not strong enough, they can only use the stars as a substitute. When the time comes for war, the void demons might attack from the ancient stars. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and calmly looked at the stars. Zhou Tian's great star formation was currently the Heavenly Court's strongest defense. If the stars were missing, its strength would be greatly reduced. But now, he had no other choice. If the gods who set up the formation were all third-layer true immortals, then the formation would truly be able to display some of its former power. But although the Zhou Tian's Great Star Formation is the Heavenly Court's strongest defense, in truth, the Heavenly Court's method of dealing with the void demons has never been Zhou Tian's Great Star Formation. The one who is truly dealing with the void demons is me. Qin Shujian smiled confidently. He was not afraid that the Zhou Tian's Great Star would have problems. Because the Heavenly Court's confidence did not rely on external objects, but on himself. Moreover, the void demons might not have the ability to deal with Zhou Tian's Great Star. Otherwise, the void demons would not have been indifferent to the existence of Zhou Tian's Great Star for so long. Why think so much? Just wait for the time to come. Let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and silently watched the scene in the thousand-shaped star map. 3 days. In the blink of an eye. After leaving the Heavenly Palace, the gods of the Heavenly Court had already left the Heavenly Court and returned to their respective races. At the same time, the Emperor of Heaven's order was also known by all races. Ding. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court will open the Heavenly Barrier. The Great Thousand Worlds will officially enter the World Chapter. All players can obtain the corresponding rewards by conquering the void outside. Ding. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court will open the Heavenly Barrier. The Great Thousand Worlds will officially enter the World Chapter. All players can obtain the corresponding rewards by conquering the void outside. Ding. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court will open the Heavenly Barrier. The Great Thousand Worlds will officially enter the World Chapter. All players can obtain the corresponding rewards by conquering the void outside. The 3 world announcements rang in the minds of all players. To the players, the world announcements were already somewhat unfamiliar. This was because the world announcements that the system had actually released could be counted on one hand. It could be said that this was the first time the players of the other 3 continents had heard of it. To the players of the Eastern continent, this was only the second time they had heard of it. The first time was when the Zhao Emperor faked his death and activated the feudal mode. However, the feudal mode at that time was simply a joke to the players. Because the Zhao Emperor faked his death, and the Imperial Court's power was many times more terrifying than the players. Other than a few hot-headed players who attacked a few small cities at the beginning and barely managed to become feudal lords for a few days, the rest of the players did not have the opportunity to participate. Even the players who became feudal lords had a miserable ending. After being wanted by the Great Zhao for so many years, the loss of their realm and various other losses could be said to be disastrous. Therefore, now, regarding the Second World announcements, the players of the Eastern continent had an inexplicable attitude. Just as the world announcements rang out, the Heavenly Court's order had also been officially transmitted to the ears of all players. The Great Thousand World has entered the World Chapter, and the Heavenly Court is now forcefully conscripting us players to participate in the war. What do you all think? In a side room, Chao Hong and a few other players had already gathered there. Lu Qinghong shook his head. What can we think? Now that the Heavenly Court is going to war with the void demons, and there's a world announcements, it's obvious that they're forcing all of us players to participate in the war. Now that all races are united, if we disobey the Heavenly Court's orders, it'll be difficult for us to find a place to stay in the 4 continents of the Great Thousand World. Moreover, since the system has announced that the World Chapter has been opened, this war is also a good opportunity for us players. Although the first feudal mode was a scam. However, it was undeniable that the opening of any new chapter represented a large amount of resources. Even the feudal mode from the last time was the same. Although some players suffered heavy losses in the feudal mode, that was because those players were greedy. The truly insightful players would run away after making a fortune. Therefore, there were also very few players who made a lot of money. However, the feudal mode was too difficult, and not just any player was qualified to participate in it. Those who were truly qualified to participate were all people with power and influence in reality. However, the World Chapter was different. The war with the void demons relied more on one's own strength. Chao Hong nodded. The game has been open for so long, and this is the first time there's been a forceful conscription. This war is an extremely important war for the Heavenly Court. However, the more important the war, the greater the benefits. Although the Heavenly Court's rewards haven't been announced yet, it's obvious that the rewards will be extremely generous. The forceful conscription of the Heavenly Court. Xiaohong didn't have any objections. As players, their original purpose was to do quests and earn enough benefits to improve their strength. However, ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Court, all races had been peaceful. It was almost impossible for him to accept a large-scale mission. As a result, if other players wanted to level up, they would either have to cultivate honestly or take the risk of fighting monsters. Now that there was finally a new change, the players naturally flocked to it. It was just as Qin Shujian had expected. Most of the players didn't have any objections to the forceful conscription of the Heavenly Court. Instead, they were eager to give it a try. Only a very small number of players had some disgust and resistance. However, the opposition of those few players couldn't change the overall situation at all. After the myriad races made their move and killed some of the stubborn players, the other players who were dissatisfied immediately stopped. Everyone could understand. This time, the Heavenly Court was serious. Any players who didn't listen to orders would be killed. Moreover, they would block the resurrection point and kill until they reached the first level of the basic realm. 3 days later. The 4 major continents were already preparing their troops. The armies of the races were all gathered in the fallen immortal realm, which was the center of the 4 major continents. The remnants of the power of the powerhouses in the fallen immortal realm had been swept away by the gods, so that the realm could accommodate the cultivators of the races. Humans, demons, vermilion birds, moon, any clan would have at least a few million cultivators. As for the larger clans, they would have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cultivators. And this was because the requirement to participate in the war was to be at least the 7th level of the true martial realm. Otherwise, this number could be multiplied several times on the original basis. If it were in the past, the races definitely couldn't have so many cultivators above the 7th level of the true martial realm. But it was different now. The power of the stars covered the 4 major continents. In just 10 years, it was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of years in the past. Therefore, the powerhouses born by the races also appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. It could be said that, since the end of the ancient times, the races were at their peak. Even at the peak of the ancient times, they might not be as powerful as the races now. Of course, this was without considering the powerhouses at the true immortal realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court would still be a little weaker. At this moment, 10 billion cultivators gathered in the fallen immortal realm. A large black mass. Just the power of the qi and blood they emitted could make the sun and the moon dim and turn the world into a strange blood color. On the side of the cultivators of the races, they were all the players who were conscripted. However, in order to distinguish themselves from the cultivators of the races, the players formed an army by themselves. In the 4 major continents, if all the players were added together, there would be tens of billions of them. A large number of players gathered together. Some of them knew each other, and some of them didn't. Everyone's face couldn't help but become solemn due to the atmosphere. This scene is really spectacular. It's a pity that we can't look down from above. Otherwise, if we record it and post it on the forum, the number of views will definitely explode. Some players sighed regretfully. The scene in front of them. It was definitely the most spectacular scene since the beginning of the game. Hearing this, someone immediately sneered. Look down from above? Believe it or not, as long as you fly, you'll immediately be smashed to pieces by the qi and blood. The races and the players. A total of tens of billions of cultivators gathered. That terrifying qi and blood had turned the void above their heads into a forbidden area. Any cultivator who dared to barge in without permission would definitely die. The player who spoke at the beginning suddenly showed a resentful look. At this moment, the void shook as if endless rays of light were falling down. Then, the gods descended from the Heavenly Court, stood in the air, and appeared above all the cultivators. The gods of the Heavenly Court have appeared. What a powerful aura. As expected of the strongest group of true immortals. Where's the Emperor of Heaven? Why haven't I seen the Emperor of Heaven appear yet? Many players consciously raised their heads and looked at the hundreds of figures in the void. Every figure emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding void to distort violently, making it impossible to see their specific appearances. Among the hundreds of figures, the aura emitted by any one of them was enough to be described as earth-shattering. If it weren't for the fact that tens of billions of cultivators had gathered and their chi and blood were protecting their bodies. Just that powerful aura alone was enough to suppress everyone. At this moment, there was an invisible crack in the void, and the corner of a green robe appeared in everyone's line of sight. After seeing the corner of the green robe, the gods all bowed. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Immediately after, all the cultivators of the myriad races also bowed in unison. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Their voices condensed and shook heaven and earth. The players beside him seemed to be affected. Immediately, like the others, they bowed to Xianxia. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Tens of billions of living beings. And the voices of the gods of the heavenly court gathered. The two words Emperor of Heaven, it was already echoing in the boundless world. The experts of the Dead Sea domain and the depths of heavenly abyss all raised their heads, trying to see what was happening in the four continents. At the same time, Ian let out an angry roar again. But that terrifying roar could not arouse anyone's fear at this moment. Xianxia stood in the air with his hands behind his back and said in a clear voice, "From today onwards, anyone who enters the outer realm void to fight and kills a true martial realm evil spirit will be rewarded with 1 true martial merit point. Killing a spirit martial realm evil spirit will be rewarded with 10 spirit martial merit points. Killing a god martial realm evil spirit will be rewarded with 100 divine martial merit points. Killing a celestial realm evil spirit will be rewarded with 1000 celestial merit points. Killing a true immortal realm evil spirit will be rewarded with 10,000 to 1,000,000 true immortal merit points. The merit points above are divided into ranks. Each true immortal merit point can be exchanged for 10 celestial merit points, and so on. The merit points can be exchanged from high to low. It cannot be exchanged in reverse. In the fallen immortal realm, only Xianxia's voice could be heard. Those who have merit points can exchange for cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, and divine weapons. Those who have accumulated 1,000,000 celestial merit points can obtain immortal ascension resources. Those who have accumulated 100,000 true immortal merit points can exchange for the heavenly court deity position. Boom! Xianxia's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's heart. 1,000,000 celestial merit points could obtain immortal ascension resources, 100,000 true immortal merit points could obtain the heavenly court deity position. For the players and other cultivators, they did not dare to think about the heavenly court deity position, but the resources of immortal ascension were a fatal temptation. Immortal ascension, even though cultivation was much easier now, for many people, it was still something that they did not dare to imagine. After hearing the news, many people's chests rose and fell violently, and they could not help but clench their fists. Immortal Ascension, 1,000,000 celestial merit points can be exchanged for immortal ascension resources. Among the players of the primordial great world, the dojo master of the Array faction dojo was breathing rapidly, and his body was trembling slightly. The so-called immortal ascension was not as simple as immortal ascension in the game. Because if one could become an immortal ascension in the game, then one could definitely become an immortal ascension in the real world. The Array faction dojo had no other hope. If he could become an immortal ascension in the game, then the decline of the Array faction dojo would naturally cease to exist. The strongest person in the primordial great world is only at the almighty realm. If I can become an immortal ascension, the Array faction dojo will definitely become the #1 faction in the primordial great world. The dojo master clenched his fists. Right now, he already had a clear goal in mind. That was to accumulate 1,000,000 celestial merit points and exchange them for enough resources to become an immortal ascension. Was 1,000,000 celestial merit points a lot? Very much. Killing one celestial only gave 1,000 merit points. In other words, he had to kill 1,000 celestials to exchange them for enough resources to become an immortal ascension. Even though this was very difficult, there was still hope in the end. Now, there were many players who had the same thoughts as the dojo master. For the first time, they realized the hope of becoming an immortal ascension was right in front of them. As for the top powerhouses of the myriad races, Their attention was focused on the matter of exchanging 100,000 celestial merit points for a deity position in the heavenly court. Now, there were more than 1,000 celestials of the myriad races. However, there were only a mere 300 deity positions in the heavenly court. Most of the celestials did not have the qualifications to enter the heavenly court and become a deity position. Everyone could understand how great were the benefits of obtaining a deity position in the heavenly court. Now that there was hope of obtaining a deity position, they were naturally excited. Even the gods who had already obtained a deity position had a bright light in their eyes. Yes, it was true that they had already obtained a deity position. However, one had to know that every powerhouse who had obtained a deity position had their own race. The more deity positions a race obtained, the better. If there were multiple powerhouses of the same race that entered the heavenly court as officials, then there was no need to mention the benefits to that race. Therefore, Xianxia's words exploded like a heavy bomb, instantly raising the already high morale to the peak. For this, he had already expected it. None of the words he said actually gave him any benefits. Only when they saw the benefits would others be willing to work for him. When everyone's emotions were raised to the peak, Xianxia stretched out his hand, and a stone ball lay quietly in his palm. In the next moment, he squeezed it hard, and the stone ball shattered. The ancient Buddha race's secret realm in the seal suddenly appeared. The moment the ancient Buddha race's secret realm appeared, Xianxia suddenly clenched his fist and punched out, destroying the entire ancient Buddha race's secret realm. The ancient Buddha race's secret realm shattered. A gap suddenly appeared in the perfect barrier of heaven and earth. The void shattered, and endless darkness appeared from behind the void. Just as the void shattered and was about to heal, Xianxia took out the god roll and directly suppressed it in the void. Instantly, the healed void cracked again and a pitch-black passageway appeared in front of everyone. In the void outside the domain, 1,000-meter-tall altar made of white bones appeared. 3 demon emperors appeared at the top of the altar. In the middle of the altar, there was a strange black flame burning. The demon emperors threw all the crystals into the black flame. At this moment, all the demons in the void looked solemn, looking at the black flame on the altar with fear and expectation in their eyes. At this moment, the demon emperors paused and turned to look at the Great Thousand World. Just now, they noticed that there was a change in the Great Thousand World. Suddenly, their black eyes pierced through the void and directly saw the source of the change. The originally perfect heaven and earth barrier had a gap that was neither too big nor too small at this moment. What's going on? Why is there a gap in the barrier of heaven and earth? Mo Shalua suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. The barrier of heaven and earth did not appear earlier or later, but there was a gap at this time. The 2 demon emperors, Baito and Yisua, also had subtle expressions. In the Great Thousand World, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "The passage of heaven and earth has been opened, I'll go first, wait here." With that, he took a step forward and passed through the passage of heaven and earth. In the next second, Xianxia appeared in the void outside the domain. Unlike the last time he appeared in the void outside the domain, this time he did not have any scruples. The powerful God-destroying gale did not have any effect on him. God-destroying gale. Feeling the occasional breeze in the void, Xianxia's expression was normal. The true immortals of the Great Thousand World were naturally not afraid of the God-destroying gale. However, cultivators below the true immortal realm had no possibility of resisting the God-destroying gale. For this reason, Xianxia also specially refined a large number of protective talismans in batches, so that other cultivators could resist the God-destroying gale. At this moment, the vast and desolate scene in the void outside the domain did not surprise him too much. Because as early as when Zhou Tian had the star map, Xianxia already knew what the situation outside was like. On the altar, when Xianxia appeared from the Great Thousand World, the faces of Bach and the other demon emperors darkened again. A living being had come out, moreover, it was done in such a grand manner. Especially when they saw the gap between heaven and earth behind that person, they felt a kind of silent ridicule. Even Bach did not expect that. He had painstakingly planned and did not hesitate to destroy a clan for a blood sacrifice to break the barrier between heaven and earth. At this time it had broken by itself. Looking at that posture, it seemed to be stabilized by something. Yizhua said faintly, the barrier between heaven and earth seems to have been opened by the great thousand world on its own initiative. Now that a living being has come out, could it be that it wants to start a war with the evil demon clan in the void? It should be. Emo Shalua's expression was slightly wooden. Then what should we do now? Should we continue the blood sacrifice? Yizhua looked at the bright crystal in his hand. He felt sad for Boyle. He had died too miserably, really. The entire Boyle clan had fallen in order to open the barrier between heaven and earth. In the end, the Boyle clan had fallen, but before the blood sacrifice began, the barrier between heaven and earth opened by itself. That feeling. It made Yizhua feel aggrieved. Bach's expression was incomparably cold. Continue the blood sacrifice. It doesn't matter if the barrier between heaven and earth is opened, but those ancient stars must be destroyed. We can't let that formation appear again. Moreover, the barrier between heaven and earth has only temporarily opened a hole. It may disappear at any time. There's no need to think so much. Since things have come to this step, then let's complete it. Hearing this, Yizhua did not say anything. He directly threw Boyle's crystal into the black flames. There was no turning back for everything. Just as Bach had said, they could only continue and complete the blood sacrifice. When the crystal fell into the black flames, the originally strong flames suddenly became violent. There seemed to be a destructive roar in the black flames. Bach retracted his gaze and calmed his mind. He looked at the black flames in front of him. While his hands formed a seal, he was still chanting something. As time passed, there seemed to be a mysterious force descending in the entire void, making the black flames even more terrifying. Finally, the last incantation fell. The black flames suddenly spread out, and a strange fluctuation spread throughout the entire void. Then, there was an endless pressure descending. Qin Shujian, who was standing outside the world, felt something and instinctively looked up. Unknowingly, a giant eye had appeared above them. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. The moment he saw the eye, Qin Shujian had a strong warning in his heart. In front of that power, he felt threatened. Without any hesitation, he directly activated the Zhou Tian Great Star Array. The 365 ancient stars formed a vast world of their own in the void outside the realm. At this moment, the indifferent eyes flickered, and a terrifying dim light shot out from them. Where the dim light passed, the void was silently destroyed. Then, it landed on the Zhou Tian Great Star Array. In an instant, the ancient star seemed to have felt a great threat and immediately released all of its hidden power. Qin Shujian's expression was serious. With a wave of his hand, he controlled the array to operate. Destroy. The power of the stars was like a great millstone that destroyed the world, grinding toward the dim light. That power. Even an upper 3 true immortal would be able to obliterate an expert like him. However, when it encountered the dim light, the two collided violently. Then, the great millstone of stars collapsed inch by inch. It was no match for the power of the dim light. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian's heart sank. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the power of the dim light had surpassed a 9th true immortal. Although it had not stepped into the Dao fruit level, it was at least at the half-step Dao fruit level. The evil void demon has the means to borrow the power of the heavenly path. It's unexpected. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he watched the dim light suppress it. The power of the heavenly path. It existed everywhere. Even if the great wide world had thousands of rules and eventually gave birth to the heavenly path, there were also thousands of rules in the outer space. Naturally, an existence similar to the heavenly path was born. However, the heavenly path was usually in a deep sleep, and there was almost no possibility of it waking up. As for borrowing the power of the heavenly path, it was even more difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was not impossible. In Qin Shujian's memory, there was a way to borrow the power of the heavenly path, but it came at a great price. Even if he borrowed the power of the heavenly path, it might not be able to make up for the loss. Seeing the appearance of the power of the heavenly path in the outer space, Qin Shujian immediately understood something. I was wondering why the fiendish void devils suddenly had internal strife. It turns out that they were using the method of blood sacrifice to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao of the outer realm to destroy the barrier of the vast thousand domains. If you want to borrow the power of a Tao fruit, I'm afraid you'll have to sacrifice a devil emperor-level powerhouse. Qin Shujian was very clear. How difficult was it to borrow the power of the outer realm heavenly Tao, furthermore? Among all the methods, blood sacrifice was the simplest and crudest, but it was also the most costly. Although he didn't see the details, he could guess that the nefarious devil clan must have paid the price of a devil emperor. A demon emperor, in exchange for a chance to break through the barrier between heaven and earth. To be honest, this deal was not a loss. If it had been 10 years earlier, the great wide world might have been conquered by the void demons. But now... Qin Shujian sneered inwardly. The dim light descended. Zhou Tian's grand constellation formation was still operating at a crazy speed. The two collided violently. In the end, under the watchful eyes of Qin Shujian, Ba Ito, and the other devil emperors, an ancient star finally couldn't withstand the power and collapsed. And at the moment when the star crumbled, a terrifying aura rose, and a huge beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall appeared from the shattered star. An ancient star shattered. The incomplete version of Zhou Tian's grand constellation formation shattered with a loud bang. However, Qin Shujian didn't care about the shattering of the formation. Instead, he looked at the beast that appeared after the star shattered. Star beast. When he saw the beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall, his expression changed. Star beast, it was a powerful existence that existed in the Third Era. It was a beast that was born by relying on the stars. When each star beast reached adulthood, it was a true immortal level powerhouse. And the most powerful star beast in the Third Era. It was an existence at the Tao fruit level. It was just that the Third Era was destroyed, and the universe had already ended, so star beasts naturally didn't exist anymore. Over time, Qin Shujian also forgot about the existence of star beasts. Now that the ancient stars shattered and star beasts were born, he suddenly remembered this powerful race. There were very few star beasts. But each of them was extremely powerful. From the aura of the star beast that was born in front of him, he could tell that its strength was definitely not inferior to a true immortal in the upper 3 levels. If an ancient star has a sleeping star beast, then wouldn't it be the same for the other ancient stars? Qin Shujian looked at the other stars, and his expression became even more solemn. Star beasts were very powerful. If there were star beasts on other stars, then it was definitely not a good thing for the great wide world. Because the heavenly court had always been absorbing the power of the stars. Strictly speaking, absorbing the power of the stars was equivalent to absorbing the power of the star beast itself. Therefore, it was fine if the star beast was sleeping, but once it woke up, it would be a big problem. At this moment, the newly born star beast immediately raised its head and looked at the light that was bombarding it. Without any hesitation, it attacked the light. The 1,000,000-foot-long star beast took a step forward. Every step it took could shatter the void. There was rich starlight lingering in its body. It let out a shocking roar and punched out. It was a simple punch. A terrifying power burst out like a river and directly rushed towards the dim light. The two collided. The void within hundreds of millions of miles collapsed. In the end, the star beast let out a scream. Its arm had been directly shattered by the light, and star-like blood scattered in the void. In front of the light, even a true immortal in the upper 3 levels could not resist. The star beast was injured. It turned around and ran toward another star. Soon, it arrived in front of another star. Its huge fist bombarded wildly and once again broke an ancient star. The star shattered. The same powerful aura rose. It was also at this moment. As the dim light fell, it pierced through the star beast that had been wounded. Not only that, it didn't stop there as it continued to fall into the core of the shattered star. Roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out from the shattered star. But soon, the roar disappeared. The star completely shattered, and a broken astral beast corpse appeared from the shattered star. Then, the light did not stop and bombarded in the direction of the upper-class world. Seeing this, Qin Shujian He directly took out the investiture of the gods, and Zhou Tian's star map appeared on it. He pushed with his palm. He could see that in Zhou Tian's star map, light spots were flowing. The seal of Zhou Tian's star constellation deity position was emitting a powerful force. Then, an ancient star was pulled in the direction of the upper-class world. The entire process. It all happened in an instant. When the ancient star fell toward the upper-class world, it happened to be intercepted in front of the light. The star shattered. The star beast inside had just been born. Before it could attack, it was annihilated by the light. Qin Shujian's expression did not change, and he still controlled the star to come over. The power obtained from the blood sacrifice could not be controlled. Only during the blood sacrifice, if one prayed for something, then the heavenly Tao would do it according to the request. There was no doubt. The requirement of the blood sacrifice must be to break the barrier of heaven and earth. Therefore, the light did not change its original intention and kept going toward the barrier of heaven and earth. However, the barrier of heaven and earth absolutely could not be broken. Because the barrier of heaven and earth was the protective membrane of the upper-class world, and it was an existence that resisted the erosion of the power of the outer realm. If the barrier of heaven and earth was completely broken, then 99% of the living beings in the upper-class world would completely die in the god-destroying gale. Only those true immortals were qualified to survive. Therefore, it was not a problem to open a hole in the barrier of heaven and earth, but it was absolutely impossible to let the barrier of heaven and earth be broken. Therefore, those ancient stars became the sacrifice of the power of the blood sacrifice at this moment. Even though the stars were broken, it would weaken the power of the stars in the upper-class world. But Qin Shujian did not feel any pity about this. Originally, he did not know that there were sealed star beasts in the stars. If the stars were destroyed, he would feel some pity. But now, he no longer had such thoughts. Because in any era, star beasts were in a state of chaos and neutrality. Everything they did was based on their own preferences. Therefore, many experts did not like star beasts. And in this era, the heavenly court stole the power of the stars. If the star beasts woke up, they would be a strong enemy of the heavenly court. At this moment, he could borrow the power of the dim light to kill a portion of the star beasts. In fact, it could be considered as eliminating the hidden danger in advance. More importantly, facing the power of the dim light, Qin Shujian was not confident that he could resist it with his own strength. Since that was the case, he could only use other methods. One by one, stars appeared and then disappeared in the dim light. Some star beasts did not have time to react and were killed by the dim light. However, there were also powerful star beasts that fought back, and after wearing down part of the dim light's power, they were killed by the other party. After destroying more than 10 ancient stars, the power of the dim light was finally exhausted. At this point, in the void of the outer realm, there were already a large number of star beasts' corpses lying there quietly. Blood flowed like a river of stars, and a powerful aura emanated from it. Qin Shujian directly used the investiture of the gods to collect all the corpses and blood of the star beasts. Then, he looked into the depths of the void of the outer realm with a faint smile on his face. "Thank you for helping me." It was a simple sentence. But it was accurately transmitted to the ears of Bach and the others. Suddenly, the faces of the several demon emperors darkened. They did not expect that not only could Qin Shujian use the stars to set up the array, but he could also move the ancient stars and turn them into targets for the power of the blood sacrifice. What was even more unexpected was that there was actually a powerful living being in the stars. The power emitted from the broken stars was comparable to that of a demon emperor, and the weak ones were at the level of a demon emperor. Yi's face turned ugly. The creatures that appeared in the ancient stars seemed to be the extinct star beasts. "That's right, they are star beasts." Bach nodded slightly, but his face was still terrifyingly gloomy. As early as the appearance of the outer realm, there were already star beasts. Unlike the void beasts, the star beasts were a much more powerful race. Not only did the star beasts feed on stars, but they would also devour anything other than stars. Many void demons were devoured by star beasts. In the end, only then did the demon emperors join forces to kill all the star beasts, causing this powerful race to completely disappear in the dust of history. From the extinction of the star beasts until now, tens of millions of years had passed. Star beasts. They were completely buried in the long river of time. If it were not for the appearance of star beasts in the ancient stars, Bach and the other demon emperors would never have thought of this. They would never have thought. There were still sleeping star beasts in those ancient stars, and they seemed to be much more terrifying than the star beasts that had been exterminated by the evil void demons. Just in the dozen or so broken stars, there were several demon emperors-level star beasts. At this moment, the demon emperors all looked at the remaining 300 or so stars. There was no doubt that there were sleeping star beasts in the remaining stars. From the star beasts that were born, they could also deduce the approximate strength of the remaining sleeping star beasts. This was a very terrifying force. If all the star beasts were to awaken, then the void demons would not be able to play anymore. Even if the three demon emperors worked together, they would definitely not be able to compete with the star beasts. Even someone as strong as Bach. He also had no way to deal with too many demon emperors at the same time. After all, once they reached that level, even if there was a gap of a small realm, it was not to the extent that it could not be made up for. If there were too many low-level demon emperors, they could also kill top-level demon emperors. Bach said in a deep voice. Those star beasts have been sleeping for so long and did not come out until the stars were broken. There shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. As long as we don't deliberately attack the stars, they won't wake up again. And when we get the origin of the great wide world, we have hope of prying into the power of the sacred demon level. At that time, even if the star beasts wake up, they won't be a threat to us. After going around in circles, the matter had returned to the origin of the great wide world. Bach said, although the blood sacrifice did not break the barrier of the great wide world, it broke many stars. I don't think they will be able to set up that formation again. Now that there is a gap in the barrier of heaven and earth, it is time for the void demons to attack. The blood sacrifice did not break the barrier of heaven and earth, but only some stars. Bach could only think of it from a different perspective and comfort himself. Then he directly ordered, Bach clan, immediately attack the great wide world with all your strength. Xianxia clan, immediately attack the great wide world with all your strength. Yizhua clan, immediately attack the great wide world with all your strength. The other two demon emperors also immediately gave the order. As soon as they finished speaking, the three void demons immediately moved, and hundreds of millions of void demons rushed toward the great wide world. At the same time, Bado had already disappeared from the altar. In the void outside the realm, Xianxia felt something and directly punched the void in front of him. Boom, the void shattered like a mirror, and a vast dark power emerged. A pale palm reached out and collided with the fist. Instantly, the aftermath swept in all directions like a gale. Xianxia's body did not move. On the other hand, Bahito's palm cracked, and a powerful recoil forced him back. It was a simple exchange. The difference between the two sides was obvious. Xianxia slowly retracted his palm and looked at the person in front of him with his hands behind his back. He said with a faint smile, I heard that the void demons have 4 demon emperors, and 2 of them have reached the 9th level of the immortal realm. So are you Moziaro or Bahadur? Opposite him. At this moment, Bach's indifferent expression had become serious. Xianxia's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Ever since he broke through to the peak of the demon emperor realm, Bach had only suffered losses at the hands of the ancient emperor of heaven, Qin Song. Other than him, no one else could suppress him with strength. But now, only then did he feel immense pressure from Xianxia's body. That kind of pressure made Bach feel as if he was facing Qin Song again. At that time, Qin Song. He had not touched the power of a sacred demon and was only at the peak of the demon emperor realm. But even so, he was still much stronger than him. I am Bach. Bach spat out a few words, but his gaze did not move away from Xianxia. He had also entered the long river of time in the universe and seen the scene of the great thousand world. The great calamity of the demon abyss. The great thousand world suffered heavy losses. It was not until more than 10 years ago that a true immortal was born. Bach could not believe that in just more than 10 years, someone could go from just breaking through to the true immortal realm to the point where he could suppress him. Xianxia nodded, and then the smile on his face did not fade. Why don't you call the other demon emperors out together? I am too lazy to do anything, so I can deal with them all together. You are very arrogant. Bach was not angry, and his expression changed from shock to calmness. As he spoke, Xianxia and Yizhua arrived at the same time. The two demon emperors had also seen the fight between Baito and Qin Shujian. At this moment, they did not have the slightest contempt for Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian said, 3 demon emperors, so you are all here. The power of the blood sacrifice earlier should be at the cost of the sacrifice of 1 demon emperor. To be honest, you don't have to do this. Because I originally planned to open the barrier between heaven and earth and have a good fight with the evil demon clan of the void. In the end, you are too impulsive. As he spoke, Qin Shujian shook his head and then sighed. His words were very harsh in the ears of Bach and the other demon emperors. The demon emperors could not maintain a good expression now. There were not many words. Bach suddenly attacked, and the power of darkness swept through the void, trying to devour Qin Shujian. The moment he attacked, Xianxia and Yizhua also attacked at the same time. Facing the attack of the 3 demon emperors, Qin Shujian's expression did not change, but his mind was completely alert. The Godslayer fell into his hand. When he suddenly slashed out, the saber aura with the momentum to destroy everything rushed toward Bach and the other demon emperors. Boom, when the two powers collided, even the power of the ancestral armaments was directly shattered. Then, Qin Shujian threw the investiture of the gods in the direction of the passage of heaven and earth, stabilizing the passage that was about to close. At the same time, he took a step forward, and the terrifying aura of heaven's might erupted with a bang, completely suppressing the shattered void. He took a step forward. The stone saber slashed. The unparalleled aura swept out, and the faces of Bach and the other demon emperors changed again. Kill. Xianxia's face was cold, and the laws of nature filled his body. With every move, the condensed laws of nature broke through the void, and it was enough to suppress the void for eternity. A great battle broke out. In the vast 1,000 domains. Everyone could feel the vast power fluctuations outside through the passage of heaven and earth, which proved that there was a shocking battle happening there. Should we attack? A true immortal could not help but ask. Emperor Zhao clasped his hands behind his back, shook his head, and said, "There's no hurry. Wait for the Emperor of Heaven's order, then it'll be time for us to attack. Right now, the ones fighting with the Heavenly Emperor should be those few fiend emperors. A battle of that level is no small matter. If we attack now, just the aftermath alone will cause us heavy losses. A battle of 3 true immortals. The aftermath alone could annihilate living beings below the true immortal realm. Although tens of billions of cultivators were very strong, in front of an existence of that level, they could only be destroyed with a wave of their hand. Their target. It was never the demon emperors of the void, but the powerhouses below the demon emperors. As for the other cultivators, their target was the ordinary fiendish void devils. King against king. Generals against generals. Soldiers against soldiers. This had been the case in wars since ancient times. If the order was forcefully broken, then both sides would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, if they wanted to fight, they had to wait for the right opportunity. Otherwise, they would die in vain. If these tens of billions of cultivators were to perish, it would be a huge loss for the thousands of races in the great thousand world. Even though the power of the stars was rich now, it would not be easy to recover from this loss. Especially when the demon abyss was close. There was no extra time for them to recover. Hearing that, the other true immortals also calmed down. Since the Emperor of Heaven was not around, the 5 imperial emperors were in charge. Emperor Zhao was the leader of the 5 imperial emperors, so his words were equivalent to the Emperor of Heaven's orders in some situations. Therefore, the gods also suppressed the restlessness in their hearts. As the Zhao Emperor spoke, his gaze fell on the 2 people who did not fit in with the rest of the deities. He did not know Chu Quantu. However, he was familiar with Niu Dali's words. From the moment Niu Dali became an immortal, Emperor Zhao knew that Niu Dali was actually the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, and he was 100% a powerhouse from the era of destruction. An existence of that level. He had to be a powerhouse above the laws. The strange powerhouse who could stand next to Niu Dali was most likely an existence of the same level. In other words, both of them were reincarnations of existences above the laws. With the addition of the Emperor of Heaven, there would be a total of 3 reincarnations of existences above the laws. No, there's also a fallen sword master. In that case, there will be 4 of them. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. 4 existences above the laws were now reincarnated, so it was definitely not a coincidence. However, things on that level were not something he could understand now. Therefore, although Emperor Zhao had doubts in his heart, he could only suppress them for the time being. P.S. Monthly votes please. End of chapter 740. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.